On April 1st, 32 years of the Leaf Village calendar, at noon, a battle quietly broke out deep within the dense forest along the southeastern border of the Land of Fire, and quickly came to an end. Trees were broken, the ground was deeply sunken with pits, and the flames that had not yet extinguished carried wafts of smoke. Several corpses lay sprawled on the ground, some with their heads severed, others pierced through from front to back by sharp blades. These former Leaf ninjas had come here on a mission to scout for the traces of mist ninjas, never expecting to encounter enemies that were far beyond their capability to handle. After a brief skirmish, there were no survivors. The scene was both tragic and brutal, yet seemed to make sense in context. For the entire ninja world, this was merely a small microcosm. At the same moment during the Second Ninja World War, countless lives were lost due to this conflict. The annihilation of this ninja squad was just another addition to the ever-increasing casualty figures. In this era, death was the most common occurrence. No one would pay attention to those cold numbers, as they held no meaning. However, it cannot be generalized. Perhaps in the eyes of the higher-ups in the Leaf Village, their deaths still held some significance. After all, even without transmitting any information back, their actions themselves were already an important piece of intelligence, at least in terms of the nature of their mission. The higher-ups should have been able to infer something from their sudden disappearance, draw some conclusions, and ultimately assist in decision-making. In terms of results, although it wasn't ideal, it was still acceptable. After all, no one would have high expectations for a group of ordinary cannon fodder. From another perspective, they had also successfully fulfilled their life's value, contributing a small force toward winning this war for the Leaf Village. Even if they perhaps were reluctant to accept this outcome. But then again, who would care? They were just a group of civilian ninjas. The subsequent events were recorded, archived, and compensation was distributed, just like the 1,000 times before. After all, this was the fate of ninjas. Originally, things should have ended here, and the world would continue to operate as usual. However, an unexpected occurrence changed everything drastically. In that tranquil dense forest, a corpse's finger twitched slightly. Laros lay flat on the cold, muddy ground, his dormant consciousness gradually awakening. He squinted slightly, just about to make a move, but was overwhelmed by dizziness, weakness in his limbs, and a stinging pain in his chest. Realizing the situation was dire, Laros dared not act rashly. He closed his eyes again, his pupils slightly moving, surveying the surroundings, while his hand slowly reached for his waist. A Glock 18 automatic pistol, with 17 rounds of 9mm parabellum ammunition. In the face of unknown circumstances, this weapon, which he had carried with him for years, became his only reliance at this moment. However, he found nothing. Disarmed? Laros furrowed his brow, not having time to think further, and shifted his attention to the surrounding scene. Well, it seems this place has just experienced a battle? Seeing no one nearby, Laros propped himself up with his hands and slowly sat up. At the same time, questions began to arise in his mind. The last moment he remembered, he was clearly lying in the dormitory of a military base in Africa, preparing to sleep. That place was heavily guarded, and the teammates patrolling nearby were trustworthy. Most importantly, it was located deep within the Sahara Desert. But why did he wake up in such a bizarre place? From desert to rainforest, the distance must be more than 1,000 miles. Even by plane, it would take several days. Could it be that someone kept injecting me with anesthetics on the way? Laros speculated. A sudden inexplicable feeling surged in his heart. Someone had stealthily abducted him. Well, the next question is, what did they want? Were they targeting him? Did they have ulterior motives? Or were they trying to extract information? Where were their people? Just leaving him here unattended? Or perhaps, something went wrong? Coming back to his senses, Laros stared at the battlefield before him, feeling an extreme sense of strangeness. There was no familiar smell of gunpowder, no scattered shell casings or grenade fragments, and there were not even any bullet holes in the surrounding trees and rocks. Moreover, most of the traces left on the battlefield seemed to have been caused by cold weapons. Laros temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart and tried to stand up. To his surprise, the movement he had expected to be extremely difficult was completed with ease. At the same time, the various discomforts he had felt upon awakening were rapidly diminishing. Before long, he felt he had returned to a normal state. At that moment of rising, the changes happening in his body gave him a surreal feeling. What on earth is going on? He questioned as he instinctively looked down at his chest. A large gash was visible on his clothing, about 20 centimeters long, appearing to be made by a large blade or something similar. Perhaps due to the time that had passed, the blood clinging to it had already congealed into a gel-like substance.
This injury looks truly frightening.
Laro gritted his teeth, tentatively reaching out to slightly lift the torn fabric. He didn't see any scabs. After wiping away the blood, his skin remained smooth and unblemished, with no scars left behind. Notably, during the inspection, he did not feel any pain from touching his skin.
Could it be that the pain he felt upon waking was just an illusion?
After all, judging by the gash on his clothing, such a wound should not have healed in a short time, and whether he could survive was still uncertain.
Could it be that he hadn't been injured at all? Then what about this blood-stained clothing?
With confusion, he instinctively touched other parts of his body to see if there was anything else unusual. However, the feedback he received left him utterly astonished. His thighs had thinned, his hair had grown longer, and the scars he once had disappeared. His body had undergone many changes.
What on earth was going on? Had someone tampered with his body? And in a way he did not know?
With a dark expression, he looked at his hands. Several calluses had vanished, his knuckles had shrunk significantly, and his skin was a bit fairer than before. He touched his lower regions. Fortunately, everything was still intact. With more questions piling up, he couldn't make sense of what was happening, so he decided to temporarily shift his focus in another direction. Laro quickly walked over to the corpses lying on the ground. When he turned over the first one, his expression changed slightly. This person had a dark complexion, a twisted face, and was covered in blood. It was clear that he was already dead. He hurriedly reached out to check the person's breath and pulse, and listened for a heartbeat.
Dead?
Realizing that the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined, he became more serious in his examination. After checking the breaths of the remaining bodies one by one, he finally felt that something was amiss. All of these people were dead, and one of them didn't even have a head left. His rich experience told him that these corpses were not fake or props, they were all real people. And judging by the wounds, they must have been caused by a madman wielding a large knife. In a daze, Laros seemed to have a sudden realization he should have been lying there with these people. If it weren't for some unexpected occurrence. He suppressed the unease within and observed these unfortunate souls for a while longer. There were 3 corpses in total, dressed in outfits very similar to his own, green vests, blue pants, and wearing iron forehead protectors. Wait, forehead protectors? He picked up one of the scattered forehead protectors from the ground, examining the leaf symbol on it closely, and suddenly felt dizzy.
Ninjas, Chunin uniforms, the Leaf Village emblem, this is the world of Naruto? I have crossed over?
At the same time, Laro's sudden awakening seemed to trigger some kind of bodily mechanism, and a wave of latent mental energy suddenly surged from his body, rushing into his mind and merging with his soul.
This was a memory, telling the brief and ordinary life of a 17-year-old Chunin named Laro Enzatsu.
Laro Enzatsu was neither a bloodline ninja backed by a powerful family nor a genius with a strong background. He was just an ordinary civilian ninja. He was like a screw embedded in the vast machine known as the Leaf Ninja Village, silently giving everything to maintain the village's operation alongside countless other ninjas.
His life experiences were not much different from those of other civilian ninjas.
In ninja school, he was full of admiration for the Hokage. After graduating, the hardships of his first mission made him realize the difficulties of life. Witnessing powerful ninjas made him feel envy. Hearing the news of his parents' deaths on the battlefield brought him pain. While caring for his younger brother, he placed hopes on him. Life had gradually dulled this man's edges, and now he just wanted to live well, watch his brother grow up, find a beautiful wife, settle down, and live a fulfilling life.
Unfortunately, the tides of the times would not change because of personal will.
Intelligence indicates that a small group of mist ninjas is active on our border.
We must ascertain their numbers and intentions.
Risen is at the front lines and won't be back for a while. The Mist Village has certainly chosen a good time.
Are these bastards planning to go to war?
The ninja battle had just begun, and most of the Leaf Ninjas were fighting alongside the Hokage in the Land of Rain, leaving the internal defenses of the Land of Fire vulnerable. During this special period, the small movements of the Mist Ninjas successfully triggered the sensitive nerves of the higher-ups in the Leaf Village. The mission was quickly assigned to him.
Laro Enzatsu's team, you are responsible for the reconnaissance mission on the southeastern defense line.
He accepted the task without hesitation. This was not only because he was willing to contribute to his village, but also because, during wartime, ninjas had no right to refuse conscription. He initially thought this mission would be like any other, simply conducting regular patrols. The Mist Ninjas shouldn't make any significant moves at this time. After all, the eyes of the entire ninja world were focused on the battlefield in the Land of Rain.
However, he never expected that death would unexpectedly descend upon them.
They inadvertently encountered the vanguard of the Mist Village, and the leading man was someone he did not recognize. But that knife, he had certainly heard of it. He quickly realized he was no match for the opponent, and even the hope of escaping was extremely slim. Then, he asked to understand why he was going to die. The opponent satisfied his wish, boasting grandly about himself, and then, without a care for the risk of leaking information, lazily revealed the intentions of the Mist Ninjas to him.
Arrogant and conceited, that was his first impression of Kazuki Shizuku. He clearly understood that the other party did not regard them as a threat and was not worried about them leaking any information. After all, the dead could not speak. Emotions of tension, anger, and despair flashed through his mind, but he remained silent. Soon after, he became intrigued by the information being shared.
The Mist Village, which had always adhered to a policy of isolation, had lost the lead in resource reserves during the protracted tug-of-war with the Rock Village. The materials that the feudal lord could provide were limited, they could not outlast the Rock Village. It wouldn't be long before the Mist Village would inevitably face defeat. However, the current third Mizuki in power was a war fanatic who refused to admit defeat so easily.
No resources? Then steal them. Where are the resources most abundant?
Of course, in the rich Land of Fire. At this moment, the main forces of the Leaf Village were engaged in battle in the Land of Rain, leaving its internal defenses extremely vulnerable, and the combat strength within the country was severely lacking. At this time, not taking advantage of the situation to loot would be a waste of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thus, the Mist Ninjas came. The story ends here. The subsequent battle was unremarkable, merely a one-sided crushing. After all, they were just a chunin and 3 genin, while the enemy was an elite squad led by one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. The vast disparity in strength left them with no chance to escape. When that beheading sword came slicing down after killing all his teammates, he finally realized that his life was coming to an end.
It's a pity the intelligence didn't make it back.
In his dying moments, he felt regret, reluctance, and nostalgia. Perhaps there was also the deep-seated resentment toward this war-torn world buried within him. At this moment, his soul, not fully returned to the afterlife, chose to merge with the suddenly appearing visitor from another world, taking with it the last lingering obsession. After absorbing Laro and Zutsu's memories, Laro rubbed his temples, feeling the earlier relief from his headache intensifying once more. The crossing had occurred without any warning. The memories lingering in his mind, those unfamiliar yet familiar scenes, constantly reminded him that all of this was real. From the instincts of his body, he could clearly sense the energy known as chakra flowing within him.
Height, arm length, shoulder width, waist circumference.
The measurable data was verified one by one, leading to the undeniable conclusion this was not his original body. He touched his chest, thus, this strange wound now had a reasonable explanation. Perhaps it was a perk of crossing over, like being fully revived after a successful transfer? He took a deep breath, feeling a bit dazed and confused. He didn't know why his name coincided with that of Laro and Zutsu, nor was he clear if there was some connection between them.
Was this crossing orchestrated by some unknown deity? Or was it a wondrous phenomenon birthed from some incomprehensible law of nature?
Though there were many questions, he knew that now was not the time for him to figure them out, and he didn't want to think about them any longer. Currently, the only thing he could be sure of was that this place did not seem very safe, and Laro did not want to lose his life right after crossing over.
There are many corpses here, so I cannot rule out the possibility of the Mist Ninjas returning.
Laro quickly organized the weapons and supplies he had scavenged from the bodies, pondering to himself. Ninja corpses were very valuable, whether digging for intelligence from their brains or using them for jutsu research, there was much to be gained.
Laro did not believe that the Mist Ninjas would simply leave these corpses behind and just walk away.
They were likely occupied with sweeping away other Leaf teams and had no time to deal with these.
After some time, once the situation settled down, someone would definitely come to clean up the mess.
If he were caught in a battle and delayed until the arrival of the Elite 7 Ninja Swordsmen, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. All the Elite Mist Ninjas have been deployed. With my current strength, I would likely just be a high-level cannon fodder on this battlefield. At least I have learned the purpose of the Mist Ninjas' invasion and gathered intelligence. That should be enough to report back. I need to retreat quickly. With his mind made up, Laro no longer hesitated. The application of chakra flashed through his mind, and Laro tentatively covered his feet with chakra. With a gentle push, He effortlessly leaped to a height of 2 zhang, landing steadily on a nearby tree branch. Chakra is truly a miraculous power, he thought to himself. The fully integrated memories combined with the instincts of his body allowed him to perform such actions with ease. Standing at a height, his field of vision suddenly opened up significantly. Laros took one last look at the area and chose a route that would avoid the battlefield as much as possible to begin his retreat. The route from the border of the Land of Fire to Konoha had long been deeply imprinted in his mind. Although this path would take a bit longer, it was much safer.
He moved agilely through the dense woods, relying on his body's instincts to navigate gracefully at height.
Tree trunks, branches, and forks became places where he could land. While enjoying this novel experience of leaping high, he also continuously sensed the energy within him that could be manipulated, chakra. From the memories, he further organized, understood, and absorbed the various jutsu mastered by his predecessor, integrating them into his own combat system.
The predecessor possessed 3 elemental affinities: lightning, fire, and earth.
In this world, such talent is quite impressive. However, it seems this guy never seriously developed his potential. He didn't even master a jutsu involving nature transformation. It's possible that due to an average family background and the need to take care of relatives, he lacked the resources to learn these techniques. Thinking about this, a strange feeling crossed Laros' mind.
3 affinities, what a waste of talent.
At the same time, his hands were in constant motion, forming a series of 12 hand seals. First, he formed them in sequence from start to finish, then mixed up the order, and finally formed them according to the jutsu he had mastered. He wasn't channeling chakra to release any jutsu, his current actions were just to practice the hand seals, ensuring that he wouldn't make mistakes during battle. Before crossing over, Laros had been a mercenary, or one could say, a soldier.
In his view, the strength of a soldier is primarily measured by 2 factors: personal qualities and external equipment. During the Second Shinobi War, the technology in the ninja world was not advanced, as evidenced by the equipment he carried.
Aside from the explosive tags, which had some technical value, weapons like kunai and shuriken were merely cold weapons.
Thus, in ninja duels, it mostly came down to personal qualities.
The mastery and strength of jutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and bloodline abilities were the standards for measuring a ninja's true strength. Without firearms, grenades, and other familiar external equipment, Laros could only focus on himself.
Ninjutsu was his firearm. Chakra was his ammunition.
And ensuring that each bullet was loaded in the chamber, safety off, trigger ready, and always in a state of fire, these were all his professional habits. With a mild form of obsessive-compulsive disorder, he demanded that he master this new weapon of ninjutsu perfectly in the shortest time possible. Channeling chakra, forming hand seals, releasing jutsu, every step could not go wrong. The hand seals for the basic body replacement technique are very simple, and the way chakra operates is also clear. Normal use shouldn't pose a problem. Mastering 1 jutsu each for earth and lightning, but I don't know any fire jutsu.
Elemental ninjutsu is somewhat more complex than the body replacement technique, with an increased number of hand seals. It seems the timing for casting must be well grasped.
The practice of forming hand seals encountered no major obstacles. Thanks to the solid foundation of his predecessor, Laros could form 4 hand seals in 1 second without error. Notably, this seal formation speed was even faster than his predecessors.
Perhaps the fusion of 2 souls significantly enhanced mental power, thereby affecting the speed of seal formation? Laros speculated.
Among the shaded trees, he would occasionally make quick turns and stop, suddenly accelerate to run, or maintain a steady pace. The limits of speed, flexibility of joints, and agility of the body. Laros was quickly familiarizing himself with the sensations brought by this new body. Adequate preparation and a cautious attitude were the principles that allowed him to survive on the battlefield time and again in his previous life. Laros believed this would also be the foundation for whether he could continue to live in this life. With a whoosh, he passed by several leaves floating in the air. Laros narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly stopping and crouching under an inconspicuous tree shade. He perked up his ears, listening to the faint sounds of clashing weapons ahead. The clinking sounds rose and fell, and without needing to look, he knew the battle was intense. From the frequency of the engagements, it seemed the strengths of both sides were quite similar.
So, should he go around? No, this might be an opportunity.
Laros gently stroked his chin, deep in thought. On the southeastern border, at this time, the only ones fighting here could be the Mist Ninjas and the Leaf Ninjas. If he remained hidden and took the initiative, if both sides became locked in a stalemate, a sudden attack could help the Leaf Ninjas gain the upper hand.
Once he killed the mist ninjas, he would successfully join up with other leaf ninjas. Every additional person meant more strength, and at that point, his life would have more assurance. The chakra contained within their weapons infused each attack with powerful force. Everything around them seemed to be trampled and destroyed mercilessly, like fragile porcelain. Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed, and the massive tree, large enough for 3 people to hug, was instantly severed, its cut as smooth and flat as a mirror. Kunai shot out, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, as the struck boulder was shattered to pieces by the burning explosive tags. In this fierce battle, no one spoke. At this level of conflict, any words seemed utterly meaningless. In the end, there could only be one victor. The winner would survive, while the loser would face death. A fierce wind blew, causing leaves to scatter like confetti, and dust filled the air as the battle intensified with the passage of time. Both sides fought with their lives on the line, pouring all their strength into this fight. At this moment, the 2 ninjas could only see the figure of each other. Because of this, they failed to notice that an unexpected guest had quietly approached them. At the edge of the battlefield, in a nondescript thicket, Laros crouched quietly, observing the intense battle with a cold gaze. As expected, one side was a mist ninja, and the other was a leaf ninja. Due to the incredible speed of both fighters, he couldn't make out their faces, only determining their affiliations by their clothing. The mist ninja tightly gripped 2 kunai in his hands, executing various techniques, thrusts, slashes, and stabs, with ease, attacking the enemy's vital points, showcasing his exceptional skill in short-range weapons. Furthermore, every kunai he threw exploded upon hitting other objects, indicating they were all equipped with explosive tags. The leaf ninja wielded a 3-foot-long katana, with dense flashes of blade light flickering in every direction, forming a vaguely visible circle of light. While constantly parrying and dodging, he was also searching for an opportunity to counterattack. After observing for a moment, Laros gradually began to understand their situation. They had been fighting for quite some time, yet neither of the ninjas had used any ninjutsu or genjutsu, thus, he concluded they were purely taijutsu-type ninjas. From their speed and destructive power, they appeared to be on par with Jonin level from his predecessor's memories. Given his own status as a chunin, intervening in a battle of this caliber would likely be beyond his capabilities. With this in mind, Laros settled down, quietly watching their fight, comparing the scenes before him with the memories of his predecessor to deepen his understanding of ninja combat patterns. After observing for a while longer, Laros furrowed his brow slightly. From the current situation, it seemed evenly matched. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the leaf ninja was primarily on the defensive, with relatively few offensive strikes, currently at a disadvantage. If this battle continued, his situation would become very dangerous. After all, this was a pure taijutsu duel, devoid of many technical maneuvers or unexpected factors. The main competition was physical fitness and combat skills. The strong would become stronger, and the weak would become weaker. Even a slight difference between the two could rapidly widen with time and exhaustion. The situation didn't seem promising, action needed to be taken. Laros quickly scanned his surroundings, and several incomplete corpses suddenly caught his eye. Judging by their attire, there were both leaf and mist ninjas among them. Approximately 5 or 6 bodies were scattered across the battlefield, each with different causes of death. Clearly, there had just been a fierce clash between squads. Aside from the 2 ninjas still fighting, everyone else had already perished. Laros' eyes darted, surveying the items left behind. Aside from some damaged ninja tools, there appeared to be nothing else useful. He rubbed his forehead, suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness. Should he launch a sneak attack? Given his current strength, the chances of success were almost negligible. Should he force himself to help? The worst-case scenario would be that the two still couldn't defeat each other. The best outcome would only be temporarily driving the opponent back. However, that would expose his presence, and he would likely face pursuit and ambush from the mist ninjas. Even if he gained a powerful ally from this, his chances of survival would likely diminish even further. With a soft sigh, Laros ultimately abandoned the idea of intervening in the battle after weighing the pros and cons. Better to let the dead rest, he thought. Even though he had crossed over and became an honorable chunin of the leaf, he did not inherit the will of fire of his predecessor, thus, abandoning the so-called companions would not weigh on his conscience. So, this leaf ninja he had never met could only fend for himself. Just as he was about to quietly leave as he had come, a faint whisper suddenly brushed past his ear. "Captain! Captain!" He abruptly turned his head towards the source of the voice, only to find himself locking eyes with a pair of wide, furious eyes. Careful, there's still an enemy here.
About 10 meters away from Laro, beneath a collapsed tree, a mist ninja lay in a sorry state, half of a log pinned against his thigh, rendering him immobile.
Laro's pupils instantly contracted. He had indeed noticed this guy before and had thought he was dead, so he hadn't paid him any mind. He couldn't blame himself for being careless. The mist ninja's pitiful appearance made it hard to believe he was still alive. Not to mention the large pool of blood beneath him. His two arms told the story. One was completely missing, while the other was bent at a 90-degree angle. Additionally, the back of this mist ninja showed clear signs of having been blasted by explosive tags, presenting a scorched appearance and faintly emitting a burnt smell. Laro believed that even he would find it difficult to survive such injuries. Even if he were fortunate enough not to die, the pain and blood loss would quickly send him into unconsciousness. Thus, he hadn't taken this suspected corpse seriously before. Moreover, this guy had been lying quietly without showing any signs of life. So what was this now? A resurrection? A flash of life before death? The other person's voice was very weak, like the buzzing of a mosquito. But for the few remaining ninjas present, it was like a bolt from the blue. Boom! Sizzle! Two muffled sounds came in rapid succession, and after another fierce clash, the two combatants instinctively retreated. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Realizing that he had been exposed, Laro quickly assessed the chances of successfully escaping and decided to stop hiding. He stepped out of the thicket calmly. It was only now that he finally got a clear look at the two fighters. The leaf ninja, wearing a forehead protector, was a sickly-looking young man. He clutched his chest tightly with his left hand, using his right hand to lean on his blade, panting heavily as he stood atop a tree branch. Even though the battle had temporarily paused, his gaze remained fixed on his opponent, occasionally glancing at Laro, indicating he had noticed Laro's presence. The mist ninja was a middle-aged man with a dark expression and a scar that extended from the corner of his eye down to his chin. Blood was slowly seeping from his left arm, which he clutched tightly, clearly indicating that he had taken significant damage during the recent clash. Noticing the stark difference in their conditions, a glimmer of light flashed in Laro's eyes as he mentally noted this detail. Although the scarred man was stronger, why had he sustained worse injuries than the leaf ninja after that last exchange? Was he eager to escape? Or was something more important than fighting with his life on the line distracting him? Perhaps it was that mist ninja who had just spoken? This was interesting. Is this leaf reinforcement? The scarred man said, his expression darkening. While keeping an eye on the two enemies before him, he was also cautiously watching the mist ninja who had just alerted him. When he saw that his fallen comrade beneath the tree still had a flicker of life and was looking at him with concern, he felt a slight sense of relief. Then, he deliberately grinned and mocked Laro, "Just you alone? Are you here to seek your death?" That grin, combined with the scar on his face, gave him a particularly sinister and malicious appearance. "From the looks of you, you must be a lucky survivor, huh? That wound, you must have crossed paths with Kazuki Shizuku? How does it feel? Is it exhilarating?" The scarred man taunted Laro without restraint, while also tensing up in readiness, wary of a sudden attack from Laro. The wound caused by the beheading sword was highly recognizable, and the scarred man could tell at a glance. This newly appeared leaf ninja had managed to survive an injury from Kazuki Shizuku, suggesting that his strength was not to be underestimated. The fact that he had chosen to hide earlier indicated that he likely intended to find an opportunity for a lethal strike against him. With this thought, the scarred man's wariness toward Laro deepened. Despite Laro appearing heavily injured, he dared not let his guard down. Laro understood that the scarred man's judgment stemmed from the remnants of blood on his clothing. Essentially, the man was not wrong, and Laro had no intention of hiding anything. Compared to the scarred man's meaningless trash talk, he was more concerned about the intent behind the taunts. Was he trying to provoke him into making a mistake? A playful smile crept onto Laro's lips as he looked at the mist ninja who had revealed his position and said, "Your teammate looks like he's about to breathe his last. Aren't you going to do something about it?" The scarred man's heart tightened, but he feigned indifference, countering, "What do his life and death have to do with me? What about you? Aren't you worried about your own life? With your injuries, even with this guy around," the scarred man shot a sidelong glance at the sickly-faced ninja, sneering, "You absolutely won't escape the trap set by us mist ninjas. So surrender, and at least you'll keep your life." The silent sickly-faced ninja couldn't help but snicker but remained quiet. The recent battle had drained too much of his energy, and he needed to focus on recovering during this precious moment. As for what choice Laro would make, he didn't care. Would the mist ninjas let a captured leaf ninja go? That was preposterous. Death might be the best outcome in all scenarios.
Any sensible person wouldn't choose to surrender, and even though he didn't know Laro, he believed this young companion wouldn't be naive enough to trust the enemy's words simply because they both belonged to the Leaf Village.
What choice would Laro make?
This question seemed unnecessary to answer, as it was merely the scarred man's attempt to stall for time. Laro was well aware of this. Since the enemy had shifted from provoking him to buying time, it indicated that they did not wish to continue the fight, or rather, did not want to engage in battle immediately. Clearly, they were cautious of something. The suspicions in his heart were vaguely confirmed, and with that, Laro naturally would not comply with their wishes. He needed to speed up his actions.
Laro took another look at the scarred man's facial expression.
As expected, he found no flaws on the man's face. This guy had quite the professional demeanor. Abandoning verbal probing, Laro maintained a position facing the scarred man and slowly moved a step closer to the heavily injured Mist Ninja. This step seemed to successfully step on the scarred man's nerves. He noticed the scarred man's grip on the kunai tighten slightly, a fierce glint flashing across his twisted face as he leaned slightly forward, his left leg shifting back, subtly adopting a posture ready to charge. The scarred man's gaze instantly became resolute and ferocious, and Laro realized this guy was about to go all out. Without further thought, Laro shouted, "Stop him!" Before the words even left his mouth, he quickly channeled chakra to his feet, turned, lifted his leg, and ran, all his movements fluid and seamless. The scarred man, seeing Laro's actions, showed no hesitation and forcefully kicked off a tree trunk, diving down towards Laro from the height. Meanwhile, the sickly-faced ninja, who had been monitoring the situation, made a swift judgment and raised his blade, following closely behind the scarred man. A flash of cold light flickered, seemingly slow but quickly closing in on the scarred man's back.
Trying to use a hostage to threaten us?
The sickly-faced ninja thought as he attacked.
He guessed Laro's intention, though it might not succeed, it was worth a try.
In that moment, a tense atmosphere enveloped the three of them, the air feeling as if it had solidified. Laro was only 10 meters away from his target. With his current body, he was confident he could reach it within 2 seconds. The direct distance between the scarred man and Laro was not short, roughly 20 to 30 meters. However, thanks to gravity and his own incredible speed, he was confident he could reach Laro in 1 second. This was due to his wariness of Laro's strength, otherwise, he would have charged in even faster. The sickly ninja's blade inched closer to the scarred man's vital points. A clear mind and rich experience told him that if this troublesome enemy maintained his current trajectory, it would be the scarred man's death in just half a second. In that instant, the world seemed to come to a standstill, as if everyone were actors caught in slow motion, moving frame by frame. Closer and closer. Laro's left hand slowly reached for the fallen Mist Ninja, and he clearly saw the bloodied face of the man. This face was young, up close, he looked quite handsome, but the hatred in his eyes made him appear somewhat discordant. However, when those eyes turned toward him, they flashed with a complex emotion. Within them was guilt, worry, and even admiration. What lay behind him? Laro didn't want to think about it. He just wanted to quickly grab this bastard who had given away his position, then turn around and use him to threaten the scarred man in order to secure a chance for survival. He had already seen clearly that this young Mist Ninja was extremely important to the scarred man. Capturing him would mean taking the initiative. A chill breeze swept through Laro's hair, sending shivers down his spine as goosebumps erupted on his neck. The shadow of death surged over him like a tidal wave, making him tremble uncontrollably. The heightened mental acuity allowed him to sense every minute detail, yet at this moment, it felt like a painful torment. He knew that the scarred man was right behind him, likely aiming to pierce his neck, but he had no time to turn around and confirm it. Should he let go? Should he choose to dodge? Laro clenched his teeth tightly, casting aside all unrealistic thoughts, and a flash of madness crossed his eyes. At this moment, his only hope was that the Leaf Ninja would step up and help him escape this dire situation. The scarred man watched Laro move closer with an expressionless face, beads of sweat silently trickling down his cheek, and the kunai in his hand trembled slightly. The immense pressure felt like it was tightly wrapping around his heart from all sides, almost suffocating him. This pressure was not only from the fact that the Mist Ninja, as his target, was in a life-and-death struggle but also from the blade that was slowly approaching his body. If he forced the kunai to stab, he knew he might meet his end, that was what his instincts told him. The sickly-faced ninja coldly observed the advancing enemy, gripping his long knife firmly. With a chilling intent to kill, he sliced through the air, cutting through the drifting leaves and armor, ultimately touching the opponent's skin, drawing out a vivid splash of blood. This troublesome and reckless enemy was finally about to meet his end. Excitement and exhilaration surged within him. But simultaneously, he thought of Laros, the target of the attack, and the emotions of sorrow and grief also swelled up inside him.
Various feelings intertwined, leaving only pure intent to kill.
In this seemingly frozen moment, the beliefs of those involved intertwined, their thoughts swirling like ocean waves. This was not just a contest of strength but a battle of wills.
Would they choose mutual destruction, or would they momentarily avoid the clash? This split-second decision would directly determine the lives of Laros and the Scarred Man.
Chapter 3, The Choice. The Scarred Man, whose real name was Maki Momochi, was a jonin from the Mist Village. The surname Momochi held a special significance in the Mist Village, representing a family more akin to warriors than ninjas. Although the Momochi family was small in number and lacked bloodline limits, their reputation was not inferior to many of the Mist's bloodline families. This was a rare occurrence in the Mist Village. Ninjas had always pursued power, admired it, and feared it. This was particularly evident in the Mist Village.
If a ninja clan lacked sufficient strength, there was no notion of prestige to speak of.
The reason the Momochi family had endured through the years was simple: they had a profound family heritage that ensured every generation of ninjas stepping out of the family could become the backbone of the village. Rumors suggested that the family had an extremely long history, claiming that long ago, before chakra had emerged, Momochi was the pinnacle of warrior families on this continent. Later, although ninjas appeared and replaced warriors as the dominant force in this world, certain valuable elements did not fade away with time. Instead, they were carefully preserved by the members of the Momochi family.
The new era had arrived, but the power of the old era was not without its uses. The emergence of chakra had propelled ninjas to prominence, but it was not exclusive to them. Its appearance made anything possible.
Combined with chakra, the elders of the Momochi family created many invaluable insights based on their original martial arts system. Unique training methods, complex technique systems, and superior killing skills, these were the sources of the Momochi family's strength.
Maki Momochi felt immense pride for his family and was astonished by the wisdom of his ancestors.
He believed that mastering chakra martial arts to the utmost would not be inferior to those Kage-level ninjas.
He not only thought this but also acted accordingly.
He trained his body around the clock, honing various weapon techniques, making his physique stronger and his speed faster. However, correspondingly, as his focus was completely drawn to family traditions, his jutsu training was naturally set aside. This led him to become a specialized taijutsu ninja, yet he was indifferent to it. Time flowed by unnoticed, and as he neared 50 years of age, his strength seemed to hit a bottleneck, remaining at the jonin level with no further progress. Helpless, he could only lament his lack of talent and naturally placed all his hopes on cultivating the next generation, his son. True strength was gained on the battlefield, forged through blood and fire. Maki understood this deeply. However, he did not dare recklessly take his son into battle against the Rock Village. At that moment, the Leaf Village was launching a major offensive in the Land of Rain. The Mizukage keenly sensed the vulnerability of the Land of Fire's defenses and devised a strategic resource acquisition plan: hit and run. Recognizing this rare opportunity, Maki decisively requested to join the battlefield in the Land of Fire, placing his son in his own squad. Now, with the Leaf's elite forces mostly occupied in the Land of Rain, only minor threats remained in the Land of Fire, suitable for allowing the young to gain experience. However, he never expected that during the third engagement with a Leaf patrol team, his 18-year-old only son, Maki Rin, would die unexpectedly, blown to bits by an explosive tag that had floated in from who knows where. After his death, his body was even mutilated by furious Leaf ninjas as an act of venting their anger. The suddenness of this event left his mind blank. Following that, emotions of rage, hatred, and madness surged like a tidal wave. He swore to kill every Leaf ninja present today. Although the leader on the opposite side was of equal strength to him, and his teammates were falling one by one, he cared not. He vowed to avenge his son. Finally, only one enemy remained in front of him: the leader. This opponent looked to be in his early 20s, and coincidentally, was also a taijutsu ninja. Maki understood how difficult it was to truly master taijutsu, thus, this young man's strength at such a young age was nothing short of terrifying. However, this didn't intimidate him. He firmly believed he would ultimately be stronger and had confidence in dragging this young Leaf ninja down to the grave on this desolate battlefield. But then, another unexpected event occurred. The son he thought was dead was actually still alive, albeit barely clinging to life. The battlefield was in chaos, and at that time, he had no time to carefully check his son's body, which was indeed his oversight.
Hope born of despair always seemed particularly precious. Because of this, Maki lost his composure. He no longer wished to continue the fight, and the urgency to escape affected his performance, resulting in the Leaf Ninja seizing the opportunity to injure his arm. If he had been a ninjutsu-type ninja, this injury might have been a serious blow, but as a taijutsu-type ninja, the injury to his arm was of little consequence and did not hinder him from escaping with his son. Yes, escape. What glory of the family! What revenge for his comrades! All of that could go to hell. As long as his son could live, he no longer desired anything else. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself down, then carefully examined the newly appeared figure, a young man who looked even younger than his son and seemingly injured. However, this young man didn't seem simple. The fact he could survive an attack from the beheading sword made Maki acutely aware of Kazuki Shizuku's strength, which raised his vigilance against this youth. He did not act rashly, as the young man was too close to Maki Rin. After a fruitless exchange of words, the battle resumed reluctantly. At that moment, Maki suddenly found himself trapped in a dilemma. After all, in this area, the Mist Ninjas had stationed considerable forces. If they continued to delay, once nearby reinforcements arrived, even if they were 2 Leaf Ninjas, there would be no escape. As for what would happen to his son if he fell into the enemy's hands, at that moment, Maki instinctively shut that thought out of his mind. No longer hesitating, in the next instant, Maki fiercely withdrew the kunai he had thrust. Using the momentum from his downward dive, he quickly twisted his body, cleverly avoiding direct contact between his heart and the blade. Simultaneously, he delivered a powerful kick toward Laros, while the kunai he had retracted swung horizontally behind him. The chilling sensation vanished in an instant, replaced by a fierce gust of wind rushing at Laros' side. He had no time to think, relying on instinct, he extended his arm to shield his body. Bang! Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones cracking, a tidal wave of force surged through him, sending Laros tumbling away with no resistance, rolling several meters away. Laros lay there awkwardly, dirt and blood instantly covering his body. A few seconds later, he struggled to rise, gritting his teeth against the sharp pain in his arm. He summoned all his strength to stand up and stumbled quickly toward Maki Rin. At that moment, Maki and the sickly-faced ninja resumed their fierce clash. Due to Maki sustaining prior injuries and losing his initial advantage, it was now the sickly-faced ninja who held the upper hand, gradually pushing Maki away from Maki Rin. Seeing the situation becoming clearer, Laros coldly scanned the two of them and raised his voice, shouting, "Stop fighting, Miss Ninja!" His shout successfully captured their attention. After a brief exchange of weapon clashes, they both retreated simultaneously, maintaining a safer distance from each other. Maki panted, his wolf-like gaze piercing into Laros and his son, Maki Rin. Laros was bent over, half-squatting next to the fallen tree, one arm hanging limply at his side, while the other hand tightly gripped a kunai, resting it against the immobile Maki Rin's neck. "He's important to you, isn't he?" Laros panted, smirking coldly, while applying slight pressure with the kunai, drawing a shallow line of blood on Maki Rin's neck. "If you don't want him to die, drop your weapon." Seeing this, Maki still refused to yield. "Oh? You think you can threaten me like this? Go ahead, kill him if you can." Both sides knew that Maki Rin was the only leverage Laros had against Maki, and Maki did not believe that Laros would actually go through with it. Noticing the enemy was still putting on an act, Laros' smile turned even more sinister. "You think I won't dare to act?" As soon as he finished speaking, he applied more force, cutting Maki Rin's skin, causing a trickle of blood to run down his neck. Seeing that Laros seemed serious, Maki's heart skipped a beat, and he hesitated momentarily. "Are you deaf?" Laros' eyes flashed dangerously as he swiftly severed one of Maki Rin's ears. Suddenly subjected to such cruel treatment, Maki Rin let out a muffled groan, fear flashing uncontrollably in his eyes. Witnessing his son suffer so painfully, Maki struggled to suppress the rage boiling within him, gritting his teeth as he said, "What do you want?" Ignoring the murderous glare from Maki, Laros calmly severed Maki Rin's other ear. Finally, the young Mist Ninja could no longer endure the intense pain, letting out a piercing scream. "Ah!" The sickly-faced ninja, observing the situation, couldn't help but show a flicker of discontent at Laros' cruelty. As a ninja living in a time of war, he wouldn't be described as overly rigid, but Laros' blatant torture of a captive stirred discomfort in his heart, prompting a desire to intervene. However, recalling the Leaf comrades who had died at the hands of the Mist Ninjas, he hesitated. Simultaneously, the recent scenes flashed through his mind, solidifying his decision to abandon any thoughts of interfering with Laros. Previously, during the fleeting exchange among the three,
the sickly-faced ninja had nearly pierced Maki's heart. Although Maki had skillfully avoided a fatal blow, he still sustained significant injury. In the brief fight that had just pushed Maki back, the sickly ninja had noticed that this formidable mist ninja had become considerably sluggish. If they clashed again, he was confident he could defeat him. And all of this stemmed from the opportunity created by Laros' reckless actions. Observing Laros' performance from his arrival until now, whether it was his keen insight into the enemy's vulnerabilities or his decisive willingness to act, all of it left a profound impression on the sickly ninja. He realized that Laro was not someone lacking intelligence, perhaps he had his own reasons for acting this way. Unconsciously, the sickly-faced ninja didn't even notice that he had begun to trust Laro, this unexpected ally. With this thought, he slightly turned his head, no longer focusing on Laro and Maki-rin but concentrating all his energy on Maki. He raised his blade, slowly moving closer to Laro, prepared for any desperate strike Maki might attempt. Maki-rin's scream once again triggered Maki's nerves. This time, along with his fury, there was also a subtle hint of panic deep within him. It was a gamble, this was the message Maki read from Laro's eyes. He didn't know whether Laro would dare destroy his only bargaining chip, but he knew he couldn't afford to take that risk. Reluctantly, Maki had no choice but to drop his kunai, then slowly reached for his waist, carefully removing his ninja tool pouch. After gesturing to Laro, he threw it to the ground. At this point, Maki gradually regained his composure. He had perceived Laro's strengths and weaknesses. Just moments ago, when facing his ambush from behind, Laro had shown to be quite vulnerable. He had killed many opponents of similar strength before. Yet now, he found himself even more cautious of Laro than he had been at the beginning, even afraid to provoke him too easily if he wanted to keep his son alive. With the sickly-faced ninja present, it was clear that he couldn't turn the tide on his own in this situation. Thus, he could only delay, dragging it out for as long as possible, waiting for other mist ninja teams to discover the commotion here. Perhaps there would be a chance for a turnaround. I know you're trying to buy time. Laro observed Maki's slow movements and realized he still hadn't given up. He smiled nonchalantly, wiping the blood from the kunai on Maki-rin's collar. But that's fine, I can keep playing along. It's just that this one. Laro tapped Maki-rin's cheek with the back of the kunai, is going to have a tough time soon. Maki said nothing, seemingly ignoring Laro's words. Why so quiet? This is rather boring, Laro said, slightly furrowing his brow, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Don't look so down. Sure, you've lost your ear, but you still have your nose, tongue, eyes, and teeth. Life goes on. Maki's body jolted suddenly, staring at Laro in disbelief, his mouth instinctively opening slightly. He never expected that this young leaf ninja could be so vicious. He even began to doubt whether Laro was serious. You win, Maki said, bitterness flooding his mouth as he deeply felt the helplessness and despair of being the fish on the chopping board. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you to kill yourself or anything unreasonable. I know you wouldn't agree to that. Laro pretended to ponder for a moment, then casually said, how about this? I need to think of some conditions that would satisfy both of us. For now, turn around, and I'll let you know shortly. Maki pondered for a moment. He certainly wouldn't easily trust Laro's words, but the current situation forced him to compromise temporarily. Thinking of the trump card he had yet to play, Maki decided to stabilize the situation for the time being. He expressionlessly nodded, fine, I hope you can be quick about it. With that, he said no more and slowly turned his back. Maki was a powerful taijutsu ninja, and everyone present understood this. However, even if he was strong and quick, exposing his back to an enemy was an exceedingly dangerous act. One of the ninja codes clearly stated that principle, yet Maki disregarded it without hesitation. Had he completely given up, or did he still have a trump card? Laro leaned toward the latter. Should he send the sickly-faced ninja to intervene? No, after going to such lengths and losing an arm, he couldn't afford to let this valuable combat strength face any unexpected incidents. Laro narrowed his eyes slightly, closely observing Maki's profile while constantly contemplating his thoughts. At the same time, he formed a vague judgment about the relationship between the captive and Maki. The extent to which Maki was willing to go, it must be a very close familial bond, perhaps father and son? No, please don't. Maki-rin, pinned beneath Laro, exerted the last bit of his strength to raise his head, his eyes pleading. Please, just kill me. Hearing his son's voice, Maki paused slightly, then turned completely around, fully exposing his back to the two enemies. Seeing this scene, the sickly-faced ninja let out a light sigh. It was filled with emotion, melancholy, and a hint of regret.
Logic told him to seize the opportunity to decisively attack the enemy. 10 meters was a mere moment for a ninja of his caliber, especially since the enemy currently had his back turned. At this moment, he could easily eliminate this troublesome mist ninja, but he still refrained from acting recklessly. The sickly-faced ninja turned slightly, glancing at Laro. Laro ignored Maki Rin's pleas, pressing the young ninja's head firmly into the dirt. Noticing the sickly ninja's gaze, Laro contemplated briefly before gesturing with his hand. The meaning of this gesture was clear: cover for me. In this situation, what else needed covering? Was Laro planning to make a secret move without the mist ninjas noticing? The sickly-faced ninja nodded, stepping forward to position himself in front of Laro. Seeing that the sickly ninja successfully blocked Maki's curious gaze, Laro no longer hesitated. He removed the ninja tool pouch hanging at Maki Rin's waist and began to rummage inside. A few kunai and shuriken were casually discarded to the side; those items were no longer of use to him. Next, he pulled out a scroll, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to keep it, as it wouldn't add much weight. Soon, Laro's eyes lit up when he found 10 explosive tags. He also pulled out the remaining 2 tags from his pouch, giving him a total of 12 explosive tags. Without hesitation, Laro took one of the explosive tags and stuck it on Maki Rin's face. Then, he placed 10 more on various parts of the young ninja's upper body, finally hiding the last one in Maki Rin's pocket. He adjusted Maki Rin's clothing to cover the last tag's position and nodded to himself. He knew that with this arrangement, Maki would find it difficult to rescue his son easily, and he might end up getting caught in the blast himself. Even if Maki had a trump card to ensure his survival, he would likely end up seriously injured. Moreover, considering Maki's current condition and the burden of dragging a liability, he would lose a significant portion of his combat capability. After quickly running through potential scenarios in his mind, Laro suddenly felt that the earth-style jutsu he had mastered might come in handy at this moment. Maki pulled at his son's clothing, but before he could say anything, his gaze was drawn to the scene before him. He saw the explosive tag on Maki Rin's face slowly burning, and fire flickered on his arms, chest, and the back of his head. Maki's pupils constricted slightly as he instinctively reached to tear off the armor from his son's body. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed. His chakras surged wildly within him, and his fingers danced like jumping sprites. In just 2 seconds, he completed 5 hand seals. Laro was half squatting, his hands pressed firmly against the ground, ready to cast his jutsu. Earth Release, Earth Prison. With the activation of the jutsu, the ground around Maki and Maki Rin began to move rapidly. Fragments of rock mixed with dirt surged up, forming a massive vortex that crazily closed in on the 2 prey at the center. Given the current situation, Laro opted for this control-type earth jutsu. The radius of the earth prison was 5 meters, forming a hemispherical structure made of dirt and rocks, with a sturdiness comparable to reinforced concrete from his past life. The effect of this jutsu was similar to the earth prison mastered by Jirobo in the original story, but it possessed subtle differences. For instance, the earth prison could be cast from a distance but lacked the ability to absorb the enemy's chakra. Laro believed earth prison should be a preliminary jutsu to earth prison, no way, or perhaps an earlier version, as they served a similar purpose, both used to trap enemies. For a jonin, a jutsu of this level might not pose much trouble. However, at this moment, this C-rank jutsu was enough to pose a lethal threat to Maki. Stop him. Laro maintained the jutsu while turning to the sickly-faced ninja. The sickly-faced ninja nodded, swiftly tossing a handful of kunai, accurately blocking all of Maki's escape routes. Maki snorted coldly. He had already torn off the mist ninja armor from Maki Rin, but the explosive tags still clung to it, continuing to burn, a clear sign of an impending explosion. In this critical moment, Maki hesitated not at all, throwing the armor, which felt like a hot potato, toward Laro and the sickly-faced ninja. Seeing the burning explosive tags on the armor, the sickly-faced ninja instantly understood Laro's plan. Calmly, he extended his katana, thrusting, twisting, and flicking, sending the armor back along its original trajectory. At the same time, he shot out several precise shuriken, forcing Maki back from attempting to escape the range of the earth prison. At this moment, Maki was busy tearing off the remaining explosive tags from Maki Rin while also defending against the incoming projectiles. With his dwindling stamina from the fierce battle, he simply couldn't escape with Maki Rin in such a short time. As the earthen barriers around them began to close in, with only the top remaining unsealed, Maki realized he was running out of time. Do I have to use that technique? But... A flicker of hesitation passed through Maki's mind. It's time. Explode! Laro, not waiting for the Earth prison to fully close, detonated the explosive tags without hesitation.
At the current height of the Earth prison walls, it was enough to protect himself from the blast's destructive power.
11 explosive tags detonated simultaneously. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The deafening roar accompanied by reddish flames surged from the opening of the Earth prison, which had not yet fully closed. While the scale was incomparable to a volcanic eruption, the scene bore some resemblance.
Crack, crack.
In an instant, the earthen walls constructed from dirt and debris became riddled with countless cracks. Fine dust wafted through the air. The shockwave from the explosion was partially diffused by the Earth prison, merely dispersing as a gentle breeze that brushed against Laro's hair.
It's over. Laro released his hands, cutting off the chakra supply, and the Earth release technique ceased its reaction. He silently gazed at his masterpiece before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This was his first time using ninjutsu, and the result was undoubtedly successful.
Thanks to his Chunin-level chakra, the powerful mental strength forged from the fusion of two souls, and the muscle memory of his body, executing this technique had posed no difficulties. Everything seemed to flow seamlessly, without any setbacks. It appeared that everything had settled, and the sickly-faced ninja let out a quiet sigh of relief, preparing to sheath his blade.
However, before they could relax, a series of fine cracking sounds suddenly echoed.
This sound drew the attention of both Laro and the sickly-faced ninja, and it came from inside the Earth prison.
How is that possible? The sickly-faced ninja exclaimed in disbelief. How can he still be alive after such an explosion?
Laro squinted slightly, observing the trembling Earth prison, his left hand subtly moving, fingers quietly coming together. He had just detonated 11 explosive tags, and there was one more hidden in Maki Rin's pocket as a final precaution. The current situation remained unclear. Perhaps he could use this untriggered explosive tag as a trump card. However, it was the existence of the forbidden technique that turned this seemingly impossible situation into reality. In fact, he had activated a family inheritance forbidden technique. This technique had effects quite similar to the 8 gates, allowing him to greatly enhance his strength, speed, and chakra for a short period. With the power granted by the forbidden technique, he successfully survived alongside his son. Unfortunately, compared to the 8 gates, this forbidden technique was vastly inferior. First, it was uncontrollable, a one-time use jutsu. Once activated, regardless of the extent of its use or duration, the user would inevitably become paralyzed and reduced to a state of helplessness afterward. Moreover, even with such a heavy cost, the effectiveness of this forbidden technique was still far less than the death gate state of the 8 gates. The power it granted could at most be equivalent to the 5th gate of the 8 gates, making its cost-effectiveness extremely poor. After all, the technical prowess of the Mist Ninjas did have a noticeable gap compared to the Leaf.
But at least they were alive, weren't they? Maki's eyes were bloodshot, and an ominous red chakra steam enveloped him.
He silently looked down at his unconscious son. At least Maki Rin was still alive.
So what he needed to do next was...
Inside the dark and cramped Earth prison, the residual heat from the explosion and another, even greater source of heat began to merge, causing the air to distort from the high temperature.
Outside, Laro glanced at the somewhat restless sickly-faced ninja beside him and said lightly, "Are you thinking of leaving?"
"I don't understand what we're waiting for here," the sickly-faced ninja said grimly, his instincts warning him that staying would lead to great danger.
Even if that guy is still alive, he's probably not far from death. And there are definitely Mist Ninjas patrolling nearby. We don't need to wait here for him to breathe his last.
Laro shook his head, coldly observing the red mist slowly drifting from the top of the Earth prison, calmly responding, "If you want to go, then go.
But I don't like leaving any potential threats behind."
It was quite clear from the sounds coming from the Earth prison that Maki was likely still alive and probably preparing some powerful technique inside. Once he emerged, he could deliver a fatal strike against them. Although facing him posed great danger, this risk was worth taking.
Laro's gaze flickered as various calculations filled his mind.
After all, with 11 explosive tags detonating at close range, Laro firmly believed Maki could not come out unscathed. If Maki was gravely injured, then regardless of whether he was bluffing or still had the strength to fight, he would undoubtedly be at his limit.
As long as they could withstand Maki's desperate counterattack, this trouble could be thoroughly eliminated.
If they chose to retreat now, even if they managed to escape, Maki would certainly report their information to the higher-ups of the Mist Ninjas. Afterward, they would inevitably face a large-scale search and pursuit by the Mist Ninjas. This battlefield was vast and far from the Leaf Village. If they lost their trail, it would be extremely difficult to return alive. Thus, the thought of completely eliminating Maki, leaving no future threats behind this idea could not be abandoned due to a momentary danger. The sickly-faced ninja sighed, having heard the deeper meaning in Laros' words.
After careful consideration, he also abandoned the idea of retreating. First, since Laro was unwilling to retreat, leaving alone would mean abandoning his comrade, which he could not accept.
Secondly, Maki had killed all his teammates, and he could not simply let that go.
So, let's fight then. But are we just going to watch? Don't you have any other ideas?
The sickly-faced ninja frowned, the oppressive intense atmosphere making him somewhat irritable. If I had more explosive tags, I would have thrown them in already, Laro replied, glancing at the sickly-faced ninja. In fact, both Laro's previous self and the sickly-faced ninja had very few supplies left after a long period of intense fighting. Kunai were manageable, but consumables like explosive tags were limited, using one meant losing one. After the recent flurry of explosions, Laro had nearly exhausted all of his explosive stock. The current situation was that the sickly-faced ninja was a taijutsu user, while the two ninjutsu Laro had were of little use in this scenario. They found themselves in a rather awkward position, feeling somewhat at a loss. They didn't want to interfere with the enemy, but doing so meant taking the risk of getting close, and they lacked means for long-range attacks. They both understood that recklessly acting before the situation was clear would be tantamount to seeking death. At this point, maintaining silence and waiting might be the better option. Rather than rushing in and giving the enemy an opportunity to counterattack, it would be wiser to keep their distance and observe, waiting for the enemy to emerge before delivering a fatal blow. Neither Laro nor the sickly-faced ninja could afford to hesitate, and neither could Maki, who was preparing to unleash some sort of technique inside the Earth prison.
Both had a vague sense of foreboding. Sure enough, in the next moment. Crack, boom.
The cracked earthen wall was violently struck from within, instantly creating a massive breach, with rock fragments and dirt swirling like a tempest and rolling away into the distance. Simultaneously, a wave of intense heat surged forth, and Laro felt the temperature around him rise by about 10 degrees in an instant.
High temperature?
Suddenly, a chilling wave of coldness enveloped Laro, piercing through him. Even without witnessing it with his own eyes, his finely honed battle instincts told him without doubt that something was wrong. He had no time for further contemplation, decisively twisting his body and swiftly moving to the left while drawing a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Whoosh! A blood-colored figure shot out from the dark earth prison like a ghost, barely taking a blink to zip past the spot where Laro had just stood, creating a fierce gust of wind. This guy's speed has increased. Laro's heart sank, but his actions did not falter. The kunai shot forth like lightning, aiming directly at the head of the blood-colored figure. His target was unmistakably those two cold, glimmering eyes. At the same time, the sickly-faced ninja acted even faster, his katana blade pressing tightly against the opponent's back. Sensing the powerful thrusts from both sides, Maki's bloodshot eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. At this moment, both his speed and strength had seen tremendous enhancements due to the forbidden technique. Confident in his abilities, he thought it would be an easy task to deal with these two opponents before the technique's effects wore off. With attacks like yours, are you playing house? Facing the blades from Laro and the sickly-faced ninja, Maki's left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Laro's kunai and twisting it fiercely. The steel kunai twisted into a spiral under his strength, becoming a twisted mess. At the same time, Laro's arm was caught in the inertia of the movement. Though he released his grip in time, he stumbled and lost his balance for a moment. The next moment, what awaited Laro was a shower of kunai fragments that had been mangled into useless pieces, flying toward his face with a whistling sound. Not good. In that critical moment, Laro struggled to move his head, barely avoiding the deadly blow. However, fragments still grazed his cheek, causing droplets of blood to sprinkle into the air like fine rain. Realizing that his strength was far from posing a threat to Maki, Laro felt a surge of urgency. He quickly retreated, trying to escape the dangerous battlefield and leave the enemy for the sickly-faced ninja to handle.
He dashed toward the Earth Prison's direction.
However, Maki, empowered by the forbidden technique, had strength that surpassed Laros' imagination. The sickly-faced ninja's blade was easily dodged by Maki, who then delivered a powerful kick to the sickly-faced ninja's chest.
Bang! Bang!
The katana flew out of the sickly-faced ninja's hands, and his body was sent flying backward from the impact, suffering severe injuries. Seeing his ally spit blood and get thrown back in an instant, Laros' heart sank. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Sure enough, a bloodied shadow rushed forward, accompanied by a wave of steam and a thunderous roar that surged toward Laros like a whirlwind, along with a mocking and hateful laugh.
"Where do you think you're going, brat?" Before Laros could react, Maki's furious punch struck him hard in the back.
The force seemed to penetrate his skin, violently crashing into his organs.
PFF, Laros spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with bits of flesh.
Hit by this fierce blow, Laros was instantly knocked to the ground, his body colliding violently with the earth, raising a cloud of dust and sending a shockwave rippling outward. Lying there in a daze, Laros felt his insides churning, dizziness overwhelming him, and his consciousness fading.
Had a single hit really pushed him to the brink? Was the gap between them truly this vast?
In his dazed state, he felt a sense of absurdity. He couldn't believe he had fallen so easily.
What would happen next? Would he die here? Would it all end like this?
The threat of death crashed over his mind, yet Laros felt no fear. He had experienced countless life and death crises in his past life. He would not give up easily until the last moment. Struggling, he attempted to drag his weakened arm to prop himself up, but every attempt ended in failure. In the end, all he could manage was to shift from lying prone to lying flat. Everything seemed to have been predetermined, set in stone. He coldly watched Maki's menacing scarred face emerge from the blood-red steam, seeing the foot slowly raised above his head, and he finally began to understand. To be honest, his actions upon arriving in this world had primarily revolved around the theme of survival, including seeking allies and eliminating threats, all aimed at increasing his chances of survival. He had considered many things, looked far ahead, with a sense of foresight. But that in itself wasn't wrong, it was just that he had somewhat misplaced his priorities, neglecting the immediate, massive threat right in front of him. After all, this was not the modern battlefield he was familiar with. Without firearms, he was no longer the powerful mercenary he once was.
To top-tier experts like Maki and Kazuki, his strength was practically negligible.
He clearly lacked the capability to deal with all of this but had fallen into an illusion of control, recklessly taking risks and gambles. His mistake lay in underestimating this world and the strength of ninjas. Ninjutsu and chakra contained infinite possibilities, often beyond the realm of common sense, and events wouldn't always unfold according to logic. The battlefield strategies, experiences, and habitual plans from his previous life had misled him, putting him in this extremely unfavorable situation. "You've caused me quite a bit of trouble, kid," Maki said, his bloodshot eyes filled with a sense of satisfaction. His right leg was fully charged, aimed directly at Laros' head. "But I won't torment you, I'll let you die quickly. You can consider this my mercy. Once I deal with you, I'll take care of that other kid. This guy talks too much." Even as he saw his head about to be crushed, Laros still chuckled fearlessly. Seeing that mocking smile on Laros' face, Maki felt irritation surge within him. He did not see the familiar look of fear on the young man's countenance. "What are you laughing at?" "Cough, cough." Laros coughed a few times, gasping for breath as he spoke. "I'm laughing because your son is on the brink of death, yet you still have the leisure to banter with me. You bastard, stop talking nonsense." Maki's brows furrowed tightly, a strong sense of unease surging within him. He suddenly felt that he could no longer continue listening to Laros. But with his son's safety at stake, he found himself hesitating once more. Had he overlooked something important when checking Maki Rin's condition? Did the enemy really plant something on his son that he was unaware of? Moreover, how did this brat know about his relationship with Maki Rin? Was it just a lucky guess? Or, with suspicion clouding his judgment, Maki hesitated and slowed the motion of his raised leg. The foot imbued with destructive power halted just 10 centimeters away from Laros' head. It seems I'm not going to survive, so let me tell you this. Laro noticed Maki's action and took the opportunity to continue. In that explosion earlier, I detonated a total of 11 explosive tags.
But do you know how many explosive tags I actually have? Want to know how many I've hidden on your precious son? Maki scoffed dismissively. So what? Do you think you can still detonate them? Once I kill you, my son will be safe.
Laro tilted his head slightly, replying calmly, unfortunately for you, if you kill me, your son is as good as dead, because the key to the last 2 explosive tags is not in my possession.
Could it be? Maki abruptly turned his head.
What met his eyes was the sickly-faced ninja, trembling yet standing firm over 10 meters away, his hands forming the unseal gesture, his face darkened.
Don't act rashly, Miss Ninja. Chapter 5, Escape.
The unseal gesture required the index and middle fingers to come together, with the thumb pressing down on the ring finger's joint.
Generally, this hand sign is used to detonate explosive tags when appearing alone.
At that moment, the sickly-faced ninja was in terrible condition, something anyone could immediately discern.
The 2 whip-like kicks from Maki under the effects of the forbidden technique were not easily withstood.
Even though he had tried his best to dodge, he still suffered severe injuries. His ribs were fractured, extensive bruising covered his chest, and even his heart experienced slight shock. His trusty katana was nowhere to be found, indicating just how dire his situation was.
However, he was still alive, not only alive but also able to move closer to hear Laro and Maki's conversation. As a taijutsu ninja, his body was incredibly resilient.
And as a jonin-level ninja, his intelligence was sufficient to handle various situations. When Laro mentioned the word key and turned to look at him, the sickly-faced ninja understood Laro's intention in an instant and played along. Even though they seemed trapped in a desperate situation, Laro and the sickly-faced ninja had no intention of giving up.
Until the last moment, the outcome was still uncertain. You too. Maki's expression turned extremely dark.
At this moment, he felt immense self-loathing, hating himself for bringing Maki-rin into this brutal battlefield, hating himself for not activating the forbidden technique sooner to swiftly eliminate these 2 shameless foes.
What a miscalculation, what a miscalculation.
Before bursting out of the earth prison, he should have checked Maki-rin's body more carefully. It was the time constraint of the forbidden technique that caused him to act hastily and overlook such an important matter. Withdrawing the foot that was about to crush Laro's head, Maki slowly turned to face the sickly-faced ninja, his mind racing as he tried to formulate a plan.
Explosive tags, did they truly exist, or was this merely the enemy's bluff? Maki found it challenging to determine. Should he gamble and rush in to kill the sickly-faced ninja?
No, judging from the hand seals he had formed, if there were indeed explosive tags, a single thought could set them off.
Should he mimic the enemy and use the nearby comrade as a hostage for threats?
But that would take too much time, and the outcome was unpredictable.
Maki-rin's injuries could not be delayed any longer. If this dragged on, he would indeed perish.
At this point, Maki knew his options were limited. Continuing to confront the enemy would not only result in Maki-rin's death but also his own after the forbidden technique wore off. As for reinforcements from the mist, Maki had long since lost hope. It had been too long. If assistance were coming, it would have arrived by now. So, there were no good choices left. He could no longer afford to gamble. He would undoubtedly become a waste once the forbidden technique ended, but as long as Maki-rin could survive, there was still hope for the family.
Let's cease hostilities. Maki seemed to lose all his fighting spirit in an instant. I don't want to lose my son, and you wouldn't want to watch your comrade die in front of you, would you?
The sickly-faced ninja's expression stiffened, seemingly caught off guard by the mist ninja's proposal.
Cease hostilities. Agree to him. Continuing like this benefits no one.
Laro coughed weakly, struggling to prop himself up while subtly signaling the sickly-faced ninja with his eyes.
Seeing Laro's expression, the sickly-faced ninja instantly understood his meaning. Maki was now caught in a dilemma, but weren't they in a similar situation?
Laro, who could detonate the explosive tags, had fallen into the enemy's hands. It seemed that under the other's watchful eyes, he would find it difficult to make any moves.
What the sickly-faced ninja was doing was merely posturing. If exposed, both of them would be doomed. Fine, I agree.
You need to move away from my comrade, and I promise I won't detonate the explosive tags. Having grasped the current situation, the sickly-faced ninja said seriously.
You best not pull any tricks, otherwise. Maki left the sentence hanging, but both sides understood the implications.
After all, under the effects of the forbidden technique, Maki held overwhelming martial power. If Maki Rin came to harm, Laro and the sickly-faced ninja would have no leverage left to restrain him. With that, Maki suddenly pushed off the ground, charging toward the earth prison, surrounded by billowing blood mist. He had already wasted too much time and was eager to bring Maki Rin back to the hidden mist village for treatment. Seeing this, the sickly-faced ninja rushed forward without a word, lifting Laro and darting toward the nearby forest. Laro hung limply, relying heavily on the sickly-faced ninja's shoulder. Before they completely left the battlefield, he inexplicably turned back to take one last glance. Over 100 meters away, his gaze met Maki's cold, icy eyes. At this moment, Maki was quickly stripping Maki Rin of his clothing while keeping an eye on Laro and the sickly-faced ninja's retreat. Noticing that Maki Rin's lower half was left with only a pair of shorts, the rest of the discarded clothing had been thrown aside by Maki. Laro sighed softly, his left hand, which had formed the unseal gesture, quietly relaxed. The opportunity had vanished, activating his last resort now would be ineffective. It seemed that things had finally come to a conclusion. The battle had indeed come to an end. However, Laro knew well that this was merely a brief calm before the storm, a prelude to the impending chaos. Because they had not completely eliminated Maki, this meant that their intelligence would inevitably leak out, drawing the attention of the mist ninjas. Next, a pursuit would surely follow, and Laro had no illusions about this. He understood that his future remained fraught with uncertainty. So, before the next fight arrived, what preparations did he need to make? While Laro was lost in thought, a weak voice suddenly reached his ears. You didn't detonate all the explosive tags, did you? The speaker was Kazuki, the sickly-faced ninja. Laro turned his head to glance at his comrade. At that moment, Kazuki's already pale face looked even more ashen, like a blank sheet of paper. His chest appeared slightly concave, clearly indicating that his ribs were broken and his injuries were quite severe. I had to keep some tricks up my sleeve, just in case, Laro replied. Put me down, I can walk on my own. Kazuki was silent for a moment but did not heed Laro's request, continuing to carry him as they dashed through the dense forest. We've only run a few kilometers, and we still haven't left the danger zone. If that mist ninja suddenly changes his mind, you won't be able to escape at your speed, Kazuki stated. Hearing Kazuki's words and looking into his eyes, which betrayed his concern, Laro abandoned his attempts to persuade him. Although, based on the mist ninja's apparent concern for his son, Laro believed that the enemy would not ignore his child to specifically hunt them down, two insignificant individuals. Fine, then. I appreciate your help, Laro finally accepted Kazuki's kindness. No problem. During their journey, the two chatted, getting to know each other better. Laro didn't need to say much, but Kazuki introduced himself as a special jonin from the village. Both had come to the border for reconnaissance missions, which was why they had encountered the mist ninjas, resulting in the near-total annihilation of their respective teams. In retrospect, Laro and Kazuki, originally part of a four-member team, now had only the two of them left. Their situation was indeed tragic. Fortunately, Laro had learned of the mist ninjas' objectives, and Kazuki confirmed their presence along the border, so their mission could be considered barely accomplished. After some discussion and strong suggestions from Laro, they decided to return to the Leaf Village. Kazuki had no objections. If it weren't for being entangled with Maki, he would have likely retreated much earlier. In fact, given Maki's strength, if Laro hadn't intervened, Kazuki would have definitely died in that fight. This incident made Laro vaguely aware that he had inadvertently changed the original plot of the Hokage world. Kazuki was skilled in taijutsu and sword techniques. From their earlier conversation, Laro learned that Kazuki possessed a bloodline limit known as the invisibility technique. However, the enhancement it provided in taijutsu combat was not significant, and it consumed a massive amount of chakra, which was why Kazuki hadn't used it in the previous battle.
Considering everything, Kazuki could very well be the father of the character known as Kazuki Shikaz from the original story. After all, the members of the Kazuki clan were already few and far between, and currently, only Kazuki's branch had any active ninjas. Laros didn't dwell on it too much. After all, crossovers like this had already happened, and encountering familiar faces in foreign lands was bound to occur again. At present, they needed to focus on how to treat Laros' injuries, and Kazuki, the combat strength Laros had fought hard to save, also had serious wounds on his chest. He couldn't afford to let him sustain any more damage. Leaning against Kazuki's shoulder, Laros struggled slightly and said, "It's getting dark. I know some basic techniques for setting bones and dressing wounds. We should find a place to handle our injuries." Kazuki did not respond immediately but glanced back and said, "We've run dozens of kilometers. Since no mist ninjas have pursued us yet, it seems they've given up. You should be able to walk on your own now, right? I'll put you down, and we can find a hiding spot together." Laros nodded. After resting for a while, he felt that the injury on his back had eased considerably and should not affect his mobility. Next, the two split up to begin searching the nearby area. Soon, the experienced Kazuki found a very concealed cave. From the outside, it looked like nothing special, but as they walked through a tunnel at the entrance, Laros was astonished to discover that it was a natural limestone cave. Inside the cave, various glowing minerals sparkled, and the ground was strewn with oddly shaped rocks. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like coral formations, creating a rhythmic sound as water dripped down. "Nature is truly masterful. This is the first time I've seen such beautiful scenery," Kazuki remarked, clearly mesmerized by the cave. "Too bad this doesn't help our current situation," Laros said blandly. "I'll go outside to gather some firewood. You should quickly set up some traps to prevent the mist ninjas from sneaking up on us without us knowing." "You really have no romantic spirit at all," Kazuki muttered, but he averted his gaze and left the cave to set up traps. As night deepened, clouds gathered in the sky, obscuring the moonlight, signaling that another heavy rain was imminent. In this stunning limestone cave, Laros and Kazuki sat around a campfire, roasting rabbit meat that Laros had hunted while gathering wood, casually chatting. Laros had grown tired of the dry taste of military rations. "So, you escaped from the 7 ninja swordsmen?" "Impressive, Laros," Kazuki said after hearing about Laros' experiences. "They simply didn't regard me as a threat. Otherwise, they wouldn't have skipped checking me," Laros replied with a self-deprecating smile. To avoid raising suspicion, he shared everything with Kazuki except for the fact that he had crossed over. As for how he survived the executioner's sword, he attributed it to the enemy's carelessness. Because he had not lied about anything other than his crossing over, the entire event's logic was clear, and the details were precise, not raising any suspicions from Kazuki. "By the way, how did you know about the father-son relationship between those two mist ninjas?" It was obvious that Kazuki had been puzzled by this question for a long time. He had held it in until now, which showed his internal struggle. "Actually, it's nothing special, just careful observation," Laros replied nonchalantly. From the very beginning, he had been closely watching the battle between Maki and Kazuki. Both sides, especially Maki, exhibited a noticeable change in combat style throughout the process. From the initial desperate fighting to Maki Rin suddenly speaking up, this shift was very significant. Whether it was a desire for mutual destruction or a quest for self-preservation and a way out, Laros was keenly aware of these subtle changes. So, what exactly caused this transformation? There were 2 key factors: Maki Rin's voice and Laros' sudden appearance. At first, Laros did not suspect Maki Rin, he merely thought his presence had made the opponent more vigilant. However, Maki's seemingly aimless actions and time-wasting behavior indicated that he clearly did not want to continue fighting. Laros did not believe that such a ferocious mist ninja would simply abandon combat out of fear of him. The most suspicious part was that Maki neither continued the fight nor chose to retreat. From that moment on, Laros began to take note of Maki Rin. Coupled with the aloof camaraderie among the mist ninjas during that time, Laros decisively conducted a test, the results of which satisfied him greatly. Afterward, through observing and analyzing the performances of both Maki and Maki Rin, Laros eventually confirmed their father-son relationship. Using this knowledge as leverage, he took control of the battle and ultimately escaped from what had initially been a deadly situation. The process involved in observing, judging, and engaging in psychological warfare was not something easily conveyed to outsiders.
Laros' actions could be said to have completely gambled with his life. One wrong step could lead to irreversible consequences.
That was incredible, Laro! Kazuki exclaimed, deeply moved after hearing Laros' analysis. The ability to perceive thunder in silence and catch the truth in subtleties, perhaps that was the true trait of a ninja.
Unfortunately, I ultimately made a careless mistake, Laro admitted, feeling a pang of guilt at Kazuki's praise.
If I had decisively chosen to retreat back then, we wouldn't be in this injured state now.
Kazuki touched the bandages wrapped around his chest, a hint of fear crossing his face. Yes, that forbidden technique was terrifying. It was just like the legendary 8 gates. I never expected that the ninjas from the Mist Village could wield such a horrifying technique.
The two fell into silence.
After a moment, it was Kazuki who initiated the conversation again.
By the way, how's your right hand? Can you still form hand seals? Chapter 6, Ability.
Upon hearing Kazuki's inquiry, Laro struggled to lift his arm and tentatively waved it a few times.
What's going on? A powerful shock surged through Laro's heart.
His right arm, which should have been broken during the previous battle, now moved smoothly and freely, as if it had never been injured. If it weren't for the bandages still wrapped around his arm, he might even doubt that he had previously suffered a fracture.
But how could this be?
Only a few hours had passed since his injury.
Could such a severe wound heal completely in just a matter of hours? That was unthinkable. Suddenly, Laro seemed to realize something.
He slowly reached behind his back with his remaining left hand. His back had been heavily injured during the fight with Maki, with a slight fracture in his spine and extensive bruising around his heart area. Even a gentle touch would have caused immense pain. But now, when he touched it, he felt no discomfort at all. Could it be that, along with his crossing over, he had gained some sort of special ability related to healing injuries?
Coming back to his senses, Laro noticed that Kazuki was still watching him intently.
He suppressed the tumult of emotions within and made an effort to maintain an outward calm. I feel much better. Forming hand seals shouldn't be a problem.
Oh, that's good. Kazuki eyed Laro with suspicion, sensing that he might be hiding something. He hadn't felt this way before. Did something just happen that led him to this suspicion?
Noticing Kazuki's scrutinizing gaze, Laro sighed inwardly. These ninjas had noses sharper than dogs. What should he do? Continuing to conceal the truth might cause Kazuki to harbor suspicion against him, which would be detrimental to their future cooperation.
Should he explain a bit?
After some thought, Laro decided to reveal part of the truth and quickly concocted a reason. Just now, it seems my secret technique reacted.
Secret technique?
Yes, it's a family secret of mine. It's a technique I apply to myself related to healing. However, I'm not very proficient with it, and I didn't expect it to work just now.
Kazuki's suspicious gaze gradually faded.
He understood that this was Laro's family secret, and it was reasonable for him to not elaborate further. Yet, given their difficult situation, Kazuki felt compelled to ask, although this question might be rude, Laro, can your secret technique help me heal my injuries? With the path ahead uncertain, being pursued by the Mist Ninjas, and dealing with serious injuries, Kazuki didn't want to miss any opportunity to increase his chances of survival. Even though it was very impolite to inquire about someone else's family secret, he couldn't care less at this moment. Losing face was better than losing his life. Laro hesitated for a moment, but seeing the hopeful look in Kazuki's eyes and recalling that the upcoming battles would need Kazuki's strength, he decided to speak the truth with reservations. To be honest, the effectiveness of this secret technique is somewhat hit or miss. I'm not sure how much it can actually help. Moreover, I'm not proficient enough with it. To help you heal your injuries, I would need to study it further since I've never used this technique on someone else before.
Kazuki nodded, indicating that he understood.
That's all right. If it works, great. If it doesn't, there's no loss. I really can't be sure what the consequences of failure would be. Laro muttered to himself, then slowly raised his right arm, focusing entirely on this suddenly manifested special ability. He had no idea when this ability activated, nor did he notice any unusual sensations in his body at that moment.
From its effects, it seemed to simply heal injuries, but what was its underlying principle? Was it accelerating cell division, or enhancing metabolic rates? Or did it require chakra to activate like medical ninjutsu? Or was some other unknown energy at play? Could the sudden improvement of his injuries upon arriving in this world also be related to this ability?
This was not something he could actively control, suggesting it was a passive effect.
Moreover, the trigger conditions seemed to be injury. So, could he control it actively?
Laros calmed himself, closed his eyes, and concentrated all his attention on his right arm, trying to catch any trace related to this ability.
Since it was healing his fracture, there should be some signs left behind, whether it be chakra or something else. 1 second passed, 2 seconds.
Half an hour later, Laros opened his eyes, slightly fatigued. Seeing this, Kazuki hurriedly asked with concern, "How is it?"
Laros waved his hand, saying, "Let me try again." Since pure perception didn't yield answers, he decided to test it through experimentation.
Without hesitation, he drew a kunai and made a deep cut in the palm of his right hand, blood seeping out instantly. Laros squinted his eyes slightly, intently watching the deliberately created wound while emptying his mind, sensing any anomalies throughout his body.
1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed. After 5 minutes, Laros' body trembled suddenly. "It's coming!"
He clearly saw the scratch on his palm visibly shrinking, eventually disappearing entirely, leaving only a small pool of blood behind, with not even a scar remaining.
Kazuki stared in awe at this unbelievable scene.
But at this moment, Laros was completely absorbed in his exploration, his focus entirely on a gray flow of energy within him. Although it was invisible to the eye, this mysterious energy felt gray and fluid. This sensation was strange yet magical, it seemed elusive yet within reach. The gray flow moved at a relaxed pace, naturally circulating within his body, flowing from his brain, lingering at his palm for a moment before wanting to return to his brain.
Wait.
Laros kept repeating this thought in his mind, conveying a sense of weight. He desired to control this gray flow.
As if sensing Laros' intent, the gray flow gradually halted its movement, finally settling at the position of Laros' chest.
Phew! Laros sighed in relief, then attempted to manipulate this gray flow to gather back to his right hand. Externally, this manifested as a glowing gray light gradually coalescing around Laros' right hand. The effect of this gray light was quite peculiar, as if the surrounding space had been scorched by extreme heat, with the air continuously distorting around it.
"This should be enough, right?" Laros' tone revealed a sense of uncertainty. Is this medical ninjutsu?" Kazuki asked cautiously, "But it doesn't look right. Medical ninjutsu usually emits green light to represent life, doesn't it? I haven't really used this secret technique much." Laros frowned. "Should we try again?"
Kazuki looked skeptically at the gray light gathering on Laros' right hand, then, clenching his teeth, tore open the bandages covering his chest, adopting a life or death expression as he said, "Go ahead." Laros shot a speechless glance at Kazuki but said nothing more, directly placing his right hand on Kazuki's slightly concave sternum. At the same time, he mentally commanded the gray flow, "Heal." However, there was no response.
Laros' expression darkened slightly. He changed his approach, letting half of the gray flow surge into Kazuki's body.
He could clearly feel that the gray flow remained under his control as it entered Kazuki's body.
"How do you feel? Any sensations?" Kazuki closed his eyes and, after a moment of concentration, responded blankly, "I don't feel anything."
"Oh." Laros frowned, trying to make the gray flow in Kazuki's body circulate, but still no effect occurred. "If it doesn't work, then let it go," Kazuki said, feeling somewhat disheartened as Laros' technique had shown no response.
"Let me try again. I won't give up."
Laros felt a surge of competitiveness ignited by Kazuki's words.
"I refuse to believe this. Kazuki." He realized that no matter how he shifted the position of the gray flow, it could not trigger its effect. Was there an issue with its form? Laros furrowed his brow, deep in thought.
Next, he attempted various manipulations such as condensing, compressing, dispersing, and permeating the gray flow, yet the results remained unresponsive.
Could it be the command was incorrect? With this thought, Laro decided to modify the keyword, changing heal to regenerate. Eh? Kazuki let out a soft sound. It seems, my sternum is slowly recovering?
Kazuki felt a tingling sensation in his chest as the previously dented sternum slowly began to realign at an incredibly subtle pace, gradually returning to its original position.
The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. Laro pondered for a moment and asked, at this current pace, how long do you think it will take to fully recover? Kazuki looked at Laro with confusion, thinking to himself, this is your secret technique, don't you know how effective it is?
But then he recalled that Laro had previously mentioned he was not familiar with this technique, so he let it go.
He quietly calculated and replied uncertainly, well, I'd say a few hours. A few hours?
But the wound on my palm healed in just seconds.
Could it be that the severity of the injuries makes a difference? Laro thought, sensing that the gray flow still lingered in Kazuki's chest, now faintly glowing, and its volume had unknowingly diminished slightly. Is it consuming some of the flow because it's taking effect?
But this recovery speed is too slow.
Could it be the command issue that's preventing it from achieving maximum effect?
With this thought, Laro suddenly remembered something Kazuki had said earlier, and he made a mental note to change the command from heal to restore, repeating it in his mind. Sure enough, the consumption rate of the gray flow immediately accelerated.
There's a way.
Laro thought to himself, and he decided to put in more effort. Next, he tried various similar terms in his mind, including Japanese vocabulary, Chinese words from his past life, and even some English words. Half an hour later, Laro gradually summarized some patterns. He discovered that the language used for the words didn't really matter, even the direct relationship between the words and the manipulation of the gray flow was not significant. The reason these words could activate the gray flow was essentially because the concepts they conveyed to Laro were at work. Words were merely a way to express ideas, the concept was the essence. The command wasn't about specific keywords but rather the visualization of the concepts behind those keywords in Laro's mind. When he thought of treatment, the ability reacted not at all.
When he thought of healing, the effect was weak.
But when he thought of restoration, the response speed of the ability increased. Through a series of subsequent experiments, responding to the keywords and the gray flow, Laro gradually began to grasp the essence of his ability. It felt like he was walking down a guiding path, step by step, approaching the truth. Finally, when he completely understood the true meaning of his ability, Laro's body involuntarily trembled slightly. Shock, excitement, and a mix of ecstatic emotions intertwined in his heart, causing his heartbeat to race uncontrollably.
Laro, what's wrong? Kazuki, feeling the pain in his chest continuously alleviating, also noticed Laro's odd behavior. I'm reversing time. Keyword reversal, let's go back to the past.
Laro lifted his head, looking at Kazuki, and repeatedly recalled the scene when he first met him.
Let's go back to the very beginning, to when we first met.
His palm, pressed against Kazuki's chest, suddenly emitted a radiant gray light, and the surrounding space was filled with a strong sense of distortion, accompanied by the colorful glow of the minerals in the cave, making the entire cave look bizarre. In this strange environment, Laro ignored the external changes and remained focused on sensing the gray flow lingering within Kazuki. The gray light blossomed, signifying that time was rapidly reversing, and the volume of the flow was shrinking quickly. Laro didn't know what the exchange ratio between the gray flow and time reversal was, but based on previous experiments, even if he used up all the gray flow remaining in Kazuki's body, the time reversed wouldn't be too long. At the very least, it shouldn't send him back to infancy. To be cautious, Laro decided to use only a third of the gray flow and then terminated the ability. Pulling back his hand, Laro nervously gazed at Kazuki, who had unknowingly closed his eyes. At that moment, Kazuki had no trace of injury on his chest, the previously broken ribs had returned to their original positions. His breathing was steady, his heartbeat strong, and even his previously pale complexion had taken on a healthy flush. Kazuki opened his eyes, looking around in slight astonishment, and then noticed the young man staring intently at him, exclaiming, "Who are you?"
Chapter 7, Kill Intent. You don't remember me? Laro's expression changed drastically as he realized he might have overlooked an important factor.
Time, the most mysterious and unpredictable domain in the world, also the most powerful force, was now somehow grasped in his hands, but that didn't mean he fully understood it. I can control time. Coming to this conclusion made Laro ecstatic, but he inadvertently became a bit overconfident, conducting experiments on Kazuki without careful consideration of the potential consequences. Now, with danger lurking outside, if Kazuki inadvertently revealed something, Laro was not confident that his still limited grasp of the power of time would allow him to deal with the mist ninjas pursuing them like wolves. Indeed, he was too reckless. He hadn't expected that time reversal could also affect memories. No, it should be said that he hadn't controlled it well and had over-reversed it. Since the situation had already occurred, Laro had no good options left and could only try to communicate with Kazuki.
Kazuki, I am Laro from the Nakanashi clan. We are both chunin from the village. We carried out a mission together before. Do you really not remember me?
Laro carefully chose his words, gradually speaking.
Kazuki furrowed his brow tightly, scanning the surroundings again without answering Laro. Instead, he countered, where exactly is this place? What happened to my team members?
This is the southeastern border of the Land of Fire, Laro said with a serious expression. As for your team members, they should have all perished heroically.
What? Kazuki's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood up abruptly. We just left the village. How could this happen? This is impossible. Are you joking? Anger and confusion sparkled in his eyes.
Laro silently noted this time point, then pretended to be sorrowful as he said, "Be mournful, Kazuki. We both fought with all our might to escape, and we were fortunate to survive while everyone else has, all died. It's just the two of us left."
You mean I've lost my memory?
Hearing this, Kazuki's heart jolted, and he hurriedly began to recall the details of the past. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't remember what had happened after leaving the village. The last clear memory he had was leading his team out of the Leaf Village gates. Then, he closed his eyes and opened them again, finding himself in this unfamiliar cave.
What on earth happened?
Kazuki muttered to himself, involuntarily glancing at his clothing, only to find multiple scratches left by sharp objects and dried blood.
There are signs of a battle.
This Laro from the Nakanashi clan seems to be telling the truth, so does this mean I really lost my memory? He pondered internally.
No, that's not right. It's also possible that something happened during that time that I don't know about. The marks on my clothes could easily be fabricated.
Kazuki took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on Laro, saying seriously, I want to know what happened during the time I lost my memory.
Can you tell me in detail?
Laro nodded, his gaze unintentionally glancing over Kazuki's clothes, committing this detail to memory, and then began recounting everything from the start of his mission up to when he stumbled upon Kazuki.
Throughout his narration, Laro didn't hide anything, except for the part about healing.
In his account, Kazuki had not been injured at all during the battle and only reached a compromise with Maki due to chakra exhaustion, unable to continue fighting. The reason Laro chose to deceive Kazuki was that he did not intend to reveal his special abilities at this stage. After all, this guy had already lost his memory, so knowing so much wouldn't be of any use. Kazuki listened quietly to Laro's account, saying nothing until he finished. Then he posed a question, You've said so much, but do you have any evidence?
Laro countered, What kind of evidence do you want?
Kazuki narrowed his eyes, taking a small step back as his hand subtly moved toward the hilt of his sword, his voice tinged with caution. From what you just said, you once held that Mist Ninja's son hostage for a while.
You should have left some things that could be called evidence, right? In Kazuki's view, while Laro's story was convoluted, upon reflection, it made sense. Laro's detailed description made it hard not to believe him. However, as an experienced special jonin, he wouldn't easily trust Laro's side of the story.
Although he didn't know what had happened to him, he would remain vigilant against Laro unless Laro could produce something that proved his claims were true. I did happen to confiscate a ninja tool pouch. I needed more explosive tags. Laro said, rummaging through his tool pouch. But after finding something valuable, I threw that pouch away. All that's left is this. I don't know if this will convince you. With that, Laro tossed the item in his hand to Kazuki. Kazuki hesitated for a moment but ultimately caught the item Laro threw over.
it turned out to be a scroll. This scroll was something Laro had confiscated from Maki. Due to the urgency of the situation at the time, he hadn't examined it closely, only knowing that it seemed to be a training method from the Mist Village. Now it could serve to dispel Kazuki's doubts. Seeing Kazuki remain silent, Laro couldn't help but scoff. "Do you think I would use some trick to harm you? Don't forget, before you woke up, I was the only one here, Kazuki." Kazuki thought carefully, and indeed, as Laro said, if he really had ill intentions, that would have been the best opportunity to act. Could there be a deeper conspiracy at play here? Even so, he still hadn't completely dismissed his suspicions about Laro but began to unfurl the scroll. It seems to be some kind of special training method. Looking at the techniques at the back, it resembles some sort of taijutsu forbidden technique. "This style is very reminiscent of the Mist Village," Kazuki said after a cursory glance, then handed the scroll back to Laro. "No need, I believe you now. I apologize for my earlier doubts." Kazuki's attitude was serious.
The experiences Laro previously described were clear and coherent, and with this valuable scroll as material evidence, he had no reason to continue doubting Laro.
Now, the only question was, what exactly happened during his memory loss? Had he fallen victim to some troublesome genjutsu? Was that why he forgot what happened recently? Seeing Kazuki admit his mistake, Laro felt a sense of relief. He tucked away his previous resentful attitude, stepping closer to Kazuki, and asked, "Kazuki, do you have any other questions? If not, I'd like to get some rest, keeping watch has worn me out a bit."
In reality, after using a portion of the Grey Flow, Laro felt somewhat fatigued, but he had been pushing through because he still had matters to handle regarding Kazuki. He suspected that this ability might be related to his mental energy.
Okay, go ahead and sleep.
"I'll keep watch from here on out," Kazuki said, snapping back to attention from his thoughts.
"Also, you don't have to keep calling me Kazuki. I'm not much older than you, just call me Kazuki or even Laro." "Sure, Kazuki." Laro smiled slightly, secretly reflecting on whether this was a repeat of the process.
Next, the cave fell silent again.
Laro lay on a pile of hay, but the excitement in his heart had not completely faded. Controlling time, this ability was truly powerful.
Although he could currently only reverse time and, aside from a single target, could not affect other materials, just like how Kazuki's clothing didn't revert, he firmly believed his abilities extended far beyond this. With his intelligence, he was certain he would develop this ability to its fullest, and at that point, being invincible would become a certainty. After realizing he possessed such power, Laro felt significantly relieved in this world filled with superpowered individuals. This might be the confidence that strength brings. Lost in thought and envisioning the future, Laro gradually drifted off to sleep.
"Laro, wake up!"
In his confusion, Laro felt his body being shaken vigorously side to side. The strength of the person shaking him was astonishing, it felt as if he might come apart at the seams. He steadied himself, suddenly sitting up and breaking free from Kazuki's grip, a hint of irritation flashing in his eyes as he asked, "What's going on?"
"My perimeter alarm was triggered, someone is approaching."
Kazuki's expression grew serious, and his demeanor indicated he was not joking.
Hearing this, Laro instantly became alert and asked anxiously, "How far away are they?" "About 100 meters. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's get out of here and not just sit around waiting to be caught."
Laro sprang to his feet and sprinted toward the cave entrance.
"I was just trying to wake you up," Kazuki muttered quietly, quickly following Laro's lead, internally marveling at how grumpy this young man was upon waking.
A distance of 100 meters could be covered by a normal ninja in no more than 10 seconds. However, Kazuki had clearly taken longer than that to wake Laro.
He speculated that if the enemy had already discovered their whereabouts, the cave entrance might already be ambushed.
After a brief moment of thought, Laro approached the cave entrance and stopped about 10 meters away. Both he and Kazuki lacked any special sensory abilities, so they had to proceed with extreme caution in this unexpected situation.
Outside, the rain continued to pour, shrouding the surroundings in a hazy mist.
The leaves and grass swayed under the onslaught of raindrops, making everything appear as calm as usual. But it was precisely this calmness that felt most abnormal.
Seeing Laros suddenly halt at the cave entrance, Kazuki understood his concern. "Don't worry.
I went out to check while you were sleeping, and I cleaned up all the traces outside.
The enemy shouldn't be able to find this place in the short term," Kazuki reassured him.
"They're likely still searching nearby. We can take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack." "Being cautious is always wise," Laros said as he pulled out a kunai, tying a wire to the handle before firmly embedding the kunai into the cave wall. He secured it tightly, holding the other end of the wire in his hand. "I don't have your speed, but this way, at least I can react more quickly." Kazuki couldn't help but look at him with a mix of amusement and exasperation.
"Fine, I'll go in front."
Not wanting to appear weak, Laros simply replied calmly, "No need.
"We'll go out together."
Kazuki shrugged, and the two stepped out of the cave. The rain was still heavy, and the moonlight was completely obscured by thick clouds, making the night darker than usual.
In such an environment, using water-based ninjutsu would likely gain a significant boost. With this thought, Laros heightened his focus even more.
At that moment, a subtle sound of water flowing reached his ears, distinctly different from the sound of raindrops hitting the ground. It felt particularly out of place now. Laros' pupils constricted sharply as he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye of several cold glints approaching him at high speed. He didn't have time to warn Kazuki. With a sudden stomp, he pulled on the wire in his hand and used the force to swiftly move 2 meters sideways, retreating back into the cave. Kazuki reacted quickly, jumping aside, but he was still too late to fully avoid all the incoming attacks. Thud, thud, thud. After a series of muffled sounds, a multitude of holes appeared in the stone wall at the cave entrance. If those things had hit his body, the consequences would have been dire. Laros leaned against the entrance, carefully examining the traces left by the attackers. Water dripped from the walls, clearly indicating the use of water-based ninjutsu. He then turned his gaze toward Kazuki's direction. Kazuki didn't look well. He was leaning against a large tree, gasping for breath, dark red blood seeping from his clothing and slowly dripping onto the ground. Several shadowy figures stealthily approached Kazuki from behind, and from Laros' angle, he could clearly see this unfolding. "Watch your back!" Laros hurriedly shouted a warning before he could no longer pay attention to Kazuki. The enemy's second wave of ninjutsu was already on its way, targeting him at the cave entrance. Whoosh! With a deafening sound of rushing liquid, a water column approximately half a meter in diameter surged forward, engulfing Laros in a torrent of water. Laros narrowed his eyes, focusing on the source of the water column, gripping the wire tightly in his hand. He had no choice but to decide quickly whether to use a substitution technique to evade or. After a lightning-fast consideration, Laros rapidly formed hand seals. Earth Prison. A circle of earthen walls rose around Laros instantly. He had repurposed this originally offensive earth-style ninjutsu meant to trap enemies into a defensive technique. Splash! The next moment, the surging water column crashed violently against the earthen wall. While logically, earth defeats water, and the wall should have effectively defended against the impact, the earth prison technique was not a specialized defensive earth-style ninjutsu, significantly reducing its defensive effectiveness. Coupled with the fact that the power of this water column was clearly greater than that of a typical C-rank technique, it only held for 2 or 3 seconds before the earth prison was inevitably crushed. In the end, Laros' dazed figure was revealed as the earthen wall collapsed, and he was swept into the depths of the cave by the rushing water. This scene was witnessed by the mist ninja Umbu, who had hidden in the shadows and released the water column. Underneath his mask, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he couldn't help but murmur, "One down." Then, he increased the output of his chakra, sending more water flowing from his hands, which quickly spread into the water column. In an instant, the cave was filled with surging waves, and water mist enveloped everything, as if the entire world was shrouded in the power of water. It wasn't until a minute later that the mist ninja Umbu felt the immense pressure building in his hands that he suddenly realized the cave had been completely filled with water. He thought to himself, that leaf ninja must have either been crushed by the water column or drowned in it. With that thought, he released his hands, canceling his control over the jutsu, and the water's force instantly dissipated. At this moment, a large volume of water continued to gush from the depths of the cave. This was the water that had been forcefully pumped in earlier, and now that the pressure from the other side was gone, it flowed out through the cave's passageway to the outside world. The mist ninja Umbu paid no heed to the water flowing at his feet or to the leaves and clumps of dirt that were washed over with it. He only turned to look at the other side of the cave, where Kazuki was struggling against several taijutsu-focused mist ninjas. Given that he had suffered significant injuries earlier, he appeared to be on the verge of collapse. The mist ninja Umbu shook his head lightly and raised his hands again, preparing for the next wave of ninjutsu attacks. To him, Laros was undoubtedly dead, and there was no rush to recover the body. The most important thing now was to quickly eliminate Kazuki, this troublesome target. Because of this, he failed to notice a seemingly inconspicuous kunai that had been washed to his feet by the flowing water. As he formed the third hand seal, a faint sound of a smoke bomb exploding suddenly echoed behind him. A strong sense of alarm surged in the mist ninja Umbu's heart, and he instinctively halted his hand seals and quickly turned to retreat. This was the fastest speed he could manage, but even so, he was still a moment too late. At the instant he turned, a shining, cold blade stabbed fiercely into his heart. A wave of intense pain shot through his brain, and he knew he was finished. His eyes locked onto the attacker before him, and to his disbelief, it was that very leaf ninja he had just assumed was dead. He couldn't comprehend how Laros had survived. He had clearly seen his ninjutsu hit the target. Laros examined the masked man in front of him with some confusion, applying pressure on the kunai, which pierced through the man's heart and emerged from his back, stealing away the last vestige of life from this mist ninja Umbu. He felt the sensation of the kunai in his hand. It wasn't a substitution? This guy just died that easily? Laros never expected to eliminate this mist ninja Umbu so decisively. He had prepared several follow-up attack plans in case the enemy managed to evade his ambush. He pulled out the kunai and caught the collapsing body, then retreated into the depths of the dense forest behind him. The night and the sound of pouring rain effectively concealed the commotion, and the other mist ninja Umbu were oblivious to the fact that one of their own had silently died. Perhaps they were too confident. After all, the information on Laros clearly stated that this lucky survivor was just an ordinary chunin. In their eyes, a chunin without special abilities could easily be killed by anyone. So, the situation on Laros' side did not attract the attention of the others. In the shadows, Laros quickly stripped the body of its clothing and mask, hastily putting them on himself while contemplating his next plan. As for how he had unexpectedly killed this mist ninja Umbu, it all began when the water column attacked. At that time, the situation was critical. Retreating back into the cave was clearly not a wise choice, and using a substitution technique to evade would easily result in losing the initiative and being relentlessly pursued by the enemy. Thus, Laros employed a cicada shedding its shell strategy. First, he threw the kunai attached to the wire to create a substitute object. In the few seconds that the earth prison held back the water column, he used the clone technique to create the illusion that he was still at the cave entrance. Then, using the connection from the wire, he quickly performed the substitution technique, swapping places with the kunai. Finally, he used the transformation technique to disguise himself as the kunai. Thanks to his strong mental energy, when he first used these techniques, he not only made no mistakes but also did so at an astonishing speed. The position where he threw the kunai was perfectly within the visual blind spot of the mist ninja Umbu. Moreover, the Umbu was completely focused on executing his jutsu, channeling all his energy into breaking the earthen wall, meaning he failed to notice Laros' subtle movements. Afterward, he took advantage of the rushing water flowing from the cave to sweep himself to the side of the mist ninja Umbu. Finally, it was a matter of patiently lying in wait for the perfect opportunity to strike. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. The enemy, overly confident in believing he had already dealt with Laros, shifted his focus to the other side and began forming hand seals. Laros clearly knew that when a ninja was forming seals, they needed to channel a significant amount of chakra, and they couldn't stop midway. They had to maintain a steady flow of chakra. Thus, he specifically waited until the enemy had completed the third seal before making his move. As expected, it was a resounding success, allowing him to achieve his goal. Chapter 8: The Prey. The mist ninja Umbu outfit that Laros had stripped from the body was now neatly donned. Although it was slightly small, it fit well enough not to significantly hinder his movements. From an overall appearance perspective, it wouldn't seem too out of place, effectively achieving the goal of disguise. Laros picked up the mist ninja mask that had been set aside, carefully examining it before placing it over his face. The mask had 2 elongated stripes painted over the eye area, with 4 symbols representing the mist village emblazoned on the forehead. At this moment, with his attire complete, Laros looked almost indistinguishable from the other mist ninja Umbu. The only exception was a small hole in his clothing, a remnant from when he had pierced the heart of the mist Umbu with his kunai. On a night like this, with heavy rain pouring down, such a minor detail would likely go unnoticed. Now, it's time to deal with the remaining enemies, Laros muttered to himself, slowly making his way toward the battlefield where Kazuki was engaged. The reason he didn't choose to escape directly was that abandoning Kazuki, a crucial combat asset, after their location had already been compromised was an incredibly unwise decision. Laros was well aware that given Kazuki's current physical state, without his assistance, defeat and death were only a matter of time. Moreover, after the battle, the enemies would undoubtedly discover that one of their comrades had died and would realize that Laros was still alive. It was foreseeable that they would pursue him relentlessly. The Mist Ninja Umbu were known for their strong pursuit capabilities, as evidenced by their ability to track down both him and Kazuki. If they caught up to him, he had no confidence in being able to overcome multiple Mist Umbu on his own. If he were forced to use his mysterious time power, it would expose his greatest trump card. Even if he managed to survive, it would inevitably attract more pursuers. After all, he hadn't yet tested any offensive techniques with the time power he had at his disposal. Everything required time, and that was precisely what he lacked. Kazuki seized an opportunity and swung his blade, temporarily driving back the Mist Ninja Umbu who excelled in blade techniques. Without hesitation, he quickly turned and jumped away. Just half a second later, 3 kunai flew in a triangular formation, striking the exact spot where he had been standing moments before. At that instant, the explosive tags tied to the kunai also burned down to their ends. 3 powerful explosions erupted nearly simultaneously, sending shattered branches and falling leaves flying along with the billowing dust. In the next moment, Kazuki burst out from the cloud of smoke, but before he could catch his breath, a glint of a blade suddenly appeared behind him. Simultaneously, he heard a faint sound of wind from his left rear. Kazuki gritted his teeth and turned to block the descending blade while trying to angle his body to avoid the attack from the other side. However, his exhausted and battered body was no longer as agile as before, and he still ended up getting hit again. Clang! Shoo! After a brief moment of contact, Kazuki felt a sharp pain in his chest, right where his heart was located. The shadow of death began to spread throughout his body, and his eyes widened as he stared at the Mist Ninja Umbu, who was thrusting a kunai into his chest. The enemy wore a mask, so he couldn't see their expression, but he could imagine that they must be feeling quite pleased at this moment. Am I going to die? As if experiencing a moment of clarity, memories flashed before Kazuki's eyes like a revolving lantern. No. I can't think about that. His grip on the knife handle, which had been loosening, tightened again as chakra surged within him, seemingly breaking through some limitation, flowing rapidly. I cannot die. I still have things I cannot abandon. Dance of the Crescent Moon. A faint blade light suddenly appeared, instantly splitting into 3, and 3 Kazukis seemed to flash into existence simultaneously, charging toward the Mist Umbu who had wounded him. 0.1 seconds. 0.2 seconds. 0.3 seconds. The Mist Umbu, who initially aimed to pierce Kazuki's heart completely, hesitated and slowed his movements, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. He reluctantly withdrew, stepping back. Another Mist Ninja, although also retreating swiftly, instinctively moved closer to his comrade. Only he could withstand the final blow of the Dance of the Crescent Moon within their team. They had long learned about the technique's nature from pre-mission intel, but they had only truly understood its troublesome aspects after losing a teammate to it. The Dance of the Crescent Moon required the user to employ 3 clones to launch a sudden attack on the target simultaneously, while the main body observed for the opponent's blind spots to deliver a fatal strike, effectively eliminating the enemy. The attacks from the 3 clones were enough to confuse an ordinary ninja, let alone the precise and swift strike from the main body, which could easily lead to death if one was not careful. Thus, the choice made by the two Mist Ambu was surprisingly unanimous. Upon seeing this technique, they quickly retreated to avoid the strikes from the three clones, focusing all their efforts on the final blow. However, even after retreating 10 meters, they did not encounter the anticipated final strike. What they saw were only the slowly dissipating three clones and Kazuki, who was left gasping for breath. After a moment of silence, the Mist Ninja with the blade finally spoke for the first time in the battle.
Truly incredible willpower, Kazuki.
I never expected your level of trouble to exceed our expectations by such a margin.
But
the Mist Ambu slowly raised his blade, pointing it at Kazuki.
How much longer can you hold out when you've reached such a dead end? The next time I strike, it will be your death. Kazuki also raised his blade, positioning it across his chest.
A twisted smile gradually appeared on Laros' face, revealing a hint of determination and madness.
If you have the guts, then come and try, he said.
Without hesitation, he suddenly pulled the kunai out of his chest, and a fountain of fresh blood erupted forth.
Cough, cough.
He struggled to cover the wound with his hand, but the intense pain made him cough uncontrollably, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth and dripping onto the ground. Laro understood all too well that the fatal blow had indeed grazed his heart. Despite his desperate efforts to push back the enemy, his heart had inevitably sustained some damage. In this situation, he should not have pulled out the kunai, as doing so could easily lead to massive bleeding, with catastrophic consequences. But he had no choice. If the enemy targeted his heart again during the fight, even the slightest touch on the kunai would unleash excruciating pain, causing him to hesitate and expose more vulnerabilities, potentially leading to his death. Now, with the Mist Ninja charging at him with a blade, and another hidden on the side trying to flank him, despair welled up within Laro. Perhaps he really would die here today. But at the very least, he had a chance to take down one more enemy, drawing his battle career to an imperfect close. It was a pity he wouldn't be able to fulfill a certain promise. The endless fighting and loss seemed to be the fate of a ninja.
All he wished for in the next life was never to be a ninja again.
Having come to this realization, Laro silently adjusted his stance, preparing for one last desperate fight. However, at that moment, as he looked up, he saw something unexpected. About 50 meters behind the knife-wielding Mist Ninja, another Mist Ambu stood quietly atop a tree branch, signaling him with a hand gesture that was used exclusively by leaf ninjas, which roughly meant, "Come over here."
Is this a trap?
It seemed unnecessary. The enemy should know that if this dragged on, he would surely bleed to death, and the Mist Ninja could never know the secret gestures of the leaf.
Could it be Laro? Why is he wearing Mist Ninja clothing?
After a brief moment of contemplation, Laro decided not to overthink it. He chose to trust Laro.
Since a turning point had appeared, why not seize it?
The situation was already dire, it couldn't get any worse. With the last bit of strength in his body, he deflected the blade aimed at him, then suddenly dodged, leaping over the knife-wielding Mist Ninja and sprinting toward Laro. Seeing this, the knife-wielding Mist Ninja's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. He didn't pursue but turned to his companion and said, "This guy has lost his fighting spirit. The finish is yours."
The Mist Ambu, codenamed Ambush, didn't even glance at the knife-wielding ninja.
Instead, he let out a cryptic laugh. "Hanfone, just watch.
This guy is now my prey." As soon as he finished speaking, Ambush leapt onto nearby branches, rapidly pursuing the desperate escapee Kazuki.
From above, he looked down at his prey, driving and intimidating him, aiming to exhaust the last remnants of his strength before finally killing him. This was his greatest pleasure, especially when hunting down a strong opponent like Kazuki, which sent him into a state of frenzy. The distance between them decreased, closer and closer. Ambush believed Kazuki had reached his limit. He was confident about the depth of the kunai wound from his earlier strike, knowing that even if Kazuki managed to cling to life, he had surely lost most of it. His excessive confidence caused him to focus entirely on Kazuki, completely ignoring other details lurking in the shadows.
For instance, Laro, hidden beneath the trees, was signaling to Kazuki. Move forward. Turn left. Turn right. While Laro guided Kazuki to avoid the traps he had set, he kept a close watch on the Mist Ambu's movements above.
From their leisurely actions, Laro keenly detected their mindset, overconfident and dismissive of their opponent, a demeanor he had seen far too often in his past life.
However, the hunter is still the prey, until the last moment, who could say for certain? A cold smile crept onto Laros' face.
Such an obvious weakness made things feel simpler, his backup plan seemed unnecessary now.
Slow down. Lower your head. Stop.
Though Kazuki didn't know what Laro was up to, as an excellent ninja, he maintained his basic discipline. When receiving the signals, he would glance sideways to catch the gestures. Plus, he was facing away from ambush, so Laro's position remained undisclosed. Ambush stood atop the treetops, mockingly observing Kazuki.
Why stop running?
I was hoping to chase you for a bit longer.
Kazuki remained silent, as Laro had instructed him not to speak. Are you too tired to even talk? Why are you keeping your head down? Weren't you pretty impressive before? Ambush's incessant chatter felt like meaningless drivel. Laro furrowed his brow slightly. He could see that the prey had reached the ideal position. It was time to close in. At this moment, Ambush was filled with joy, realizing that this guy could finally hold on no longer. One of their own had just perished at Kazuki's hands, which could lead to a diminished evaluation of their capabilities by the Mizukage. So, he decided to personally torture this opponent to vent his frustrations. Suddenly, someone leaped out from the nearby bushes, charging straight at Kazuki without a word. Stop dawdling, this guy is mine. Laro shouted, feigning urgency. You what? Don't think you can steal him from me. He's mine. Ambush roared in anger, then without hesitation, jumped down from the tree towards Kazuki. The scene resembled a race to see who could kill Kazuki first. Kazuki stood dumbfounded between the two, gripping his blade tightly. He was not one to sit idly by. However, he was also acutely aware that the person behind him, given his current physical condition, even a surprise attack might not guarantee success. So, he had to stay calm and not disrupt Laro's plan. Fortunately, Laro did not disappoint him. At this critical moment, he suddenly halted, his hand seeming to pull on some invisible thread, and then he yanked it sharply. All right, this prey is all yours, Laro said. Ambush looked at Laro in confusion, but at that moment, the prey was right in front of him, and he had no time to ponder further. He was in mid-air, descending faster, with his kunai reaching out in front of him. It was only when he felt a chill at his neck that he suddenly realized that the voice he had just heard seemed a bit off. Then, the world began to flip, and his vision was gradually consumed by darkness. A headless corpse fell heavily beside Kazuki with a thud. The masked head rolled a couple of times before finally coming to a stop at Laro's feet. Chapter 9, Hokage. You just used me as bait, didn't you? Kazuki's expression was quite grim. Anyone who went through such an experience would hardly feel happy, even if they had successfully killed their enemy. Upon hearing this, Laro paused for a moment, then a surge of anger welled up inside him. He was annoyed at having risked himself to save this guy, only for him to fixate on these trivial matters. However, masked as he was, Kazuki could not see his expression, which somewhat quelled his frustration. In this situation, it was the only solution I could think of, Laro replied, trying to soften his tone to avoid provoking Kazuki. After all, they couldn't afford to fall out, they needed to stick together. Never mind, at least you saved my life, Kazuki sighed lightly, then extended his hand tentatively forward. Is it wire? Yes, Laro nodded as he approached Ambush's corpse, methodically searching it. I used all the previous wire to set this trap, so I need to supplement some from this guy. Kazuki silently watched Laro for a moment, then pulled out a bundle of bandages from his ninja pouch and began to wrap his wounds in silence. The scene fell into quiet, with only the sound of rain echoing in their ears. Soon, Laro finished searching the corpse and stood up, breaking the silence. It's about time, the remaining one will likely sense something is off soon. We need to leave here quickly. Leave? How far can we go in my current state? Kazuki asked with concern. Go as far as we can, staying here leads to a dead end, Laro replied calmly. We at least need to wait until your injuries are healed before moving. I've seen the strength of the last guy, in a direct confrontation, I'm no match for him, Kazuki couldn't help but scoff. Why not use your cunning to take him out? Just like you did earlier? Such opportunities are hard to come by, and I don't think you, as a jonin, would want to be bait again, would you?
Laros shrugged, as if saying it was unavoidable. Upon hearing this, Kazuki was momentarily speechless.
After a moment, he frowned and retorted, "Why not you be the bait?"
Laro raised a hand, making a stop gesture.
"Let's not discuss this right now, okay? Time is of the essence. If you have any objections to me, we can talk about it when we're back in the village." Kazuki thought for a moment and realized continuing this argument was pointless.
Moreover, Laro seemed genuinely remorseful. Perhaps he truly had no choice in this urgent situation and meant no harm. With that thought, Kazuki calmed his lingering dissatisfaction and waved his hand.
"Forget it, you did nothing wrong. I was being petty. What's the use of wasting time? Let's hurry up and leave." Laro glanced at Kazuki, secretly sighing. Why did this guy act like such a drama queen? Was he really a jonin? Oh right, he was a special jonin. The Mist Ninja Umbu, codenamed Hanfong, stood silently in the rain, completely oblivious to the fact that his clothes were already soaked through. He awaited Ambush's return from the mission while contemplating how to report the task's status to the Mizukage upon his return. Hanfong felt relatively at ease regarding Ambush. Although Ambush's combat abilities were not top tier, he was confident that he could handle Kazuki, who was severely injured, exhausted, and had lost the will to fight. As for Hanfong himself, he had lost interest in Kazuki, who had already lost his courage. He displayed little sorrow for the comrade who had been killed by Kazuki earlier. In the world of ninjas, dying on the battlefield was commonplace, wasn't it? The only regret he felt was that the fallen teammate was a sensory ninja. Sensory ninjas were extremely valuable, requiring significant resources for training and possessing high innate talent. Failing to protect such a ninja during this operation was undoubtedly a dereliction of duty for the entire team. When reporting to the Mizukage, they would face serious consequences. To be honest, Hanfong felt that their mission had not been executed satisfactorily. With his Jonin level strength leading a team of 3 others who were at least special Jonin level, it was unacceptable that a weary and injured Kazuki had managed to take one of their own. According to the intelligence, Kazuki was merely a special Jonin and had fully revealed his abilities, which shouldn't pose any threat to them. Surely upon their return, the Mizukage would feel disappointed in the remaining members, which would be a severe problem for them. As Umbu members, their only channel for obtaining missions was through the Mizukage's assignments, making the Mizukage's opinion crucial. If the Mizukage lost faith in them, they would likely no longer receive important missions. Without those, they would only be assigned trivial tasks that brought little benefit. Damn Kazuki! Hanfong clenched his fists. Their miscalculation had contributed to this debacle. The Dance of the Crescent Moon. It was said to be a taijutsu technique created by the second Hokage of the Leaf, and it was indeed remarkable. Additionally, that technique that allowed one to conceal their presence and turn their body transparent had not been mentioned in the previous intelligence. What kind of strange ninjutsu was that? Though the state of invisibility lasted only a few seconds, it was enough to allow the opponent to kill a sensory ninja, who was not very agile. Damn it, if Yuyue had been able to support sooner, his ninjutsu abilities could have surely protected the sensory ninja. Wait a minute, where is Yuyue? Hanfong suddenly raised his head, his cold eyes seemingly piercing through the rain, focusing intently on the initial cave. Aside from the loud noise of the rain falling, there was not a sound to be heard from that direction. Aside from the dim impressions left on the stone walls, everything seemed largely unchanged from the beginning. It was at this moment that he seemed to remember Laros' existence. That nameless Chunin, the lucky one who had escaped from the executioner's blade, that ordinary ninja with no special abilities. However, the comment about him in the intelligence report sent a chill down Hanfeng's spine. His character is cunning and cruel, highly adept at exploiting the enemy's weaknesses. It is strongly recommended to eliminate him first. At this moment, Hanfeng realized he had overlooked something very important. Moreover, with so much time having passed, Ambush still had not returned, which was highly unusual. Although Ambush had a somewhat unpleasant personality and some quirks, he had always been prudent during missions, never delaying due to personal enjoyment. Could something have gone wrong? Hanfeng shook his head, unwilling to entertain such wild thoughts. He hurriedly ran towards Yu's hiding place. Unfortunately, after searching all surrounding areas, he only found 2 corpses, one stripped of its clothing and the other decapitated. The rain continued to pour, and tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. 3 days later, the sun rose high in the sky, positioned directly overhead. 2 figures, Laros and Kazuki, moved swiftly through the dense forest, one in front of the other. At this point, Laros had decisively discarded the mist ninja outfit and mask, changing back into the Chunin vest he had hidden away. As they were about to return to the Leaf Village, he didn't want to create unnecessary misunderstandings by being seen in mist ninja clothing. The scenery rushed past them, and Laros sensed that they were moving a bit too quickly, causing him to feel uneasy. He glanced back and asked, "Are you sure we won't run into any problems at this speed?" Kazuki huffed impatiently, "I'm fine now, I've been resting for the past few days, and I feel like I'm about to rust." Seeing Kazuki looking so energetic, Laros decided not to press further. He merely forced a dry smile and turned back to quicken his pace. This time, he refrained from using his abilities to heal Kazuki. On one hand, he didn't want to expose his secret, and on the other, he was concerned about triggering another memory loss incident like before. Moreover, with Kazuki right beside him, totally unaware of his abilities, Laros was hesitant to experiment with his time power for fear of revealing something. Developing his abilities was a long and arduous task, and the current environment was clearly not suitable for such research. For the past few days, they had been cautiously moving only at night, carefully avoiding the mist ninja's routes, fearing another encounter that could lead to danger. There was little choice. Kazuki had sustained serious injuries and was unable to engage in any intense physical activity for a while. Their combat strength was severely lacking, and if they encountered a situation like that night again, the outcome would be disastrous. Thus, learning from their previous lesson, they had invested considerable effort into hiding their tracks over the past few days, no longer being so careless as before. As a result of their efforts, unless a wide-area sensory ninja came looking for them, the chances of being discovered were almost negligible. Finally, after 3 days passed without incident, and with Kazuki's injuries slightly improved, they dared to travel during the day, hoping to return to the Leaf Village as quickly as possible. Unbeknownst to them, the Mist Ninja were currently too distracted to focus on minor players like them. The Leaf had, after all, detected their movements and was taking appropriate action. The Mist Ninja actually dared to invade the borders of the Land of Fire, brazenly plundering resources. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, received this urgent intelligence and immediately ordered the withdrawal from the Rain Country battlefield, personally leading 500 ninjas to the border at top speed. Thanks to spies embedded within Konoha, the third Mizukage quickly learned about the Hokage's imminent arrival. He understood that this was not the time for a direct confrontation with Konoha. Although he, as the Mizukage, was not afraid of the Hokage, an all-out war would undoubtedly lead to a situation extremely unfavorable for the Mist Village. After all, the Rock Village might be eager for a conflict between Mist and Leaf, as they would be able to reap the benefits of the chaos. When 2 tigers contend, one is bound to be injured, and the third Mizukage didn't want to open a second front. With the current resources of the Mist, such a move would be akin to seeking death. The immediate priority was to concentrate their forces on defeating the detestable Rock Village, which was the true enemy. Thus, with a command from the third Mizukage, the Mist Ninjas quickly gathered the large amounts of resources they had seized. Despite their reluctance, they left behind this once bountiful land that had brought them great wealth. However, the situation would not end so easily. This sentiment reflected not only the Mist Ninjas' deep-seated desire to return for future great fortunes but also the anger and hatred in the hearts of the Konoha ninjas, especially for the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the prime of his life, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not merely a pacifist, his character could not be described as weak or compromising. In this era, the title third Hokage was synonymous with strength and intimidation for the leaders of other ninja villages. "Stop!" A deep, authoritative voice rang out, silencing the previously bustling footsteps and the howling wind. The dense throng of Konoha ninjas gradually halted behind the figure of the person clad in a flowing white ceremonial robe. 1, 2, 5, 10. More and more Konoha ninjas gathered until every available spot within 200 meters was filled. On tree trunks, beside hills, by rivers. Everywhere, silent Konoha ninjas could be seen.
5 seconds later, as all the Konoha ninjas stood still, a chilling atmosphere swept through the area like a winter wind, making the entire scene so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The figure at the forefront slightly raised his hat, his sharp eyes scanning the area like a hawk before finally resting on a tree 50 meters away.
"Come out."
The familiar voice reached their ears, and the weight in the hearts of Kazuki and Laro finally lifted.
They no longer hesitated and leaped out from their hiding spots.
Upon seeing the two figures before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow.
"You are ninjas from the village? We greet you, Hokage-sama. We greet you, Hokage-sama."
Laro and Kazuki did not dare to be negligent and simultaneously bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen.
The Hokage's gaze briefly passed over Laro and settled on Kazuki. He asked, "I remember you, Kazuki. What happened to your wounds?"
Reporting to Hokage-sama, "I was suddenly attacked by a mist umbu ninja." Hiruzen looked at the hole in Kazuki's chest and the bandages peeking through, letting out a faint sigh. "You nearly got hit in the heart, that was indeed perilous." Kazuki nodded silently, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. Then, he turned his gaze toward Laro, a hint of hesitation in his eyes.
"And you are?"
"I am Laro, Hokage-sama," Laro replied calmly, lowering his head slightly. It seemed he didn't recognize him, which relieved Laro inwardly. He thought to himself that surely Hokage-sama would not perceive that this Laro was no longer the original. Although he absorbed all of the memories of the former Laro, he still worried that he might expose flaws in front of someone familiar with the original Laro. Behaviors, speech patterns, values, thought processes. These things cannot be easily changed in a short time, and achieving perfect disguise across all aspects was terribly difficult. He certainly did not want to be suspected of being a spy. Moreover, standing before him was the shadow of a major ninja village, known for his knowledge. Who could say whether he would notice something amiss? Fortunately, as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no interest in delving into the background of an unremarkable chunin. He didn't even know Laro's name.
"You seem to be injured as well," Hiruzen noted, spotting the gash on Laro's chest, which was from the executioner's blade. He sighed lightly and patted Laro's shoulder. "You two shouldn't be part of the same team, right?"
Laro and Kazuki exchanged glances, and Kazuki stepped forward to briefly explain the situation to Hiruzen in a low voice. Of course, he recounted the version that Laro had previously told him. After all, in Kazuki's memory, it was as if he had teleported to Laro's side the moment he left the village, without seeing any teammates. If he claimed to have lost his memory, not only would the Hokage doubt it, but he himself would find it absurd. With no other choice, he accepted Laro's explanation and conveyed the truth to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fortunately, Hiruzen seemed eager to move on and urged Kazuki to keep it brief, unwilling to waste time on trivial matters. Regarding the parts of Kazuki's experience prior to meeting Laro that were vague, Hiruzen merely assumed that it was due to Kazuki being affected by the loss of his comrades, hence his reluctance to elaborate. "So, the Mist Ninja invaded our borders to seize resources for their war against the Rock Village.
This is the intelligence Laro obtained," Kazuki stated earnestly, not hiding Laro's contribution. "Is that so?" Hiruzen's brow furrowed.
Some of his questions were answered with this information, but what replaced them was a surge of anger. The Mist really has some gall, daring to provoke us in the midst of their war with the Rock.
The third Mizukage is truly audacious. "All right, I've understood the situation. You've all done very well." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress some inner emotion.
It was clear that the Mist Ninjas who had not yet managed to retreat would likely face a disaster, and Laro couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude at the thought. "Kazuki, this mission will be classified as an A-rank mission," Hiruzen summarized, indicating that it was time to discuss rewards. As for Laro, Hiruzen paused for a moment, seemingly weighing something in his mind.
"Considering your rank, the risks you undertook, and the results you achieved, this mission will be classified as an S-rank mission."
Laro was somewhat surprised by Hiruzen's evaluation. He had initially thought he had only done something trivial, never expecting to receive such a high appraisal. The intelligence seemed not that significant to him. Even with knowledge of the Mist's strained front against the Rock, Konoha couldn't take any substantial action at this moment. While he had many questions in his mind, Laro had no intention of asking Hiruzen. Firstly, in such a setting, Hiruzen would likely not clarify anything for him. Secondly, he was not particularly interested in these matters. Hiruzen keenly noticed the fleeting look of confusion on Laros' face and rarely broke into a warm smile on his stern face.
If I'm not mistaken, that mark on your chest was made by an executioner's blade, right? Laro nodded gently in response.
To escape from the 7 ninja swordsmen at your age and still be alive, Laro, that's truly remarkable, Hiruzen remarked.
Laro offered a somewhat awkward smile.
He had indeed overlooked this fact. As a chunin, encountering the 7 ninja swordsmen typically meant certain death. Surviving this encounter seemed somewhat contradictory to the image he had previously constructed. He should have changed clothes back then. After all, there were many Konoha ninja corpses around he could have swapped with. Seeing Laro's awkward smile, Hiruzen assumed the boy felt ashamed for escaping with his life and offered comforting words. Laro, a ninja's worth is often determined by his death.
Yet sometimes, having the courage to live can require even more bravery. You witnessed your comrades being killed, yet you remained calm and managed to bring back vital intelligence. That spirit of sacrifice for the mission earns my respect as Hokage. Is that so?
Laro felt he should display some disappointment, allowing a hint of sadness to flash across his face. He thought he was acting too convincingly, as if he were genuinely upset about the events. Hiruzen patted Laro on the shoulder again.
Take some time to rest when you return. The rewards for the S-rank mission will be settled after I come back.
Yes, understood, Hokage-sama.
Laro did not dwell on the matter of rewards.
He felt that he had too much to learn, master, and research, and he did not want to concern himself with such mundane affairs. Seeing Laro so compliant, Hiruzen felt even more satisfied with him, especially since he showed no signs of reluctance regarding the delayed rewards.
Laro, I will remember you. You too should return to the village now. We're off.
As Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure, accompanied by a large group of Konoha ninjas, gradually disappeared into the distance, Laro turned and cast a puzzled glance at Kazuki, pointing to his head with a finger and whispering, "I feel like Hokage-sama and I are not on the same wavelength."
He simply couldn't understand why Hiruzen would have such inexplicable fondness for him.
Kazuki sighed softly. "To be honest, from our time together, you really don't seem like a typical 16 or 17-year-old.
Chapter 10, Home.
Laro raised his head, silently gazing at the imposing gate standing over 5 meters tall, feeling a surge of complex emotions. It was as if the memories of his past life were intertwining with his present here. At the top of the gate frame, the words Konoha Ninja Village were inscribed in large, flowing characters, their imposing aura seemingly transforming into an invisible force that struck him, showcasing the pride and majesty of this great ninja village. The walls were wide and thick, stretching endlessly, as if enveloping the entire village within. Inside the gate, a bustling crowd thronged, the vibrant scene making one forget the existence of war. Yet, there were eyes hidden in the surroundings, peering out at him, bringing Laro pressure that was no less intense than when he faced Momochi Zabuza. This was Konoha, and during the Second Shinobi World War, it was undoubtedly the most powerful force in the ninja world, bar none. In the prime of his life, the third Hokage, the legendary Konoha White Fang, the gradually emerging Sannin, the still active Elder Council, and the powerful clans. At this moment, a flurry of thoughts raced through Laro's mind, including memories of the original host's experiences here and the stories he had learned about this place in his previous life. Moving forward, he might live in this village for a long time if nothing unexpected occurred.
Laro pondered silently.
As a ninja, particularly a Konoha ninja, he might face danger by participating in wars or even lose his life due to power struggles within the higher-ups. But at least here, he could gain more valuable resources and opportunities than in the outside world, with a chance to grow quickly and qualify to confront this perilous world. It was not until 2 gatekeeping ninjas approached him that Laro paused his musings.
Laro of the Enzutsu team, returning to the village to submit the mission. Though he was now the only one left from the team. Laro did not elaborate, simply handing over the relevant documents to the gatekeepers. After checking, the gatekeeping ninjas promptly let them into the village. Laro and Kazuki walked side by side into Konoha and soon arrived in front of the Hokage building.
On the cliff, towering over the village, 3 colossal stone faces were meticulously carved, representing the Hokage. This was Hokage Rock, a unique site in Konoha. Below Hokage Rock stood a large cylindrical building painted in bright fire red. This was the Hokage's office. After observing the surroundings, Laros noticed that Konoha's architectural style mostly blended elements of Eastern culture from his previous life, with the handiwork of ancient Asian architects evident everywhere. There were not only Japanese-style buildings but also Chinese and Korean influences. It was said that manga often reflects the real world, so if Konoha represented Asian countries, specifically Japan, then which real-world nations would the other four great nations symbolize? Laros recalled an article he had read in his previous life, discussing the political landscape of the Naruto world and its relations to the real world. Now he felt it would be worthwhile to study this further, perhaps uncovering some hidden threads in the historical development of this world. However, there was no rush on that front. In the mission hall, Laros detailed the intelligence he had gathered to the receiving ninja. With that, the reconnaissance mission was considered successfully completed. Although his teammates had unfortunately perished, he had at least managed to obtain the crucial information. Here, Laros couldn't help but feel thankful for the chatty Kiba Shizu. If it weren't for him, Laros thought completing the mission would have been much more difficult. Regarding the mission reward, Laros did not go to claim it, as Sarutobi Hiruzen had already given instructions earlier. After handing over the mission details, Laros turned to look in Kazuki's direction. At this moment, Kazuki was engaged in a heated argument with the receiving ninja. Sensing Laros' gaze, he turned around, hesitated for about a second or two, as if he wanted to say something to Laros. But in the end, he said nothing, only making a gesture that indicated, "You go ahead, no need to wait for me." Laros shrugged and left the mission hall. He could see that Kazuki seemed to be facing some trouble. But since Kazuki didn't need his help, why should he impose himself? From what Laros understood about Kazuki, he was somewhat of a stubborn person. During their previous joint missions, Laros had noticed that Kazuki subconsciously disapproved of some of his methods. For instance, initially utilizing the father-son relationship between Momochi Zabuza and Momochi Raiga for planning, or treating Kazuki as bait, disguising as a missed umbu to ambush. It was evident that Kazuki seemed to have a sense of justice, which could be simply described as a mental cleanliness that disdained such underhanded tactics. However, due to the circumstances, Kazuki had chosen to overlook Laros' actions at the time. Now that they were back in the village, it seemed Kazuki no longer felt the need to hide his discontent. But Laros didn't mind. After all, they were safe now, and Kazuki no longer held any utilitarian value for him. Everyone was an adult. If Kazuki sought help from Laros, he would not hesitate to deepen their friendship and offer some advice. Since Kazuki did not require assistance, well, sorry, but Laros didn't want to play babysitter for him. It was better to part ways amicably. Speaking of which, Laros had just arrived in Konoha and hadn't taken the time to truly explore this renowned village. If he had to choose a center in this world, Laros believed that Konoha undoubtedly fitted that title. After all, from the founding of Konoha by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, all the stories began here. Walking down the bustling streets, he saw a vibrant crowd. There were leisurely strolling civilians, seemingly unaffected by the looming shadows of war. There were hurried ninjas, some troubled about their tasks, others lost in the uncertainty of the future. There were umbu hidden in various covert spots, executing their clandestine missions. And there were vendors shouting and selling, laughing heartily over their deals. As Laros walked through the village, taking in the harmonious scene around him, a smile unconsciously crept onto his face. Upon closer observation, this place called Konoha exuded a powerful vitality, at least from a military standpoint. The thriving environment seemed to easily make the inhabitants forget one fact, that Konoha, in strict terms, had a management style akin to a combination of a military district and a city. At the very least, the land ruled by the ninja collective led by the Hokage could be described as a direct military administration. However, there was no palpable tension of a stationed army. It could only be said that the unique military unit of ninjas had perfectly integrated with the civilian populace. Was this what they called the military and civilian families are inseparable? Perhaps this was a characteristic of this world. Laros found this atmosphere quite appealing. Following a route from his memory, Laros gradually moved away from the bustling streets and stopped in front of a quieter apartment building.
This was his home in this world. He stepped upstairs and took out his keys to unlock the door. What lay before him was a slightly retro room, a 3-bedroom apartment occupying around 150 square meters, exactly as he remembered it. In terms of design, the place was filled with a rich traditional Japanese style. There were small cracks on the chairs and cabinets, and the sofa had slightly faded colors. The furniture looked somewhat aged. Laros' parents had been traditional ninjas, leading a rather rigid lifestyle, so besides the essential furniture, the living room had almost no other items, giving it a somewhat empty feeling. On the kitchen table were a few bowls and chopsticks that hadn't been washed yet. He didn't need to guess to know that they had been left by his younger brother, Hanzo. He seemed to be 5 or 6 years old this year and likely still attending the ninja academy. Laro thought for a moment and didn't pay much mind to it. He casually wandered through the various rooms, then took some paper documents from the drawer in his bedroom and sat down on the living room sofa to quietly flip through them. Knowledge is power. This principle holds true in any world. As an outsider, learning was essential for establishing himself in this world. Although the memories of the original body contained information, it was clear that the original host did not value these materials much and rarely reviewed them. This had led to Laro's vague recollection of these matters. The documents included some training notes left by Anzutsu Laro's parents, several ninjutsu scrolls, and various items such as family trees, property deeds, and money. Laro's father was a jonin, and his mother was a special jonin. From a power standpoint, both were significantly stronger than the newly promoted chunin Anzutsu Laro. Laro couldn't understand why the original host did not study these resources that could provide him the opportunity to grow stronger. Was it due to the pressure of life, leaving no time to earn money? Or was it because of nostalgia, escaping reality? Laro did not delve into these thoughts. He simply glanced at the family tree before tossing it aside. As he had imagined, the surname Anzutsu did not represent a long-established family. The only verifiable family history traced back to his grandfather's generation. It was only with his father's appearance that there began to be ninjas in the family. By the time of him and Anzutsu, the family had already become pitifully sparse. Aside from a few unremarkable uncles and aunts, there were no other family members left in the Anzutsu clan. From a ninja's perspective, the Anzutsu family hardly qualified as a true family, and Laro and Rado were essentially no different from ordinary civilian ninjas. As for his mother's family background, it seemed that they could be considered a small ninja clan. However, Laro wasn't very clear on the specifics, as it appeared that Anzutsu Laro had never met any of his mother's relatives. All he knew was that his mother had the surname Yuzuki before marrying into the family. Wait a minute, Yuzuki? Yuzuki Yugo? Laro's hand holding the ninjutsu scroll paused slightly. He was somewhat familiar with the character Yuzuki Yugo, though not deeply, just enough to know she was an Umbu member and had a romantic relationship with Kazuki's physically frail counterpart. Unexpectedly, he found out that he had a familial connection to the Yuzuki clan. He wondered how old Yugo was now. Perhaps she hadn't even been born yet? After letting his thoughts drift for a moment, Laro decided not to dwell on the matter further. He unrolled the ninjutsu scroll in his hand and laid it flat on the table, frowning slightly as he fell into contemplation. In this densely populated residential area, it would be best not to experiment recklessly with his time abilities, lest he attract the attention of perceptive ninjas. He decided to wait until tomorrow to find an uninhabited place for his attempts. For now, it was time to reorganize the ninjutsu he knew. The scroll before him contained the ninjutsu he frequently used, the Earth Prison. Although this ninjutsu, at this stage, lacked the ability to absorb the enemy's chakra as it did when used by Jiraiya in the original story, and the earth walls it created were far less sturdy than techniques like the Earth Barrier, it remained significant for Laro. The Earth Prison was the first ninjutsu he had used after arriving in this world, and it was also the one he was most familiar with. It was through the Earth Prison that he truly appreciated the powerful capabilities of ninjutsu. Unlike Jiraiya, who merely regarded the Earth Prison as a method for confining enemies, Laro had fully utilized it, allowing it to play important roles in defense, control, and delay during his encounters. During his battles with the Mist Umbu, Laro had effectively combined the Earth Prison with the body flicker technique, successfully diverting the enemy's attention, ultimately achieving a counterkill. In that process, the Earth Prison's contribution was not to be underestimated. Although its effect could not compare to pure defensive jutsu, it at least served its defensive purpose. This was crucial. The few seconds the Earth Prison bought him enabled him to complete his entire setup. In Laros' view, the application of ninjutsu should be diverse and not strictly adhere to the original creator's intended use. The Earth Prison had great potential, and if he continued to explore its depths, he might uncover unexpected rewards. If he developed the Earth Prison fully toward a defensive direction, perhaps the first Hokage's wood barrier would be a worthy avenue to explore. However, those were merely future considerations and not something to focus on right now. Chapter 11, Redo. Laros picked up a pen and made a brief note on the scroll, studying the chakra flow and hand seals of the Earth Prison for a while before shifting his gaze to another scroll labeled Lightning. If he remembered correctly, that scroll contained another lightning ninjutsu he had mastered, Lightning Flow. Lightning Flow concentrated chakra in the hand, generating an electric current to attack enemies. This technique was similar to the lightning cutter and belonged to close combat ninjutsu. Of course, in terms of power, it was far inferior to the lightning cutter. The current produced could only paralyze an enemy's body, and it was merely a C-rank technique. If Laros were to evaluate this technique, he would have to call it a waste of time. Since the electric current couldn't be discharged, holding it in his hand offered less attack power than using kunai. Its only practical application seemed to arise when intending to capture an enemy alive. However, there was still some room for expansion in thought. After pondering for a moment, Laros opened the Lightning Flow scroll. Soon, he set the Lightning Release scroll aside and turned his attention to the final two ninjutsu scrolls, one for Earth Release and the other for Fire Release. Is this all there is? Laros sighed softly, filled with frustration over his poverty. He wanted to master more ninjutsu to enrich his combat techniques, but more importantly, he wanted to explore the principles of ninjutsu creation, which would provide theoretical support for developing new jutsu in the future. Unfortunately, the samples he currently possessed were limited. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Earth Release, Earth Spike. One was a C-rank technique, and the other was a B-rank technique. These were the ninjutsu recorded on the last two scrolls. Laros vaguely understood why the original host had not learned these two ninjutsu. Anzutsu Laros was far from a genius, at least not when compared to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Even though he possessed a fire affinity, mastering the Great Fireball technique would require a significant amount of time. The Earth Spike, being a B-rank jutsu, was even more difficult. Even if he learned it, casting it once would nearly exhaust all his chakra, leaving him unable to fight afterward. Learning these two techniques would demand a considerable investment of time, and they seemed to lack any practical utility. This was the original host's most genuine thought. In reality, the inheritance left by Anzutsu Laros' parents was sufficient for the two brothers to live comfortably for a while. After going through the money notes, Laros reached that conclusion. But for the original host, whether out of a sense of responsibility or a desire to prove himself, in any case, as the head of the family, he did not want to be mocked as someone who lived off his deceased parents' wealth, a useless person simply coasting through life. Though, no one was genuinely paying attention to him. The desire to earn money and support his family burned intensely in his heart. He wanted to be self-reliant and take on the responsibilities of an older brother. Thus, there were many things he had not pursued, like these two ninjutsu that required a considerable time investment with low cost effectiveness. Laros neither agreed nor disagreed with this approach. To sacrifice one's own development for the sake of pursuing social recognition is simply putting the cart before the horse. This was his most genuine thought. In a world where strength determined everything, not putting in the effort to grow stronger was like joking with one's own life. As Laros studied the Great Fireball and Earth Spike techniques while flipping through his parents' training notes, time slowly slipped by. "I'm back!" With a youthful shout, a small boy about 5 or 6 years old burst through the door. The boy had a charming face, bright and expressive eyes, and was carrying a small backpack adorned with the Konoha symbol. He stared wide-eyed at Laros, his face showing surprise. This boy was Anzutsu Redo, Laros' younger brother in this life. Laros' train of thought was interrupted by his brother's sudden entrance, and he glanced at the door with annoyance. "Ah? Brother, you're back?"
Rado seemed to realize his earlier reckless action when he saw Laros' expression and sheepishly scratched his head. Without bothering to apologize, he hurried over to Laros' side, his eyes scanning the scattered papers covering every corner of the living room, curiously asking, "What are you doing, brother?" Laros snapped back to reality, putting down his pen and standing up to silently assess the fruits of his labor from the day. The floor, walls, and table were littered with papers. Some were key points ripped from training notes, some were his insights on specific techniques, and many were theories and calculations regarding chakra and jutsu. This involved some of the physics, mathematics, and statistics knowledge he had learned in his previous life, so numerous formulas and calculations were essential. For instance, the speed and acceleration of the Earth prison's creation, the force exerted during that process, and the relationship between the mass and density of the Earth wall and the released unit of chakra energy. Was the conservation of mass energy formula applicable in this scenario? If so, what was the exchange ratio? Additionally, considering the instantaneous change in temperature when the Great Fireball was expelled, the resistance coefficient with air, and exploring the destructive power derived from the kinetic and potential energy generated alongside thermal energy. As for lightning flow, there was just so much to research regarding time, current, voltage, and resistance. Laro had originally planned to solidify the basics and considered mastering the Great Fireball and Earth Spike to be an overachievement. However, his burgeoning mental capacity had sharpened his mind extraordinarily, allowing him to complete his predetermined work early. Restless, he began to delve into the mysteries of ninjutsu and chakra, eager to see if the knowledge from his previous life could be applied here. Perhaps this was futile, or perhaps it was a promising direction for development. But given the current situation, using his scientific methodology to explain ninjutsu and organically combine them posed significant challenges due to many unresolved prerequisites. At the very least, professional tools would be required to test and obtain ample experimental data, otherwise, it would just be theoretical speculation. It was foreseeable that conducting such research would be a long-term project, consuming unimaginable time and energy. Yet, if successful, the benefits would be immense. The integration of the ninjutsu and industrial systems could yield remarkable results. It seemed worth a try. Laro casually took a design drawing from the wall, folding it discreetly and tucking it away in his pocket. After a moment of silence, he slowly said to Rado, "I'm training in ninjutsu." Training, ninjutsu? Rado was momentarily dumbfounded by Laro's response, which seemed different from his expectations. So this was how ninjutsu was trained? It's just some basic research. To become stronger, you will experience this in the future as well. Laro answered dismissively. Upon hearing this, Rado fidgeted anxiously, sensing that something was off about his brother today. Suddenly, he noticed he was stepping on something soft beneath his feet. Looking down, he realized it was a partially open ninjutsu scroll made of a material unlike regular paper, somewhat resembling silk, making it distinctly noticeable underfoot. Rado noticed the scroll had something fireball written on it. It was normal for a child with limited reading skills to not understand some words. As if he suddenly remembered something, Rado's unease faded, replaced by excitement as he looked at Laro. "Brother, I'm 6 years old this year. Can you teach me ninjutsu? I've seen some classmates who can use fireball." To emphasize the truthfulness of his statement, Rado was extremely excited at this moment. The Uchiha's fire release is so cool. And the Hyuga's gentle fist is fierce, even a few classmates together can't win against them. They must have learned ninjutsu to be that strong. I want to be strong too. Please teach me ninjutsu, brother. You've delayed so many times already. Rado's incessant chatter finally pulled Laro's attention away from the design drawing. He glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It was 8:01. This little rascal was home rather late today. Did he think he wasn't going to come back? Recalling the dynamics between brothers, Laro immediately frowned and said sternly, "Learn ninjutsu? What time do you think it is now? All you do is play around. Do you even know how to come back? When I'm not home, you show your true colors, don't you? Have you finished your homework? Do you know the body flicker technique yet? No?
You're already stumbling around without knowing how to walk, yet thinking about running? Quickly tidy up the dishes, then go do your homework. I'm going to check later. Reito was met with a scolding from Laro, feeling extremely aggrieved, but after years of experience with his brother's strictness, he remained silent and ran toward the kitchen. Humph. I thought this time back would feel a bit different, but it's still the same. Reito muttered quietly while washing the dishes. Having lived together for many years, clever little Reito had long understood his brother's personality, knowing that he was harsh on the outside but had a tender heart, especially when it came to him. This time, Laro had placed the ninjutsu scroll in plain sight in the living room instead of keeping it under tight guard like before, indicating that his attitude toward teaching Reito ninjutsu had changed. He would need to perform well in the coming days to learn ninjutsu quickly and show off to his friends later. Thinking about the brilliant future, Reito's smile grew even brighter. He washed the dishes with increased fervor, as if he were cheering for his future self through his actions. Laro sank wearily onto the sofa and rubbed his aching temples. He had absolutely no experience dealing with children. His earlier performance had been entirely based on how Anzutsu Laro typically acted. It was strange how he felt that the original host's attitude toward his younger brother was akin to a stern father dealing with his son, taking on all responsibilities. Was this what they called an older brother like a father? Moreover, since their parents had tragically passed away when Reito was 1, the original host had raised him alone for the past 5 years. He had to play both father and mother, which explained why Anzutsu Laro had been under so much pressure, nearly on the brink of a breakdown at just 16 or 17 years old. Laro didn't want to invest too much energy in assuming the role of a stern father. For someone like Reito, he didn't want to deliberately cultivate him just yet. With the Second Shinobi World War raging, he didn't have the time or energy to waste on matters unrelated to becoming stronger. Besides, Reito was still quite young and relatively safe in the ninja academy. He could slowly grow on his own. As for teaching Reito ninjutsu, that was simply out of the question. Not only did he have his own schedule packed in the coming days, leaving no time to teach someone else, but Reito was also too young. His chakra volume and control were inadequate, and if he learned a technique like the Great Fireball, he could easily injure himself. Teaching him ninjutsu now would be more harmful than helpful. Yes, that was it, Laro firmly decided in his heart. Poor little Reito remained completely unaware of his brother's plans, diligently scrubbing the plates, determined to leave not a single drop of grease behind. Chapter 12, Experiment. The next morning, Laro got up early, dressed in the short sleeves and shorts he had prepared the night before, grabbed his ninja tool pack, and hurried out the door. After a simple breakfast at a local restaurant, he couldn't wait to head to the training grounds in Konoha. His destination was a relatively secluded grove, far from the village's central area, roughly at the edge of the Death Forest from the story. Typically, this area saw few visitors, and with the ongoing war in the ninja world, it was even less likely to attract anyone. Upon reaching his destination, Laro carefully surveyed the surrounding environment. The training ground wasn't too big or too small, covering about 1,000 square meters, with the ground cleared of weeds. 3 small wooden stakes stood upright in the center, while a gentle stream flowed a few dozen meters away, leading into a lush forest further back. Laro didn't rush to practice the ninjutsu he had just learned yesterday or test his abilities. Instead, he began to stretch his body, loosening his muscles and hips before jogging a few laps around the training ground. When he felt thoroughly warmed up, he casually slipped into the adjacent woods, pretending nothing was amiss. Deep within the thicket, using the knowledge in his mind, Laro set up a makeshift perimeter to alert him if anyone approached. He then found a spot overgrown with grass and slowly sat cross-legged. The tall grass and dense canopy overhead concealed him well. Without careful observation, one would never notice Laro hiding there. The power of time was extraordinary, and Laro understood its precious value and the immense attraction it held for others. While he was still relatively weak, recklessly exposing his abilities could invite unwanted envy and trouble. To avoid such complications, he preferred to act with caution. Laro took out a kunai and gently sliced into his left palm, still opting to use his own hand for this experiment. Blood trickled from the cut and dripped onto the grass beneath him. He waited 2 minutes before concentrating, channeling the gray energy to cover the wound. This time, he strictly controlled the amount of gray energy he used,
activating just 1% of its total volume.
Soon, the air around him began to warp slightly as the cut on his palm healed instantly, leaving no scar behind. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Laro didn't halt his experiments.
Instead, he picked up the kunai again, this time targeting his forearm. First, he attempted to use 1,000th of the gray energy.
After half a minute, there was no effect. He then tried 2,000ths of the gray energy, and after a minute, the wound began healing. By around 20 seconds, it had almost fully recovered. When he used 4,000ths of the gray energy, the wound healed completely after 3 minutes. After 5 minutes, with 1% of the gray energy, it fully healed after 10 minutes. When using 2% of the gray energy, the healing occurred in about half an hour, and at 6% of the gray energy, the wound healed after an hour. Based on these calculations, the amount of gray energy needed to rewind time by a day exceeds 100%. So why was I able to revert Kazuki back a few days with such a small amount? Could it be that the consumption of applying time reversal to oneself is higher than that applied to others? Laro thought this was the only reasonable explanation. He set that question aside and began contemplating the next test target. The flow of time can not only go backwards but also forwards. Should I give that a try? Once the idea struck him, Laro focused the gray energy in his hand. This time, he didn't chant keywords like reverse or backward, but instead flow forward, advance, and accelerate. He decided to use 1% of the energy to avoid any accidents. As the energy flowed into him, the veins in his arm bulged, and his palm turned bright red, the temperature rising. Laro fixated on the scene before him and moved slightly. Instantly, whoosh, his arm shot up, creating a powerful gust of wind. The grass on the ground was flattened by the force of his motion, and leaves scattered around, gently landing beside Laro. Did my veins burst? Laro murmured as he raised his arm. It seems like the blood flow just accelerated. The injury happened because my coverage of the ability wasn't comprehensive enough? No, it could also be due to air resistance. After all, the external flow of time remains unchanged, only my body is accelerated. Laro casually activated reverse flow, and his arm returned to normal immediately. He stood up, a glint of eagerness in his eyes. With the current amount of gray energy, if I dilute it a bit, 10% should be enough to cover my entire body. 10% was less than the threshold required for the gray energy to fill all parts of his body. It seemed there was some sort of limitation. To ensure safety, this concentration was also the lowest level Laro could suppress. Then, should I try my speed with this power boost? Having decided that he could always reverse the effects with reverse flow, Laro eased his concerns and began enveloping himself in the power of time. With a whoosh, his blood circulation accelerated dramatically, his heart pounding rapidly, muscles began to quiver uncontrollably, and nerve signals raced to relay sensations throughout his body to his brain. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded into his mind, all of which he received clearly. With the time acceleration activated at 10%, Laro slowly raised his head. He saw a leaf seemingly frozen in mid-air, as if it defied the laws of gravity. He attempted to lift his hand, but it felt as though his arm were encased in heavy mud, making it nearly impossible to move. Not just his arm, but his entire body seemed to be trapped in a quagmire, making even the smallest motion exceedingly difficult. Laro clenched his teeth, channeling chakra throughout his body, and with sheer willpower, he slowly extended his hand, trying to grasp the suspended leaf. Crack, crack, crack. Strange sounds echoed as sharp pains shot through his arm, reverberating in his mind. Nevertheless, he paid no heed and remained determined to reach his target. A gentle breeze unexpectedly stirred, producing a faint, intermittent whistling sound, resembling static from an old radio. The air seemed to part, forming a distorted, transparent tube around his arm as he moved it forward. Laro grasped the leaf tightly, yet he didn't hear the anticipated snap. At that moment, he realized the surrounding environment was bizarre. The world felt as if it had suddenly come to a standstill. The wind had just brushed against his cheek, yet the grass and branches remained frozen, untouched. A butterfly hovered nearby, its wings barely fluttering after what seemed like an eternity. Time has stopped? No, they've slowed down. The first thought flickered through his mind. No, it's not that they've slowed down. It's that I've become too fast. The second thought followed closely. Is this what 10% time power can achieve? Laro mused internally. He tried to turn his head to observe other elements in this frozen world, only to find that his neck wouldn't move, even his outstretched arm felt as if it were immobilized, unable to retract. No. It's not that I can't move. I can feel that if I slow down, I would be able to act. Is it the sudden force that can't break through this air resistance? Just how fast am I moving right now?
Right, my arm. Remembering the sharp pain from earlier, Laro shifted his gaze, and when he saw the state of his arm, his pupils involuntarily constricted. The short sleeve he had been wearing had vanished, revealing his arm covered in numerous cuts and burns, blood dripping from the wounds, yet all of it hung suspended in the air below his arm. Surrounding the outer side of his arm was a twisting column of transparent air, slowly rotating as time passed. At that moment, he heard a faint shrill sound in his ear, accompanied by a growing rumble in the distance, gradually becoming louder.
Ah, I see, I have surpassed the speed of sound?
The diluted gray energy is nearly depleted.
If that's the case. Time acceleration, release.
In the next instant, an overwhelming force surged from behind him, propelling Laro uncontrollably forward, as if his arm were tugging him along.
Boom, boom, boom.
Reverse flow was the last thought that crossed Laro's mind before everything faded to black.
Cough, cough.
Sunlight poured into his eyes as Laro gradually regained consciousness, blinking against the dust swirling around him, causing him to cough incessantly. He checked his body and, as expected, found no issues. Pushing away a half-buried wooden stake resting on him, he looked around at the destruction he had caused.
Even with his calm demeanor, he couldn't help but be taken aback.
In the dense forest, a straight line extending over several dozen meters had been plowed through. Where several trees thick enough for 3 or 5 people to embrace now stood only uneven stumps. A massive stone, half a meter thick, had been pierced through from both sides. Laro was certain that this destruction was his doing, as he now sat behind the punctured boulder, staring through the hole at where he had originally stood. I had imagined the force of surpassing the speed of sound would be tremendous, but I was only trying to catch that leaf.
Did I unintentionally cause this level of destruction?
Laro remained silent for a long time, deeply shocked by the incredible capabilities of his power. He had only used 10% of the gray energy to accelerate time.
If he were to use 100%, could he reach the speed of light?
He couldn't help but speculate that at that velocity, he might not even have time to attack before his body turned to ash.
Moreover, with his current physical stamina, he doubted he could even withstand the terrifying air resistance at the speed of light.
After a moment of contemplation, Laro decided not to linger in place. The noise he had caused was too loud, and to avoid being detected by nearby residents, it was best to leave quickly.
Standing up and brushing off the dust, Laro realized he looked like a beggar.
His freshly changed short sleeves had vanished, and his shorts had turned into tattered rags, clinging to his waist.
First, I should go home and change clothes, then I can continue experimenting in the afternoon.
Laro activated his ability, covering his legs and head with gray energy to increase his speed. The reason he took his head into account was to synchronize his dynamic vision and nerve reflexes, preventing him from moving too quickly to control himself.
Time acceleration, 2%.
With a whoosh, a gust of energy swirled around him, and Laro vanished from sight.
The surroundings raced backward, stretching into shimmering lines of light. Laro's pupils spun in his eye sockets at an abnormal speed as he gradually adapted to this high-speed movement. The wind howled past him, the noise escalating, and he felt the air resistance scraping painfully against his body. Reluctantly, he slowed down.
It seems the power of time cannot affect the surrounding air. The physical rebound caused by moving too fast is very evident.
As he traveled, Laro pondered the issues he faced. Is there a way to resolve this?
Noticing he had entered the village, Laro sighed helplessly and slowed his speed again. Even at this reduced pace, his mobility was vastly improved compared to before. For example, he had just brushed past a few umbu running on rooftops, and they hadn't noticed his presence at all, mistaking him for merely a passing breeze. Laro slightly turned his head, glancing at the busy mist umbu nearby. If I encounter those mist umbu again, I could kill them in an instant. After a morning of familiarizing himself with his abilities, Laros' strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. Back home, after washing away the blood on his body, Laro changed into clean clothes and was about to head out for lunch. He noticed that his brother Rado was not at home. He must still be in class at the Ninja Academy. Thinking little of it, he opened the door and was about to step outside when a cheerful voice rang in his ears. "Hey! Laro, you're back." Turning around, he saw a young, beautiful girl standing at the doorway of the neighboring room. Her amber eyes were fixed on him, sparkling with surprise. The girl appeared to be around Laro's age, wearing a red t-shirt, her golden hair tied in a lovely ponytail, and two small dimples danced on her cheeks, making her smile exceptionally pretty. Notably, this girl was also a ninja, as evident from the forehead protector she wore.
"I haven't seen you in ages. Have you been on missions this whole time? Who is this girl again?"
Laro thought, forcing a polite smile as he quickly searched his memories.
"Oh, right. She's Yamaguchi Yuko, a classmate from the Ninja Academy and a neighbor for many years."
"Ah, yes, I just returned yesterday," Laro said, recalling the interactions of his predecessor with her, unconsciously reaching up to touch his hair, an instinctive gesture he often made while speaking to her.
"How's it going?"
Yuko tossed a garbage bag at the door, stepping closer and casually wrapping her right arm around Laro's shoulder.
"Did you bring me any gifts from your trip?"
Laro twitched his mouth slightly, managing to squeeze out two words, "No, I didn't." "What?" Yuko's face instantly fell, disappointment washing over her as she stretched out her words.
"Really nothing? Not even a local specialty? You always bring me gifts when you come back."
Why this time? Yuko suddenly seemed to realize something, taking a couple of steps back with a look of terror in her eyes.
"Could it be you've changed your mind? You don't like me anymore?" Tears sparkled in Yuko's eyes as she said pitifully, "You, Laro. You heartbreaker. I thought I knew you."
Laro noticed curious eyes peeking out from the nearby windows, and helplessly said, "Okay, Yuko, stop messing around.
I'll treat you to a meal, alright? You think you can just brush me off with a meal?"
"I'll tell you," Laro. Yuko, who was initially indignant, suddenly switched to a sly smile.
"At least 2 meals. And I want to eat barbecue."
Alright, Laro rubbed his forehead, secretly laughing at the situation. "There's a new barbecue place in the village center, it's not too crowded at this time, and we can get a spot."
"Let's go."
In a newly opened and reportedly popular barbecue restaurant. Laro, let me tell you, your brother," Yuko said, stuffing her mouth with barbecue as she spoke, her words somewhat muffled.
"He's been pestering me lately, asking me to teach him, ninjutsu."
Laro handed Yuko a glass of water, feeling exhausted, and urged, "Yuko, slow down.
Let's talk after you finish eating." Okay."
Yuko gulped down her food and drained her glass, letting out a long breath.
"Ah, that feels good.
Where were we?"
"My brother, Rado."
"Oh, right."
Yuko smacked her forehead and hurriedly vented to Laro.
"Before you left, you told me to take care of your brother, right?
I thought it wouldn't be much trouble.
Plus, with our years of friendship, I agreed without hesitation.
But I didn't expect your brother to be such a troublemaker." Laro spun the water cup in his hand and casually asked, "What kind of trouble did Rado cause?"
"He's been sleeping in class, fighting with classmates, and even teasing girls."
"Laro, how did you educate your brother?"
Yuko complained with a look of grievance.
"Do you know how many times I've been called to the school by the teachers this month? 10 times. 10 times, you know?"
Laro looked at Yuko's performance, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. From the memories he recalled, he gradually understood the girl's nature. He thought Rado might make some minor mistakes, but being summoned 10 times in a month did seem a bit exaggerated.
10 times? Yuko, are you sure you're not pulling my leg?" Laro frowned, showing his discontent. "Oh really? You don't believe me?" Yuko pouted. "Let's count."
She extended her delicate hand, counting off her fingers. "April 10th, the second day after you left, he talked back to the teacher during class. On the 13th, he got into a conflict with another kid and gathered classmates to fight. On the 15th, during physical training, he pulled a girl's pigtails.
Stop, stop.
Before Yuko could finish, Laro waved his hand weakly.
These were all Rato's doing? Why would I lie to you?
If you don't believe me, let's go talk to Rato's teacher.
Yuko's tone was filled with a sense of disappointment.
You really should pay more attention to your brother, Laro.
Stop focusing solely on missions and making money. Is it really true?
Laro looked at Yuko suspiciously, still unable to believe Rato could cause such trouble. The child he saw just yesterday seemed quite well behaved. However, continuing to argue about it seemed pointless. Laro thought for a moment and decided to thank her since she had been looking after Rato for a month. I appreciate you taking care of him during this time, Yuko.
No worries, no worries.
Who are we to each other?
Yuko waved her hand generously. It's just Rato gets into trouble every 2 or 3 days. I've been quite patient these days, so you should.
Laro understood her unspoken meaning. I'll try to compensate you for the time you've lost this month.
I'll get a substantial sum from completing this task. Smack!
Unexpectedly, before Laro could finish, Yuko slammed her hand on the table in anger.
Who needs your money? Laro! Don't play dumb with me. I'm asking you one question, will you take me along on your next mission or not? What kind of play was this again?
Laro felt a surge of confusion in his heart.
Laro stared blankly at Yamaguchi Yuko, momentarily at a loss for words. Sure enough, in your eyes, I'm just a burden, aren't I?
A hint of sadness flickered in Yuko's eyes as she sighed softly.
Speaking of which, it's been 3 years since that incident. I haven't been on a mission outside the village since then.
She forced a self-deprecating smile.
Every day, I'm cooped up in the village, doing those trivial D-rank tasks. Am I still considered a real ninja? Seeing Yuko's sorrowful expression, Laro's intuition told him that her emotions were genuine, not feigned.
He recalled the story he had learned about Yuko and, realizing the twists of fate involved, could only lament how cruel destiny could be.
Chapter 14, Yuko. Some say that a ninja's talent is primarily measured by their mastery and usage of jutsu.
Laro didn't deny this point, but he believed that to become an outstanding ninja and survive in such chaotic times, a strong mindset was equally crucial. After all, Konoha was no longer what it was during Naruto's era, and the ninja world was not the peaceful place it had been after the Fourth Great Ninja War. The Second Great Ninja War was raging fiercely outside, with the scale of battles continuously expanding. Born in such an era, it was almost commonplace for ninjas to encounter life-threatening situations while on missions, with the reasons being varied. Hostility from rogue ninjas from other villages, the murderous intent of wandering rogue ninjas, the greed of bounty hunters, and even the hatred from civilians who had lost their homes. Ninjas faced countless unknown situations on their journeys, and to protect themselves and their comrades, they needed not only their strength but also the resolve to act decisively when it mattered. Both ability and mindset were indispensable. Unfortunately, Yamaguchi Yuko seemed to lack both of these qualities. In Laro's class, her ninja talent could not be said to be the worst, but it was certainly mediocre at best. Though she belonged to the Yamaguchi clan, she appeared to lack any talent for the clan's secret techniques and was not valued by most of her clan members. During their school years, she was cautious and timid, a stark contrast to her more carefree demeanor now. Laro still remembered that Yuko had been cowardly, timid, and insecure back then, nearly avoiding all interactions with her classmates. If it weren't for their neighborly ties, they might not have crossed paths at all. Laro's relationship with Yuko had remained quite ordinary until they graduated from the Ninja Academy. This was partly because the original host dedicated most of his time and energy to studying and training, leaving no room for social relationships, and partly because Yuko's introverted and insecure personality made her too passive. This situation continued until they both became genin. Although the original host was not in the same team as Yuko, he could perceive the changes in her whenever they met. She became more optimistic, cheerful, and expressive day by day. She seemed to gradually forget the painful memories of the past. Once, during a chat, Laro had asked her what prompted such a transformation. At that time, Yuko hadn't answered, only offering a blissful smile. The original host didn't understand the meaning behind Yuko's smile, but as a seasoned veteran, Laro keenly sensed the scent of love from that memory. He deduced that Yuko had encountered her soulmate and had fallen in love. It turned out that Laro's guess was correct. For a long time afterward, the original host seldom saw Yuko, only occasionally spotting her walking with another boy on the street. The original host recognized that boy, who seemed to be a teammate of Yuko's. By all accounts, a childhood sweetheart dating someone else would normally stir emotions in the original host. However, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, he simply felt happy for Yuko's transformation. What a thick-headed guy, Laro thought to himself. Had things continued on this trajectory, Yuko would have had a beautiful ending. Unfortunately, this wasn't a cheesy soap opera but a cruel and dark ninja world. Misfortune arrived unannounced, quietly consuming Yuko's mind and body. Initially, the original host was unaware of the specifics of that mission. He only knew it was a B-rank task that claimed the lives of all Yuko's teammates, including their guiding jonin. All of this could have been avoided if only Yuko had been a little more ruthless. Later, through Yuko's drunken revelations, Laro gradually pieced together the outline of that mission. It seemed that Yuko's team had been tasked with eliminating a rogue ninja gang's hideout, and during the operation, her love interest had been captured, used as leverage against the rest of their team. Only one enemy remained, and it seemed that no threats or intimidation could change the outcome, but the reality was different. It turned out that the rogue ninja gang had the support of a major ninja village Iwagakure. This intelligence had been accidentally discovered by Yuko's guiding teacher during a search of the rogue ninja's hideout. Because of this, the guiding jonin realized the urgency of the situation. Their operation had been so extensive that it likely had already alerted the enemy. The location was quite far from the village, and he was uncertain whether Iwagakure would secretly send ninjas to eliminate them. After all, this concerned the reputation of a major ninja village. Time was of the essence, every second wasted brought them closer to death. After explaining the stakes in a hushed tone, the guiding jonin planned to throw a kunai to swiftly end Yuko's boyfriend's life to prevent him from falling into enemy hands and suffering further torment. Afterward, the guiding jonin would quickly eliminate the rogue ninja, who no longer had any hostages, and lead the other two team members to retreat rapidly. However, Yuko blocked the kunai with her body, unable to watch her boyfriend die before her eyes. No one expected that Yuko would react with such speed in that moment, managing to intercept the kunai thrown by the jonin. Perhaps this was the power of love. Afterward, she pleaded desperately, first to the guiding jonin and then to the rogue ninja. This scene moved everyone present, including the guiding jonin, who hesitated, wondering if there was any other way to resolve the situation quickly. Yet, in the end, that moment of compassion changed nothing. Time cruelly ticked away, and Yuko sank deeper into despair. Before long, Iwagakure's umbu arrived, killing all who attempted to resist. With the passing of her respected teacher, the loss of her beloved, and the tragic fate of a teammate who had weathered storms alongside her, Yamaguchi Yuko's mental state collapsed completely under this series of blows. Just as the umbu from Iwagakure were preparing to dispose of this seemingly deranged girl, reinforcements from Konoha finally arrived, saving Yuko's life by a stroke of luck. However, the details of the mission somehow leaked out, and her reputation was left in tatters. Having caused her teammates misfortunes out of selfishness, she became the target of widespread scorn. No teams were willing to accept her, and all high-level missions were denied to her. From that moment on, she was forever relegated to the rank of a genin. Even as her classmates gradually advanced to chunin, and some gifted individuals even became jonin, she remained a mere and insignificant genin. Months later, just as Yuko was beginning to recover from her trauma, she received the devastating news that her parents had also perished on a mission. From that point on, she was regarded as a burden, a failure, and even an ill omen. No one wanted to associate with her. Even the other members of the Yamaguchi clan kept their distance, leaving only the emotionally oblivious original host to treat her as before. After learning all of this, Laro couldn't help but gasp, looking at Yuko, who seemed to have returned to her usual self, happily humming a tune while eating. A sense of genuine admiration rose within him. If he had gone through such a series of traumas, although he might not completely break down psychologically, it was inevitable that his personality would become more withdrawn and silent. Yuko, a mere 16-year-old girl, how had she endured such torment?
How had she developed her current lively, carefree personality in such an environment?
Unconsciously, Laros thought of the legendary Konoha Whitefang and then of Naruto. Despite the darkness that existed here, Konoha still couldn't obscure the brilliance of humanity. Thinking of Yuko living alone, without companions, and having no one to communicate with except for himself and Reito, Laros felt a surge of compassion.
Yuko, Laros spoke softly, why do you want me to take you on missions? Yuko swallowed her food and asked with confusion, didn't I tell you before?
It's been so many years, I just want to see the world outside the village. The D-rank missions were limited to the vicinity of the village, and only C-rank missions and above would take them outside. Since Yuko couldn't take on any missions above C-rank, there was no reason for her to leave the village unless she wanted to become a rogue ninja.
You just want to see outside the village? Laros paused for a moment before responding, I'm sorry, but I can't take you out right now.
Okay.
I understand.
Yuko didn't show any signs of disappointment this time, instead speaking calmly, your team is already full, I'm really pushing it to ask you.
We can talk about it later.
Laros didn't mention that his team only had him left, he refused her because he recalled the matters regarding the father-son duo, Momochi Zabuza and Momochi Raiga, along with Yuko's experiences. He didn't know if taking Yuko out would lead to a similar dilemma nor how he would feel after making such a decision. In any case, until he was strong enough, he would try to avoid troublesome matters like this from the outset. Looking at Yuko, who seemed to have come to terms with it, Laros slowly spoke, Yuko, my brother has been in your care this past month, so I can't just let it go without showing my gratitude. How about this, I just happened to acquire a ninjutsu scroll from this mission, which contains some methods for training physical techniques.
Yuko's big eyes sparkled with excitement as she smiled, Laros, when did you become so generous?
I thought I was going to work for free this time.
Just how many advantages had the original host taken from Yuko? Laros felt a headache coming on. No need to say that.
After we return, I'll give you the scroll, and you can write down the contents and return it to me.
Sure.
Yuko clapped her hands in joy, but her expression instantly fell.
But why physical techniques? They're so tiring to practice.
Just be grateful, it's better than nothing, Laros replied, shoving a piece of grilled meat into his mouth. You have the Yamaguchi clan's secret techniques, I doubt you'd look at my low-end ninjutsu.
Practicing physical techniques will help balance your combat system. Are you talking about the mind-body technique?
Yuko said helplessly, don't mention it, those techniques require such high talent. With my level, I can only grasp the simplest ones. Anything beyond that is out of the question. Laros remained silent, merely continuing to eat the meat.
By the way, what do you plan to do about your brother? Yuko asked. What about him? You mean all the nonsense he's been doing at school?
I'll deal with him properly. No, it seems your brother has been disturbed by something at school. Yuko paused, he seems dissatisfied with his abilities and has been pestering me to teach him ninjutsu. At this point, Yuko sighed.
What can I teach him? The family secret techniques can't be shared, and I don't know any other elemental ninjutsu.
Don't worry. I just got back, and I'll talk to him in the next few days.
Laros pondered, having ambition is good, but he's still young, his body hasn't fully developed yet. It's a bit premature for him to be getting into elemental ninjutsu right now. Yuko nodded, that's fine. As long as you're aware.
After discussing these matters, they had nearly finished their meal. Laros and Yuko headed home together, and after handing the ninjutsu scroll he had acquired from Momochi Raiga to Yuko, he went out again. Having memorized all the contents of the scroll after days of review, keeping it was no longer meaningful to him. Looking up at the sky, which was just past noon, Laros decided to sneak back into the Death Forest to test his time abilities. The goals for the afternoon were to calculate specific data related to acceleration and its exchange ratio with the gray energy, and to see whether the time power could extend to the outside world and affect inanimate objects. Time passed quietly amidst the experiments, the sun gradually setting as night enveloped the world. As Laros' brother, Reito was a very intelligent child, possessing enough patience and self-control when necessary.
Rado didn't realize that his brother was no longer the person he once knew, so he continued to judge Laros' thoughts and intentions based on past experiences. Brother must already be considering teaching me ninjutsu, he's just hesitating. I need to show him my growth to help him make up his mind. That was how he thought, and that was how he acted. Unlike before, today after school, he didn't play with his friends but returned home early. Seeing that his brother hadn't returned yet, the diligent Rado decided to tidy up the house and organize all the paper materials Laro had left in the living room yesterday. He wanted Laro to realize that his younger brother had become sensible and was no longer the little child he once was. After working hard, he ended up finishing around 7 o'clock. Uncertain of when Laro would return, despite his stomach growling with hunger, Rado decided to hold off and not cook instant noodles. Rado understood that his brother had always been extremely averse to him eating instant noodles, so he decided to patiently wait for Laro to return and cook for him. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour, an hour. Rado had no idea how much longer he would have to wait, as hunger surged through his mind like a tide. The physical labor from the afternoon had exhausted him to the point of fatigue, and his consciousness gradually became hazy. When Laro finally returned home and saw his brother's despairing face, as if he had lost all will to live, he suddenly realized that he had seemingly overlooked something important. The clock on the wall had moved slowly to the 11 o'clock mark. "Rado, what's wrong?" "Brother, I'm starving," Rado said weakly, without elaborating further. "Why didn't you go find your sister Yuko?" Laro asked as he took off his tattered clothes and grabbed a towel to wipe away the dirt on his face. "Now that you're back, why would I go looking for her?" Rado pouted, his tone revealing hints of dissatisfaction. But the next moment, his attention shifted to Laro. "Huh? Brother, you're hurt?" Looks like he noticed the bloodstains on me, Laro thought to himself, maintaining a calm expression. It was just a minor accident during training. It's nothing serious. After his explorations that afternoon, Laro had learned how to use reverse flow to remove the residual blood from his body. However, this process was somewhat tedious and consumed time and energy, so he hadn't bothered to take care of it. Aside from the blood, other parts of his body, such as limbs, organs, and tissues, could not be restored to their original state under the influence of reverse flow once detached and would remain in the real world. This anomaly caught Laro's attention, making him feel even more that his time powers were mysterious and elusive, not entirely as he had previously imagined. Hearing Laro's explanation, Rado, despite being nearly out of breath from hunger, insisted on asking, "Brother, are you practicing ninjutsu? Can't you take me along for training?" This kid's determination is quite firm. It seems I can't avoid this. But perhaps it's unnecessary to deliberately evade it, Laro pondered silently. After a moment of silence, he didn't immediately respond. Instead, he tore open a cup of instant noodles and started boiling water. As Rado's originally hopeful gaze began to dim, Laro finally spoke slowly, "Let's go to the training ground together tomorrow morning. For now, let's eat." Did that mean he agreed? Rado's spirit instantly lifted, and even his hunger seemed to ease a bit. He exclaimed, "Okay." His tone couldn't hide his joy. Watching Rado devour the nutritionally poor instant noodles, Laro's thoughts drifted away. He considered his training plans for tomorrow, the progress of the Second Great Ninja War, and the distant yet seemingly near future. Perhaps the future wasn't as far away as he imagined, after all, time was on his side. As for Rado's arrangements, Laro had a preliminary plan in mind. He would still adhere to his principles regarding ninjutsu and would not let the 10-year-old kid get involved with elemental ninjutsu. However, not teaching ninjutsu didn't mean he wouldn't teach Rado other things. Chapter 15, Training. At 8 a.m., in Konoha's fourth training ground. This training ground was still located on the edge of the Death Forest but was not the same one Laro had visited yesterday. "Show me your body replacement technique." Laro stood in the center, arms crossed over his chest, looking at his brother with a tone that carried an air of command. Rado didn't question it, he simply nodded and quickly began forming hand seals. First, he executed the body replacement technique. As Rado completed the seals, the chakra within him began to flow, activating the technique.
In an instant, Rato's body, which had been standing still, suddenly froze. After a few seconds, with a bang, his body transformed into a cloud of smoke, leaving behind a small wooden stump in its place. Laro tilted his head slightly, glancing over to where Rato now stood about 10 meters away, slightly out of breath but with a hint of pride on his face, seemingly satisfied with his performance.
Is a single body replacement technique exhausting you this much?
Seeing this, Laro frowned slightly, but he didn't say much, simply lifting his chin to signal Rato to continue with the next demonstration. Taking a deep breath to adjust himself, Rato began to gather chakra again, preparing to perform the clone technique. 1 minute later, Rato completed the demonstrations of the clone technique and transformation technique, collapsing directly onto the ground, panting heavily.
Brother, how did I do? He looked up at Laro with hopeful eyes.
Laro didn't immediately respond, instead, he replayed the scenes he had just witnessed in his mind. From the perspective of technique execution, Rato's body replacement technique was passable, and from Laro's Chunin level viewpoint, he couldn't pinpoint any major flaws. However, the clone technique and transformation technique left much to be desired. Rato's clone technique was comparable to Naruto's level just after graduation, lacking the ability to deceive an enemy. As for the transformation technique, Rato chose to transform into himself. The upper half had completed the transformation successfully, but the lower half remained his small legs, without any change in height. The body replacement technique was barely acceptable, while the clone and transformation techniques still had significant room for improvement. Most importantly, Rato's chakra level was far too low. Just performing these 3 basic techniques had left him exhausted to the point of collapsing. However, considering that he was only 6 years old, having such performance was already commendable. Among his peers, Rato's ability should be in the relatively superior category, but compared to true geniuses, there was still a world of difference.
At the very least, Laro believed that with Rato's current chakra level, he couldn't fully execute an elemental ninjutsu, not even a C-rank technique.
After determining Rato's capability level, Laro commented, "Your body replacement technique is acceptable, but your clone and transformation techniques are still far from satisfactory." After a brief pause, ignoring Rato's disgruntled expression, Laro continued, "I don't know why you suddenly want to learn other ninjutsu, but given your performance with the body techniques, Rato, you still have a long way to go." Noticing the dim light in Rato's eyes, Laro chuckled lightly and changed his tone. "Rato, although I can't teach you elemental ninjutsu right now, I can help you enhance your abilities."
Do you want to hear what your current issues are? Fine, Rato hesitated for a moment before reluctantly replying. Laro didn't mind Rato's attitude.
After all, he was just a child. Having such a reaction when he couldn't get what he wanted was perfectly normal.
Your issues mainly lie in 2 aspects: firstly, insufficient chakra, and secondly, weak chakra control.
Rato, tell me, what exactly is chakra?
It's an energy used for performing ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, Rato answered, clearly lacking enthusiasm and responding weakly. And where does chakra come from? In other words, how is it refined?
Rato pouted and answered without hesitation, "From the 130 trillion cells in the human body, each cell absorbs energy, combining it with the mental energy accumulated through rigorous training and experience, ultimately merging to produce chakra. All of this is detailed in the textbooks."
Laro chuckled and said, "It seems your theoretical knowledge is quite solid. Since you know chakra is a combination of physical and mental energy, what do you think I will do to increase your chakra volume?" An ominous premonition surged in Rato's heart, and his voice trembled slightly. "Brother, what are you planning to do?" Laro's expression instantly darkened.
"Of course, I'm going to help you strengthen both types of energy, which means through training."
"No way. I really don't want to practice physical techniques. You don't get a say in this. Haven't you been clamoring to learn ninjutsu?"
"Once your chakra volume increases, I'll naturally teach you." Rato couldn't win against Laro and, after being admonished a few times, had no choice but to obediently follow orders. Fortunately, Laro's authority as an older brother still held weight in front of his younger sibling.
Even though he was internally reluctant, when Laro detailed the training methods, Rato couldn't help but perk up and listen attentively.
Laro was teaching Rato the contents he had acquired from the scroll taken from Momochi Raiga.
The immense power, incredible speed, and intricate techniques of Momochi Zabuza were things Laro secretly admired, even though they were enemies.
He didn't know the names of Momochi Zabuza and Momochi Raiga, but he was aware of their father-son relationship. Thus, the techniques he learned from Raiga were likely closely related to Zabuza. It was highly probable that the scroll contained Zabuza's training methods. With such an excellent example before him, Laro intended to make full use of it. After all, his own research into physical techniques was rather shallow, and the few techniques he had explored felt rather rudimentary. Having existing knowledge resources available was a shameful waste if he didn't absorb them. Teaching Rado these techniques was a secondary benefit. The primary reason was that he wanted to enhance his own physical condition. Speaking of which, Laros' time abilities were worth mentioning. After a full day of experimentation yesterday, he had successfully mastered the two derived abilities of reverse flow and acceleration. The powerful recovery ability brought by reverse flow could almost be described as granting Laro a near-immortal quality. As long as his time energy wasn't exhausted, he could maintain a state of immortality by rewinding time. However, unlike the side effect-free reverse flow, the acceleration ability had a certain double-edged nature. This was due to his weak constitution. On one hand, his body couldn't bear the effects of prolonged time energy enhancement and needed to use reverse flow for recovery from time to time. On the other hand, the influence of air resistance could not be ignored. His strength wasn't enough to break through the layer of air resistance surrounding his body, which is often referred to as being able to see but unable to act. Of course, when the use of time energy was kept below 10%, he could forcefully utilize chakra to perform some actions, but this often meant facing a series of negative effects such as broken bones and internal bleeding. While reverse flow could eliminate these negative effects, activating acceleration in return required double the time energy, creating an unbearable burden for Laro. Although his mental strength was very robust and his time energy abundant, he needed to avoid unnecessary waste. Thus, physical training quickly rose to an important agenda, even surpassing the importance of ninjutsu training. To adapt to high-speed combat, he needed to have a resilient body. Even if he couldn't become a pure physical-type ninja, he at least wouldn't be injured due to the previously mentioned reasons during the stages of 1% and 2%. And so, Laro and Rado began their enjoyable journey of physical training, while Rado's objections were temporarily set aside. Time passed imperceptibly, and half a month went by. Once again at training ground number 4, Laro and Rado stood facing each other, both silent, the atmosphere heavy and solemn. A gentle summer breeze brushed against their cheeks, bringing a touch of warmth and a tickling sensation. "Hey! Are you two going to keep fighting or not?" An impatient voice broke the silence from outside the field. Laro's mouth twitched slightly as he glanced at Yuko, who was leisurely sitting on the grass eating food. He suppressed the urge to say something to her and turned to Rado, saying, "As usual, you go first this time." "All right." Rado nodded heavily, pulling a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. He pushed off the ground with his left leg and charged at Laro like a flash of lightning. Laro could clearly feel that Rado's speed had increased significantly compared to before. Rado is in a growth phase. If his nutrition keeps up, his progress is indeed quite evident, Laro thought to himself as he naturally tilted his head, easily dodging the kunai Rado thrust toward him. But when it comes to the speed of progress, this little brother of mine is simply on a different level compared to me. Laro lifted one hand, firmly pressing against Rado's wrist holding the kunai, while his other hand transformed into a knife hand, gently striking Rado's neck. His movement was devoid of any aggression, merely creating a gust of wind as his hands extended. Neither Rado nor Yuko outside noticed when Laro made his move. It was as if, in an instant, his response was already complete. At this 1% stage, I can finally perform with ease, Laro thought, feeling the state of his body and catching a glimpse of an imperceptible gray light in his eyes. To him at this moment, every movement Rado made seemed to be in slow motion. The reason Laro chose to spar with Rado was primarily to become more adept at using his abilities in combat while also serving as a sparring partner for Rado to help him improve. Rado was unaware of Laro's thoughts. After being touched on the neck, he didn't feel discouraged as if he hadn't sensed anything unusual. He quickly retracted his arm, deflecting Laro's knife hand that had been resting on his neck, and after a brief moment of gathering strength, he kicked toward Laro's waist. Laro casually withdrew both hands behind his back, slightly sidestepping as he raised his left leg to block Rado's whip kick with his knee. Redo saw a blur before his eyes as Laros' posture shifted once again, and his attack was effortlessly neutralized. This scene shifted like a slideshow, with the previous moment instantly transitioning to the next, leaving Redo unable to see Laros' movements. Seeing his kick blocked, Redo felt no surprise. The recent practice sessions had made him gradually accustomed to his brother's extraordinary speed. Such a simple attack posed no threat to him. Redo quickly withdrew his leg, twisting his waist abruptly, leveraging the force of his side rotation to launch a jab, while his other hand wielded the kunai toward Laros' upper body. The attacks coming from both sides were nothing to Laro. He kept his arms raised, his palms firmly pressed against Redo's extending wrist. In the next moment, Redo finally realized that his attack had once again been easily deflected by Laro, and his brother's posture had transformed into another form without any warning. Gritting his teeth, Redo didn't give up on his assault, unleashing a series of punches, elbow strikes, thrusts, and knee thrusts, each movement swift and powerful. Meanwhile, Laro maintained a purely defensive stance, occasionally extending his hands to lightly tap at the openings in Redo's defense, not taking a step back. "This is so unfair," Yuko complained, chewing on a rice ball while voicing her discontent.
"But it's been a few years since I last saw him, and Laro has become this strong?"
Yuko had spent the past 3 years stuck in the village doing D-rank missions, so she hadn't had the opportunity to see Laro in action. As a result, she was completely unaware of the changes he had undergone recently. Although Yuko hadn't received the resources for training from the Yamaguchi clan and her talent was only average, she was still a clan ninja and had a foundation to build upon. Over the years, despite remaining a genin, her hard skills had gradually reached the level of a chunin, meaning her original strength should have been comparable to Laro's. However, now, watching Laro make swift, unpredictable movements, producing gusts of wind with his every action and even leaving faint afterimages, Yuko couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. If she were to engage Laro in a real fight, she would undoubtedly be defeated in an instant. Yuko swallowed hard, her eyes wide with shock as she marveled, "This is terrifying.
Laro, he probably has the qualifications to apply to become a jonin now, right?"
Laro was unaware that Yuko viewed him as having jonin-level strength.
If he knew, he might think Yuko was underestimating him.
After all, what he was currently demonstrating was only a small fraction of his abilities at the 1% stage of acceleration, and he hadn't even begun to unleash his full potential. With the gray energy only being utilized at 1%, Laro couldn't put his entire body into a state of time acceleration, but he could accelerate key parts like his hands, feet, eyes, and brain. For convenience, Laro referred to this 1% phase as one-time speed. Even though this acceleration state didn't encompass his whole body, Laro at one-time speed was still incredibly formidable. The skill of time acceleration not only increased his striking speed and movement speed but also enhanced his dynamic vision, thought process, and hand seal speed.
He even understood that, though he couldn't fully achieve it yet, chakra could also be infused with time energy, indirectly affecting the speed of ninjutsu casting.
Just imagine, even a simple fireball jutsu, when launched at supersonic speed, who could confidently say they could easily dodge such a small C-rank ninjutsu? As he contemplated his future strength while casually handling Redo's full-on attacks, Laro felt a bit euphoric.
But then he quickly reminded himself that such arrogance was unwarranted.
Leaving aside the fact that this was a world filled with various secret arts, there might exist some techniques that could counter him. Just considering his time abilities, he had only scratched the surface in research. If he were to become complacent, it would mean his achievements would be limited to this point. Time abilities might have given him a high starting point, but that didn't mean he was invincible. His body couldn't fully bear the enhancement of time energy. He was unable to unleash the entirety of his power with just the skill of acceleration. At present, he was only using a mere 1% of his strength without any pressure. The road ahead was long, and he had to walk steadily in his training. Only then would he be qualified to stand before the final bosses. Lost in thought, Laro suddenly noticed that Redo had stopped his assault. Looking closer, he saw his little brother sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath.
Chapter 16, Conversation.
"Brother!
I can't go on."
Let me rest for a bit," Redo gasped, his chest heaving up and down, words coming out in broken sentences.
"Oh?" Laro instinctively raised his new watch to check the time. "It's only been 10 minutes, Redo. Why are you already done for today?"
After taking a moment to catch his breath, Rado pushed himself up with his hands, slowly standing, a defeated expression on his face. "Brother, I'm only 6 years old." He sighed, helplessly saying, "And I can tell that you've been distracted. Aren't you taking me seriously?" "I feel like I'm being overwhelmed by a sense of defeat. It's normal to not be able to hold on much longer, right?" Hearing Rado's words, Laro couldn't help but smile slightly. Rado's words were easy to understand. Simply put, even though he was young and weak, he still had his pride. "Alright, then take a half-hour break." Laro felt that he had indeed been a bit strict with Rado. "Go find Yuko and have something to eat. We'll switch roles after half an hour." "Okay." Rado opened his mouth, seeming to realize that his objections were futile, and dejectedly walked towards Yuko. "Come here, little Rado." Yuko greeted Rado with a bright smile, waving her hand at him. "I saved some food for you, come eat." Rado squinted his eyes, clenched his fists, and said slowly, "That's my lunch." "How much did you eat?" Yuko scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Come on, be a real man. You should learn from your brother." "If you mean treating me to barbecue every day, I'm sorry," Rado replied expressionlessly. "I really can't learn that." Alright, I saved some for you." Yuko waved her hand dismissively and handed him a nearby bottle. "Besides, don't you have this?" Seeing the bottle, a bitter smile crept onto Rado's face. "No way, do I have to take medicine again?" "Just be grateful, these medicines are made from very expensive materials." "Laro didn't even buy me any," Yuko replied. Rado held his face in his hands, exasperated. "Why do I have to go through this torture? I really want to go back to school right now." Laro stood with his hands behind his back, quietly contemplating the other potential directions of his time abilities, ignoring the bickering between Rado and Yuko. Though his body was somewhat fatigued, he didn't use reverse flow to recover because he knew this was a necessary part of the training process. As for why he, as a chunin, felt tired after just 10 minutes of activity, that was because those 10 minutes were brief for Rado but far longer for his body, and he had limited his chakra, relying solely on his physicality to spar with Rado. This naturally made him feel fatigued, but considering his current physical condition, that was hardly anything to worry about. Yuko was watching from the side, partly because she was free and partly because this was Laro's request. The scroll from Momochi Raiga not only contained methods for physical training but also included some information on using medicine to assist in training. To save time and quickly enhance his strength, Laro had entrusted Yuko with buying and preparing the medicine, promising her a meal of barbecue every day in return. Although this approach would deplete his savings faster, Laro felt it was well worth it. The shadow of war always loomed over him, and he didn't want to leave this world with a pile of money still untouched. To him, money only held value when spent, and being able to enhance his strength through expenditure was a deal that couldn't be passed up. Regarding Rado's training arrangements, Laro personally went to the school to excuse him, deciding to train with him full-time. Laro didn't care what grievances Rado had faced at school or whether he had been bullied by other classmates, he was only concerned with how much Rado's strength would improve after this period of rigorous training. If Rado were bullied by others, it would only mean he wasn't capable enough. Laro wouldn't choose to defend his brother but rather find ways to help Rado improve his strength so he could reclaim his dignity. Moreover, Laro had begun to form some ideas regarding Rado's life plan. Everything he was doing for Rado now was merely laying the groundwork for the future. Laro had always been someone who either did not undertake a task or did it to the fullest extent, whether it was his own physical training or Rado's development. Initially, he had little interest in Rado, but the scene from that night, along with the determination in Rado's eyes, changed his perspective. If he had to put it precisely, Laro believed Rado was a teachable talent, and since Rado was the only blood relative of this body, occupying it naturally came with responsibilities for its fate. After contemplating this, it led to a series of actions from Laro. Laro's original plan was to train for a month, allowing his body to fully adapt to double speed while also practicing the 2 ninjutsu techniques he had just learned to achieve mastery. Additionally, he aimed to cultivate Rado to the point where his physical techniques were close to the level of a genin, enabling him to perfectly master the body replacement technique and have a basic understanding of the fireball jutsu. However, plans often change. Whoosh, with a light sound, a black silhouette suddenly leaped to Laros' side. The person wore an animal mask and a black sleeveless vest, with metal guards on both arms.
Judging from the attire, it was clearly a member of Konoha Zanbu.
Upon seeing a stranger appear, Reito and Yuko instinctively stopped their conversation. Laros slowly turned his head, the gray light in his eyes quickly fading.
He looked at the Anbu and asked, "Who are you?" "Anbu member, Laro."
"The Hokage requests your presence," the Anbu said flatly, then formed hand seals with his fingers, disappearing in a flash.
"The Hokage is back so soon?" Laro watched the direction the Anbu had left and murmured, "Is that body flicker technique? I guess I should prioritize learning it too."
Yuko walked over to Laro and lightly elbowed him, grinning mischievously.
"Laro, how did you get involved with the Hokage?" "What do you mean involved? Don't say nonsense."
Laro pushed aside Yuko's teasing arm and looked at Reito, saying, "Reito, you continue training by yourself for now." Before Reito could cheer in excitement, Laro turned back to Yuko and said, "Yuko, keep an eye on him for me and report back when I return."
"Ah," Reito let out a wail. "Sure thing." Yuko smiled wickedly. Reito nodded helplessly, "All right, I'm off then."
Once Laro left, Yuko and Reito exchanged glances.
Reito awkwardly raised a hand and said, "Yuko, can we talk?" With her hands on her hips, Yuko laughed heartily, "Little brat, now you want to give in? Too late. I won't stop until you're foaming at the mouth. Lord Hokage."
Laro pushed open the door to the Hokage's office and bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting behind the desk. Hiruzen had his hands crossed on the table, wearing a warm smile.
"No need to be so formal. Come, sit down." Laro nodded lightly and took a seat on the sofa beside him.
"I left in a hurry last time and didn't get a detailed understanding of your mission," Hiruzen said as he took out a pipe and gently tapped it.
"Now, could you recount your experiences in detail? Start from when you left the village."
Laro had anticipated this situation, so he was well prepared. He began to recount everything, omitting only the parts about his crossing over in time abilities.
He didn't hide anything else.
Hiruzen might have already learned some of the situation through Suki Tsukikage, but when he heard about how Laro had tortured Momochi Raiga to force Momochi Zabuza's compliance and dressed as a mist village Anbu to ambush enemies, his expression showed no change. He simply continued to smoke quietly.
That's how things went down. After finishing, Laro fell silent, watching Hiruzen. "What's your take on Suki Tsukikage's amnesia?"
Hiruzen asked after Laro had finished speaking. Laro didn't show any panic at this question, as he had already mentioned this matter in his earlier narrative. Why did he decisively sell out Suki Tsukikage?
Because Laro believed that with Suki's character, she couldn't keep secrets.
Rather than waiting for the matter to be exposed and becoming passive, it was better to clarify things earlier to eliminate his own suspicions. Additionally, Laro had an inkling that Hiruzen might have already noticed something unusual about Suki Tsukikage, and continuing to conceal it would only make matters worse. After a moment of contemplation, Laro replied, "I'm not sure about Suki's situation, but I believe she herself isn't the issue."
"Oh? What led you to that conclusion?"
Hiruzen asked with keen interest.
"It's simple.
From the very beginning, she was fighting alongside that Mist Jonin, and later when encountering the Mist Anbu, Suki was always fighting desperately. If it weren't for Suki, I would have lost my life on the southeastern border long ago." Laro paused for a moment, his expression serious as he said, "I trust Suki, just as I trust our village."
Laro's rationale didn't stem from the village's perspective but was based on his own observations and experiences. This was because he truly understood what Suki's bizarre amnesia meant for the village.
No, he certainly understood, but only such a response would fit his character and help quickly clear his suspicions.
"You can never wake someone who pretends to be asleep." Hiruzen nodded slightly and then posed another question, "Then why didn't you mention this matter when we met half a month ago?"
Laro promptly adopted an awkward expression and said, "The Jonin was of a higher rank than me, and it was natural for him to report without my input."
"Moreover." Hiruzen raised his interest, "Moreover what?"
I saw you were in a hurry to leave, and since the Jonin himself posed no suspicions, I thought this small matter wasn't worth interrupting your time. And one more thing, Laros scratched his head and continued. Laros' face flushed slightly as he continued, after all, Tsukikage has done me a favor. It would be too disrespectful to discuss his private matters in front of so many people. Hiruzen paused for a moment, then chuckled while pointing at Laro. You really. Seeing Hiruzen's reaction, Laro's heart raced, and he quickly stood up. Lord Hokage, I truly didn't mean to hide anything from you. I just wanted to find the right moment to tell you. After all, he was still a young boy, overly concerned with superficial matters while neglecting the essence of the problem. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, pondering internally. It seemed that Laro had no issues, the subsequent probing steps could be skipped. Alright, Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and waved his hand. Don't be tense, sit down. Yes. Laro slowly returned to the couch, his body still trembling slightly, appearing somewhat restless. Hiruzen said seriously, Laro, we'll let this matter go for now since you had no intention of concealing anything. However, if a similar situation arises in the future, you must report to me immediately. Do you understand? Understood. Laro lowered his head slightly, feeling a bit awkward. Hiruzen tapped the table, redirecting Laro's attention. Now that the serious matters are out of the way, let's talk about your reward. Laro, you completed an S-rank mission alone after your entire team was sacrificed, bringing back crucial intelligence and making a significant contribution to the village. What reward do you want? Laro hesitated for a moment, finally summoning the courage to ask, Lord Hokage, was that intelligence really that important? Hiruzen's expression became serious as he patiently explained, the land of water has long been closed off, and our understanding of the Mist Village is very limited. Currently, we only know they are engaged in combat with Iwagakure. I've pondered for a long time about the reasons behind their attack on our borders, but I've always been at a loss. Fortunately, we have your intelligence, Laro. Otherwise, who would have thought that the Mist Village, after conducting a prolonged two-front battle with Iwagakure, would run out of strategic supplies even earlier than Iwagakure? The council and I have speculated on this possibility, but we were also concerned it might be a ploy by the Mist Village. Now, we can finally confirm it. Hiruzen sighed and switched topics. Laro, the user of the decapitating sword you fought is a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, named Pabai Shirzong. I've seen the wounds caused by the decapitating sword. Laro, that gash on your clothes that day. I can confirm that the opponent aimed to kill you. You're very lucky to have survived. Laro smiled foolishly on the surface but was deeply contemplating Hiruzen's words. The 7 ninja swordsmen, being high-ranking figures of the Mist Village, should have a good understanding of the village's actual situation, and their words shouldn't be taken lightly. Furthermore, the fact that the opponent had decisively attempted to silence him after speaking indicated that the Mist Village was not spreading false information. It was unfortunate, fate was against him, arriving in this world at this time. He didn't know the fates of others, but the fate of Laro had been completely altered. Noticing Laro's contemplative expression, Hiruzen smiled approvingly. Have you come to an understanding? Yes, I understand, Lord Hokage. Laro nodded and expressed his analysis. Hiruzen acknowledged this and accepted his judgment. As for the next steps on how to leverage this intelligence to pressure the Mist Village for greater benefits for the village, Laro was too lazy to think about it. He trusted that Hiruzen wouldn't bring it up either. Now, it was time to discuss the reward. Laro sat up straight and said, Lord Hokage, I have no other issues. Hiruzen emptied the ashes from his pipe, packed it with tobacco again, and began to smoke once more. Laro, this information you obtained was traded with your life. Feel free to make requests, as long as they are reasonable, I will do my best to fulfill them. Chapter 17, Reward. After hearing Hiruzen's words, Laro fell silent, quickly considering what he needed most at the moment. The enhancement of time abilities seemed to be related to the strength of his mental power, but given his current physical condition, he couldn't even unleash half of the time power's potential at this stage, so he didn't need to rush that aspect. As for the methods of physical training, he had the scroll from Momochi Raiga, so there was no need to search for similar items. He hadn't fully absorbed the contents of the scroll yet, and his training steps had just begun. He just needed to steadily improve his physical techniques, so there was no need to hurry.
What about genjutsu? He didn't know anything about it. Should he learn something to compensate for his shortcomings?
After a moment of consideration, he abandoned that thought.
Firstly, learning genjutsu would require starting from scratch.
Even though his mental strength was formidable, it would likely take time to develop combat effectiveness, which was too slow.
As for ninjutsu, he already had a B-rank ninjutsu and 3 C-rank ninjutsu, so it didn't seem necessary. Moreover, if he could successfully attempt to merge time abilities with chakra, then the maximum speed achievable with ninjutsu could mean that a C-rank ninjutsu could reach the effectiveness of an A-rank ninjutsu.
So what reward should he ask for? Hiruzen noticed the changes in Laros' expression and smiled slightly. He could understand Laros' feelings, especially as a commoner ninja lacking resources. He didn't mind waiting a bit longer for Laro, given the substantial contribution he had made this time.
Laro thought left and right.
He had also considered those forbidden techniques from the Book of Seals, but none of them would enhance his combat power in the short term.
Laro had a premonition that his time outside the village to execute missions might not be long.
Although his strength was decent now, he should be able to face enemies at the Jonin and Elite Jonin levels, but if he were to encounter an Hokage-level enemy, the odds would likely not be in his favor. After thinking it through, Laro suddenly recalled the 10 times speed he had activated during the last adventure, such a level of power, that world that felt almost frozen.
If he could move freely in that world, wouldn't all the enemies just be like puppets at his mercy?
Then he thought of the annoying air resistance. Lord Hokage, I want to know if there's a technique to eliminate air resistance, Laro asked decisively.
Eliminate air resistance?
Hiruzen looked surprised and glanced at Laro. Then he instantly remembered the information the Umbu had gathered about Laro recently.
Was it related to physical techniques? Did he want to increase his speed?
Hiruzen thought he understood Laro's intention and nodded internally. I recall there's a technique with that effect.
Wait a moment, I'll find it.
After saying that, Hiruzen began searching through his drawer, while Laro patiently waited nearby.
5 minutes later, found it.
Hiruzen held up a scroll he had just uncovered and handed it to Laro.
This technique is a B-rank wind release ninjutsu called wind walking. It should be what you're looking for. Take a look.
Laro didn't waste time with pleasantries, he took the scroll and began to browse through it. After a quick overview, Laro gained a general understanding of the principles behind wind walking. The principle wasn't complex, it involved covering the body with a layer of wind-type chakra, using the sharp characteristics of wind to cut through the air, thereby increasing the user's movement speed. In addition to the effects mentioned, the wind walking technique also allows the user to harness the power of wind in their movements. Even ordinary attacks can possess a slight cutting power, making it a ninjutsu that combines both offensive and supportive functions. This technique involves a change in the nature of chakra, and while it appears effective, its rating remains a B rank. The reason for this is that while wind walking can increase the user's speed, it does not enhance their reaction capabilities. A sudden spike in speed can lead to a loss of control, potentially resulting in adverse effects. For instance, if the user exerts too much force in an instant, they might be unable to retract their movements and could end up crashing into an enemy's ninjutsu. Moreover, this technique has high chakra requirements and demands exceptional control over chakra.
For those ninjas lacking quick reflexes, it is undoubtedly a rather impractical ninjutsu. However, for Laro, this ninjutsu could be considered tailor-made for him in a certain sense.
But there was one issue: Laro did not possess wind affinity, and wind walking involved changes in chakra nature.
Lord Hokage, can I still train this ninjutsu even if I don't have wind affinity?
Laro decided to consult Hiruzen on this matter since he was renowned as a ninjutsu doctor and surely had far more knowledge in this area than Laro did. Without much thought, Hiruzen replied, even if you lack wind affinity, you can still practice this ninjutsu. However, it will require you to invest more effort and time. Laro, you must understand the role of elemental affinity. It merely helps you grasp and master the corresponding ninjutsu more quickly, significantly enhancing its power.
But that doesn't mean you can't learn an elemental ninjutsu if you lack that affinity. Laro pondered for a moment and said, I see. So, to master the wind walking technique, I'll need to put in more effort and time than a ninja with wind affinity. Hiruzen did not dispute his statement. Without further hesitation, Laro decisively said to Hiruzen, then I'll choose this ninjutsu, Lord Hokage. Seeing that Laro had made a decision, Hiruzen considered briefly and said, just one B-rank ninjutsu doesn't fully reflect your accomplishments. You should propose some additional requests. More rewards? Laro looked at Hiruzen in surprise, feeling impressed by the generosity of the third Hokage. He recalled the Anbu he had seen earlier and casually added, Lord Hokage, I also want to learn the body flicker technique. The body flicker technique? Hiruzen seemed surprised that Laro would request this. That's a ninjutsu that can only be mastered at the Jonin level. Are you sure your current chakra level and control are sufficient? Laro considered his strong mental power, which had led to exceptional chakra control, along with the incredible functions he had discovered with reverse flow over this time. He replied, Lord Hokage, during my last mission, I was on the brink of death, and I managed to break through in that situation. I believe I am fully capable of mastering the body flicker technique. Hiruzen observed the confidence, determination, and unwavering expression on Laro's face, and began to believe him. Even so, the body flicker technique isn't a secret ninjutsu. You will naturally learn it when you are promoted to Jonin or Special Jonin. Learning this technique ahead of time wouldn't really serve as a reward, Hiruzen said, a hint of a wry smile appearing on his face. It was rare for the Hokage to see Laro perform admirably and want to offer him more benefits, only to have the boy request seemingly trivial ninjutsu, either impractical ones or standard techniques, leaving Hiruzen at a loss for words. As Hokage, Hiruzen had his own dignity. He wouldn't stoop to deceive a 16 or 17-year-old boy. Considering that Laro was after all a commoner ninja with limited perspectives, Hiruzen quickly offered his opinion. Alright, since you continue to hesitate, I'll take the lead and give you another B-rank ninjutsu. With this, along with the 2 techniques you received previously, it will serve as your reward for completing the S-rank mission independently. With that, Hiruzen handed Laro another scroll. This is the shadow clone technique. This ninjutsu allows you to create physical clones, and its effects should not be underestimated. I hope you study it thoroughly and master it as soon as possible. Laro tightly grasped the scroll in his hand, gratitude evident on his face. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen waved his hand. This is what you deserve. And remember, this ninjutsu must not be shared. You must keep that in mind. Laro nodded, indicating that he understood. Alright, you can go now. Hiruzen set down his pipe and picked up a pen, appearing ready to continue with his work. Laro recognized this as a hint that he could leave the Hokage's office and slightly bowed to prepare for his exit. Oh, by the way, 2 days from now, new team members will come to find you. You will be their captain, and afterward, you'll need to participate in a mission. Laro glanced back, but Hiruzen did not raise his head. Understood, I will be ready. After Laro left, a short while later, a hidden door in the Hokage's office suddenly opened, and a figure in a black cloak slowly emerged, sitting in the spot Laro had just vacated. The individual appeared to be around 40 years old, of medium build, with messy black hair covering his head. His eyes were sharp and expressionless, and the 2 deep scars on his chin added a menacing aura. From his appearance, he was a member of the Konoha Elder Council, the leader of Root Shimura Danzo. Do you believe he is trustworthy? Came his hoarse and deep voice, as Danzo looked expressionlessly at Hiruzen. Hiruzen finally shifted his gaze from the documents and met Danzo's gaze, saying, Yes, I believe he is trustworthy. The 2 fell silent for a moment before Hiruzen asked, What's the status with Suki Tsukikage? Have you figured out what's going on? Danzo pondered for a moment before answering. We examined his brain and found no traces of seals, restrictions, or artificial memory erasure. At this point, even Danzo's usual calm demeanor wavered slightly, as he continued, It's too clean. Suki Tsukikage seems to have no recollection of that period. In other words, it appears as though he crossed several hundred kilometers and met Laro in the blink of an eye after leaving the village. However, according to the intelligence collected by Root, Tsukitsukiki's memory seems unreasonable. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and said, even if it's amnesia, there should be some traces left behind. Danzo, some people's methods are beyond our understanding. Who could it be? What technique did they use? What is their purpose? Danzo did not interrupt Hiruzen's musings, as he was also contemplating these questions. After a long time, Danzo finally spoke. Laro might be a key figure. Hiruzen, should we? Hiruzen shook his head, saying, you saw his performance just now. I don't believe Laro is involved in this matter. Danzo recalled Laro's earlier conversation with Hiruzen, coming to the conclusion that Laro was merely an inexperienced young boy. Moreover, as a commoner ninja with a clean background, he had no reason or capability to be connected to Tsukitsukiki's amnesia incident. Furthermore, given that Laro had recently risked his life to achieve great merits, the possibility of him being an outsider spy was almost non-existent. All right. Danzo seemed to accept Hiruzen's judgment and stopped fixating on Laro. Hiruzen pondered for a moment before saying to Danzo, since we can't ascertain anything, let's release Tsukitsukiki's for now. You'll be in charge of monitoring him afterward. Danzo nodded slightly, his thoughts hidden like shadows in the darkness, known only to him. Chapter 18, Miscellaneous Matters. The warm spring breeze caressed the land, and bright sunlight illuminated the earth. Laro took one last deep look at the surrounding open fields, the slightly sorrowful thatched house nearby, and the eager Yuko closely following him. He slowly said, I'm leaving. Yuko gently nodded. Though filled with reluctance, she understood that Laro could not stay and lead a mundane life with her. However, at this moment of parting, she couldn't suppress the sadness in her heart. Wind walking, double speed. With a low rumble, a powerful gust of wind suddenly spread outward, causing Yuko's sleeves to flap noisily. When she focused again, where was Laro's figure? He had seemingly vanished into thin air. Yuko felt as if her breath had stopped, and that overwhelming emptiness enveloped her, pulling her back to those dark days of the past. No, that won't happen. He said he'd be back in 2 days. She whispered to herself, the confusion in her eyes gradually replaced by determination. Looks like I need to work hard too. I absolutely cannot let him leave me behind. Meanwhile, Laro was completely unaware of her thoughts. The clone left behind in the house glanced curiously at Yuko, who had excitedly returned to her desk to begin her studies. It slowly raised a hand to scratch its head, seeming a bit puzzled. In Laro's eyes, the world appeared like a rapidly retreating painting, with the howling wind roaring in his ears. His body continued to adapt to the ongoing pain, chakra depleting and refilling in an endless cycle. However, only the gradually tiring spirit silently reminded him, everything has its limits. Konoha's gates were now in sight, and Laro's legs froze amid countless overlapping afterimages. He stood quietly beneath the shade of the trees, skillfully avoiding the gazes of the 2 guard ninjas at the entrance, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. It felt as though a long time had passed, yet his wristwatch clearly displayed, it had only been half an hour. The reason it took him 10 more minutes compared to his departure was that he wasted some time finding the correct path on the way back. When leaving, he could run without a care, but returning required him to ascertain his exact direction, which was essential. After resting briefly, he activated the wind walking technique again. Upon seeing the greenish energy swirling around his body, he contemplated briefly and decided to only increase his speed to double. After all, it was daytime, and he needed to avoid drawing too much attention. Wind walking could completely negate the air resistance at double speed, allowing him to perform high-speed maneuvers perfectly without injuring himself or tearing his clothes, most importantly, without making any noise. The azure figure flashed by, and the speed of 100 meters per second was clearly undetectable to the 2 chunin guarding the entrance. Laro smoothly slipped past them without causing any alarm. If it weren't for the presence of the sensing barrier, he wouldn't have chosen to use the main entrance at all. Laro's figure darted across the rooftops of the residential area, quickly reaching his family's location. However, he didn't go directly into his own house. Instead, he quietly slipped into Yuko's house through the window. He didn't bother to examine the surroundings carefully. Upon entering, he immediately performed the shadow clone technique.
The clone appeared without a word and transformed into Yuko's likeness.
With two muffled thuds, Yuko stood expressionlessly beside Laro.
Go take a stroll around the nearby streets. Remember to avoid ninjas as much as possible, then come back and sleep, Laro instructed flatly. Yuko nodded silently, picked up the keys from the table, and walked straight toward the door.
Laro sat by Yuko's bed for a while, and when he heard the sound of the door opening, he realized the clone had returned.
Go out every day for a bit, but don't stray too far from here.
The same rule applies, don't let ninjas see you, but you can let ordinary people notice you, he said before slipping out of the window again. In the room remained only Yuko, who paced for a while before walking to the bedside, pulling back the covers, and lying down.
The reason for creating the illusion that Yuko was still in the village was to avoid arousing suspicion. Fortunately, a mission was set for 2 days from now, allowing Laro to dispel the clone of Yuko within the village a day after leaving. This way, even if Yuko suddenly vanished, it wouldn't attract attention in the short term.
Returning to his own home, this time through the main entrance, Laro saw Reito lounging on the sofa, flipping through a magazine out of boredom.
Why are you still at home? Laro asked coldly, his expression unfriendly.
Ah!
Brother, you're back? Reito exclaimed, quickly tossing aside the magazine. Where did you and Yuko go yesterday?
You didn't come back all night.
That's none of your business, Laro replied frostily.
Also, you're not allowed to look for Yuko anymore. Do you understand?
Reito looked puzzled and asked, What's wrong, brother? Did you two have a fight? Laro ignored Reito's question and pointed toward the door.
Your training is over. Go to school immediately.
And while you're there, it's best for you to behave well.
If I hear any bad reports about you at school again, you'll face severe consequences when I return.
Reito involuntarily shivered at the thought of his training experiences over the past period. He dared not slack off and hurriedly grabbed his backpack, heading for the door.
Just as he was about to leave, Reito suddenly realized something.
Brother, are you going on a mission again?
Yeah, in 2 days, Laro replied, glaring at him. Now hurry up and go. Reito shuddered and quickened his pace out of the room. Watching Reito leave, the house fell silent once more.
Laro stepped out, heading deep into the death forest. For the next 2 days, he planned to halt physical training and focus on studying the mental training methods that Yuko had given him while also attempting to develop his sensing abilities. In addition, he needed to continue the training he hadn't completed yesterday afternoon, fully integrating the body flicker technique and shadow clone technique. As for windwalking, after multiple uses, Laro felt he had completely mastered the technique and no longer needed to spend time practicing it. In just one afternoon, Laro had initially grasped 3 B-rank ninjutsu, showcasing the terrifying aspect of time acceleration. Even at a one-time speed state, his learning speed was far beyond what ordinary ninjas could imagine. With such a powerful advantage, Laro had no interest in letting others know. Therefore, whenever he planned to use time acceleration for training, he would hide in the death forest, and today was no exception. In the death forest, those so-called dangerous wild animals posed no threat to Laro at all.
Thus, Laro began his all-day training, striving to quickly incorporate the newly acquired techniques into his combat system.
Before long, 2 days had swiftly passed. Laro once again stepped through the gates of Konoha, and still, no one noticed his departure or return. He tightly clutched 3 scrolls in his arms, his clothing tattered, but he didn't mind at all. Yesterday afternoon, Laro had hurried to the land of Tease Mizunamura, successfully obtaining all the secret techniques of the Yamaguchi clan from Yuko, along with 3 ninjutsu scrolls that she had in her possession. It was worth noting that during these 2 days, Yuko hadn't managed to master a single ninjutsu from the scrolls. This made Laro sigh at her lack of talent. It seemed she truly needed some external help to improve. Yuko felt very discouraged by this, but Laro didn't have any better solutions for her at the moment and could only take things one step at a time. Fortunately, Yuko had a decent memory and had already memorized the ninjutsu from the scrolls, so she would have to rely on time to gradually practice them.
Laro gently turned the doorknob and walked into his home, scanning the surroundings.
He heard the faint sound of Reito's breathing coming from his room.
It was still early morning, so it was normal for Reito not to be awake yet.
Compared to Rado, who had been sleeping, Laro was not very tired since he had taken a nap at Yuko's. Laro stripped off his tattered clothes and stepped into the bathroom, turning on the faucet to let the hot water wash over his body. The power of wind walking had been pushed to its limits, but even so, it still couldn't counteract the air resistance at triple speed. Standing there naked, Laro enjoyed the comfort brought by the hot water, which effectively alleviated his mental fatigue. He looked at his reflection in the mirror, his stern face, the cold gleam in his eyes, and the slightly bulging muscles on his body. It was undeniable that in a short period, compared to the original owner of this body, he had undergone tremendous changes, not only physically but also in terms of his aura. However, Laro didn't dwell on these trivial matters. He continued to ponder his own issues. The upper limit of wind walking seemed to have been reached. How could he continue to enhance his strength? Should he incorporate more changes related to wind affinity? Or should he increase his own chakra to enhance his output? Or perhaps, seize the power of a wind affinity? A thoughtful expression flashed across Laro's face as he suddenly thought of someone and a mysterious technique.
Kakuzu, the rogue ninja from Takigature, wielded the Earth Grudge Fear technique.
Earth Grudge Fear was an extremely malevolent technique that could use tendrils to seize the hearts of others, simultaneously drawing their chakra nature into oneself, allowing one to perform some advanced ninjutsu of the 5 basic chakra natures. It was a self-serving technique, and for Laro, the 5 lives and immortality that came with Earth Grudge Fear were merely additional benefits. After all, he could manipulate his own time. As long as he didn't want to, he would never die naturally. Moreover, the existence of reverse flow was far stronger than merely having 5 lives of immortality. What Laro truly cared about was only the wind affinity. If he could elevate wind walking to the level of quadruple speed, then with a speed nearing 4 times the speed of sound over 1,200 meters per second, Laro could hardly imagine what realm his strength would reach. The attacks he unleashed might be beyond the ability of anyone in this world to react to. However, Kakuzu, being a rogue ninja, was elusive and difficult to track.
Moreover, whether Laro could defeat Kakuzu with his current strength remained uncertain.
Therefore, this matter would need careful consideration. With his thoughts settled, Laro lost interest in continuing his bath. He exited the bathroom, walked into the main room, changed into clean clothes, donned his chunin vest, prepared his ninja tools, and stepped outside. He first went to the training ground to warm up and pass the time. After 8 o'clock, he headed directly to the Hokage's office. Today was the day he was to return the scrolls and the beginning of a new mission. Speaking of which, he hadn't even met his new teammates yet. He was unsure whether Hiruzen's claim that they would find him within the next 2 days was truthful.
Chapter 19, Team Members. Inside the Hokage's office, Laro finally met Hiruzen as he had hoped.
"Laro, where have you been these past 2 days?" Hiruzen asked casually as he put away the 3 ninjutsu scrolls Laro had handed him. "I've been training in the Death Forest," Laro thought to himself, relieved that the Umbu hadn't tracked his movements. He maintained a calm exterior, answering without hesitation. Hiruzen sighed lightly, a hint of reproach in his tone.
"Having ambition is a good thing, but you also need to manage your time better."
"Oh?"
Laro adopted a posture of humility, indicating for Hiruzen to continue.
"Your 3 teammates went to your house, checked nearby restaurants, and looked around the training ground, but they couldn't find you. With the mission starting soon, you haven't had any time to bond with them, which makes me uneasy." Hiruzen implied his disappointment, as if Laro had completely disregarded his teammates.
"Apologies, Lord Hokage." Laro didn't hesitate to sincerely admit his mistake to Hiruzen.
"Ah, forget it," Hiruzen waved his hand. "Your 3 teammates are currently at the village entrance, go find them. They'll tell you the details of the mission."
"May I ask for their names?" Laro inquired.
Hiruzen provided the names of the 3 teammates, and Laro nodded seriously in acknowledgement before leaving the Hokage's office.
Upon reaching the gates of Konoha, Laro was surprised to find it bustling with activity.
Besides the 2 guards, there were about 20 other ninjas, along with 3 carts filled with supplies. The scene was lively, with ninjas gathering in small groups, chatting with one another.
Laro quickly approached the crowd and called out loudly, "Who are Fujiwara Satoshi, Aoki Ren, and Zoinaoko?"
"Right here, Captain."
A hand shot up from the crowd, waving at Laro. Laro looked toward the direction of the hand and walked over.
Standing in front of the person who raised their hand, Laro carefully examined them and the two others beside him.
"Captain, we finally meet you."
The boy with dark skin who had called out to Laro was now smiling brightly.
"I'm Fujiwara Satoshi, these two are Aoki Ren and Zoi Naoko."
Aoki Ren was a handsome young man with a refined appearance. When he noticed Laro looking at him, he nodded slightly and said, "Hello, Captain.
"I look forward to working with you."
Laro nodded in response and then turned his gaze to their only female teammate.
"Captain, you really are busy," Zoi Naoko said, her appearance slightly above average.
Although she was smiling, Laro could detect a hint of complaint in her tone. "We only just got to see your true self today."
Laro didn't react particularly to their comments.
He looked at his nominal subordinates and asked, "Let's cut to the chase.
What's the mission?"
The three of them appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, younger than Laro's current body, likely just graduated from the academy not long ago and still under 2 years of experience as genin.
The trio exchanged glances before Fujiwara Satoshi stepped forward to explain the mission. Skipping over some irrelevant chit-chat, the mission was a transport task requiring them to escort a batch of supplies from Konoha to a camp in the Land of Rain.
There were a total of 6 teams involved, with 3 teams led by Jonin and the other 3, including Laro, being led by Chunin, with the rest being genin. This meant it was a joint mission. Since the transport route lay within the borders of the Fire Country, the chances of enemy ninja attacks were relatively low.
Hence, the mission was rated B rank, which in this war-torn era was considered quite safe.
Because of this, many genin participated in the mission. After explaining the mission details, it was time for each team member to describe their abilities.
Understanding each other's abilities was crucial for maintaining teamwork among the squad members.
This not only helped the captain arrange tasks based on each member's strengths but also facilitated better coordination during battles. Originally, Laro's team was supposed to conduct several practice sessions over the last 2 days, but since Fujiwara and the others couldn't find Laro, they had no choice but to introduce their abilities verbally, which had led them to this point. Laro listened as each of his team members eagerly boasted about their skills, but he found himself somewhat distracted, as if their words were merely going in one ear and out the other. The truth was that these 3 genin neither hailed from prominent clans nor possessed any advanced ninjutsu, so he had little interest in what they excelled at. Still, he forced himself to appear attentive, nodding occasionally to mask his indifference. At that moment, a wave of drowsiness hit him. After all, having hurried back from the land of tea in the early hours, he hadn't really had a proper rest.
"Captain, what are you good at?"
Fujiwara Satoshi asked, looking at Laro with anticipation.
Aoki Rin and Zoi Naoko, seemingly calm, were also quietly straining to hear his response.
Laro paused his nodding and noticed the eager expressions on their faces. He coughed lightly and gave a vague answer, "I'm good at physical techniques and ninjutsu." If this task hadn't interrupted his time for absorbing the study materials Yuko provided, he felt he could have also claimed proficiency in genjutsu soon.
Right, what had these 3 teammates just said they excelled in?
Laro rubbed his temples. Normally, he maintained a very serious and rigorous work ethic and would never be so lax. But he was truly exhausted, and considering the vast gap in strength between him and these genin, he couldn't muster the energy to care too much about their abilities.
Noticing Laro's ambiguous response and his pale complexion, Fujiwara Satoshi asked with concern, "Captain, are you feeling unwell?" What a perceptive young man, Laro silently praised him.
He deliberately staggered a few steps, clearing his throat hoarsely, and said to the 3 teammates, "I stayed up too late yesterday.
I'm not feeling great right now and might need some rest." With that, he coughed again.
"I'm really sorry, you 3. I'll go rest by the carts for a bit. If anything urgent comes up, just call for me." Without waiting for the 3 genin to respond, Laro hurriedly left the spot and naturally sat down on the sideboard of one of the carts. Leaning against the stacked supplies behind him, he closed his eyes and promptly fell into a deep sleep. Fujiwara Satoshi and Aoki Rin exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Zoi Naoko appeared a bit frustrated, but with so many people around, she didn't dare to express her anger openly, muttering under her breath, "What kind of person is this? So irresponsible."
The three fell silent for a moment.
Eventually, Aoki-rin smiled wryly and said, I think the captain really does look unwell, he might be genuinely tired.
Fujiwara Satoshi nodded, saying, let's let the captain rest.
I'll go tell the other team leaders.
After all, this is just an escort mission, and we have 3 jonin in the team, so there shouldn't be any danger. Though Zoi Naoko still felt a bit angry, she was not foolish. Offending their superior would certainly lead to negative consequences.
So she suppressed her emotions and reluctantly said, since you've all decided, I'll keep an eye on the captain to make sure he isn't disturbed during his rest.
Aoki-ren chimed in, I'll go with you.
At that moment, a leading jonin at the front of the team called out loudly, everyone is here.
Let's go. Chapter 20, Communication.
The cart, or rather, the mule cart, was an ancient mode of transportation that Laro hadn't used in a long time. Relying on livestock to transport strategic supplies, it was no wonder that supply lines often became key targets in the wars of the ninja world. With the high mobility of ninjas and the damage potential of ninjutsu, destroying these bulky and fragile vehicles was indeed quite easy.
Laro didn't understand why Konoha didn't use sealing scrolls for such tasks. Was it because the number of sealing scrolls was limited?
Regardless, the most pressing matter for Laro was to sleep and recover his mental energy. No matter how easy this task appeared, maintaining a sense of crisis had become his instinctive response, so he aimed to restore himself to peak condition. The slight bumps of the cart hardly affected his sleep. On one hand, he was exhausted, and on the other, he had experienced similar harsh conditions in his previous life, making it not a significant issue for him. Thus, accompanied by Laros' faint snoring, the escort team made up of 6 squads traveled peacefully throughout the day. When Laro awoke, he was pleased that no one had disturbed him during his rest. The only slight downside was that the people around him regarded him with peculiar expressions, especially his 3 teammates.
As night fell, bonfires were lit.
Laro and his 3 young subordinates sat around a fire, casually chatting. Little Satoshi, I owe you thanks, Laro said, munching on some rations as he looked across at Fujiwara Satoshi. If it weren't for your intervention, those jonin surely would have kicked me off the team. Fujiwara Satoshi smiled shyly and said, not at all, Captain Laro.
Besides, both Ren and Naoko helped out too.
Laro swallowed his food and said, Little Satoshi, don't call me Captain Laro anymore. Just call me Laro, or you can call me Captain Laro if you prefer.
Aoki-ren noticed a hint of distaste in Laro's tone and asked, does the captain care about his surname?
Laro shook his head, dismissing the notion. Not really, I'm just a bit unaccustomed to that form of address. Zoi Naoko pouted, muttering softly, not a high rank, yet so many quirks and rules.
What did you say, Naoko?
Nothing. Laro chuckled, not bothered by the remark of a young girl. To be honest, if he were to switch places with these 3 genin, he would also find his own leadership somewhat unreliable. Of course, he had no intention of changing his attitude. After all, these 3 genin had nothing he wanted, so he treated them with casual indifference. However, if he had the opportunity with those 3 jonin, he might consider it. Seeing that Laro was not angry, Zoi Naoko secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She knew her personality was not well liked, but after so many years, it was hard for her to change her character. Surprisingly, Laro found himself surprisingly easygoing, and Zoi Naoko's confidence grew a bit. Curiously, she asked Laro, Captain Laro, have you led a team before?
Ah, I have.
Laro rummaged through his memories, recalling that his previous experience as a captain was limited to the last mission, which resulted in the loss of all his teammates while he himself was resurrected.
Zoi Naoko's lips curled slightly. I wonder how your previous team compared to us.
Laro pondered for a moment, observing that both Fujiwara Satoshi and Aoki-rin were also very interested in this question.
He curiously asked, is this question important to you?
Aoki-rin and Zoi Naoko remained silent, while Fujiwara Satoshi glanced around and then explained, Captain Laro, we 3 were in the elite class during our time at the Ninja Academy, and we've been in the same team since then. However, due to the previous jonin's opinions, we haven't participated in the Chunin exams yet. At this point, Fujiwara Satoshi cautiously looked at Laro's expression. Seeing no sign of impatience, he continued, Naoko means that we're curious about how our abilities stack up against other genin and whether we qualify for the next Chunin exam. After all, we've all graduated for almost 3 years now.
Laro realized, oh, I see. The youthful pride indeed brimmed with vitality.
However, a wave of doubt surged within Laro, prompting him to ask, strength isn't something that can be demonstrated merely by words, it's revealed through actual combat.
I haven't seen any of you in action, so how can I clearly assess your abilities? Fujiwara Satoshi wore an awkward smile as he replied, Captain, didn't we mention what we each excel at during the day?
I thought those details were quite thorough.
Ha!
Laro revealed a subtle smile and spoke with the tone of someone who had been through it all, you're still too young.
No matter how well you speak, there will always be discrepancies in practice. To truly understand your actual level, it ultimately has to be shown in a fight.
In truth, Laro couldn't remember a single thing they had said earlier that day.
Fujiwara Satoshi and Aoki-rin exchanged thoughtful glances, while Zoi Naoko appeared a bit disgruntled. She said, Captain Laro, how can you say that? We were among the top students in our class at the academy. Some of our classmates have already become chunin, and I don't believe we're any worse than they are. Aoki-rin placed a hand on Zoi Naoko's shoulder, his expression serious. Alright, Naoko, don't be unreasonable. I think the captain is making a valid point.
The handsome boy nodded slightly at Laro and added, Captain Laro, please assess our strength carefully in the future. It's very important for our development.
Hearing Aoki-ren's words, Zoi Naoko's face showed a mix of reluctance and resignation, but she ultimately chose to remain silent.
Fujiwara Satoshi noticed the situation and quickly nodded in agreement, yes, Captain, you're right.
Laro chuckled in response to their requests.
After this brief interaction, he had a rough idea of the personalities of these 3 young people. Fujiwara Satoshi was the more mature and composed one, taking on the role of external communicator for the group.
Zoi Naoko had a somewhat tsundere personality, displaying a stubborn spirit.
Aoki-rin, though usually quiet, demonstrated a balanced demeanor and subtly exuded a leadership quality. If Laro's guess was correct, Aoki-rin was likely the one making decisions within this small group and was also the strongest among them.
However, these matters were of little concern to Laro.
The reason he engaged in idle chat with these genin was simply out of boredom.
With so many people around, and sensing ninjas likely present, he couldn't activate his acceleration state to train ninjutsu or genjutsu, so he passed the time by chatting.
But now that the conversation had reached a natural conclusion, Laro intentionally yawned and said, Satoshi, Rin, Naoko, I'm feeling a bit tired.
I'm going to take a nap, you all can do as you please. Zoi Naoko protested, huh? Captain Laro, haven't you had enough sleep? You clearly slept for a long time during the day.
Laro waved his hand dismissively, ignoring Zoi Naoko's complaints, and tucked himself into his sleeping bag. Fujiwara Satoshi and Aoki-rin exchanged glances and could only shake their heads helplessly, thinking that their captain was quite eccentric. Laro wasn't genuinely going to sleep, he intended to practice the mental training method that Yuko had provided him. He had concluded that there was a connection between the power of time and mental strength. However, he wasn't sure whether an increase in mental strength directly enhanced his time abilities, merely increased his endurance for using time abilities, or allowed for the development of more derivative capabilities. However, strengthening mental power was certainly a valid direction. Even if the increase in mental strength from daily meditation was minimal, even the tiniest bit of power was valuable. As long as he could feel himself growing stronger with each passing moment, Laro was already quite satisfied. As the night deepened, another uneventful day passed. Chapter 21, Oddities. 3 days passed quietly without incident. As they drew closer to the land of rain, it seemed the mission was nearing completion, yet no one in the team dared to relax their vigilance. It must be said that the quality of ninjas in this era was far superior to the average level during Naruto's time. When discussing quality, it didn't refer merely to strength, it encompassed various factors including a ninja's experience, endurance, alertness, and level of teamwork. Take the genin for instance. Through Laro's observations, the genin in the entire team maintained vigilant gazes throughout the journey. Aside from during rest periods, no one engaged in idle chatter or complained of fatigue. At the slightest sign of trouble, the genin would instinctively cluster closer to the nearest chunin or jonin without needing any commands. Compared to the vividly distinctive personalities of the genin in later years, these ninjas resembled a well-trained army, disciplined and obedient. Laros felt that to gauge a nation's military strength solely by its top-tier combatants was short-sighted. The quality of every grassroots ninja, every screw in the machinery, was the true key to reflecting a nation's overall strength. Of course, exceptions such as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, whose powers were almost supernatural, couldn't strictly be defined by high-end combat strength.
Rather than being considered human, they could be viewed as weapons, strategic-grade weapons.
For those who did not know them, their image might have morphed into symbols akin to nuclear bombs.
The difference in status between nuclear and non-nuclear nations was self-evident.
Yet they were not without distinctions, as they were living beings with finite lifespans.
Those nations momentarily cowed by nuclear weapons might consider themselves fortunate because one day they could outlast these two, rather than being permanently oppressed.
The desire for war was suppressed, the ambition for plunder burned fiercely, and the seeds of hatred were quietly sown. One day, all of this would erupt completely. Senju Hashirama might have foreseen that day approaching, which is why he sought to distribute the tailed beasts, trying to establish a nuclear non-proliferation treaty. Yet it proved futile, for the tailed beasts were not as obedient as intercontinental missiles, they harbored too many uncertainties.
Moreover, tailed beasts didn't possess the catastrophic destructive potential of a 100 million-ton TNT yield like the Tsar Bomba. In fact, they couldn't even match the destruction caused by the atomic bombs Fat Man and Little Boy.
Thus, with both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara deceased, the true strategic-grade weapon no longer existed. Tailed beasts, ultimately, were not frightening, the outbreak of war was merely a natural occurrence. Yet to Laros, the wars in this world were merely games among ninjas. Regardless of the scale, brutality, or the life-and-death situations arising from ideological conflicts that led to genocide, the second great ninja war in this world paled in comparison to the Second World War of his previous life. In simpler terms, the wars in this world felt somewhat petty. They were merely contests over territory and resources. The reasons for war and the pain it inflicted were nothing more than that,
including the tension. For instance, take the Rain Ninja standing high above and babbling on about something. If this were the Middle Eastern battlefield of his past life, which soldier would dare to expose themselves so carelessly within the enemy's line of sight? It would be surprising if they weren't instantly turned into a sieve. Something seems off. Captain, we'd better move closer to those jonin.
Aoki Run had approached Laros at some point, his eyes scanning the surrounding woods with vigilance as he quietly suggested. Fujiwara Satoshi and Zoi Naoko also gripped their kunai tightly, positioning themselves behind Laros and Aoki Run, facing the other two directions. Laros snapped back to reality from his continuous thoughts and glanced ahead at the Rain Ninja standing on a fallen tree about 50 meters away, talking animatedly. At the same time, his recently acquired sensing ability blurredly informed him that the woods surrounding the team were filled with enemies. Based on chakra signatures, there were at least 5 Jonin-level ninjas, with others scattered throughout, likely numbering over 100. Strange, Laros didn't display excessive panic upon seeing this situation, instead, he wore a contemplative expression.
So many enemies have already come so close to us. Has that Hyuga Jonin?
Naturally, there was a ninja from the Hyuga clan within this team. Laros had seen those iconic Byakugan eyes before, he was certain of that. So why, with the presence of such a visual advantage, were they ambushed by so many Rain Ninjas? Laros' instincts told him that something was definitely off. He wasn't sure if this was the doing of the Rain Ninjas or if there was an issue within Konoha itself. Upon hearing Laros' murmuring, Aoki Ren's expression changed slightly. He clearly realized the seriousness of the situation. The Hyuga Jonin hadn't made any warnings.
Captain, what should we do now?
They were currently positioned right in the middle of the team, with comrades at the front and back standing at the ready, while the dense and unknown forest loomed on either side. On the surface, this situation seemed extremely perilous, yet Laros inexplicably felt a sense of security. There's no need to panic, let's observe the situation, Laros maintained his calm demeanor. His tranquility seemed contagious, as the 3 genin around him gradually relaxed their tense nerves, adjusting their mindset to prepare for the imminent battle. Laros noticed that the Rain Ninja ahead still showed no signs of stopping his chatter, which piqued his curiosity about what he was saying. However, the distance and the low volume rendered Laro unable to catch any of the words. Thus, both sides remained in a standoff for a full 5 minutes. Suddenly, Laro sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Most of the chakra signatures in the vicinity began to surge toward their position. Prepare for action. Laro had just given the command when the leading jonin shouted, "Hold the line!" Hold the line? Laro's mind raced as he quickly turned his head toward the woods to his left front, slightly parting his lips. Fire style, fireball jutsu. After a brief moment of gathering fire chakra in his mouth, a massive orange fireball, about 2 meters in diameter, shot forth toward the direction he faced. Ah! No! The fireball crashed violently into the nearest tree, exploding with a thunderous roar. Accompanied by 2 piercing screams, the entire forest area was engulfed in raging flames, the intense heat scorching the surrounding air and causing beads of cold sweat to appear on the backs of the nearby genin. Impressive, Captain Laro. Fujiwara Satoshi was about to flatter Laro when Laro lightly grabbed the collar of his subordinate and flung him toward Aoki Run. In quick succession, 3 kunai struck with lightning speed into the sideboard of the cart where Satoshi had just stood. Laro's mind raced as he swiftly retracted his grip on Fujiwara Satoshi's collar, forming 5 hand signs with one hand in a second. Wind walking. Simultaneously, he waved his other hand toward the direction where the kunai had been thrown, releasing 2 shurikens that flew at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. Thud, thud. Ugh. Ah. With 2 sickening sounds of impact, another pair of screams filled the air. In the blink of an eye, 4 lives were extinguished by Laro's hand. He had not even seen the faces of those 4 rain ninjas, relying solely on his instincts, sensing ability, and reflexes to swiftly reap the enemy's lives. During this process, he hadn't used a single ounce of time power. Fujiwara Satoshi hunched over, gasping for breath, cold sweat streaming down his forehead as he stared blankly at the kunai embedded in the board, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Aoki Ren gripped his kunai tightly, stealing glances at Laro, who was calmly surveying the battlefield, feeling a significant tremor within. As for Zonauko, she seemed still dazed from the earlier shock, staring blankly at the forest ignited by the fireball, unable to believe that their adversaries had been taken down in the blink of an eye, with no chance to even fight back. Laro paid no mind to the reactions of those around him. He quietly observed the situation in the area. Rain ninjas began to swarm out from the dense woods on either side of the path. The faster rain ninjas had already engaged with the Konoha ninjas. Their primary targets appeared to be not the supplies but rather individual Konoha ninjas, attempting to leverage their numerical advantage to split the Konoha formation and inflict heavy casualties in the shortest time possible, an intention that was painfully obvious. Ninjutsu and hidden weapons poured out like rain, with screams and shouts echoing back and forth. The battle quickly escalated to a fever pitch within just a few minutes, with the long procession of the convoy cut into smaller groups, each Konoha unit struggling to fend off the rain ninjas' assaults. Suddenly, explosive fire erupted not far away, accompanied by deafening blasts, as several bodies were flung high into the air. This was followed by a series of explosions, causing heavy casualties among the Konoha and rain ninjas who were caught off guard. Are they starting to use explosive tags in bulk? Laro glanced at the increasingly chaotic battlefield. His peripheral vision caught sight of incoming projectiles, and he tilted his head slightly to easily dodge the swiftly flying shurikens. He then stepped forward, thrusting the kunai in his left hand forward, piercing the chest of a rain ninja who had rushed past him. Without even glancing at the rain ninja, whose body erupted in a fountain of blood and fell to the ground with an expression of disbelief, Laro swiftly threw out 2 more shurikens with the added speed of wind walking, accurately nailing them into the throats of 2 rain ninjas attempting to ambush Zoinaoko. The rain ninjas are getting a bit desperate, Laro assessed silently. He lifted his right foot and kicked hard into Aoki Ren's back, who was still entangled with another rain ninja. At the same time, he quickly retreated in the opposite direction of Aoki Ren. Boom! The explosion flared brightly, instantly engulfing the rain ninja who remained obliviously in place. Cough, cough. Aoki Ren rolled twice on the ground, choking on the smoke that had been kicked up. He raised his head, intending to ask Laro what he meant by that, only to see the previous rain ninja's body flung away by the explosion. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Laros' desire to attack was not particularly strong, he was merely responding passively to the rain ninjas advancing on his team. As long as no one actively attacked him or his teammates, he wouldn't take action. But once he did strike, it was generally a fatal blow. In this short span of time, how many lives had he taken? 5? 10? He hadn't bothered to keep count. Whether they were genin or chunin, there was little difference in his eyes, even though he was currently only at his normal level of strength. Chapter 22, Taking Action. Having entered the acceleration state multiple times, his body had formed an instinctive response to combat. Even without utilizing time power, relying on wind walking and the experience and intuition accumulated from past accelerated states, he could easily handle such battles. The surrounding rain ninjas seemed to sense that Laros had no intention of wiping them out completely. Additionally, it was obvious that Laros' strength was not something ordinary lower-tier ninjas could contend with, so they instinctively began to avoid the area around Laros, heading toward other targets. They believed it would be more appropriate to leave someone of Laros' caliber to their jonin to handle. Laros weighed the kunai in his hand and noticed that no rain ninjas were approaching them for the time being, allowing him to take a moment to observe the chaotic battlefield. However, his three teammates did not share his leisurely mindset. Seeing their small group in a peculiar state of inactivity amid the battle, they all moved closer to Laros. "Captain, shouldn't we do something?" Fujiwara Satoshi anxiously glanced at the Konoha ninjas still engaged in fierce combat nearby, asking nervously. Laros gave the responsible young man a look and replied calmly, "If you want to fight, then go ahead." He put away his kunai, crossed his arms over his chest, and closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something. Laros' behavior made Fujiwara Satoshi feel a bit awkward, and he muttered, "Let's stick with the captain." Aoki Rin and Zoi Naoko exchanged glances, seeing the trepidation on each other's faces, and they tacitly agreed with Fujiwara Satoshi's suggestion. On a battlefield like this, the genin felt exceedingly insignificant. Even though the three of them were among the stronger genin in a chaotic melee of hundreds, they were hardly distinguishable from cannon fodder. Even shunin were only slightly more advanced cannon fodder, only jonin possessed a certain capability to dominate the battlefield. As onlookers, the three youths gradually began to discern the nuances of combat, and that realization turned their expressions increasingly grim. The scenes of them boasting earlier in front of Laros flashed repeatedly in their minds, those self-important expressions and arrogant words now felt painfully hollow. In fact, if it hadn't been for Laros' deliberate care, they might have perished countless times in the past few minutes. At the same time, they realized their captain was far from an ordinary chunin. Based on his previous performance, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was at the jonin level. They didn't know the full extent of Laros' capabilities, but it didn't diminish their understanding that they had inadvertently stumbled upon a significant advantage, even to the point of having their lives spared. "Now I get it." Laros opened his eyes and spoke thoughtfully. Through the information he sensed, he finally understood the reasons behind the peculiarities that had occurred earlier. Laros made the determination that this was likely a carefully orchestrated trap by Konoha. In addition to the hundreds of chakra points entangled at the scene, there were over 200 more chakra signatures rapidly approaching from a distance. From the actions of those 200 ninjas, it was evident that they intended to encircle the battlefield. By this point, Laros had no doubts left. Why hadn't the Hyuga ninjas sounded an alarm? Why were there mostly genin in the squad? Why was the leading jonin's last command to hold the line? Everything was designed to make this enticing bait appear more realistic and credible. The rain ninja's ambush was evidently premeditated. Had Konoha supplied false intelligence? Or was it an act of counter-espionage? Perhaps it was simply a strategic deception? Laros didn't know the answers to these questions and had no desire to investigate the backstory. He had already pieced together the context of this ambush and was no longer content to be a bystander, he was ready to take action. Since Konoha's encirclement was about to be completed, the defeat of the Rain Ninja was foreseeable, even to the point of potentially annihilation. In this situation, while Laros didn't want to engage in petty schemes, he could certainly strike hard at the fallen enemy and earn some credit for himself. Moreover, he was growing weary of his chunin position, it was indeed time to rise for his grand ambitions. Stay hidden, Laro instructed, forming seals with one hand without turning back to face his three subordinates.
Wind walking. Body flicker technique.
Whoosh! Laro vanished from his spot, appearing in midair the next moment, silently sneaking up behind two rain ninjas who were collaborating to attack a Konoha jonin. The wind walking technique perfectly masked the airflow disturbance caused by his body flicker technique. Gripping a kunai in each hand, the dark metal glinted with a green hue as he swiftly thrust them toward the backs of the two rain ninjas. However, these two rain ninjas were clearly not easy targets. Sensing the chilling intent to kill from behind, they quickly halted their assault on the Konoha jonin and dodged to the sides. Rip rip! The sound of tearing fabric echoed as the two rain ninjas narrowly avoided Laro's blisteringly fast ambush. The left rain ninja's right arm was splashed with blood, while the right rain ninja's armor at the waist cracked open.
Good reflexes. Are you jonin? Laro remarked, unfazed.
With a flick of his wrist, the kunai he had thrust didn't return. Instead, it shot forward with its green luminescence toward the two escaping rain ninjas. In that instant, all four individuals present, including the Konoha jonin, froze mid-air. The Konoha jonin was falling back, seemingly trying to create distance, while the two rain ninjas swung their weapons to deflect the kunai Laro had thrown. Laro showed no sign of disappointment from the failed ambush. While still suspended in the air, he swiftly formed hand seals, and the ninjutsu was completed just as the others touched down. Earth style, earth spear. Stone spikes erupted from the ground, rushing eagerly toward the feet of the two rain ninjas. These spikes came in various irregular shapes. The shortest was half a meter long, while the longest reached up to 2 meters. They densely filled a 30-meter radius, making it impossible to evade in any direction.
With no other choice, the two rain ninjas could only leap back into the air again.
Laro remained silent, his two fingers forming a cross shape as he created a shadow clone seal.
Boom!
Before the smoke from his clones could dissipate, Laro grasped two explosive tags and thrust them directly into the smoke. Close combat, entangle them, he instructed flatly, retracting his hands while ignoring the actions of the two clones. Instead, he closed his eyes to sense the surrounding conditions. He felt that the two rain jonin would likely use the body replacement technique soon, so he needed to identify their positions quickly to prepare for the next attack. Whoosh whoosh! Two azure figures shot out from the smoke, darting toward the two rain ninjas suspended in the air. This guy's speed is incredible, one rain ninja, wearing a respirator, murmured. The other rain ninja smirked coldly, let's shift our target to him, he's much more troublesome than that previous Konoha ninja and needs to be dealt with first.
As they spoke, both ninjas simultaneously swung their weapons.
One wielded a sickle connected by chains, while the other held a bizarre umbrella. The two Laro clones, enveloped by the wind-walking chakra bestowed by the original, swiftly utilized their kunai to block the incoming attacks, engaging in a taijutsu duel with the two rain jonin in midair.
Clang! Clang!
The sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly, sparks flying in every direction. The two rain jonin, while skillfully maneuvering to avoid the rain of stone spikes, adeptly parried the attacks from the two clones. However, since they were merely clones, even with the wind-walking enhancement, their speed paled in comparison to Laro's. After several exchanges, the two clones began to falter. But Laro had anticipated this. He silently closed his eyes to time his actions accurately. 3, 2, 1, boom! The two clones erupted into their maximum speed, both lunging toward the enemies regardless of the slashes from weapons. What? The two rain jonin finally realized the explosive tags about to detonate on the backs of the clones.
The flickering flames were dazzling.
Had they not felt the familiar chakra fluctuations, they might never have imagined that someone would use a shadow clone for self-detonation, a move that defied logic.
Boom! Two brilliant fireballs ignited in the air.
Here! Laro suddenly opened his eyes and sprinted toward the right front, swiftly forming several hand seals.
He inhaled deeply, aiming at a large tree. Fire style, fireball jutsu.
After multiple battles and having released several B-rank ninjutsu, Laro's chakra was nearly depleted. This fireball condensed all of his remaining chakra. The power of this C-rank jutsu was pushed to its limits, creating a massive fireball nearly 3 meters in diameter that surged toward the rain jonin hiding behind the tree.
As it passed, the earth cracked, and fallen leaves turned to ash. Having just used the body replacement technique to evade the clone's explosions, the Rain Jonin hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief before he felt an intense dryness. Realizing the danger, he turned to see a massive, orange-red fire wheel, twice the size of an ordinary fireball, rolling toward him, now less than a meter away. Damn it! Those were the last two words he would ever say. Boom! Crackle, crackle. Upon reaching its target, the fireball erupted violently, igniting everything around it, and the Rain Jonin was instantly reduced to char. Laros let out a slight breath, feeling his chakra nearly depleted, but he did not use reverse flow to recover. Even as a Rain Jonin wielding a sickle approached him with a ferocious expression. Water style, water surge. With a low growl, a bright and slender column of water shot through the air like lightning. The originally gentle stream transformed into a sharp spear, piercing through the neck of the Rain Jonin who had attempted to sneak attack. Thud. Hearing the sound of a body falling behind him, Laros didn't turn to look, he simply raised his eyes slightly, gazing toward the opposite side about 20 meters away. There stood the Konoha Jonin he had just saved, now lowering his arms across his chest, a faint smile appearing on his face. You must be the Chunin Laros, right? Laros took a moment to steady his rapid breathing and nodded gently. I believe the next time we meet, you should have already been promoted to Jonin. The Jonin smiled warmly again. After all, Laros had just come to his rescue, such a friendly demeanor was only natural. Standing straight, Laros clasped his hands behind his back and turned his gaze toward the battlefield beyond the trees, his tone revealing a hint of somberness. Reinforcements have arrived. The Konoha Jonin paused slightly, then immediately heard the thunderous sounds of battle erupting from the periphery. Shouts of "Kill the Rain Ninjas!" and "Take down the scum from the land of rain!" echoed loudly. Indeed, the reinforcements had finally arrived, they were safe at last. Chapter 23, Snakes. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had become overcast, with distant rumbles of thunder intermittently echoing through the atmosphere. After a fierce battle, dozens of Rain Ninja corpses littered the ground. Although Konoha had planned meticulously, the sheer number of Rain Ninjas was overwhelming, and among the 5 Rain Jonin, there were skilled experts known for their ability to escape, meaning they ultimately failed to achieve their intended objectives. On the Rain Ninja side, only 1 Jonin and a dozen or so Chunin and Genin managed to flee. On the Konoha side, losses were minimal, around 20 to 30 casualties, but they had killed over 90 enemy combatants, marking a significant victory. While this victory felt somewhat unfair to the 6 teams that served as bait since the majority of the losses came from their ranks. In that brief period of fierce resistance, 3 teams had been systematically annihilated, and the remaining squads were left depleted, with 1 team even losing their Jonin captain. This demonstrated just how dangerous it was to play the role of bait. Yet no one was foolish enough to bring this up, everyone was celebrating, reveling in the joy of victory. This included the fortunate survivors from the 3 bait teams, who, whether they were genuinely unaware or had come to realize their true mission, remained silent in this moment of celebration. As the battlefield began to calm, the reinforcements from Konoha efficiently checked the scattered corpses. If they found any Rain Ninjas still alive, they wouldn't hesitate to deliver a finishing blow. Laros stepped over a fallen Rain Ninja's body, scanning the battlefield filled with corpses, and felt a wave of inexplicable nostalgia wash over him. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to light a cigarette and savor the mingling sense of smoke and blood as a tribute to his past. Iron, blood, and smoke, these were the unique romantic elements in a man's heart. Suddenly, Laros spotted a man and a woman leaning against the edge of the battlefield. After a moment of contemplation, he walked over to them. Hey, you two are still alive? Laros casually greeted as he took a seat beside Aoki-ren and Zoi Naoko. Aoki-ren looked up in silence, forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown in response to Laros, while Zoi Naoko's face still bore traces of tears. Her gaze was filled with confusion, sorrow, and emotions that Laros couldn't quite decipher. The only thing he could ascertain was that Zoi Naoko was currently in immense pain. Laros could roughly guess what had transpired, but he didn't see how it was any of his concern. He didn't see Fujiwara Satoshi anywhere. That perceptive young man had likely met an unfortunate end. Laros felt regret, but he would never lament his decision to leave them behind.
No matter who had died, Laro wouldn't feel particularly affected. After all, he had only just met them, and he had no obligation to be their caretaker. He had been patient enough to protect them for a time during the initial wave of the Rain Ninja attack. In his view, he had already shown enough kindness. Zoi Naoko suddenly spoke, "Satoshi is dead."
Satoshi? She must be referring to Fujiwara Satoshi.
Zoi Naoko turned to face Laro, her gaze fixated on him.
Why did you abandon us back there? Laro replied nonchalantly, one could say that with greater power comes greater responsibility, right? He couldn't exactly say that it was to seize the opportunity for promotion in this battle, could he? Well, saving a jonin from his own village, killing an enemy jonin on the spot, and assisting in taking down another enemy jonin, those were no small feats, right? Surely, those accomplishments would suffice for a promotion to jonin? What kind of reward would Hiruzen give him?
As he pondered these thoughts, Laro felt a flicker of anticipation.
Ever since hearing Yuko's proposal, Laro had grown increasingly eager for advancement. With greater power comes greater responsibility, is it?
Aoki Rin mused softly, reflecting on the harrowing scene of Laro's combat against the two enemy jonin, seemingly gaining some insight. Zoi Naoko, however, was not so easily appeased.
Or perhaps it was that women tended to be more emotional. Her icy gaze bore into Laro as she questioned, just because of such a vague reason, you can disregard our lives? What qualifications do you have to be our captain?
The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Laro remained silent for a long time before slowly lifting his head to sigh. People always instinctively seek out self-serving reasons to complain, feel anger, and harbor hatred when they find themselves in misfortune. Is this a cowardly escape or a display of incompetence?
Zoi Naoko trembled with rage. And you, Laro? What do you mean by that? Laro didn't raise his head, but both Aoki Rin and Zoi Naoko could sense a hint of mockery in his tone. Once you step onto the battlefield, you must be prepared for the consequences. Whether it's to kill or be killed, that's the path you choose for yourselves.
There are no morals on the battlefield, it's that simple, survivors live, losers die.
Fujiwara Satoshi's death merely shows that he was too weak.
And those of you who cannot protect what you care about are undoubtedly incompetent.
Zoi Naoko was nearly ready to faint from rage. You, what about you? Do you bear no responsibility for Satoshi's death? Laro's tone suddenly turned calm. I have my own responsibilities. My initial protection was merely an act of kindness.
But don't mistake it, I am not your caretaker.
I have no obligation to protect you continuously.
If I hadn't intervened, we could have lost a jonin, which would have led to even more severe consequences.
Don't you understand?
There will be more Satoshis who will die, and then there will be more Zoi Naokos coming to question me self-righteously. You're so strong, why don't you protect us?
Laro shrugged, speaking helplessly. Look, saving one person or saving 10, why don't you tell me the answer? Oh, from your perspective, you would surely say, save us. The lives of others don't matter to us. Even if they are all Konoha ninjas with their own families. Enough. Zoi Naoko collapsed onto the ground, her voice growing weaker. Stop talking, just enough. Aoki Rin gently patted Zoi Naoko's shoulder, softly comforting her. Naoko, it's all over now. I think Satoshi wouldn't want to see you so heartbroken.
Seeing Zoi Naoko gradually stabilize, Aoki Rin turned to Laro, hesitated for a moment, then finally asked, Captain Laro, though I'm unsure if I should ask this. I still want to know about this mission. What is really going on? Laro looked at Aoki Rin meaningfully. Little Ren, are you sure you can handle the answer to that question? Aoki Rin fell into hesitation once more. After a long while, he lifted his head and said firmly, I want to know. Forget it. Laro waved his hand disinterestedly. Knowing the answer too early isn't good for you. You're still young and shouldn't focus on such trivial matters, should you? After all, this was merely a matter of sacrificing a few for the victory of the many. But was what was gained through sacrifice truly of such great value? Ha! Laro chuckled self-deprecatingly as he stood up and walked forward. When did I become so sentimental?
How ridiculous, he murmured as his figure gradually faded from the sight of Aoki-ren and Zoi Naoko. Laro felt the urge to seek out the leading jonin for a discussion, wanting to clarify the specific arrangements for the task ahead. After all, the supplies on the cart hadn't sustained significant damage, and the reinforcements arriving at the camp had already begun to take over related duties. So, could they consider the mission completed and prepare to return to Konoha? As he walked, Laro suddenly stopped, squinting slightly as he glanced to the side. There, a tall figure was concealed within the dense shadows of the leaves. Clad in a jonin vest, the person had their arms crossed and leaned casually against the tree behind them. They seemed unbothered by Laro's gaze and were instead observing him with interest. This was a man whose face was as pale as paper, appearing to be in his 20s, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders. His eyes shimmered a dark gold, accented by deep purple shadows at the corners, while his pupils resembled those of a beast, vertical slits. Laro locked eyes with him for a few seconds before slowly speaking, "Jonin Orochimaru? I'm curious as to why you're looking for me." Before reaching this spot, Laro hadn't activated his sensing ability, so he hadn't noticed Orochimaru's hidden presence. If it hadn't been for the slight aura the man had let slip, Laro might not have detected him at all. "Shunin Laro, your instincts are quite sharp," Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, giving off a sense of prolonged illness. "To single-handedly confront two jonin, you're certainly no ordinary chunin." Upon hearing this, Laro realized that Orochimaru must have been aware of the events that transpired on the battlefield. He humbly replied, "Not at all, if it weren't for the help of another jonin, I likely would have met my end." Orochimaru shook his head and slowly approached, stopping about a meter away from Laro. A glint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. "I heard that you only just became a chunin a year ago. In just 1 year, you've grown to this level." Orochimaru licked his lips and continued, "Laro-kun, don't you find yourself a bit suspicious?" Laro shrugged casually, replying nonchalantly, "Maybe I'm just the type to achieve greatness later in life?" "Is that so?" Orochimaru smiled coldly, countering, "I think you resemble the profile of an outsider spy more closely." Chapter 24, Testing. At that moment, a mottled giant python suddenly emerged from the ground behind Laro, quickly coiling around his body. The serpent's gaping maw was aimed directly at Laro's face, ominously flicking its tongue. Laro remained expressionless as he glanced at the snake's head, neither struggling nor panicking. Instead, he voiced his inquiry, "Jonin Orochimaru, on what grounds do you accuse me of being a spy? Where's your evidence?" Orochimaru leisurely approached Laro, leaning in so that his cold serpent-like eyes were just 10 centimeters from Laro's. "Laro-kun, you've shown no exceptional qualities in the past, but within this past year as a chunin, your strength has surged remarkably. No, to be precise, it's only been these last 2 months. You've transformed from an ordinary chunin into someone stronger than most jonin. That kind of growth is genuinely frightening." Laro maintained his calm demeanor, his expression steady. "So, what does that signify?" "It signifies," Orochimaru smirked, "that you may no longer be the chunin Laro we once knew. Tell me, who are you really? Who sent you?" Laro smiled indifferently. He was now the second person in recent times to ask him, "Who are you?" While he was somewhat surprised by Orochimaru's sudden aggression, he had considered this possibility. From the moment he displayed his formidable strength, he had prepared for a situation like this. However, he hadn't expected the first to suspect him would be Orochimaru. Moreover, it seemed that Orochimaru was quite well informed about him. Given that he was previously just a chunin, he shouldn't warrant the attention of someone like Orochimaru. Moreover, since he had showcased his strength, there had been hardly a few hours. It was improbable that Orochimaru could have investigated him so thoroughly in such a short time. This implied that someone behind the scenes was keeping an eye on him and had relayed pertinent information to Orochimaru. This matter weighed heavily on Laro's mind, making the current trial from Orochimaru seem less significant. "I am indeed the Konoha chunin, Laro." Laro spoke slowly, answering Orochimaru's question. "I don't believe there's anything suspicious about me. First, if I were a spy from another village, I wouldn't have acted decisively on the battlefield earlier. Secondly, everyone has their unique experiences and opportunities. Your inability to understand is simply due to your lack of experience.
Upon hearing Laros' words, Orochimaru narrowed his serpent-like eyes, spotting a flaw in Laros' argument.
Your situation was extremely dangerous back then. Who's to say you didn't act out of coercion from the Rain Ninjas? Perhaps you simply didn't want to die. Laros sighed, retorting sarcastically, "It seems Jonin Orochimaru is unaware that I possess sensing abilities? Why bother hiding the village's plans?"
Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated Laros to be so perceptive.
It seemed that Laros' actions were not those of someone forced into a corner but rather premeditated, intending to perform well on the battlefield.
This method was not inherently wrong.
However, recalling the mission assigned to him by the higher-ups, Orochimaru did not cease his probing of Laros. "Laros, have you realized your greatest mistake?" Orochimaru's expression was one of confidence.
"You're far too calm," which is certainly not the attitude a normal person would have when faced with injustice.
This was becoming tiresome. A wave of intense irritation surged within Laros. He impatiently frowned, snorting, "You don't believe this, you don't believe that. Orochimaru, do you really think you can pin me down?"
With that, Laros' eyes flickered with a subtle gray glow as a torrent of immense mental energy surged in his mind, crashing toward Orochimaru.
Release. Crack, crack.
The air began to fill with cracks as a thunderous roar erupted, and the world before him shattered suddenly. "What is?" Orochimaru's expression changed sharply as he sensed an unusual aura. In the next moment, the positions of Laros and Orochimaru reverted to how they were when they first met. Orochimaru was still leaning against the tree, while the python around Laros had vanished. It turned out that Orochimaru's sudden attack and their psychologically charged exchange had merely been an illusion he cast on Laros.
Initially, Laros had not noticed when he fell under Orochimaru's genjutsu, but his keen mental perception quickly detected the anomaly. Since he had mastered the techniques of the Yamanaka clan for breaking genjutsu, he hadn't hurried to dispel it, wanting to first see what Orochimaru aimed to achieve. Only when Orochimaru's persistent probing became unreasonable did Laros decide he wouldn't waste any more time and decisively dispelled the genjutsu. During this process, due to concerns that Orochimaru might turn hostile and fueled by a smoldering anger, Laros unconsciously activated a bit of his time power. Regardless of whether the next step required combat or negotiation, Laros was confident he could keep his secrets hidden. If he activated triple speed, he believed he could catch the somewhat inexperienced Orochimaru off guard and eliminate him. If he chose not to engage, Orochimaru himself was not a sensing ninja and wouldn't be able to detect his hidden secrets. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence as the two faced off. The thunder rumbled intermittently in the sky, and light raindrops began to fall, dampening both of their clothes. Finally, it was Orochimaru who broke the silence, saying, "To be able to so easily dispel my genjutsu, Laros-kun, you truly are remarkable." Orochimaru's tone seemed to return to its initial calm demeanor. However, the brief flicker of seriousness in his eyes indicated that his inner emotions were not as tranquil as they appeared. Just moments ago, Orochimaru had genuinely felt a strong sense of threat, elevating his vigilance to the maximum. Yet Laros was completely oblivious to Orochimaru's unease. He continued to ponder his strategies, unaware that he had already made a profound impression on Orochimaru. The title of Sannin was bestowed upon Orochimaru during Konoha's withdrawal from the battlefield in the Land of Rain, marking a period when his strength had begun to ascend. Now, with the Second Ninja War still less than a year old, Orochimaru was merely a jonin with great potential. His only distinguishing feature was being the student of the third Hokage. In contrast, Laros' current strength stemmed from the immense mental power granted by his reincarnation, which significantly increased his chakra reserves. Additionally, his accelerated training had amassed substantial ninjutsu experience, coupled with the resilience and sharp intuition honed from countless battles in his previous life. This made his power formidable. Even though Orochimaru was undoubtedly stronger than the newly promoted Jonin Laros, easily subduing him would not be a simple task. At the very least, a mere genjutsu would not pose a substantial threat to Laros. Moreover, if Orochimaru were to act against Laros, he would be defying the higher-ups' wishes. After all, the higher-ups only held suspicions about Laros and had no concrete evidence. Recklessly attacking a fellow village ninja would change the nature of the situation entirely. Ultimately, Orochimaru's mission was merely to test Laro, not to pursue any deeper agenda. Is this about the incident with Kyuka?
Laro mused internally, realizing why Orochimaru had used genjutsu on him. The amnesia surrounding Kyuka's case was indeed bizarre, and as the only eyewitness, it was only natural for Laro to be suspected.
However, Jonin Orochimaru, was it the Hokage's order for you to use genjutsu on me? Laro asked seriously, unaffected by Orochimaru's earlier praise.
It seems you know a few things, Orochimaru smirked, revealing a hint of a smile.
It's not the will of Lord Sarutobi, but rather instructions from other higher-ups. However,
Orochimaru adopted a keenly interested expression, scrutinizing Laro from head to toe.
Though this probing yielded no tangible results, I've certainly developed quite an interest in you, Laro-kun. With Orochimaru's prideful nature, he wouldn't lie about such trivial matters. If it wasn't the Hokage's directive, then who could it be? Danzo?
In Laro's recollection, aside from Hiruzen Sarutobi, the only Konoha higher-up capable of directing Orochimaru was the cunning Shimura Danzo. Furthermore, allowing Orochimaru to so brazenly cast genjutsu on a fellow village ninja aligned perfectly with Danzo's modus operandi, to eliminate the potential threat without hesitation. Realizing this, Laro felt a sense of relief wash over him. As long as it wasn't Hiruzen Sarutobi clinging to him, after all, Hiruzen was the only one with a stable channel for acquiring ninjutsu knowledge, and Laro didn't want to abandon that opportunity too soon. Laro internally sighed with relief, but he maintained a neutral expression, saying, I don't know anything, nor do I wish to.
If Jonin Orochimaru has no further business, I'll be taking my leave. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking, You don't seem angry about what just happened? Feigning confusion, Laro looked around and said, What happened? I'm not aware of anything occurring just now. Without waiting for Orochimaru's response, he turned and began to walk away.
Orochimaru paused for a moment, then gradually came to understand Laro's intention. He didn't want to escalate the matter. From their previous exchange in the genjutsu, Orochimaru concluded that Laro was likely not a spy from another village. If that's the case, then using genjutsu on a fellow village ninja had no moral grounds. If Laro were to make a fuss about it after returning, both he and Danzo would face repercussions, especially since this action had been undertaken without the Hokage's knowledge. Laro's earlier pretense was likely meant to convey a message. He was unwilling to entangle himself further with Orochimaru or those behind him and hoped to let the matter slide. Orochimaru didn't understand why this 17-year-old could be so magnanimous after being wronged, but he knew he had inadvertently left a handle in Laro's hands. Orochimaru didn't mind the existence of this handle, but his interest in Laro was growing stronger. A capable yet low-key individual, he still believed Laro had been hiding his strength for a while, young but unusually composed, and most importantly, he found it difficult to decipher the true motivations behind Laro's various actions. Thus, he lightly shifted his footing and followed Laro. Orochimaru had no clear objective, he simply wanted to walk alongside Laro, finding the young man's personality intriguing. He wished to engage in conversation with him. Chapter 25, Casual Conversation. Laro noticed the figure trailing behind him. On the surface, he remained nonchalant, pretending not to notice, but internally he was debating whether to engage in a deeper conversation with Orochimaru and perhaps gain some benefits. To be honest, he felt he had some leverage at the moment. However, in the end, he decided to abandon that thought. First, he couldn't be sure whether this version of Orochimaru had already developed an obsession with immortality and how loyal he was to Konoha. Second, since they had just experienced a bit of unpleasantness, both were on guard. If he acted too hastily, it likely wouldn't yield good results. Third, that guy Danzo was definitely keeping an eye on him. Laro couldn't guarantee that the moment he spoke openly with Orochimaru, Danzo wouldn't catch wind of it. Whether the matter ended up reaching Hiruzen Sarutobi or Danzo seized the opportunity to exploit him, it would undoubtedly put him in a passive position. Laro had always preferred to maintain control over his circumstances and did not want to be led around by the nose. Although he couldn't make a definitive statement at the moment, he still felt it would be best to have a chat with Orochimaru, who was following him. After all, Orochimaru was one of the leading scientists in the ninja world. Even if he set aside the idea of gathering resources, Laro would gladly make a friend out of him.
This also explained why he easily let go of the incident regarding the genjutsu. If it had been anyone else who dared to offend him so absurdly, he would have activated triple speed and charged in to fight. As the two walked along, each developing an interest in the other, they quickly struck up a conversation. "Jonin Orochimaru, I'm not a big deal, you can just call me Laro without the kun attached," Laro casually said to Orochimaru. In Laro's view, before Orochimaru became increasingly twisted, he had been quite civilized and polite. After all, he was an academic, and his eloquence carried a scholarly grace. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, replying, "Then you needn't call me Jonin Orochimaru either. Given your strength, after you return, you should be on par with me. Just call me Orochimaru." From Orochimaru's perspective, Laro didn't seem to harbor any malicious intent toward the village, evident from his earlier performance on the battlefield. If it weren't for the mission's requirements, Orochimaru wouldn't have bothered testing Laro in the first place. Laro's doubts had dissipated, and he found the idea of getting to know this mysterious young man quite intriguing. It was a good way to pass the time. "All right," Laro replied softly, then took the initiative to start the conversation. "Orochimaru, I recall that you and your group of ninjas have been stationed in the Land of Rain. What brings you here?" Orochimaru casually responded, "This place isn't far from the Land of Rain." He then cast a meaningful glance at Laro and slowly added, "And if it weren't for the proximity, do you think the village would implement such a plan so easily?" "Oh, I see," Laro replied indifferently, seeming disinterested in the topic, not wanting to delve deeper. "With over 200 ninjas arriving, can the battlefield in the Land of Rain hold up?" Orochimaru's tone remained low and hoarse as he said, "Minister Tsukumo is still in the Land of Rain. With just a few of us missing, it won't have a significant impact." As he spoke, Laro could sense a hint of indifference in Orochimaru's tone regarding the situation in the Land of Rain. Laro raised an eyebrow, curious as he asked, "Minister Tsukumo? Konoha's White Fang? Isn't he the head of the Umbu? Leading the charge doesn't seem like an Umbu's job, does it?" A faint smile crept across Orochimaru's lips, but he didn't directly answer Laro's question. Instead, he countered, "Laro, I've noticed that you don't seem to hold much respect for Minister Tsukumo. Don't the ninjas in the village usually refer to him as Lord Tsukumo?" Laro responded nonchalantly, "I've never liked calling others Lord, it makes me feel small and insignificant." Orochimaru's interest piqued, he pressed further, "Oh? What about Lord Sarutobi? Do you address the third Hokage by his title as well?" Laro couldn't help but grimace, saying helplessly, "That's just unavoidable. Everyone refers to him that way, and if I don't, it'll just invite trouble. At least Tsukumo doesn't have authority over me, while the Hokage is my direct superior." Orochimaru pondered internally, this Laro truly lacks any sense of reverence. How did he cultivate such a unique worldview in a place like Konoha? But then again, Orochimaru realized he might not be in a position to criticize others, as he himself was also considered a lord in the eyes of others due to his strength and status as the third Hokage's disciple. As a modern individual who had often danced on the edge of life and death, Laro's values naturally differed from those of ordinary natives in the Hokage world. To him, the title lord was merely a remnant of feudal servility. If it weren't for the benefits Konoha and Hiruzen Sarutobi could provide him, and the potential suspicion arising from displaying a different attitude, he wouldn't have bothered to address others in that manner. Speaking of which, Orochimaru glanced at Laro and bluntly stated, "Laro, you probably don't have a clear understanding of the village's internal organizational structure." Laro's interest was piqued as he asked, "Oh? Please enlighten me." Orochimaru coughed lightly and began to explain. "The Umbu is directly subordinate to the Hokage, as you should know. Their responsibilities include, but are not limited to, patrolling, protecting the Hokage, guarding prisons, and counter-espionage. Their role is quite different from that of ordinary ninjas." He paused, allowing Laro time to absorb this information. Of course, that's the nature of Umbu work during peacetime. During wartime, the focus shifts to infiltration, assassination, intelligence gathering, and sabotage behind enemy lines. Laro frowned in thought, trying to digest these details. After a moment, he asked, "So, Minister Tsukumo stays in the Land of Rain because the village is currently engaged in war with the Hidden Rain?" Therefore, the Umbu's operational strategy is more aggressive? Not entirely due to the Umbu's work, Orochimaru replied, a trace of unnoticeable admiration flashing across his face. A powerful ninja like Tsukumo possesses a strength far beyond that of ordinary Umbu members.
His presence in the Land of Rain is more symbolic than practical. Opportunities for him to take action are actually quite rare.
After pondering for a while, Laro confidently stated, to restrain and deter.
I assume he wouldn't step onto the battlefield unless it were a large-scale battle.
Orochimaru smirked slightly, saying, Laro, you've understood well. As the nominal commander after Lord Sarutobi's departure, Tsukumo is not responsible for strategy formulation, logistics, or even the specific affairs of the Umbu. The only thing he needs to do is to be there to restrain Hanzo the salamander if he appears. Laro nodded thoughtfully. Ninja battles usually resemble skirmishes between small units, so the opportunities for strong individuals to intervene are indeed limited. They can only serve as a deterrent.
The disparity in strength between top-tier ninjas and lower-tier ninjas is vast. Lower-tier ninjas can hardly compensate for this gap with numbers, as the killing efficiency of top-tier ninjas is exceedingly high, and they possess great mobility, virtually eliminating the risk of being overwhelmed. This might also explain why large-scale battles are so rare in the ninja world. They rely too much on the performance of top-tier ninjas. Before a real confrontation occurs, top-tier ninjas likely cannot accurately measure each other's strengths, and both opposing forces have to bear significant risks based on the outcome of their top-tier ninjas. Unless it's a last-ditch effort, no one wants to initiate a large-scale battle.
It's a matter of risk and casualties.
After all, the wars in the ninja world ultimately aim to plunder resources and weaken the strength of other nations. Even if there is hatred, it can be controlled. There's no need to take matters to extremes. Even among enemies, there exists a tacit understanding between the higher-ups of different villages. Indeed, due to the imbalance of military power, the scarcity of ninjas, and the monopoly on ninjutsu, it seems that large-scale clashes between formations, corps, and armies would forever remain a distant dream.
Laro felt a deep sense of regret regarding this.
Orochimaru cast a curious glance at Laro, sensing a fleeting expression of regret on the young man's face.
Was it merely his illusion? Chapter 26, Intentions.
Laro and Orochimaru continued their conversation for a while, focusing mainly on the war situation between Konoha and the Hidden Rain, as well as the strategies and tactics being employed. Orochimaru noticed that Laro seemed particularly interested in topics related to the war, so he indulged him by revealing quite a bit of insider information. To be honest, Laro found Orochimaru's attitude somewhat strange. It seemed he was actively trying to cater to him, raising his suspicions. In Laro's memory, Orochimaru should be a cold and arrogant individual, yet his current demeanor completely shattered that preconceived notion.
Laro didn't think that his earlier act of yielding could earn him such a degree of favor from Orochimaru. If he was correct, Orochimaru's behavior was likely indicative of some ulterior motives. However, Laro wasn't overly concerned.
Whether Orochimaru was being sincere or feigning interest, his willingness to reach out indicated that Laro had some value to him, which was a positive development. Correspondingly, Laro believed that as long as the timing was right and the stakes were sufficient, he could also leverage Orochimaru for his own gain. As long as he didn't touch upon Orochimaru's core secrets, a deeper engagement with him would undoubtedly be beneficial. Given Orochimaru's standing in the village and his future trajectory, it was clear that he was a potential asset who could be of great help to Laro down the line.
With that in mind, why would Laro refuse a mutually beneficial opportunity?
Most importantly, with his true strength at his disposal, Laro wasn't worried that this version of Orochimaru would pose any threat to him. So, since Orochimaru was being so enthusiastic, Laro felt it best to open up a bit as well. If he didn't seize the chance to extract some benefits from Orochimaru, wouldn't that be squandering his good intentions? While there were some sensitive topics he couldn't discuss, he could still extract some non-confidential information. With the insider knowledge that the third's top disciple possessed, perhaps he could better plan his future development within the village. This was precisely what Laro thought and what he asked. Orochimaru, what should I do to obtain more ninjutsu scrolls from Lord Hokage so that I can quickly enhance my ninjutsu skills? Orochimaru didn't ponder for long and quickly provided an answer. The best way is to join the Umbu and complete more high-difficulty missions.
I believe this is the best choice for any aspiring ninja.
Ninjas typically earn money for completing ordinary commission tasks. Only special missions issued by the higher-ups of the village will reward ninjutsu, Orochimaru explained slowly. Once you become part of the Anbu, you'll have more opportunities to engage with special missions. As long as you have the strength, you can accept consecutive A rank or S rank missions without anyone interfering. I see, Laros said with a dawning realization. So the Anbu serves as a special channel, controlling access to high-reward mission resources. Am I understanding that correctly? Orochimaru considered Laros' summary quite apt but added, this is only the case during times of war. In peacetime, the work of the Anbu is rather dull, and there aren't as many special missions. Laros nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the implications of what Orochimaru had shared. Did you spend time in the Anbu before, Orochimaru? Laros turned to look at him, the question bubbling up in his mind.
It was no wonder he had this suspicion, considering how well Orochimaru seemed to understand the intricacies of the Anbu.
No, Orochimaru shook his head gently, a knowing smile creeping onto his face.
I've never worked in the Anbu, but I have spent quite a significant amount of time in another department that's similar. Laros nodded thoughtfully.
While he didn't press for details about what that department was, he already had an answer in mind. It must be Danzo's route.
On the surface, Root was responsible for training Anbu members, but in reality, it was a private armed force controlled by Danzo. Moreover, this organization operated very secretly. Most Konoha ninjas didn't even know of its existence. Orochimaru's ambiguous tone made it clear he was reluctant to divulge information about Root.
Laros was aware of its details but chose not to expose it. However, Laros' unintentional probing only served to intrigue Orochimaru further. Their conversations always seemed to halt just as they were about to touch on deeper secrets. Orochimaru assessed Laros as cautious and measured in his approach.
Unable to resist, Orochimaru teased, Laros, don't you think you don't act like a typical 17-year-old? Perhaps I'm just an old soul, Laros replied casually. Or are you starting to doubt me again, Orochimaru?
Don't get me wrong, Orochimaru maintained his placid expression, still smiling.
I'm merely reflecting on things.
Laros didn't take it to heart. He glanced at his wristwatch and said, it's getting late.
I assume you have things to attend to, right? Is he trying to send me off? Orochimaru mused internally.
Laros, I've answered so many of your questions today, Orochimaru said, his expression shifting to one of anticipation.
So next time, I hope you can help me solve some of my own doubts?
Of course. Laros instinctively extended his hand for a handshake to bid farewell. Orochimaru paused for a few seconds, then quickly came to his senses, extending his hand naturally to lightly touch Laros, marking their parting. Watching Laros turn and walk away, Orochimaru silently stood still, his expression returning to its usual calm demeanor. However, beneath that calm exterior, he was deeply contemplating his first encounter with Laros. Laros' way of speaking and thinking gave him a fresh perspective. Despite his youth, he had an uncommon breadth of insight and unique understandings of many issues. But more importantly, Laros' strength. This guy was likely far more complex than he appeared. In that moment when Laros easily dispelled Orochimaru's genjutsu, he had felt an intense sense of threat, as if he were facing death itself. Yet, once everything settled back down, that feeling of threat vanished swiftly, as if it had been merely an illusion. However, a perceptive powerhouse like Orochimaru wouldn't mistake his intuition for a flaw. Thus, the only conclusion was that Laros' true strength likely far exceeded his expectations. If the young man were to fight seriously, he certainly had the capability to defeat Orochimaru in a short time. Orochimaru couldn't ascertain the accuracy of this premonition, but he was certain of one thing: Laros was an extremely dangerous individual. Though Laros' killing intent dissipated quickly, the immense pressure he exuded while in accelerated state was still vividly felt by Orochimaru. For that reason, when Laros returned to calmness and expressed disinterest in pursuing the matter further, Orochimaru felt compelled to get to know him better and build a rapport. Most people would likely want to distance themselves after such a scare. But Orochimaru was different. He sensed that Laros had briefly revealed a dangerous aura before quickly retracting it, leading him to speculate that Laros was hiding his true strength and didn't want to be detected.
To avoid revealing that he had discovered Laros' secrets, Orochimaru decided to take the opposite approach and intentionally drew closer to Laro. Of course, this was only one of his objectives. Another motive stemmed from Orochimaru's curiosity about Laro's true strength and the strange, dangerous aura he had unintentionally let slip. He wanted to use this opportunity to lay the groundwork for future interactions. Regardless of Laro's reasons for concealing his strength, Orochimaru had no intention of probing into that matter. Moreover, to further his own objectives, Orochimaru resolved to continue concealing this information about Laro. As for how to report back to Danzo, the only news that Old Man would receive was that Laro showed no abnormalities. Orochimaru was well aware of Danzo's character. If that old coot learned of Laro's true strength, he might make some irrational moves. And judging by Laro's years of patience, he was certainly not someone to provoke lightly. If a conflict arose between these two, it would be detrimental for the village. Regardless of the final outcome, it was not something Orochimaru wished to witness. After all, Laro hadn't engaged in any acts of betrayal against the village. His reasons for hiding his strength were likely due to some untold circumstances. Who doesn't have their own secrets? There's no need to pry too deeply. With these thoughts in mind, Orochimaru remained unconcerned. As long as it didn't involve matters of principle, Orochimaru was quite tolerant of the ninjas from his village, especially those he found interesting. Or rather, those he deemed valuable. Although Laro appeared innocent and naive, he was, in fact, cunning and enigmatic, harboring hidden depths. His true strength sent a chill down Orochimaru's spine. If he could leverage Laro, or even further control him, that would be an incredibly enticing goal for Orochimaru. This was the true reason behind his decision to keep information about Laro under wraps for future developments. As for what consequences might arise if Laro lost control, he didn't care at all. After all, Konoha had Hiruzen and a host of experienced veterans from the previous generation. If Laro harbored ill intentions and acted out, it would undoubtedly lead him to his own demise. This reflected the confidence Konoha's ninjas had in their village during this era, as well as Orochimaru's confidence in his own judgment. Chapter 27, Departure. Laro was unaware that Orochimaru had already perceived some of his secrets. Otherwise, given his personality, even if he wouldn't strike Orochimaru down, he would find ways to threaten and control him. However, without a genuine conflict, no one could determine how the situation would ultimately unfold. After parting ways with Orochimaru, Laro sought out the Jonin leader he had met earlier to inquire about the next arrangements. The Konoha ninjas stationed in the Land of Rain had begun receiving supplies. "We can leave once they complete their work," the lead Jonin, a slightly plump middle-aged man, said with a relaxed expression. Laro suspected that this guy must know some insider details about the mission. Upon learning that this plump fellow belonged to the Akimichi clan, Laro couldn't be bothered to remember his specific name. Once Laro understood that the task had effectively been completed, he chose not to linger and found a place to rest by himself. Laro found a lush, leafy tree to shelter from the rain, lying back on the relatively dry grass and slowly closing his eyes. Arriving here, he finally felt he could relax. He hadn't used reverse flow to recover during the battle, which left him completely drained and his body extremely fatigued. Coupled with his earlier conversation with Orochimaru, he longed to find a place to sleep soundly. Before long, Laro fell into a deep sleep. Even as thunder rumbled overhead and raindrops pattered around him, nothing could stir him from his slumber. A few hours later, the team began preparing for their return journey. They had set out with 6 squads, a total of 24 people, but now only 3 squads remained, totaling less than 10 members. War brought irreparable pain, yet life had to go on. Aoki Rin and Zoi Naoko realized this and temporarily set aside their sorrow for their fallen friends, readying themselves to return to the village. However, when they noticed their captain was not among the returning group, concern crept in. After searching for a while, they finally found Laro sleeping soundly under a large tree. "Seriously, how can you still be sleeping?" Zoi Naoko couldn't help but complain. Although she still held some resentment towards Laro, it had softened considerably compared to her initial feelings, perhaps influenced by Aoki Ren's comforting words. "Captain Laro," Aoki Ren bent down and nudged him. "Please wake up, we need to go back."
Laros slowly opened his bleary eyes, his vision gradually clearing to reveal Aoki Ren's somewhat blurry face.
Are we leaving? Just a moment.
Laro propped himself up with his hands, slowly getting up from the ground, then stretched and yawned several times.
Okay, let's go.
As he took a few steps forward, the raindrops immediately soaked him, but he paid no mind. Instead, he lifted his head, slightly closing his eyes to enjoy the refreshing sensation of the cool rain. As he regained his awareness, Laro strolled through the rain, walking forward while waving his hand without looking back.
You two, come here for a moment, I have something to tell you. Aoki Rin and Zoi Naoko exchanged glances before quickly approaching him.
After we return to the village, our squad will likely be disbanded, Laro stated, raising his hand to signal Aoki Rin and Zoi Naoko, who looked as if they wanted to say something. I plan to apply for a transfer to the Umbu.
With my strength, I believe the Hokage won't refuse me. Zoi Naoko exclaimed, Why?
Why? Laro murmured, a look of confusion crossing his face.
I've thought about it for a long time, and I feel my growth is too slow. Joining the Umbu may be the path I should take. Since the last mission, I thought I was strong enough. But if I could be even stronger and end battles more quickly, wouldn't Fujiwara Satoshi still be alive?
Those of you who didn't protect your comrades are weak, and I, who couldn't protect everyone, am still weak. Aoki Rin opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but seeing Laro's expression, she ultimately swallowed her words.
Laro sighed and shook his head. In times of war, lives are as fleeting as grass. If we want to survive, we must strive to become stronger.
This applies not just to you, but to me as well. After saying this, Laro fell silent for a moment, giving them time to digest his words.
He believed his impromptu speech would help these naive kids gain a deeper understanding of him.
Laro wasn't indifferent to Orochimaru's suggestion, there was indeed some truth in his words, and the mission channels of the Umbu would greatly benefit his development.
With that in mind, Laro decided to join the Umbu as soon as possible.
After all, ordinary missions were just a waste of time for him. Take this B-rank mission, for example. If it weren't for the village's plan to lure out the enemy, this journey would have been mundane and uneventful. In that case, Laro would have neither had the opportunity to engage Konoha ninjas for ninjutsu resources nor to achieve significant merits to elevate his status, wasting precious time for his training. 3 days had passed in such a manner, and that felt intolerable to him. Just one mission had shown him the essence of so-called low-level tasks. Regardless of who had planned this operation, Laro felt grateful to that person for at least preventing him from making a wasted trip. Yet, Laro was growing weary of this child's play of ninjas. He longed to become stronger, to acquire more resources, to engage with formidable foes, and to showcase his true abilities rather than babysitting a bunch of genin while hiding his strength, only to receive meaningless rewards in the end. So, after a moment of silence, he bid farewell.
I'm leaving now. Don't forget to reapply for the captain position with Lord Hokage after you return.
As soon as he finished speaking, Laro activated body flicker technique and vanished from the spot, leaving only an echo of his voice lingering in the air. Good luck to you both.
I hope we meet again.
Aoki Rin and Zoi Naoko exchanged glances, remaining silent for a long time. The heavy rain poured down, thoroughly soaking their clothes, but the coldness on their bodies couldn't mask the sorrow within.
Captain Laro is still struggling to come to terms with Fujiwara Satoshi's death. He doesn't seem as calm as he appears on the surface. He actually cares about us.
At that moment, Laro's image in their hearts gained a touch of warmth. And that was precisely the goal Laro aimed to achieve. Although he and they weren't on the same path and he didn't want to invest too much effort in these two genin, it didn't mean he would completely ignore their presence. The gentle persuasion from Aoki Rin and Zoi Naoko was a carefully crafted excuse, a means for him to rationally enter the Umbu. He intended to use these two to convey his journey of thoughts to Hiruzen Sarutobi, ensuring he appeared politically correct to alleviate the Hokage's concerns. A person who cares for their comrades is far more likely to gain the trust of others than a cold-hearted one.
Raindrops continued to pelt down on him, leaving long trails of water.
His body was enveloped in wind-style chakra, pushing aside the slightly damp air around him. Under the dim sky, the scenery before Laro twisted into blurry shadows. He strolled through the forest at an accelerated pace, leaving behind afterimages. Having parted ways with the main group, he had two things to do. First, find a place to practice the various mental techniques of the Yamanaka clan, especially the memory probing technique. He needed to master it quickly, as it was crucial for his upcoming plans. Second, capture a few rogue ninjas to test the effects of his time power on others. In the land of T's Mizukigure, apart from Yuko, there were no other ninjas, and Yuko was clearly not suitable for experimentation.
Konoha had many ninjas, and the functions of their special techniques varied greatly.
Especially with the presence of numerous tracking and search techniques, if he acted recklessly and captured someone, it could easily expose his own movements.
During the back and forth between Konoha and Mizukigure, he didn't have much time to catch ninjas.
Due to various interfering factors, this experiment had been postponed for quite some time. Now that an opportunity had finally arrived, Laros felt a surge of impatience. As for whether this period of disappearance would bring any hidden dangers, he didn't worry in the slightest. The team had taken 3 days from the village until now, and deducting the time spent escorting supplies, the journey would still require at least another day or two to complete.
With Laros' triple-speed travel, he could return to Konoha in less than 10 minutes.
As long as he could estimate the timing, perhaps after finishing his tasks, he could even return to Konoha early.
In that case, his temporary disappearance would merely be seen as him rushing back.
Laros reflected on the fact that he had never used his triple-speed state in battle, feeling a sense of shame. Such a powerful ability had only been used for travel, which felt like a wasted opportunity. After a few dozen minutes, Laros' slightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open, and his pace slowed a bit. Just now, he had keenly sensed several unfamiliar chakra signatures nearby. Judging by their strength, they seemed to be at the Chunin level. However, Laros had no intention of being picky. He swallowed and quietly made his way in that direction.
Chapter 28, Deceleration.
On the open plain, a young man and woman ran side by side, their expressions serious, not uttering a single word to each other as they dashed forward. They adopted the distinctive posture of ninjas, arms pulled behind their backs to effectively reduce air resistance. Both wore earth-toned vests and thin armor on their shoulders. The male appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, while the female was younger. From the forehead protectors they wore, it was clear they were both IWA ninjas on a mission within the borders of the Land of Rain. As the sky grew darker, thunder rumbled, and the rain intensified. Yet, the two runners had no thoughts of stopping to seek shelter. They had important tasks to complete and needed to reach the rendezvous point as quickly as possible.
Crack!
A bolt of lightning illuminated the dark world, momentarily transforming it into daylight.
The two IWA ninjas instinctively squinted against the bright flash.
In the instant of brightness, the world plunged back into darkness. But at that moment, they suddenly halted. Just ahead, a figure blocked their path. Through the misty rain, they could vaguely make out the green vest the person wore, but the weather obscured the forehead protector's details. From the known information alone, they could identify the identity of the obstacle. The green vest belonged solely to Konoha ninjas. "It's an enemy," the male IWA ninja said, fixating on the Konoha ninja about 10 meters away, speaking in a low voice to his companion. "Preliminary assessment suggests they're at least Chunin level, so we need to proceed with caution." Although he couldn't discern the enemy's precise strength, there was an unwritten rule among the villages: only ninjas of Chunin rank and above were permitted to wear the ninja vests.
Moreover, the Konoha ninjas' silent approach suggested they were not easy prey.
The female IWA ninja silently nodded, discreetly retrieving a shuriken from her ninja tool pouch and concealing it behind her back. "Prepared," she softly said, "they're fast, I'll create an opportunity for you." As teammates, they were well acquainted with each other's abilities, having fought together numerous times. The male IWA ninja quickly understood her intention: create an opportunity not only to probe the enemy but also to gather crucial intelligence, and most importantly, to buy time for him to execute his technique. Time was of the essence. They had important tasks to complete, so they planned to resolve the confrontation swiftly by deploying their trump card right from the start. Years of teamwork meant they needed no excessive chatter. After a brief exchange, the two IWA ninjas prepared to engage. Lightning flickered and faded, and the rain intensified. Laros stood casually in place,
watching the two targets murmuring to each other about how to deal with him. He neither interrupted nor initiated an attack. This wasn't out of bravado, he was waiting for them to make the first move. He had already activated his double-speed state, ready for action. He understood the principle that even when hunting rabbits, one must use full strength. He simply wanted to test how his double-speed state performed in combat. If he struck first, he might not achieve the intended testing purpose. Swish, swish, swish. 3 shurikens whirled through the air, cutting through the rain and flying toward Laros' vital points in 3 arcs. Before the shurikens could reach their target, the female IWA ninja drew her short blade from her back and charged forward, seemingly intent on not giving Laro any chance to react. In Laros' eyes, the gray hue intensified as he observed the 3 shurikens approaching him. Countless raindrops fell onto the incoming projectiles, instantly turning into a shower of scattered droplets. The 4 sharp flat blades spun around a central ring, producing a faint whistling sound. A dark red mark marred the otherwise harmonious surface of the reflective metal. In his double-speed state, the shuriken's approach felt almost slow, akin to turtles crawling in Laros' perception. In this seemingly infinitely slowed world, he raised his right hand and extended his index finger. First, he caught the first shuriken, then the second, and finally the third. Ultimately, the 3 spinning shurikens were threaded onto his finger, their rotation gradually slowing due to friction. The female IWA ninja's pupils constricted sharply, and she abruptly slammed the brakes, nearly stumbling as she halted her advance. She had anticipated various possible responses from the enemy when confronted with her shuriken attack. Whether it was a parry, a block, or a swift dodge, she had contingency plans to seize the initiative in combat. But she never expected that the enemy could catch her 3 fully thrown shurikens without injury, using just a single finger. In that fleeting moment, she hadn't even seen what had happened. All she could perceive was the enemy's expression, which conveyed a casual indifference, as if he had simply swatted away 3 flies. It felt like a joke. A wave of fear surged through the female IWA ninja, her body involuntarily began to retreat slowly. She realized that the enemy before her was far beyond her imagination, operating at a completely different level. The shuriken's rotation on her fingertips slowed to a stop, and Laro casually dropped them to the ground, refocusing his attention on the female IWA ninja. In the next instant, he moved. To the retina, the enemy stood silently in place, but the female IWA ninja suddenly felt a hand clap on her shoulder, and then her waist loosened as her short blade vanished from her grasp. Coming back to her senses, she first glanced at her empty hands. When she finally processed what had just occurred, she stiffly raised her head, only to find Laros still standing there, seemingly unmoved. However, his hands now held a kunai and a ninja tool pouch, and he was examining these items with great interest. Fear washed over her like a tidal wave. She wanted to turn and flee but found her body frozen, unable to move. She attempted to scream, but moving her mouth became incredibly difficult. She wanted to strategize, but her thoughts were slowing down. What happened? Crack! Laro had somehow appeared beside her again, his palm striking her neck. With deep confusion, her consciousness slipped into darkness. Laro slowly withdrew his hand blade, a hint of disappointment crossing his eyes. He had only knocked out the female IWA ninja. After all, she was a hard-to-find test subject. However, the Chunin level of strength seemed inadequate to satisfy his need to test himself. What had just transpired was less an intense battle and more of a tedious game. At his speed of 100 meters per second, the enemy hadn't even had the chance to react. The moment he made contact, his time power had smoothly infiltrated her body, activating the deceleration effect. After that, there were no further complications. Now, only the male IWA ninja remained. Just then, Laro heard a whistling sound beside him. He turned to see several massive rocks hurtling toward him at high speed. To him, they appeared exceedingly slow. Laro bent down, easily grasping the unconscious female IWA ninja by the collar, and in the next instant, he vanished from the spot. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous roars erupted, seemingly drowning out the noise of the rain. Dust began to rise, quickly dampened by the rainwater.
The area returned to silence, leaving behind a heap of rubble where Laro had previously stood. The male IWA ninja gasped for breath, slowly lowering his hands after completing his hand seals. His expression was complex, filled with both the exhilaration of venting his anger and an undeniable sorrow. The ninjutsu he had just executed hadn't been enough to save his captured comrade. Although his heart ached, he had no regrets. If he hadn't acted decisively, he wasn't sure he would have had the courage to do so later, which could have led both of them into a desperate situation. "Forgive me." Yuki, the male IWA ninja murmured, trying to suppress the pain in his heart. However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a hand clap on his shoulder. Laros' voice came from behind him, "You acted so decisively, you're even more impressive than the mist ninjas I've encountered." Wah! Crack! Moments later, Laro lifted the bodies of the two IWA ninjas and left the area without looking back. Chapter 29, Mind Reading. Inside a dim cave, a flickering campfire burned weakly on damp firewood, casting uncertain light in the tranquil rain night. This was a secluded spot Laro had found nearby, perfect for carrying out tasks he didn't want others to know about. Laro didn't rush to deal with the two IWA ninjas. Instead, he activated his double-speed state and focused entirely on studying the Yamanaka clan's technique for invading the brain and reading memories. He intended to extract information from the captives' minds first, then apply his time power to them to ultimately derive detailed data about derivative skills applied to the human body. Laro had always excelled at making the most of available resources, and captives were no exception. If he began the experiment right away, there was a risk of accidentally erasing their memories, which would be a significant loss. His hands became a blur as he moved, his mental energy circulating with his chakra. In his double-speed state, he quickly familiarized himself with the techniques of the mind transfer. With his naturally powerful mental energy, combined with plenty of time spent contemplating this jutsu and his thought processes moving much faster than the external flow of time, it didn't take long for Laro to feel confident that he had mastered the technique. One hand formed seals while the other rested on the forehead of the unconscious female IWA ninja. He called out, "Ninjutsu, mind transfer technique." The female IWA ninja let out a soft moan but showed no signs of waking. It seemed she sensed her memories being invaded. As a regular IWA ninja, her mind wasn't sealed, meaning her memories were completely defenseless against Laro. Faced with this mental technique, the female IWA ninja had no means to resist, and in her half-awake state, she unwittingly divulged her information without reservation. Laro closed his eyes, perceiving the experiences she had undergone in recent days. Lacking specialized equipment and given his current unfamiliarity with the technique, the memories he accessed were fragmented and incoherent, much like a poorly tuned television. Yet for Laro, this was sufficient. At the very least, he had grasped her identity and the mission they were undertaking. The female IWA ninja was named Yuki, and the male IWA ninja traveling with her was named Kanji. Both were chunin from IWA village. They had come to the Land of Rain to assist their leading jonin in capturing a hidden rain spy. In principle, there was nothing wrong with IWA ninjas conducting counter-espionage operations, but why had they ventured into another village's territory for such a task? This was related to Iwa's influence in the Land of Rain. After the outbreak of the Second Ninja War, IWA, Suna, and Konoha had invaded the Land of Rain from three directions. The Rain ninjas had struggled to withstand the assault and had to retreat repeatedly, quickly losing vast territories. These lands were home to numerous villages and towns, which the three major ninja villages were unwilling to abandon as resource points. Thus, they dispatched large numbers of ninjas to secure these areas, giving the Rain ninjas opportunities to exploit. They employed poison, assassination, sabotage, and intelligence theft. A portion of the Rain ninjas had infiltrated the occupied zones of the three major villages, resorting to various forms of destruction that resembled acts of terrorism. The Rain ninjas were the regular army of the Land of Rain, familiar with the terrain and knowledgeable about countless hidden outposts. With the support of some patriotic citizens, they made the three major ninja villages experience the true meaning of "a soldier can be killed but cannot be humiliated." Furthermore, the persistent rain in the Land of Rain created muddy roads, severely hampering logistical support and slowing the advance of large forces. The rain ninjas utilized the complex terrain to cause significant trouble for the three major villages.
Guerrilla warfare, harassment tactics, surprise attacks.
Although the rain ninjas might not have known the formal names of these strategies, it didn't hinder their application of these tactics. On the front lines, there was the top-tier expert Hanzo the salamander to stall and restrain the enemy. On the flanks, numerous rain ninjas engaged in disruption and sabotage. Thus, it was evident that the land of rain was not so easily conquered. Consequently, the three major ninja villages simultaneously altered their strategies, shifting from offense to defense, focusing on eliminating the troubling rain ninjas within their controlled territories, a tactic that could be described as scorched earth policies.
Yuki and Kanji's squad was responsible for tasks in this area.
They were rushing because their leading jonin had relayed news of a small contingent of rain ninjas stationed in a certain village. They needed to converge quickly and coordinate with another squad to complete the encirclement mission. Thus, these two young IWA ninjas had just finished their previous mission without a chance to rest and were hurrying to the rendezvous point when they unexpectedly encountered Laros, who had strayed from the main group in search of a meal and ended up being captured. Laros opened his eyes, processing the information he had just gained, and then continued using the mind transfer technique on Kanji until he was certain the intel was accurate. During this process, due to the technique's limitations, he had to access the memories of the two several times to ensure he hadn't overlooked anything. The mind transfer technique inflicted considerable mental strain on its subjects. After Laros' exertions, it was highly probable that Yuki and Kanji would wake up as different people or even suffer mental instability. Laros didn't care about the state of these two captives, they were essentially doomed. Now that he had acquired the IWA ninjas' information, he began to contemplate whether he should involve himself further. Two squads of IWA ninjas, besides Yuki and Kanji, there are two jonin and four chunin or genin, Laros mused, stroking his chin as he calculated their strength. If I go all out, I should be able to control the two jonin, but I worry about the hidden rain ninjas detecting something. Laros had initially planned to catch a few ninjas for experimentation with his time power, but now that the situation involved IWA jonin, his interest was piqued. After all, IWA ninjas had unique earth release techniques, their intricacy rivaling that of Konoha, and he just happened to possess earth release chakra.
A jonin would certainly have access to some non-public earth release ninjutsu.
This transaction is worth pursuing, but it needs careful planning. After making up his mind, Laros momentarily set aside his thoughts and reached for the unconscious Yuki. Where to start?
Laros' palm emitted a faint gray glow as it pressed against the woman's forehead.
Let's begin with reverse flow, then use the mind transfer technique to assess the regress time.
Laros officially initiated his testing plan.
The campfire flickered in the cave, and the faint sounds of screams echoed, suggesting that this series of tests was anything but harmonious. To validate some of his hypotheses, Laros had to take some brutal actions against the two test subjects, such as removing certain parts and erasing parts of their memories. Despite the immense pain Yuki and Kanji suffered, their sacrifice would forever be etched in Laros' mind. From now on, his time power was no longer limited to affecting himself. After extensive data comparisons, he could precisely control every ounce of that power, accurately manipulating the time of others. From the existing derivative skills, while the time power lacked direct offensive capabilities, its incredible effects of restoration, control, and enhancement made it more powerful than any bloodline limit. The ability to reverse time, the resurrection effect, near supersonic movement achieved under triple speed, and the negative effect of nearly freezing the enemy's thought processes were formidable. If Laros were to abandon his dignity and launch a sneak attack, even weaker shadow-level experts might fall to him. Thanks to the powerful effect of the deceleration buff, as long as he made contact with an enemy during combat, it could slow their blood flow, stiffen their movements, and dull their mental acuity, effectively rendering them combat ineffective.
However, after numerous experiments, Laros also discovered weaknesses in this control skill. First, the time power slowed down when it lingered in inorganic substances. Second, chakra could resist the erosion of time power to a certain extent.
Regarding these two phenomena, Laros speculated that while time power was mysterious, invisible, and untouchable, when he used it, it temporarily transformed into an alternative biological energy whose nature likely closely resembled chakra. This explained why, although time power could be conducted, expelling it from his body proved difficult, as he lacked sufficient quantity or his mental energy could not yet access more of the time power within him. Additionally, to expel chakra into the air, one could only do so through ninjutsu or if they were a ninja with an immense chakra reserve. Considering that chakra could resist time power and that he could integrate time power into ninjutsu, it was evident they could interact, sharing a similar system. Thus, Laros suspected that if he encountered a tailed beast in the future, the deceleration technique would likely fail. After all, it was merely a matter of quantity in a contest. In summary, effectively utilizing the deceleration technique in battle hinged on having a moment of physical contact and being cautious of enemies with excessive chakra. Thinking this through, Laro couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. If someone were to learn about his abilities and guard against him in the future, it could pose a significant problem. Ultimately, he still lacked offensive power. If only I could get my hands on dust release data sooner. Although mastering it would undoubtedly be difficult, it's not without opportunities, Laro thought, his eyes glimmering with a long-hidden ambition beginning to stir. As for the Rinnegan, he didn't plan to touch it lightly. Who knew what kind of traps that old sage of six paths might have left behind? However, there was plenty of time ahead. Pondering these things now was futile. Shaking his head, Laro refocused on the task at hand. The time power could be contained within solids or liquids, but it had yet to penetrate the air, likely because he hadn't reached a critical threshold. Thus, the next step was clear: continue training his mental energy while mastering various ninjutsu and secret techniques to broaden his horizons in knowledge. Even if he couldn't master dust release in the future, he could develop powerful and destructive ninjutsu on his own to make up for his shortcomings. Having completed his thoughts, the experiment was nearing its conclusion. Laro glanced at his watch, realizing that over 10 hours had passed unnoticed. Yuki and Kanji remained in a deep slumber. Although they bore no visible wounds, the cave walls were splattered with blood. I've exhausted my mental energy a bit too much. I'll take a nap first and then go find those IWA ninjas, Laro muttered to himself. He casually pulled out a kunai and swiftly cut the throats of Yuki and Kanji, ending their suffering. Lying on a makeshift bed made from their two vests, he tossed a couple of soldier pills into his mouth to stave off hunger before quickly falling asleep. Chapter 30, Encounter Battle. A night passed, and morning arrived. After yesterday's heavy downpour, the weather in the land of rain had cleared, yet it still appeared dim, perhaps a unique characteristic of this country. While both rural areas and ninja villages were referred to as villages, the differences between them were vast. The village where Laro currently found himself bore little resemblance to his past rural life. It was similarly dilapidated and impoverished, with sparse population density. Surrounded by mountains, the area was thickly forested. The only signs of human habitation were the farmland cleared along the main roads and the faint outlines of brick and tile structures in the distance. Laro didn't rush into the seemingly empty village but instead concealed himself under a large tree not far from it, repeatedly using his sensing ability to search for the ninjas' locations. 1, 2, 13. Laro detected 13 chakra signatures gathered together in a small courtyard within the village. The numbers clearly didn't match the intelligence he had, so he concluded these must be the rain ninjas the IWA ninjas were looking for. Then, where had those two squads of IWA ninjas gone? Laro remained patient. It was still early, and he only needed to wait. If he didn't see the two squads by evening, he would have to take action against the rain ninjas. After all, they may not possess anything valuable, but he couldn't afford to make a wasted trip. 2 hours later, Laro activated his sensing ability for the 5th time and noted a slight shift in his expression. He sensed 7 chakra signatures entering his range, which should be the IWA ninjas he had been searching for. But why were there 7? According to the intelligence, there should only be 6. Laro pondered what had happened to cause the IWA ninjas to temporarily add a new member. If Yuki and Kanji's disappearance had been noticed, then they should have abandoned their mission. Why had they come here? What was special about this additional person? Laro narrowed his eyes slightly, becoming more focused as he fully activated his sensing ability, closely tracking the IWA ninjas' movements. After advancing a few hundred meters, the 7 chakra points representing IWA ninjas halted, and after a moment, they began to move again, but this time in a direction. Interesting, they're coming directly toward me? Laro thought, raising his guard and analyzing the current situation. It appears that the extra person is a sensing ninja, so I no longer need to hide.
But that was fine, it saved him time. Laro ended his sensing state and looked up to scan his surroundings.
He saw 7 figures in earth-toned vests swiftly approaching, taking positions on nearby tree branches, subtly forming an encirclement and trapping Laro in the middle. Laro carefully observed these IWA ninjas and noted they were all wearing standard vests. Most of them appeared quite young, with only 2 looking more mature, having entered middle age. The IWA ninjas were also not idle, quietly sizing Laro up. Seeing him dressed in Konoha attire astonished them. This area belonged to Iwa's territory, and since the war began, they had yet to encounter many Konoha ninjas in this location. Neither side rushed to attack. In the silent moments that followed, both parties strained to gather intelligence with their eyes. Laro speculated on which of the IWA ninjas was the sensing ninja, while the IWA ninjas wondered what gave Laro the confidence to venture alone into their territory.
In the end, it was the middle-aged IWA ninja at the forefront of the group who broke the silence first, asking, "You're a Konoha ninja? Why are you here?"
Laro casually glanced at the speaker, noting his robust physique, thick bones, and a face full of harsh lines. The man's cold eyes exuded a subtle aura of menace, marking him as a fearsome giant. Based on his age and position, it was clear he was one of the 2 jonin leading this IWA operation. "That's a meaningless question," Laro replied coldly, a hint of mockery in his tone.
Another middle-aged IWA ninja's expression darkened immediately, and with hostility, he asked, "You're here, which means Yuki and Kanji must have met with misfortune, right?" Laro had some recollection of this IWA ninja. He was the jonin captain of the 2 captives, seemingly named Daewoo. The corners of Laro's mouth curled into a sardonic smile as he didn't respond to Daewoo's question. Instead, he casually stated, as if declaring a fact, "You'll soon meet the same fate." At Laro's audacious provocation, the expressions of all the IWA ninjas changed drastically. Several young IWA ninjas could no longer contain their anger, shouting, "Charge! Kill him! For Yuki and Kanji's revenge! Kill him!"
Immediately, a torrent of kunai and shuriken rained down on Laro, filling every inch of space above him.
Among them were even wind-infused shuriken and several glinting sickles. In Laro's eyes, these attacks posed no threat.
With a fleeting thought, he silently activated his double speed state. His left hand formed quick seals, and after a few blurry afterimages dissipated, a faint blue chakra rapidly enveloped his body. Suddenly pushing off the ground, he leapt toward the incoming projectiles like an arrow released from a bow. In his perception, whether it was kunai, shuriken, or any other object, their maximum speed in the air barely reached several centimeters per second and could not possibly hit him. By freely twisting his body in midair, he could easily evade the overwhelming barrage of attacks. However, the IWA ninjas' gazes remained fixed in place, their retinas displaying the scene of Laro seemingly frozen, appearing utterly helpless against the unrelenting assault. As the projectiles drew closer, some young IWA ninjas displayed triumphant expressions, convinced Laro was doomed. Only the 2 IWA jonin sensed something was amiss. Daewoo's brows furrowed. His instinct told him this unknown Konoha ninja shouldn't be so easily defeated. The other burly IWA ninja suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. An unshakable sense of danger and murderous intent was quietly closing in on him. He felt as if a dangerous, hungry wolf had locked onto him, as though disaster was about to befall him. At that moment, Laro casually grasped one of the sickles that passed through the air and, moving at a speed that left everyone present unable to react, charged toward the burly man. Using the cover of wind, he moved silently, revealing only a subtle hint of green light. What remained at his original position was merely an afterimage caused by his incredible speed. His weapon was swiftly coated with wind-style chakra, and as he twisted his waist and abdomen midair, the muscles in his arm bulged slightly. Harnessing the inertia from his sprint, he unleashed a deadly strike toward the robust IWA ninja in front of him. Whoosh, shoo! A barely audible whistle sounded, followed by the unmistakable sound of a blade slicing through flesh. In that moment, all the IWA ninjas were horrified to see a spray of blood erupt from their jonin leader's position, his arm falling limply through the air.
That Konoha ninja had somehow closed the distance and launched an attack on their Jonin leader without anyone realizing it. Just as the pile of projectiles thrown by the IWA ninjas reached their destination, Laros' figure left in place slowly dissipated, clearly not his real body. The IWA ninja's thoughts seemed to freeze in an instant, yet Laros' time continued to flow normally. With widened eyes, Laro observed in astonishment as the burly IWA ninja began to back away, surprised by the speed of his reaction. He had managed to perceive Laro's attack in time and dodge it, ultimately sacrificing only an arm to save his life. The burly IWA ninja pressed his left hand against his severed right shoulder, his face dark as he descended from the tree trunk to the ground. He hadn't fully processed what had just happened, merely relying on instincts honed through numerous life and death situations to sense danger and instinctively dodge. If it were to happen again, he wouldn't dare to guarantee he could escape so fortuitously. Ishii, Captain. Are you alright? Damn Konoha ninja. This guy is too fast. The IWA ninjas finally reacted to what had transpired, shouting in shock as if waking from a dream. With a thud, Laro landed steadily in the spot where the target had just stood. His eyes quickly scanned the situation, taking in the scene. A portion of the IWA ninjas rushed toward him in righteous fury. Captain Ishii was panting heavily, watching him with wariness. The remaining IWA ninjas were forming hand seals, likely preparing some jutsu. Laro smiled nonchalantly, then bent his knees slightly, seemingly gathering strength once more. The dark sickle, recently stained with blood, exuded a strong aura of death. Chapter 31, Surround Assault. In the next moment, Laro's figure vanished like a released arrow, disappearing from the line of sight of all the IWA ninjas. No one's eyes could keep up with his speed, even the two IWA jonin could barely catch a glimpse of a blurred green light that almost merged with the surrounding forest. As for who Laro's next target was, nearly all the IWA ninjas could not make an accurate judgment. The only one who might have guessed some clues from the chakra responses was the sensing ninja from IWA. His target is still Captain Ishii. A chubby IWA ninja hidden among the crowd shouted loudly, eyes shut tight. Sweat trickled down the chubby ninja's cheeks as his body trembled slightly. No one knew exactly what he sensed, but it didn't hinder the other IWA ninjas from making their decisions. Earth Release, Rock Pillar Spear. Earth Release, Earth Spike. Earth Release, Quagmire. With a series of loud shouts, the ground around Captain Ishii quickly transformed into loose soil, gradually evolving into a pitch-black swamp emanating a strong pulling force. Dozens of thick stone spikes erupted from the marsh surrounding Captain Ishii, forming a complete circular cage around him. Thin earth spears materialized from the air, whistling as they flew toward Captain Ishii from all directions. Under this tightly woven net of attacks, if the Konoha ninja insisted on killing Captain Ishii, it seemed the only outcome would be mutual destruction. Laro glanced at the earth spears and quickly emerging stone spikes aimed at him, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction. Clearly, his movements had been anticipated by the enemy's sensing ninja. Laro estimated that they must have deduced his actions by sensing the trajectory of his chakra movement. For a high-speed ninja like Laro, ordinary ninjas would find it nearly impossible to keep up with his movement speed. However, no matter how fast he moved, the chakra response could not outpace the thinking of a sensing ninja. After all, the efficiency of capturing information with the naked eye was far inferior to that of chakra sensing. They were like the difference between a camera and radar. Laro possessed sensing abilities himself, so he was well aware of the intricacies involved. Because of this, even before the battle officially commenced, he had quietly begun searching for the sensing ninja among the IWA team. Unfortunately, the opponent was hiding exceptionally well, making it difficult for him to find an opportunity to eliminate this little nuisance. However, at that moment, Laro's high-speed movement suddenly came to a halt, instantly transitioning from extreme motion to absolute stillness, right before the eyes of the IWA ninjas. Just then, the rapidly flying earth spears barely grazed the edges of his clothing, landing beside Captain Ishii. Looking at the formidable defense made of earth spears and stone spikes before him, Laro shook his head in resignation, temporarily abandoning his goal of attacking Ishii. Breaking through this layer of defense would not only consume a lot of time but also serve little practical purpose. After all, he had already severed one of Ishii's arms, which would significantly impact his ninjutsu capabilities.
Even if Ishii had any remaining trump cards, they posed no threat to him in this situation. After all, not everyone could perform hand seals with one hand. Laro had firmly etched all the information about Daewoo in his mind. This guy's abilities were utterly ineffective against a high-speed ninja like Laro and did not instill fear in him at all. Thus, Laro's only remaining target was the IWA sensing ninja, the chubby one. When the chubby ninja had warned others, Laro had already memorized his appearance, making him the next target. Laro silently observed Ishii's grim expression through the dense array of earth spears and stone spikes for a moment. Then, he turned away, preparing to eliminate the remaining IWA ninjas first. Die! Just then, another roar erupted as two IWA ninjas skilled in taijutsu flanked him, launching punches and whip-like kicks aimed at Laro's chest and head, causing powerful gusts of wind. "Who gave you the courage to engage me in close combat?" Laro asked nonchalantly, and before they could respond, he raised the sickle in his hand. Two flashes of blue light streaked past, cutting through the space beside him. Pooh! Pooh! The two IWA ninjas maintained their attacking stances, yet their heads had vanished without a trace, blood gushing from their necks. Laro took a slight step back to avoid the falling headless bodies and the splattering blood. "Ei! Kazuhiko!" Screams of horror erupted, and Laro glanced at the remaining four IWA ninjas, noting the hateful glares directed at him. However, Laro was already accustomed to such looks. Facing them again did not stir even a ripple of emotion within him. "Don't worry, it will soon be your turn," Laro said with an indifferent smile. He then slightly bent his knees and gripped his weapon tightly, adopting a stance ready to charge. The remaining IWA ninjas felt a tightening in their chests, instinctively placing their hands before them, preparing to form seals for defense. Yet, they dared not hastily unleash ninjutsu, as they understood Laro's speed was far too great. If they couldn't accurately gauge his position, their jutsu would not only miss but also waste a significant amount of chakra. At that moment, Daewoo's emotionless voice rang out again, "Your speed is indeed impressive, but some ninjutsu cannot simply be handled with speed alone." As Daewoo spoke, he continued forming seals. "Ei and Kazuhiko bought me valuable time. Since you didn't leave your original position immediately, you will never be able to escape now. Let this technique send you off." The information about Daewoo's abilities flashed quickly in Laro's mind, revealing none that could restrict his movements. Laro didn't know where the man's confidence stemmed from, but he was too lazy to waste time talking and decided to take action. However, when he attempted to move his feet, he was surprised to find his legs had become rigid, as if bound by something. Looking down, he saw layers of grayish-white soil slowly creeping up his body, from his feet to his calves, knees, and waist. It was as if an invasive virus was eroding his cells. The unknown substance covering his limbs gradually transitioned from stiffness to numbness, ultimately robbing him of all sensation. After a moment, Daewoo seemed to believe he had complete control over the situation and lowered his hands, ceasing the operation of his ninjutsu. At this point, the gray-white substance had covered Laro from the neck down, including his hands and feet, rendering him unable to move. Yet, in the face of this sudden change, Laro's expression remained calm, with no hint of panic. His features hardened, and his eyes narrowed slightly, as if sensing something. Simultaneously, nearly invisible gray streams began to seep from his body, quietly merging into the layer of strange lime on his surface. Only the chubby IWA ninja among the crowd noticed something unusual. However, seeing that their enemy had been successfully restrained by Daewoo, and knowing about the technique Daewoo employed, he did not think Laro had any chance of turning the tables. Since no one understood the essence of Laro's power, the situation seemed to have reached a conclusion. "Alright, now we can have a proper chat," Daewoo said coldly to Laro. "This is our IWA territory. Why are Konoha ninjas here? What is your mission? Why are you alone? What happened to Yuki and Kanji?" "If you don't want to suffer," Daewoo added, the glint in his eyes flashing menacingly, "you'd best spill everything you know." At this moment, seeing that the situation was firmly in his control, the other two IWA ninjas also released the earth-release jutsu that had surrounded Ishii. Ishii, pale-faced and clutching his shoulder, unsteadily approached Laro, asking, "To be able to overpower me in hand-to-hand combat, you're certainly no nameless figure in Konoha. Who exactly are you?" The other IWA ninjas surrounded Laro, who was firmly restrained by the lime. Hatred, anger, and pleasure enveloped them, making them eager to tear Laro apart. They only needed Laro to divulge the information before it would be his death sentence. Things should have progressed along this trajectory. Laro slowly opened his slightly squinted eyes and remarked, "Not only have you physically restrained my movements, but you've also managed to infiltrate my body through my skin, blocking my major nerves. Most importantly, I remained completely unaware before the activation. What a clever technique. Indeed, you cannot underestimate someone who has become a jonin." Laro's gaze fixated intently on Daewoo as he curiously asked, "Can you tell me the name of this technique? And why didn't Yuki and Kanji know about it?" "You." Daewoo's expression changed dramatically. "What did you do to them? What did Yuki and Kanji say to you?" "They..." Laro tilted his head, scrutinizing Daewoo's expression, then suddenly realized, "A trump card even your teammates are unaware of? How interesting, I've taken a liking to this technique." Chapter 22, Closing. Alright, break time is over, let's continue. Reverse flow, rewind 5 minutes. The light dimmed slightly, and the space distorted in an instant. A second later, Laro stood before everyone, completely unharmed. The grayish material that had covered him vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence of its former existence. Time power can be contained within solids or liquids, and it can certainly affect them, allowing for the rewind of inorganic substances' time. As for the grayish material, it hadn't existed 5 minutes ago, it hadn't yet been created. Another remarkable use of reverse flow is the ability to eliminate specific substances. It was akin to an eraser that could effortlessly remove doodles sketched with pencil on white paper. However, expelling chakra-infused substances required more energy and a longer time, which was why Laro had been deliberately stalling, engaging in conversation to distract everyone. To be honest, the earlier situation had indeed been a bit perilous for him. Laro knew that he had to unleash all his power for the upcoming battle. The various hidden trump cards of these ninjas should not be underestimated. With this thought in mind, a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Daewoo widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the seemingly illogical scene before him. Ishii trembled violently, staggering back a step, his face showing fear. The chubby IWA ninja was drenched in cold sweat, seemingly terrified, unable to even lift his eyes to meet Laro's gaze. The chakra change that Laro had just exhibited felt like being trapped in an endless abyss, enveloped by a chilling aura that instilled terror. The sensing ninja, who seemed to be gazing into the abyss, was now being stared back at by it. As for the other IWA ninjas, they appeared somewhat dazed, still reeling from the sudden turn of events, their expressions blank. Laro's left hand transformed into a flurry of afterimages as wind-style chakra coalesced into a thin cloak that tightly wrapped around his body. At the same time, he activated more of his time power, seamlessly entering his triple speed state. "The warm-up is over. I'll finish you all in 1 second." Laro's speech fluctuated between fast and slow, as he needed to expend some energy controlling his enunciation so that those who were slower could understand him. Next, the time belonging to the IWA ninjas rapidly diminished. For Laro, however, that 1 second felt like it had been infinitely extended. In the first 0.1 seconds, Laro gently placed his hands on Daewoo and Ishii's shoulders, injecting them with time power while activating the deceleration effect. Considering their relatively high chakra levels, he deliberately expended more time power to ensure the control effect was stable. In the second 0.1 seconds, Laro raised his sickle with lightning speed and swung it down, decapitating the chubby IWA ninja. His disdain for this guy had been building for a long time. In the third 0.1 seconds, Laro's weapon slashed through the air like a raging storm, blue light transforming into twisted rays that instantly enveloped the remaining 2 IWA ninjas. Blood, limbs, and chunks of flesh seemed to desperately attempt to scatter, but under Laro's control of time, their bodies remained intact, as not even a full second had passed. Moving at near supersonic speeds while maintaining such fluidity, Laro's strength left the IWA ninjas powerless to resist. They couldn't even see his afterimages clearly. "It's over." As 1 second elapsed, the chubby IWA ninja's head soared high into the air, and the bodies of the other 2 IWA ninjas suddenly disintegrated, turning into a splatter of gore as a flood of blood dyed the ground beneath Laros' feet red.
Ishii and Daewoo struggled desperately, seeming to want to say something, but their voices failed to emerge.
Their bodies felt as though they had become rigid, every movement requiring immense effort.
Laros showed no interest in the pitiful moans of the defeated.
He walked slowly behind Ishii and Daewoo, delivering a palm strike to their necks to knock them out, effectively silencing these two ninjutsu data packages. His movements were gentle, as if he feared damaging them. After all, they had transitioned from enemies to valuable strategic resources that he needed to cherish. He grabbed Ishii and Daewoo by their collars, closed his eyes, and surveyed the surroundings. He noticed that the group of rain ninjas in the village seemed to have sensed the commotion but, for some reason, did not approach, lingering on the outskirts of the forest instead. "You got lucky," Laros muttered to himself, ultimately deciding against pursuing the rain ninjas. After all, the most important items were already in his possession, and it was unwise to create unnecessary complications. His primary objectives for this trip had essentially been achieved, successfully capturing IWA Jonin and testing his combat capabilities in the triple speed state. Despite some setbacks during the process, Laros was very satisfied with the final outcome. He activated his triple speed state once more and quickly left the area with his newly captured prisoners. After roughly calculating the time, he realized it was almost time to return to the village, where he had many important tasks waiting for him. On the outskirts of the forest, 13 rain ninjas sat in a circle, with 12 of them nervously watching the last one. This last ninja, about 30 years old, had his fingers together in front of his chest and was solemnly closing his eyes, seemingly sensing something.
"Lord Kanzu, what's going on?" One young rain ninja couldn't help but ask.
The man referred to as Kanzu slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, and replied, "They've all left, the battle is over."
Although the battle had finished, Kanzu felt no relief whatsoever. Seeing Kanzu's face still dark as water, as if haunted by fear, another ninja asked, "What was the outcome?"
Kanzu gradually calmed the feeling of dread inside but still spoke with disbelief. "It started as 1 against 7, then became 1 against 5. In less than a second, 3 are dead, 2 are unconscious."
What kind of technique can achieve such an effect?
Observing Kanzu mumbling to himself, a slightly odd rain ninja asked, "If it's a jonin taking on 5 genin, while it's challenging, it's not impossible, right?"
Kanzu shook his head and sighed. With so many people executing a mission together, how could there be no jonin leading them?
Including the 2 killed at the start, none of those 7 were genin from their chakra levels. 2 of them had chakra responses significantly stronger than the others. They were undoubtedly jonin.
What? Upon hearing this conclusion, everyone showed expressions of shock.
Some of the more astute rain ninjas displayed concern, casting puzzled glances at Kanzu. Kanzu clearly understood his companion's worries, yet he was just as perplexed, only able to speculate, 2 jonin plus 5 chunin. Such a formidable force appearing near our hidden base, I absolutely don't believe it was unintentional.
Could it be that those IWA guys noticed something? A female rain ninja proposed. Very likely.
After all, this area is IWA ninja territory, and it shouldn't be difficult for them to deduce the location of our base from our activity range, another rain ninja analyzed. Another rain ninja, reveling in their misfortune, remarked, "Looks like they ran into a brick wall by mistake. We didn't find trouble, and they ended up wiped out." Kanzu quietly watched as his companions excitedly discussed the IWA ninja's self-inflicted demise, choosing not to interject. Some things were best kept to himself. There was no need to let these young ones share the burden of his worries. In the crisis that had befallen their country and village, these kids had stood up, unafraid of hardship, stealthily operating behind enemy lines. They were the future of the land of rain.
Kanzu deeply understood this, believing that Lord Hanzo would feel the same way.
In this moment of crisis now past, Kanzu did not wish to disturb their celebration of victory, but there were matters he couldn't ignore. His companions' analyses were likely correct. In this region, the only force capable of sending such an elite team was IWA. Perhaps the IWA ninjas had genuinely come to eliminate them, but they were unaware that they had inadvertently collided with a mysterious figure lingering nearby. Setting aside the terrifying power of this mysterious individual who had annihilated the IWA ninjas, the very purpose of this mysterious figure's arrival here was likely not simple. During his routine sensing in the mornings, Hanzo had already sensed the presence of this mysterious person. Strangely, Hanzo noted that this individual was unexpectedly docile, neither wandering around nor planning to enter the village, simply remaining stationary as if waiting for something. Considering the amount of chakra the mysterious figure possessed, engaging in a reckless battle could lead to losses. Therefore, Hanzo decided to observe the situation first. Looking back, he was immensely relieved that he had made this wise decision. As the events unfolded, the intense clash between the mysterious figure and the IWA ninjas ultimately led to the complete annihilation of the IWA forces. This left Hanzo filled with doubts. He felt that the mysterious figure's target might not have been the Rain ninjas after all, but rather the IWA ninjas. But if they were supposedly allies, why didn't this figure come to their base to meet them? What troubled Hanzo even more was that, as someone of relatively high status in the hidden Rain village, he had memorized the chakra signatures of the powerful Rain ninjas, yet he was completely unfamiliar with the chakra signature of this mysterious individual. Unknown affiliations, unclear strength, and elusive intentions, these were the lasting impressions this mysterious figure left on Hanzo. He couldn't determine whether the confrontation with the IWA ninjas had been an accident or if there was another motive behind it, but the presence of such a dangerous individual within the Land of Rain could potentially bring unexpected changes to the current state of war. Was this figure an enemy or a friend? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Hanzo felt a mix of anticipation and unease. The fate of the Land of Rain was as murky and elusive as the heavy clouds in the sky. Chapter 33, Discussion. Laros spent a considerable amount of time extracting the memories of Ishii and Daewoo. After all, they were both jonin, and their mental fortitude was far stronger than that of an average chunin. Fortunately, he ultimately succeeded in obtaining what he wanted, although the process was somewhat convoluted and took extra time. Before he knew it, it had been 3 days since Laros detached from the squad, and he estimated that the main forces should have returned to the village by now. Since his mission had been completed, he decided to head back. He disposed of Ishii and Daewoo's bodies before activating his triple-speed state to begin the return journey. For an ordinary ninja, the journey would take 3 days, but Laros made it back to the village in just a little over 10 minutes. The extraordinary mobility brought about by his triple-speed state was nearly equivalent to space-time ninjutsu. Although it consumed a lot of mental energy, it was undoubtedly worth it. As long as he knew a definite direction, he could traverse the entire ninja world with ease. Upon entering the village, Laros headed straight for the Hokage's office. He had 2 objectives: to report on the mission and to see if he had the opportunity to join the Umbu. Laros, why are you only just returning now? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was handling paperwork, looked up upon Laros' entrance and asked casually. Laros displayed a hint of embarrassment, saying, "Something happened on the way. After completing the mission, I detached from the squad and went to a nearby town to relax for a bit." He didn't elaborate on how he had relaxed, leaving those details for Sarutobi to imagine. Sarutobi smiled meaningfully, setting his pen down and gesturing for Laros to sit. "Is it because of the loss of your teammates that you're feeling down?" "I can understand your feelings, Laros." Sarutobi's expression turned serious as he continued, "But as a ninja, you should try to avoid such situations in the future." Laros inwardly mused, "What situation? What exactly do you understand?" Though he didn't grasp Sarutobi's thoughts, he maintained a neutral expression, nodding in agreement. The topic quickly shifted as Sarutobi began to inquire about the mission. Laros obediently added some details, especially emphasizing his heroic performance during the task. "Those 2 Rain Jonin actually dared to bully our Jonin 2 against 1, completely disregarding us Konoha ninjas. When faced with such a situation, I couldn't just stand by, so I decisively intervened and taught them a profound lesson. To be honest, I hadn't expected to have grown this strong now, haha." While discussing the mission, Laros' expression conveyed a mix of nonchalance and a hint of pride, as if waiting for others to praise him. "I've gathered all the information I need," Sarutobi said, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk, signaling Laros to quiet down. "To defeat 2 Jonin alone, while there may be some embellishment, your abilities have indeed reached a Jonin level.
After resting his forehead on his hand and pondering for a moment, he asked, Laro, you have two paths to choose from. One is to participate in the Jonin examination to become a leading Jonin, the other is to join the Anbu, where I can directly grant you the rank of special Jonin. Laro didn't hesitate at all and decisively said, I want to join the Anbu. Good. Sarutobi showed no signs of surprise, clearly having anticipated Laro's choice. He pulled a form from the stack of documents on his desk and handed it to Laro. Fill this out. Laro took the form and saw it only required some basic information. He said nothing further and quietly picked up a pen to start filling it out. The Hokage's office fell into silence, the only sound being the scratching of the pen against the paper. Sarutobi watched Laro fill out the form in silence, contemplating whether letting Laro join the Anbu was indeed the right decision. He couldn't recall how long ago he first heard of Laro, but the first impression he had of the name was during the last mission involving the Mist Ninjas. Laro had passed crucial intelligence back despite the dangers, which helped Sarutobi gain a strategic foothold in negotiations with the Third Mizukage, ultimately benefiting Konoha. Thus, Sarutobi considered Laro's mission an S-rank task and remembered this capable young ninja. Laro had survived a perilous return from the border and demonstrated his value, earning Sarutobi's acknowledgement of his contributions, but he had never truly cared about Laro's strength. In Sarutobi's view, Laro's success in completing the S-rank mission was attributed to his resilience and hard work, but primarily to luck and the enemy's carelessness. After all, Laro had previously been an inconspicuous chunin. Without good fortune, how could he have escaped alive from the hands of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Sarutobi had maintained this perspective until the escort task's return when he learned of Laro's latest feats, single-handedly battling 2 Rain Jonin, swiftly killing one, and assisting his teammates in eliminating the other. Although the Jonin from the Hidden Rain didn't match the top ninja techniques and secret arts of the 5 great villages, it didn't mean that their conventional ninja skills and basic ninjutsu were inferior. In simpler terms, the Rain ninjas generally lacked particularly remarkable trump cards. Considering the use of regular ninja skills and basic ninjutsu, along with their rich combat experience, there wasn't a significant difference between the Jonin of the Hidden Rain and those of the 5 great villages. Thus, Laro's achievements indeed proved that he possessed Jonin-level strength. Looking back, Laro's survival against Kiri's Tazuna might not have been solely due to luck after all. Sarutobi felt he had found a reasonable explanation, and the only remaining question was, since Laro had long possessed Jonin-level strength, why hadn't he applied for the Jonin examination earlier? Laro explained his reasoning. He hadn't fought against other Jonin before, so he couldn't accurately assess how much his strength had grown. If he rashly applied for the examination and failed, it would be quite embarrassing. Upon hearing this answer, Sarutobi couldn't help but chuckle. He realized he had truly come to understand Laro's character. Whether in their previous conversation or this one, Laro had openly expressed how much he valued face. While these were intangible matters, it was perfectly normal for young people to care about appearances. It was merely a manifestation of their self-esteem. To be honest, Laro's explanation was somewhat flimsy, but Sarutobi chose to accept it. Unlike Danzo, Sarutobi was the Hokage. He had too much to deal with daily and didn't want to get caught up in trivial matters. As long as Laro remained loyal to Konoha and was willing to contribute, Sarutobi wouldn't mind Laro's little secrets, nor would he press him for details. This was the mindset expected of a Hokage. After a while, Laro finished filling out the form and handed it to Sarutobi. The Hokage picked up the official seal and solemnly stamped it onto the form, signifying his approval. From today on, Laro, you are officially a member of the Anbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words infected Laro with emotion, causing him to unconsciously straighten his posture and respond seriously, yes. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, go to Training Ground 10. Your new captain and teammates will be there to explain the rules and regulations of the Anbu to you in detail. After clearly outlining the arrangements, a satisfied smile appeared on Hiruzen's face. No more to say, Laro. I hope you can continuously hone and grow in your work with the Anbu and become a pillar of support for Konoha in the future. Hiruzen paused for a moment before continuing, where the leaves dance, the fire burns bright. The light of the fire will illuminate the village and help new leaves sprout. Laro, the future of the village rests on you young people, don't let me down.
As Hiruzen spoke this motto of Konoha, his expression turned somewhat peculiar, as if it contained 3 parts longing, 3 parts determination, 3 parts nostalgia, and 1 part deeply hidden sigh. The invisible power radiating from Hiruzen slightly stirred Laros' heart, which had already become as hard as steel, as he felt the power of faith. In this moment, Laro felt he should express something, so he displayed an uncontrollable excitement and trembled as he said, "I will definitely do it."
Hokage-sama.
Sarutobi nodded lightly, and upon seeing Laro's genuine emotion, he felt completely at ease.
Now, let's talk about the reward for this mission. Chapter 34, Gloom.
Laro walked out of the Hokage's office, instinctively feeling the bulge in his waist pouch. For this mission, Sarutobi had not rewarded Laro with ninjutsu but had instead given him a monetary reward in accordance with formal procedures, totaling about 300,000 ryo. Laro calculated the exchange rate in his mind and found that this amount equated to over 40,000 yuan in his past life. Due to the overwhelming power of the invading rain ninjas, the surviving ninjas were regarded as having completed an A-rank mission. Sarutobi had issued a total of 150,000 ryo, while the additional 150,000 was a bonus for Laro's outstanding performance on the battlefield. Sarutobi was quite generous, but Laro was not particularly satisfied with the reward. After all, his daily expenses were minimal, and the materials needed for training were sufficiently covered by his savings. Beyond that, he had no other place where money was necessary. Laro didn't lack money, what he truly desired was access to ninjutsu data. Unfortunately, despite several hints and suggestions, Sarutobi had not indicated any intention of providing him with ninjutsu again, instead sending him off with idle chatter. Laro speculated that there might be 2 reasons. First, he had just received ninjutsu last time, and giving it again so soon would seem overly frequent and could disrupt the rules. Second, the mission's level might not meet the criteria for a ninjutsu reward, even though his personal performance had been outstanding. Moreover, completing a mission did not equate to directly obtaining ninjutsu. Laro clearly read this from Sarutobi's attitude. Laro felt extremely disappointed with this outcome. However, he understood that Sarutobi was the Hokage, and there was little he could change. Calmly departing the Hokage's office, Laro slowly walked down the corridor. The staff members passing by him did not notice that his expression was somewhat fluctuating between gloom and brightness. The bright incandescent light shone down, and the sturdy, thick walls gleamed with fiery red tiles, yet they could not illuminate the gloom that lingered in Laro's heart. He was uncertain whether this situation was a special case. If the reward from the previous S-rank mission was merely a sweetener, and no further rewards would follow, it would mean he would fall into a very unfavorable situation, significantly diminishing the value of joining the Umbu. Laro understood that he was just an ordinary ninja, lacking the resources of a prominent clan, nor was he a direct descendant of the Hokage. Attempting to acquire precious ninjutsu resources within the system was unimaginably difficult. He had originally thought to achieve his goals through promotions and meritorious deeds, but now it seemed he had been somewhat naive. Laro recognized that he had to prepare for the worst. Thus, the hunting plan should be put on the agenda. With the cover of the Umbu, he should have the opportunity to come into contact with some powerful ninjas, hoping there would be someone knowledgeable in sealing techniques among them. Laro sighed softly, feeling that the situation had become increasingly complicated, giving him a slight headache. He exited the Hokage building, planning to return home to rest before practicing some taijutsu in the afternoon. At the same time, he needed to find time to master the newly acquired ninjutsu. His schedule was incredibly tight. At that moment, a hoarse and deep voice rang out behind him. "Laro, do you have any interest in chatting with me for a few moments?" Laro glanced over his shoulder and saw a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe squinting at him. This man had a gaunt face, and his eyes exuded a sinister air, with 2 knife scars on his chin adding a sharpness to his demeanor. It was Danzo. Laro turned to face Danzo, meeting his gaze directly as he asked, "Elder Danzo? What do you need from me?" Danzo paid no mind to Laro's slightly rude expression. He likely understood that his reputation among ordinary ninjas was not good. After all, they were still in the midst of the Second Ninja War, and Danzo had not completely hidden himself in the shadows. Many people were aware of his presence. Danzo simply raised a hand, seemingly indicating that he meant no harm, and spoke to Laro in a calm tone. "Orochimaru sent me a message, but I have some doubts about what he said, so I'm here to confirm the situation personally. Laro frowned and asked, Orochimaru, as Lord Hokage's top disciple, has a bright future ahead of him. He surely wouldn't fabricate false information to deceive the village's higher-ups.
Danzo slightly opened his eyes, seemingly surprised by Laro's response.
The information may have been true at first, but I know the person involved, so the truth of the matter doesn't seem to make much difference.
So, Laro pondered for a moment and, realizing he couldn't dodge the question, said bluntly, Elder Danzo, what exactly do you mean?
Let's speak plainly, this game of charades is too taxing on the mind. Danzo chuckled, as if he had anticipated Laro's reaction, and replied leisurely, to have someone like Orochimaru lie for you, Laro, you're indeed not simple.
Lie? What's there to lie about?
Laro was filled with confusion, gradually sensing some clues. When Orochimaru had tested him that day, it seemed he had only questioned his strength, without mentioning anything else.
Especially regarding his biggest vulnerability, the incident involving the amnesia during the Moonlight Festival. Orochimaru hadn't brought it up at all. In hindsight, it certainly seemed abnormal.
Thus, it appeared that either Orochimaru was not interested in the matter, or he had other plans, but this person was not being careful enough and had left a flaw for Danzo to detect. Yet Laro believed he had conducted himself appropriately in front of Orochimaru.
Why would the latter lie for him? What could he be trying to conceal? Orochimaru deliberately lies for me? Trying to deceive the village's higher-ups? Laro couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. Elder Danzo, let's not even mention whether I possess such charisma.
Just consider Orochimaru, for someone of his stature to engage in such behavior would be tantamount to self-sabotage.
Danzo neither affirmed nor denied this, saying, don't underestimate yourself. While I may not know you well, I certainly understand Orochimaru.
All right. Laro spread his hands helplessly.
Elder Danzo, if you want to confirm something, just say it directly. Yueguang Shindao, you should be familiar with it.
Danzo squinted his eyes again, fixing his hawk-like gaze on Laro.
Regarding his amnesia, do you truly have no clues at all? Laro sighed helplessly, a frown appearing on his face as he said, isn't this matter already in the past? Elder Danzo, even Lord Hokage hasn't pursued it further. Why do you insist on pressing me? What result can you possibly achieve?
Danzo's expression darkened, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes as he reprimanded, don't use Hiruzen to brush me off. You know best in your heart whether there's an issue or not. Seeing Laro fall silent, Danzo's expression softened slightly, but his tone remained stern. I originally had no doubts about you. Sending Orochimaru to test you was merely routine, but his unusual behavior has made me pay closer attention to you, Laro. Your background and origin are clean. While Orochimaru may have some flaws in minor matters, he can still discern right from wrong in significant issues. Danzo paused, speaking meaningfully, therefore, I believe your identity as a Konoha ninja is beyond reproach. The issue lies in the fact that you have mastered a certain technique that shouldn't belong to you. Laro displayed a dismissive expression, even scoffing at Danzo's unfounded suspicions, while inwardly cursing Orochimaru for exposing his secret. His frustration stemmed from the fact that this was not the ideal time to engage with Danzo. After all, his strength was not yet fully developed, and he lacked the confidence to confront someone at the level of a Kage. Although his triple speed state allowed for incredible speed, it certainly wouldn't prevent a top-tier ninja like Sarutobi from reacting, a conclusion he derived from details in his past life's manga. If Danzo discovered the secret of his power, it would inevitably lead to a rupture with Konoha, and he would most likely not be a match for the Hokage, forcing him to leave. The potential losses from such a scenario, even the slightest risk, was something Laro was unwilling to bear. His mind raced as he thought about how to respond. Danzo was unaware of Laro's inner thoughts. He observed Laro's dismissive attitude towards his deductions and noted the absence of any anger on Laro's face, as if he were not the least bit anxious. The old man understood his leverage well. Laro had only just joined the Yambu and was still under Sarutobi's watchful eye. Much of what he had said was merely speculation without concrete evidence, and he lacked the means to take coercive action against Laro. However, that did not prevent him from trying to achieve his objectives. I know you're reluctant to admit it, especially since it's a technique that can perfectly erase memories, more formidable than those of the Yamashiro clan.
Your caution is understandable, Danzo said earnestly, as if genuinely concerned for Laro. But in the next instant, Danzo turned serious, saying, "But do you know how valuable the technique you possess is? In this situation, not just me, but even Hiruzen would be tempted, right? Do you really think you can hide this forever?"
Laro remained expressionless and replied nonchalantly, "I only know that Lord Hokage has stopped pursuing this matter, and he has no intention of probing into my secrets." Moreover, Laro sneered and said, "This is all just your speculation. Without evidence, you cannot act against me."
Am I right, Elder Danzo?
Hearing Laro repeatedly refer to Hiruzen as Lord Hokage, Danzo's expression darkened, losing the previous air of authority.
Do you really think I cannot do anything to you? You're just a recently promoted jonin.
Laro waved his hand, interrupting Danzo's threats, saying, "Actually, Elder Danzo, I think we don't need to make things so tense. You are a high-ranking member of Konoha, and I don't want to offend you."
Chapter 35, Danzo. The amnesia of Yueguan Shendao was indeed an accident, that's my sincere opinion.
But this does not prevent us from engaging in some limited cooperation, just like Orochimaru does with you.
Oh?
Danzo scoffed dismissively at this statement, saying, "Orochimaru is a rare genius in ninjutsu, his talents are beyond the reach of most clan ninjas.
What qualifications do you have to compare yourself to him?"
Laro smiled faintly and replied calmly, "Simply put, I am 17 this year, and my strength surpasses his." Danzo was about to mock Laro for his arrogance, but then he recalled Orochimaru's strange behavior. Orochimaru, who was aware of the implications of deceiving the higher-ups, had still chosen to do so, showing no regard for his own reputation. This indicated one thing: Orochimaru believed that concealing Laro's actual situation was more important than bearing the so-called blame.
Danzo understood Orochimaru well. He was an individual who placed extreme importance on strength. Was the technique that could perfectly erase memories truly that significant to Orochimaru? If not for this reason, why would he treat Laro with such special consideration? Given Orochimaru's character, if there were indeed something Laro possessed that he desired, he would undoubtedly find a way to obtain it. And once he did, with Orochimaru's pride, he wouldn't care about the potential for leaks. After all, Laro was just a civilian ninja without any backing. What kind of trouble could he stir? Yet the current situation was that Laro stood safely here, while Orochimaru was covering for him. This indicated that Laro indeed had something that attracted Orochimaru, but for some reason, Orochimaru had been unable to acquire it. As thoughts raced through his mind, Danzo quickly grasped the crux of the issue. Orochimaru truly wanted to monopolize Laro's secret, yet he seemed helpless against him. Thus, Laro's true strength. A glimmer of subtle light flickered in Danzo's eyes. He stifled the mocking words about to escape his lips, instead responding to Laro's boastfulness in a calm tone. "You say you are stronger than Orochimaru, do you have any evidence? Just because you defeated two Rain Jonin?" Danzo's doubts made Laro realize that he needed to show some of his true capabilities. He didn't waste words and directly pulled out a large handful of forehead protectors from his ninja tool pouch, offering them to Danzo. There were a total of 9 forehead protectors. 2 belonged to Ishii and Duwu, while the other 7 were from the remaining 7 IWA Chunin. These forehead protectors were trophies from his recent hunting expedition. Laro had originally intended to use them to exchange for merits, but since Danzo had taken an interest in him, he might as well present them openly. This way, he could showcase his strength and gain some leverage. Danzo accepted the IWA forehead protectors without showing any emotion, squinting as he carefully examined each one. The design of the forehead protectors varied according to the ranks of the ninjas from each village, and this served as a common method to differentiate ninja strength. After a moment, Danzo's expression turned serious as he asked, "Is this the result of your mission? Why didn't you report it?" Laro waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I didn't return with the main force. These were accidentally obtained on my way back, and I have my reasons for not reporting them. Besides, they're just small fries, reporting them wouldn't make much of a difference." Danzo snorted coldly, seeming to sense the underlying meaning in Laro's words. He stuffed the forehead protectors into his large robe without mercy and said, "I don't care what you're trying to hide,
but you are disregarding the authority of the Hokage and treating the village's rules as a joke.
Laro, aren't you afraid of Hiruzen finding trouble with you after he learns of this? Laro keenly noticed the change in how Danzo referred to him. He smiled slightly and said, "Elder Danzo, it's just the two of us here, some things are better said directly. Orochimaru has mentioned your way of dealing with matters to me, and to be honest, I'm not opposed to cooperating with you. Why don't we discuss this openly?" Danzo lowered his head as if pondering something, but his eyes casually swept over Laro, quietly calculating the information he had gathered. Excluding the travel time, it meant that Laro had wiped out 2 elite IWA squads by himself in a single day. Moreover, after the battle, he had no injuries whatsoever, his clothes were even intact, indicating that he hadn't exerted himself to the fullest, combined with Orochimaru's wariness of him. Danzo suddenly realized that Laro's strength was far beyond what could be measured by the title of Jonin. His real combat power might not differ much from the rising star, Kakashi Hatake, in recent years. Most importantly, this incredibly powerful ninja was only 17, and the Hokage was clearly unaware of this fact. If he could successfully absorb Laro into the Root organization, then the Root would possess 2 top-tier combat forces, including Laro and Orochimaru. The thought of what might happen in the future stirred a hot desire within Danzo, yet he was also aware, Laro had remained hidden for many years, undoubtedly possessing deep schemes and aspirations. If it weren't for Orochimaru's current suspicion uncovering some of his secrets, allowing him to reveal a flaw before Danzo, he might have never noticed Laro's existence. Strength unknown, abilities hidden, intentions unclear. The only certainty was that Laro was indeed a native Konoha ninja, with no past blemishes. However, the conspiracy-laden Danzo was now reluctant to easily trust just these surface details. Danzo believed that Laro either had long begun concealing his true strength or had been secretly replaced. Because precious secret techniques might be acquired by chance, but formidable strength could not be cultivated overnight. Laro, who exactly was he? What were his true intentions? Perhaps it was time to have a candid discussion. "Follow me," Danzo said coolly, turning to leave, seemingly indifferent to whether Laro would follow. Laro's gaze flickered for a moment, but he resolutely followed behind Danzo, having already guessed where Danzo would take him. There was a high possibility it would be to his base, the Root base outside of Konoha. At this stage, Danzo and Root's strength. Laro didn't find it intimidating at all. This was also why he chose to reveal a bit of his true strength to Danzo. Laro was not afraid of Danzo using strong-arm tactics against him. Moreover, he had other considerations. Acting dumb in front of someone like Danzo was clearly unfeasible. Rather than getting entangled in misunderstandings, it was better to straightforwardly express his sincerity and seek opportunities for cooperation. After all, with Danzo's ambition, he would never abandon a valuable asset like Laro. Indeed, Laro replied, nodding with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes as he looked at Danzo, "So, can we begin now?" Without hesitation, Danzo signaled to the nearby Root ninjas with a glance and quietly issued some orders. The Root ninjas moved swiftly without delay, heading towards the 3 directions Laro had indicated, clearly to inform the sensing ninjas to retreat. After a moment, Laro slowly opened his slightly closed eyes, noting that the 3 chakra points that had been within his sensing range had vanished. They had moved beyond his detection. Laro's mental strength was far superior to that of an ordinary ninja, greatly enhancing his sensory techniques. Now that the sensing ninjas had left his range, there was no risk of information leakage. Laro felt relieved. He was confident that the sensing ninjas' range could not surpass his own, and they should be unable to detect his chakra fluctuations anymore. With his concerns alleviated, Laro felt no burden and nodded slightly to indicate he was ready. Then, Laro's gaze suddenly sharpened as he activated his triple-speed state. His eyes flickered with deep gray light, and a massive, imposing aura instantly spread outward, crashing down on Danzo and all the Root ninjas present, like a tidal wave. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the leaves to flutter above as they were affected by the high-speed chakras circulating within Laro. The grass on the ground seemed to bow down as if driven by some mysterious force, as though in fear of something. All the Root ninjas felt a prickling sensation akin to being stabbed by needles, but as trained killing machines, they did not show much fear. They remained steadfast, awaiting their leader's orders. At that moment, time seemed to freeze.
the entire world felt slower and quieter. Danzo shuddered, his expression turning gravely serious. He keenly sensed a strong sense of threat, a sixth sense warning that only a seasoned expert would experience. Laro, this seemingly young ninja, had the ability to pose a threat to him and could even possibly kill him.
Laro, what do you intend to do?
Danzo took a small step back, his eyes flashing with wariness as he questioned. Testing, Laro deliberately slowed his speech, as if explaining something to Danzo. To prove my worth and help you understand that I deserve the position I seek. Therefore, I believe it is necessary for you to witness my true power. All the root ninjas present can attack me, and I, Laro paused for a moment, enunciating each word carefully, will subdue them all without harming their lives.
Seeing Danzo's hesitating expression, Laro added, rest assured, I will not do anything to harm them.
Danzo understood Laro's intentions. This so-called test was to engage with the root ninjas, showcasing his strength and value to Danzo through defeating them. This was incredibly straightforward.
Laro's straightforward style of action revealed a hint of his genuine character and his unabashed confidence to Danzo. However, facing 42 root ninjas, was Laro being overly confident or even arrogant? After all, that was 6 Jonin and 36 Chunin, the most elite forces of the root. Danzo scrutinized Laro, who was exuding a dramatically changed aura, and a hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. He was curious about how Laro would proceed and to what extent he could perform. Unconsciously, Danzo's tone became more elevated. All right, I accept your request. Laro, show me all your power. Without hesitation, Danzo leaped back several meters, landing steadily on a tree trunk. Simultaneously, a loud roar rang out. All root ninjas, hold nothing back. Attack!
As soon as Danzo's words fell, the first 7 root ninjas sprang into action, throwing kunai, shuriken, long blades, and explosive tags toward Laro in a torrential downpour, instantly filling every corner around him. The slightly weaker root ninjas were a beat behind but also exerted their utmost efforts to launch their attacks, coordinating with the Jonin to initiate the assault.
Some root ninjas fell back to prepare ninjutsu, while others circled near Laro, waiting for an opportunity to strike.
Still, other root ninjas continuously hurled various shurikens, attempting to suppress Laro with a barrage of firepower. For an ordinary ninja, even the most elite Jonin, facing such a tidal wave of attacks would be nearly impossible to withstand. Even if they didn't perish on the spot, they would inevitably fall into a passive position, losing the initiative and plunging into an inescapable predicament.
But Laro was certainly not an ordinary ninja.
While he might be lacking in offensive strength, he had a unique advantage against this kind of swarm tactic. As long as his speed reached a certain realm, the significance of encirclement diminished greatly. Just like the third Raikage and later the fourth Hokage, their ability to contend against thousands of opponents was not mere talk. Although Laro was not currently at the same level as the third Raikage or fourth Hokage, after all, he didn't understand space ninjutsu, his physical strength was far from theirs, and his mental power could not be sustained for as long. He undoubtedly possessed enormous potential in this aspect. Even now, the root ninjas before him appeared like mere fodder. Those who couldn't keep up with his speed had no qualifications to engage him in battle. Having learned from his previous encounter with the IWA Ninja Squad, Laro decided to maintain a mobile battle throughout this encounter, ensuring that he wouldn't give any of the Jonin a chance to reveal their hidden cards or catch him off guard.
Chapter 37, Start.
Unlike pure taijutsu, the acceleration state derived from time power could comprehensively enhance Laro's internal time flow, not just his blood flow, breathing rate, heart rate, and cellular division speed, even his thought processes and visual nerve speed would be greatly boosted. Thus, his high-speed attacks would not lead to situations of excessive force or uncontrollable inertia. While everyone else seemed to be in a slow-motion world, he would become the only flexible existence, like a fish swimming in the deep sea.
Laro's eyes moved at an incredibly high frequency.
In just 0.1 seconds, he keenly identified several flaws in the root ninja's assault. However, he did not rush to counterattack. Instead, he formed hand seals and muttered incantations.
Wind style, shadow clone, lightning flow.
In just 0.5 seconds of external time, the 3 ninjutsu activated in succession. A light blue airflow gradually enveloped Laro's body, and with 2 loud bursts, clusters of smoke erupted around him. At the same time, a series of small electric sparks flickered from his right hand, glowing faintly. Due to being in triple speed mode, Laro tilted his head and noticed that the smoke seemed to freeze in the air, lingering without dissipating. Laro casually extended his left hand, probing into the two smoke clusters, gently touching the bodies of the shadow clones. He then infused 2 strands of time power and 2 flows of wind-style chakra into them, which should allow the shadow clones to maintain a double-speed state. Next, he added a slight amount of time power to the lightning flow in his right hand. In an instant, the electric light became more lively, the sparks leaping more rapidly, and a faint silver glow emanated. Unfortunately, the wind style could never perfectly integrate with the time power. Laro sighed inwardly but did not dwell on the issue. He activated the reverse flow and quickly replenished the chakra within his body. Then he raised his gaze to the slowly advancing root ninjas. At that moment, the nearest attack came from 2 kunai tied with explosive tags, inching toward Laro's position in midair. By the time Laro completed all his arrangements, these 2 kunai were merely 2 meters away from him. Laro slowly raised his right hand, the blue and silver intertwining electric light flaring up as if about to illuminate the entire space. At the same time, the 2 shadow clones stepped out from the still lingering smoke, slightly bending their bodies and preparing to charge. Laro's offensive was about to unfold in full. Whoosh! 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 A series of projectiles rained down on Laro's position, pinning themselves to the grass. The explosions of the tags erupted one after another, accompanied by bursts of flames, sending smoke billowing and grass flying. However, when the smoke cleared, the area was completely empty. Bang! Thud! Crack! A series of body collisions rang out, mixed with the anguished cries of numerous root ninjas. Ah! Ugh! Where is he? Yes, Laro nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes as he looked at Danzo with a questioning gaze. So, can we start now? Without any hesitation, Danzo signaled to several root ninjas beside him with his eyes and quietly issued some commands. The root ninjas responded without delay, swiftly moving toward the 3 directions Laro had indicated, clearly to notify the sensing ninjas to retreat. After a moment, Laro slowly opened his slightly closed eyes, noting that the 3 chakra points within his sensing range had vanished, they had moved beyond his detection. Laro's mental strength was far greater than that of an ordinary ninja, significantly enhancing his sensory techniques. Since the sensing ninjas had left his detection range, there was no risk of information leakage. Laro felt a sense of relief. He was confident that the sensing ninjas' range could not surpass his own, and they should be unable to detect his chakra fluctuations anymore. With his concerns alleviated, Laro felt no burden and nodded slightly to indicate he was ready. Then, Laro's gaze abruptly sharpened as he activated his triple-speed state. His eyes flickered with deep gray lights, and a massive, imposing aura instantly spread outward, crashing down on Danzo and all the root ninjas present, like a tidal wave. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the leaves to flutter above as they were affected by the high-speed chakras circulating within Laro. The grass on the ground seemed to bow down as if driven by some mysterious force, as though in fear of something. All the root ninjas felt a prickling sensation akin to being stabbed by needles, but as trained killing machines, they did not show much fear. They remained steadfast, awaiting their leader's orders. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The entire world felt slower and quieter. Danzo shuddered, his expression turning gravely serious. He keenly sensed a strong sense of threat, a sixth sense warning that only a seasoned expert would experience. Laro, this seemingly young ninja, had the ability to pose a threat to him and could even possibly kill him. Laro, what do you intend to do? Danzo took a small step back, his eyes flashing with wariness as he questioned. Testing, Laro deliberately slowed his speech, as if explaining something to Danzo. To prove my worth and help you understand that I deserve the position I seek. Therefore, I believe it is necessary for you to witness my true power. All the root ninjas present can attack me, and I, Laro paused for a moment, enunciating each word carefully, will subdue them all without harming their lives. Seeing Danzo's hesitating expression, Laro added, rest assured, I will not do anything to harm them. Danzo understood Laro's intentions. This so-called test was to engage with the root ninjas, showcasing his strength and value to Danzo through defeating them.
This was incredibly straightforward. Laros' straightforward style of action revealed a hint of his genuine character and his unabashed confidence to Danzo. However, facing 42 root ninjas, was Laro being overly confident or even arrogant? After all, that was 6 jonin and 36 chunin, the most elite forces of the root. Danzo scrutinized Laro, who was exuding a dramatically changed aura, and a hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. He was curious about how Laro would proceed and to what extent he could perform. Unconsciously, Danzo's tone became more elevated. "Alright, I accept your request. Laro, show me all your power." Without hesitation, Danzo leaped back several meters, landing steadily on a tree trunk. Simultaneously, a loud roar rang out. "All root ninjas, hold nothing back. Attack!" As soon as Danzo's words fell, the first 7 root ninjas sprang into action, throwing kunai, shuriken, long blades, and explosive tags toward Laro in a torrential downpour, instantly filling every corner around him. The slightly weaker root ninjas were a beat behind but also exerted their utmost efforts to launch their attacks, coordinating with the jonin to initiate the assault. Some root ninjas fell back to prepare ninjutsu, while others circled near Laro, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Still, other root ninjas continuously hurled various shurikens, attempting to suppress Laro with a barrage of firepower. For an ordinary ninja, even the most elite jonin, facing such a tidal wave of attacks would be nearly impossible to withstand. Even if they didn't perish on the spot, they would inevitably fall into a passive position, losing the initiative and plunging into an inescapable predicament. But Laro was certainly not an ordinary ninja. While he might be lacking in offensive strength, he had a unique advantage against this kind of swarm tactic. As long as his speed reached a certain realm, the significance of encirclement diminished greatly. Just like the third Raikage and later the fourth Hokage, their ability to contend against thousands of opponents was not mere talk. Although Laro was not currently at the same level as the third Raikage or fourth Hokage, after all, he didn't understand space ninjutsu, his physical strength was far from theirs, and his mental power could not be sustained for as long. He undoubtedly possessed enormous potential in this aspect. Even now, the root ninjas before him appeared like mere fodder. Those who couldn't keep up with his speed had no qualifications to engage him in battle. Having learned from his previous encounter with the IWA Ninja Squad, Laro decided to maintain a mobile battle throughout this encounter, ensuring that he wouldn't give any of the jonin a chance to reveal their hidden cards or catch him off guard. Chapter 37, Start. Unlike pure taijutsu, the acceleration state derived from time power could comprehensively enhance Laro's internal time flow, not just his blood flow, breathing rate, heart rate, and cellular division speed, even his thought processes and visual nerve speed would be greatly boosted. Thus, his high-speed attacks would not lead to situations of excessive force or uncontrollable inertia. While everyone else seemed to be in a slow-motion world, he would become the only flexible existence, like a fish swimming in the deep sea. Laro's eyes moved at an incredibly high frequency. In just 0.1 seconds, he keenly identified several flaws in the root ninja's assault. However, he did not rush to counterattack. Instead, he formed hand seals and muttered incantations. Wind style, shadow clone, lightning flow. In just 0.5 seconds of external time, the 3 ninjutsu activated in succession. A light blue airflow gradually enveloped Laro's body, and with 2 loud bursts, clusters of smoke erupted around him. At the same time, a series of small electric sparks flickered from his right hand, glowing faintly. Due to being in triple speed mode, Laro tilted his head and noticed that the smoke seemed to freeze in the air, lingering without dissipating. Laro casually extended his left hand, probing into the 2 smoke clusters, gently touching the bodies of the shadow clones. He then infused 2 strands of time power and 2 flows of wind-style chakra into them, which should allow the shadow clones to maintain a double-speed state. Next, he added a slight amount of time power to the lightning flow in his right hand. In an instant, the electric light became more lively, the sparks leaping more rapidly, and a faint silver glow emanated. Unfortunately, the wind style could never perfectly integrate with the time power. Laro sighed inwardly but did not dwell on the issue. He activated the reverse flow and quickly replenished the chakra within his body. Then he raised his gaze to the slowly advancing root ninjas. At that moment, the nearest attack came from 2 kunai tied with explosive tags, inching toward Laro's position in midair. By the time Laro completed all his arrangements,
these two kunai were merely 2 meters away from him. Laros slowly raised his right hand, the blue and silver intertwining electric light flaring up as if about to illuminate the entire space. At the same time, the two shadow clones stepped out from the still lingering smoke, slightly bending their bodies and preparing to charge. Laros' offensive was about to unfold in full. Whoosh! 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 A series of projectiles rained down on Laros' position, pinning themselves to the grass. The explosions of the tags erupted one after another, accompanied by bursts of flames, sending smoke billowing and grass flying. However, when the smoke cleared, the area was completely empty. Bang! Thud! Crack! A series of body collisions rang out, mixed with the anguished cries of numerous root ninjas. Ah! Ugh! Where is he? The formation of the root ninjas fell into chaos in an instant. They were like headless flies, completely unable to see Laros' figure or determine where the attacks were coming from. All they could see were two blue streaks of light rapidly circling around the periphery of the battlefield, moving so fast that it dazzled the eyes. Occasionally, they would suddenly charge into the crowd, followed by the sight of root ninjas collapsing unconscious to the ground. Leveraging his sensing ability, Laros could clearly assess the strength levels of each root ninja. Consequently, the two shadow clones he dispatched had very specific targets. They went straight for the 35 Chunin level root ninjas. Utilizing the astonishing speed provided by the double speed and wind style techniques, these two shadow clones swept through the Chunin ninjas like a scythe through crops, quickly and mercilessly incapacitating them. However, since he was merely demonstrating his power, the shadow clones were careful not to inflict any serious injuries. They primarily focused on knocking them out. It's important to note that when the double speed effect was applied to the shadow clones, it significantly shortened their duration. Each of these clones consumed half of Laros' chakra, allowing them to maintain their form for roughly a minute if they were solely using taijutsu. For the limited number of Chunin present, this was more than sufficient. As for the 6 Jonin, Laros would personally engage them. Unlike the shadow clones, the wind style could not completely negate the air resistance generated by the triple speed state. Therefore, each time Laros moved, an ear-piercing whistle would erupt around him, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. Laros could acutely feel the stinging sensation on his body, fully aware that the wind style's effectiveness was somewhat lacking while under triple speed conditions. Yet, in order to swiftly eliminate these 7 Jonin, he resolutely activated the triple speed state. After all, if he only used double speed, the Jonin could still rely on their instincts and experience to react in time. However, once he engaged the triple speed, ordinary Jonin would have no chance to resist. Laros' footsteps trembled slightly, and his body instantly transformed into a whirlwind, rushing towards one of the root Jonin in a flash. He extended his right hand, which crackled with blue and white electric sparks, slowly approaching the Jonin's chest. The Jonin, whose pupils reflected Laros' figure beneath his mask, appeared distracted, as if something else had captured his attention. At this moment, the battlefield was in complete disarray, with 2 blue figures flashing in and out of sight. They took up positions on the ground, in the sky, and even on the shoulders and heads of the root ninjas. Ninjutsu, secret techniques, and genjutsu were unleashed in waves, but they only served to futilely trail behind Laros' shadow clones, occasionally impacting other root ninjas instead. It was worth noting that no matter how powerful a ninjutsu was, if it couldn't hit the enemy, it was utterly meaningless. For single-target ninjutsu and genjutsu, the current dynamic vision of the root ninjas made it nearly impossible for them to accurately target the shadow clones, so the conditions for casting them simply didn't exist. As for area effect ninjutsu and genjutsu, Laros' shadow clones could easily evade. In close combat, any hasty approach would result in instant defeat at Laros' hands. Meanwhile, projectiles proved ineffective in this high-speed battle. It could be said that while the shadow clones couldn't single-handedly defeat any of the Jonin, their speed was still beyond what the Jonin could match. The Jonin might manage to protect themselves temporarily, but it would be nearly impossible to eliminate the shadow clones over a prolonged engagement. As for protecting the other root ninjas, that was a fantasy. The Jonin facing Laros had yet to realize how close he was. Even when Laros was just a few dozen centimeters away, with lightning flow about to strike him directly, he showed no reaction. Perhaps his instincts were screaming warnings, urging him to dodge, Maybe his skin felt the breeze, signaling the approach of an object, or perhaps a blurry shadow appeared in his peripheral vision, indicating that darkness was about to descend.
But unfortunately, the information reaching his retina could not be processed by his brain in time, and his body's instinctual reaction couldn't muster even the slightest movement in such a brief moment. Sizzle, crack. The blinding electric light flooded the Jonin's eyes, as if his brain had been struck by lightning, snapping him back to reality. However, before he could make any move, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a wave of numbness. Countless bolts of lightning chakras surged into his body like a tide, dismantling all his will to resist. This lightning, how did it come so suddenly? Filled with confusion, the Jonin's body, now reeking of charred flesh, slowly collapsed. But before his back could even touch the ground, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, sending him flying over 10 meters away, rolling several times in the process. Struggling to gather his senses, the Jonin lifted his head with all his might, desperate to glimpse the figure that had defeated him in an instant. Yet all he saw was a whirlwind of air sweeping violently around, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. Meanwhile, the wind gradually formed into fierce gusts, scattering dead branches and sending grass swirling, while Laros' figure had long since vanished without a trace. Then, he heard two similar booming sounds from a distance, spaced mere seconds apart. So, I didn't even get to see his true power. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in the Jonin's eyes, but he ultimately closed them in resignation, slipping into complete unconsciousness. Having taken down 3 Jonin in quick succession with lightning flow, Laros showed no signs of pride on his face. At this moment, his clothes were tattered, exposing his muscles and skin, which were covered in wounds. His right hand, charged with enhanced lightning chakra, felt nearly numb and was beginning to emit wisps of smoke. The accelerated lightning flow consumed an enormous amount of chakra, placing a heavy burden on his body. Coupled with the full-speed sprint under triple speed, Laros could noticeably feel his physical condition beginning to wane. I didn't expect unleashing full power would consume this much, Laros thought, frowning. He hadn't intended to use reverse flow so soon, but it seemed he had no choice. Indeed, fighting and traveling were entirely different concepts, requiring vastly different amounts of energy and stamina. As he charged towards the 4th rude Jonin, Laros paused for a moment, quickly using reverse flow to restore his stamina and chakra. Then he extended his right hand, now crackling with lightning. Crackle! Boom! After a flicker of blue and white light, a torrent of air surged forth, sending all the nearby root ninjas flying away. Chapter 38, The Roots. Just like in previous battles, the attack came suddenly and ended just as swiftly. Then, the Chunin among the root would be horrified to find that the Jonin they had relied upon were now convulsing on the ground. These Jonin had no opportunity to retaliate or defend themselves, so easily were they taken down by Laros. Killed in an instant, time and again, it was an outright slaughter. For the shadow clones, it was a one-hit elimination for the Chunin, and for Laros' body, it was still a one-hit elimination for the Jonin. No one could clearly see these 3 rapidly moving figures. All they knew was that whenever the blue light appeared, a Chunin would fall, and whenever the blue light flashed, the Jonin would be finished. The panic spread rapidly among the root ninjas. No matter how exceptional their psychological resilience was, facing an enemy they couldn't resist inevitably led them to entertain thoughts of surrender. Waves of air continued to surge forth, while the blue and green lights flickered unpredictably, sometimes overlapping, sometimes separating. The blue figure still maintained a semblance of human form, while the blue light had completely transformed into undulating lines. Most of the root ninjas could no longer discern how many enemies they faced. In such a situation, how could they pose any threat to their opponent? How could they hope to withstand even a second when targeted by the enemy? So, what were they fighting against? No, this could no longer be called a battle, it was pure slaughter. Though Laros did not kill any of them, the sight of their comrades collapsing one by one, the overwhelming waves of air that could appear at any moment, and the blue light that relentlessly harvested lives, all of this instilled extreme fear and despair in the remaining root ninjas. It was a miracle they hadn't completely broken down. The battle continued, but the outcome was already quite clear. The complete annihilation of the root ninjas was just a matter of time. Danzo leaned against a nearby tree, intently watching the fierce combat between Laros and the root ninjas.
The blue and green lights flashed at various corners of the battlefield, unstoppable wherever they went, no one could contend with them. Most of the root ninjas couldn't even catch a glimpse of their enemy, and any ninjutsu they recklessly attempted either missed entirely or harmed their own comrades. Though Danzo was not a taijutsu-type ninja, his current level of skill allowed him to assess the situation quite well. His eyesight was not comparable to the headless flies that were the root ninjas, and he quickly discerned some patterns. He noticed that the two blue figures looked exactly like Laro. Although he hadn't seen Laro form any hand seals, he deduced they were his shadow clones. However, the strength of these shadow clones was remarkably powerful, which filled Danzo with an inexplicable surprise. As for Laro's main body, represented by the blue lightning that was rampaging across the battlefield, even Danzo's dynamic vision could barely make out its outline. The most crucial aspect was that this blue light seemed extraordinarily agile, exhibiting minimal inertia, making it difficult for Danzo to make accurate predictions. Danzo pondered to himself, if he were to personally engage in combat against Laro and his two clones in such a frenzied assault, he would likely find it difficult to gain the upper hand. Moreover, this was merely a test. Laro wouldn't reveal all his hidden cards without reservation. At this moment, a strong sense of vigilance surged within Danzo. Laro's power had already exceeded his control, filling him with unease. Danzo began to hesitate, unsure whether he should still recruit Laro into the root. Considering the hidden abilities Laro had yet to display, it seemed he was already close to the level of Hokage. But could such a formidable expert truly be willing to serve under him? Despite his distrust of Laro, a strong ambition ignited in his heart. If Laro could genuinely pledge his loyalty to the root, it would undoubtedly lead to a qualitative leap for the organization, a significance that was nearly beyond words for Danzo. Danzo even optimistically believed that with Laro's full support, the Hokage seat might not be as distant as it seemed. Laro's ancestry was rooted in Konoha, with a pristine background and no blemishes. His entire record from birth to the present was meticulously documented, leaving no room for suspicion of being an outsider's spy. The possibility of Laro being a foreign agent had been completely ruled out by Danzo. While he didn't know how Laro had achieved such formidable strength, he firmly believed that no village would squander a powerful ninja like him by sending him as a spy. That would be an enormous waste of talent. Another crucial factor was that Laro was not from a clan and did not belong to any faction, appearing to have no political inclinations. His chances of aspiring to the Hokage position seemed quite low. Moreover, Laro did not reject the idea of joining the root, nor did he mind associating with someone like Danzo, who had a less than stellar reputation, willing to engage in a mutually beneficial relationship. Given all these factors, Danzo found it hard to identify any reason to give up on Laro, who had a clean background, was low-key, and had clear needs for strength. Such a fortuitous opportunity, akin to a pie falling from the sky, would reflect poorly on Danzo if he did not seize it decisively, considering his many years in Konoha's upper echelons. Therefore, the requests Laro previously made should indeed be given serious consideration. Various thoughts raced through Danzo's mind, while the ongoing battle had ceased to be his focus. After all, his elite root forces were no match for Laro. Continuing to watch would serve no purpose. Even if Laro were to kill them all out of sheer excitement, Danzo would not be overly concerned. Swapping 42 root ninjas for a shadow-level powerhouse was a trade that was advantageous from any angle. Moreover, Laro had shown restraint in not killing. This clearly demonstrated his sincerity. Danzo had already begun contemplating what conditions to propose in their upcoming negotiation. On this battlefield littered with unconscious root ninjas, Laro casually knocked out the last day's Chunin, slowly releasing his triple-speed state. The gray light in his eyes quickly faded, and the two shadow clones beside him dissipated into smoke at the same time. Laro raised his wrist to check the time, mentally calculating, 3 minutes, slightly longer than he had anticipated. Perhaps it was because this was his first time fully unleashing his power in battle, and he was still adjusting to this fighting style. Unconcerned, he stretched his neck, producing a crisp cracking sound. He then raised his hand and tore the tattered Chunin vest off his body, ripping it into shreds before discarding it. The physical training he had undergone recently had given some definition to his chest and biceps, no longer resembling the frail figure he had been when he first arrived. The wounds that had been cut by the air had healed, leaving only traces of blood on his robust physique, adding an air of fierceness to him.
Standing bare-chested, Laro lifted his head and called out to Danzo, who was not far away, "I think I don't need this outfit anymore, right?"
Danzo snapped back to attention, quickly jumping down from the tree trunk and walking over to Laro, patting his shoulder amicably as he said, "Of course you don't need it, I will prepare something better for you." As he said this, Danzo rarely put away his grim, fierce demeanor and instead revealed a friendly smile. However, to Laro, that smile felt particularly out of place.
But did this signify a good start?
"Laro, you have fully proven your strength," Danzo said, his smile fading as his expression turned serious. "Next, let's find a quiet, clean place to sit down and have a good talk. I will seriously consider the requests you previously made."
"I hope so," Laro replied earnestly.
Neither of them paid any mind to the unconscious root ninjas around them. To them, these so-called elite root ninjas seemed to have their value limited to this alone. Danzo maintained a master-tool relationship with these root ninjas, their lives or deaths were of no concern to him. After all, those who woke up would naturally return to the root, while those who died could simply rest in peace. In contrast, what mattered more to Danzo was the sincerity Laro had demonstrated in this one-sided battle, which he hoped would reveal whether Laro was indeed someone who strictly kept his promises. This would directly influence how he interacted with Laro in the future. A ninja without power was destined to be unable to control their own fate, a fact made abundantly clear by the remaining root ninjas. Laro felt a slight stirring in his heart. After all, he could now be considered half a root ninja. As for the path ahead, it would depend on the results of their negotiations. This would have a crucial impact on Laro's plans for the coming years, even decades. In this vast underground space, artificially constructed buildings spread across the area, with incandescent lights illuminating what should have been pitch black. The wide pathways were paved with neat tiles, and the passing root ninjas bowed in greeting upon seeing Danzo. Below the pathways lay deep, bottomless pits, leaving one to wonder just how deep the construction workers had dug back in the day. It was hard to imagine that during the Second Shinobi World War, the root had already established such a massive base, revealing Danzo's considerable resources. Wearing a black cloak, Laro walked alongside Danzo, marveling at the surroundings as he asked, "Are there other bases like this one in the root?" "This is our main base, the only one of its kind in the entire shinobi world," Danzo replied nonchalantly, a hint of undeniable pride evident in his tone. "The ability to construct such a vast base is largely thanks to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju." Danzo then briefly introduced the history of this base. After Hashirama fought fiercely with Madara Uchiha, realizing his life was nearing its end, he worried that Konoha might face formidable enemies like Madara in the future. Using the little time he had left, he excavated this secret base beneath Konoha. Its primary purpose was to serve as a refuge for Konoha villagers in times of crisis. After learning of this, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, made some modifications to the base, adding certain facilities and establishing the headquarters of the Yambu there. By the time of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, given that the village had not faced any insurmountable invasions over the years, and since the Yambu's work mostly focused on the surface, Hiruzen chose to relocate the Yambu headquarters, leaving this secret base for Danzo to use for training new members of the Yambu. Danzo then narrated the history of the root. Under the guise of training the Yambu, he established the root and gradually absorbed Yambu members, continuously expanding the root's influence. Hiruzen Sarutobi had sensed that his Yambu members were being poached by Danzo. He had specifically warned Danzo about this. However, considering that Danzo's root was indeed contributing to Konoha, and given their long-standing relationship, he merely gave Danzo a symbolic reprimand rather than ordering the disbandment of the root. Danzo understood Hiruzen's intent perfectly. As a result, his recruitment of Yambu members gradually slowed down, as if he genuinely intended to focus on training Yambu for Hiruzen. However, Danzo's ambitions had never waned. With the Yambu off limits, he set his sights on the potential ninjas within the village. For those he could compel to submit through power, he used coercion; for those who had vulnerabilities he could exploit, he resorted to intimidation, and for those with ambitions of their own, he offered lucrative incentives. Employing various means, Danzo's influence within the root grew stronger. To avoid being suppressed by Hiruzen, he voluntarily took on the dirty and heavy tasks for Hiruzen, leading Hiruzen to tacitly accept the existence of the root. As Hokage, Hiruzen had to consider his reputation, and it was only natural to value his image. Thus, it became essential to engage in a mutually beneficial exchange with Danzo, as politics inherently involved compromise. Danzo had no qualms about revealing information to Laro, openly discussing key points, which gradually helped Laro understand the power dynamics at the top of Konoha. At the same time, Laro contemplated Danzo's purpose in sharing this information. Noticing Laro deep in thought, Danzo merely smiled, without any intention of providing further explanations. The two then walked through the corridor and entered a spacious conference room, taking their seats on either side of a long table. The long-awaited negotiations officially commenced. After a heated exchange of words, both Laro and Danzo quickly grasped each other's demands.
Laro's specific conditions for joining the route consisted of 5 main points. Firstly, Danzo needed to negotiate with Hiruzen to ensure that Laro could smoothly transition from the Umbu to the route without raising Hiruzen's suspicions. During this process, Danzo would also need to provide protection for Laro to prevent any trouble from other Konoha higher-ups. Secondly, Danzo must unconditionally provide Laro with resources for ninjutsu, allowing him to access the sealing scrolls. He must also prepare all necessary conditions for Laro's training, such as a dedicated training room, equipment, precious medicinal materials, and high-level root ninjas for practice. Thirdly, Laro's status within the route should be higher than all other root ninjas, responding only to Danzo's commands. Fourthly, Danzo must not take any actions against Laro by any means or for any reason, otherwise, Laro would have the right to retaliate. Fifthly, the archives of the route must be fully accessible to Laro, giving him the authority to review all information collected by the route. These 5 conditions were the most significant points Laro could think of at the moment. Danzo only voiced slight objections to the 2nd and 5th conditions. There are many ninjutsu collected by the route, and you can freely access C and B rank techniques. However, most A and S rank techniques are contained within the sealing scrolls, Danzo explained calmly, patiently elaborating on the reasons. Even I need a legitimate reason to access the sealing scrolls, and I can only transcribe a limited number of forbidden techniques each time. The value of these forbidden techniques is self-evident, so you must earn them through achievements. Laro narrowed his eyes, his tone hinting at displeasure as he replied, I assume you won't treat me as dismissively as Hiruzen did, right? You surely understand why I chose to ally with you. I am not like that guy Hiruzen. When it comes to capable subordinates, I have always been generous in providing resources for their development. But first, you must demonstrate your ability and worth. It's not simply about being able to fight, Danzo maintained his stance firmly. However, rest assured, as long as you continue to satisfy me, I will be more than generous with resources, whether it be the sealing scrolls or other precious materials. The various treasures of the ninja world collected by the route are beyond your imagination. Danzo was well aware of what attracted Laro.
For this reason, he would never give away all his chips at once, as that would mean losing the initiative in their negotiations.
Laro did not respond immediately.
He leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes slightly, contemplating the pros and cons. If he were to suddenly attack here, he was at least 70% confident he could capture Danzo alive, subsequently using the mind-body technique to read his memories. However, this approach also carried significant risks. Laro was uncertain how many forbidden techniques Danzo had memorized. If the number was too small, it would be a loss for him, akin to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Moreover, whether he killed Danzo or let him go, he would no longer be able to stay in Konoha.
Forget it, it's better to accept Danzo's terms. At the very least, Danzo was aware of his true strength.
Danzo, whether in ability or influence, could not compare to the Hokage, and surely this old man wouldn't dare to play tricks in front of him. Just a moment later, Laro opened his eyes, his sharp gaze locking onto Danzo as he said, "All right, I accept the condition of earning high-level resources through achievements." Danzo let out a subtle sigh of relief, then revisited the 5th condition.
The route's archives contain many secrets of Konoha.
I can allow you to access most of the intelligence data, but some information is reserved for higher-ups only. Laro shrugged this off, as he had only proposed this clause to utilize the route's intelligence network to understand some ninja world matters, checking if there was anything worth pursuing. He had no real interest in the mundane affairs of Konoha.
Seeing that the terms had been settled, Danzo began explaining the responsibilities Laro would need to fulfill.
These responsibilities were mostly old rules, such as not betraying Konoha, not betraying the root, not disclosing root matters to outsiders, not sharing forbidden ninjutsu, and obeying orders without valid reasons.
Danzo did not impose any excessive demands, likely knowing that it would be futile.
A ninja of Laro's caliber naturally had his pride.
Danzo felt very satisfied that Laro was willing to work alongside him.
Through their interactions, Danzo had come to understand Laro's character. Despite his youth, Laro spoke and acted with remarkable maturity, cutting to the heart of issues and making decisions decisively. Laro showed no trace of a young person's naivety. His discussions with Danzo revolved entirely around interests, with no interest in village ideals or the will of fire. Danzo didn't actually resent this. After all, Laro's clear objectives made him much easier to control than those idealistic strongmen. However, Laro also had many shortcomings, such as being domineering and quick-tempered, often thinking of violence at the slightest dissatisfaction.
Danzo had keenly sensed Laro's hostility during the discussions on the second condition.
Overall, Danzo felt quite pleased to have so easily recruited such a powerful figure. To quickly win over Laro, Danzo decided to offer him some benefits. He took out a scroll from his pocket and tossed it to Laro, who was seated across the long table.
"What's this?"
Laro asked, not rushing to open the scroll but looking at Danzo with curiosity.
Danzo casually replied, "The multi-shadow clone technique."
"I see your shadow clones are quite powerful. If you can increase their numbers, it will undoubtedly enhance your strength." "It might be somewhat useful," Laro shrugged. This technique didn't hold much value for him, but it could be applied to training. He opened the scroll and glanced at it, evaluating, "It can increase my efficiency in clearing out minor enemies."
"That represents my sincerity."
Danzo ignored Laro's attitude and continued, "The multi-shadow clone technique is an A-rank ninjutsu, and Hiruzen wouldn't have handed it over so readily." "So, Laro," Danzo's expression revealed a rare sincerity, "I look forward to a smooth collaboration with you in the future."
Laro shifted his gaze from the scroll back to Danzo, nodding lightly, "All right, Danzo."
After finalizing the cooperation agreement, Laro felt no desire to return home. Instead, he casually selected a clean and tidy bedroom and moved into the root headquarters. In the following days, Laro occupied a training room that could block sensing abilities, continuing to train his taijutsu while understanding and absorbing a plethora of B and C rank ninjutsu scrolls that Danzo had given him. Other root ninjas either received orders from Danzo or heard about Laro single-handedly wiping out 42 elite root ninjas.
In any case, no one dared to disturb him easily.
Sitting cross-legged on the cold steel floor, an open ninjutsu scroll lay flat across Laro's legs. His eyes darted back and forth at an extremely high frequency, quickly absorbing the knowledge from the scroll, while his hands unconsciously gestured in the air. His fingers danced like butterflies through flowers, leaving trails of afterimages, ultimately coming together to form the tiger seal, all in under a second. Laro turned his head, focusing on the two shadow clones standing silently beside him, and without hesitation, unleashed the gather technique.
Genjutsu, Narakujo no Jutsu.
A nearly imperceptible wave of chakra swept through the training ground, yet there were no visible changes in the environment. However, the two shadow clones suddenly exhibited blank expressions, and their bodies slowly collapsed, dissipating into nothingness upon hitting the ground. Laro's expression shifted slightly as his brain functioned like a high-speed machine, swiftly processing the sensory information relayed back from the shadow clones after they fell under the genjutsu. After a brief moment of contemplation and comparison, Laro judged that the performance of Narakujo was quite average. It failed to fully exploit his advantage of having a powerful mental strength. Although this genjutsu could not exert a substantial effect on enemies above the Jonin level, its strength lay in its wide area of effect, making it a viable means of clearing out large swaths of weaker opponents. After all, its chakra consumption was relatively low, allowing shadow clones to use it effectively and enhance their harvesting efficiency. Next, Laro said casually, waving his hand to discard the Narakujo scroll he had just studied for several hours. He then pulled out another scroll from the mountain of ninjutsu scrolls nearby.
"Another water release?"
Laro's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. This was primarily due to the fact that, among all elemental techniques, only wind and water release ninjutsu could not benefit from the enhancement of time power, which naturally made their practical combat capabilities less formidable than the other three elemental techniques. After multiple experiments and validations, Laros suspected that this situation might be related to his own physical attributes. After all, he possessed lightning, fire, and earth affinities, but was notably lacking in wind and water. Laros felt somewhat helpless about this issue. If he had the wind affinity, perhaps he could already use quadruple speed by now. Despite his mild annoyance, Laros patiently continued to examine the water clone scroll in his hands. The study of ninjutsu was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Laros understood that to thoroughly explore the mysteries of ninjutsu and perfectly integrate the chakra system into his own time power system, he needed to study various ninjutsu scrolls earnestly, never allowing himself to be picky about them. This integration was not simply about mixing time power into ninjutsu chakra, it required the two forces to complement each other in an organic manner, thus creating a ninjutsu that was most suitable for himself. To create ninjutsu, one had to undergo extensive learning, drawing from different styles of ninjutsu, deeply understanding the wisdom of predecessors, and ultimately discovering the underlying principles. This would be a long and arduous journey, yet Laros, possessing time power, had ample patience and time to achieve it. Whether it be forbidden level ninjutsu, S rank, A rank, B rank, or C rank techniques, they all became Laros' learning objectives. More than the practical functions of the ninjutsu, Laros was more interested in the insights and knowledge that lay behind them, such as thoughts, experiences, wisdom, and understanding of various phenomena. He did not believe that chakra was an exclusive domain of the Otsutsuki clan. While the powers wielded by the Otsutsuki were indeed formidable, making ninjutsu seem insignificant in their presence, this did not imply that the various levels of ninjutsu held no value. Ninjutsu encompassed the ninja's understanding of chakra, the imitation of natural phenomena, and the clever utilization of various physical and chemical reactions. Chakra, this magical power that could defy scientific concepts, was far from being as simple as it appeared on the surface. Constantly learning ninjutsu and absorbing the experiences of predecessors would deepen Laros' understanding of chakra. Archimedes once said, "Give me a lever, and I can move the earth." Laros believed that chakra was his lever, while time power was the fulcrum to leverage the entire world. If he could fully decipher the mysteries of these two powers, combined with the scientific thinking from his past life, Laros was confident that even without relying on the so-called bloodline powers, he could forge an invincible path of his own. With a hand seal, he began the technique. As the sound of rushing water filled the air, another identical figure appeared beside him, emotionless. This was the water clone technique he had just mastered. Laros tossed the water clone scroll aside and picked up another ninjutsu scroll. This time it was Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. He showed no signs of resting, fully immersing himself back into his study. In just 3 days at the root headquarters, aside from his daily rigorous physical training, Laros had learned 5 B-rank ninjutsu and 43 C-rank ninjutsu. These techniques included various elemental releases, single target and area genjutsu, as well as a plethora of utility ninjutsu. The boost from the double speed state to his training speed was beyond what ninjas could imagine. Time belonged to the domain of gods, and its various derivative powers had completely transcended common reason. Whenever he felt hungry, root ninjas would bring him food. When he felt fatigued, a medicinal bath would help him recuperate, and when he was drowsy, he could simply return to his bedroom for a nap. Laros devoted all his remaining time to practicing ninjutsu. In the double speed state, his mental energy was continually depleted, but he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment within. With the abundant resources from the root, Laros could distinctly sense that every moment he was growing stronger. His means of dealing with opponents were increasing, and his understanding of ninjutsu was deepening. While he had not yet undergone a massive transformation in power, his foundation had become incredibly solid. When Hanzo entered the training ground, his gaze was instantly drawn to the scene before him. Every corner of the training area appeared to have undergone a fierce ninjutsu bombardment. The steel walls were either twisted and warped or charred black. The ground was pockmarked, with water and mud spreading everywhere, and some training equipment was severely damaged, on the verge of being rendered useless. Hanzo took a deep breath and quickly approached Laros, speaking in a serious tone. "Hiruzen has agreed to transfer you to the root. From now on, you are a root ninja." Oh, Laro responded nonchalantly, still fixated on the scroll in his hand, showing no intention of getting up. Seeing that Laro's gaze remained glued to the scroll and he showed no willingness to rise, Danzo felt a twinge of irritation. He couldn't help but say, "You've rested for so long, isn't it time to get to work?" Reluctantly, Laro closed the scroll, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Danzo as if trying to see through him.
"What do you want me to do?"
Noticing Laro's poor mental state, Danzo silently cursed him as a training fanatic, but he didn't let any emotions show.
Sunagakure intends to send people to secretly contact Amagakure. Their goal seems to be a ceasefire, then to unite against us in Konoha.
We cannot allow their scheme to succeed, so I need you to disrupt their talks.
So such a thing is happening, huh?
Laro was slightly taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, deciding to accept the task. For Laro, the current situation had undergone a significant shift. He had established a line of communication with Danzo and no longer needed to worry about training resources. In this context, he didn't need to think about executing any plans for a while. At the very least, he wanted to show Danzo his sincerity in cooperating.
When and where?
Laro casually inquired, his mind racing to consider what benefits he could derive from this mission. He had heard that Sunagakure's wind release and puppet techniques were quite impressive, and it was indeed necessary to collect some relevant materials for research. I'm not entirely sure of the exact timing, but it should be in 4 to 5 days.
The location is at Shinjo Hill within the Land of Rain.
With your sensing ability, you'll be able to find it when you get close, Danzo replied, after sharing the intelligence.
He pulled out a mask from his pocket and handed it to Laro.
The mask was pure white, with black and red ink sketching out a traditional Peking opera facial design. As Laro looked at the mask, a sense of familiarity surged within him. "This is your mask," Danzo said, noticing the surprised look in Laro's bloodshot eyes as he stared intently at the mask.
He couldn't help but feel annoyed, scolding, "Look at your current state. You should go take a nap, we'll set off tonight."
Laro yawned, took the mask, and flipped it over in his hands before saying disinterestedly, "I have the mask, what about my code name?"
Danzo smirked darkly, enunciating, "Your code name is Setsu. Is this meant to imply that my speed is fast, or is there some other convoluted metaphor?" Laro squinted, scrutinizing Danzo for a moment before shrugging nonchalantly, "Whatever you like." Seeing that Laro had no objections, a genuine smile finally appeared on Danzo's face.
"The reward for this mission is 5A rank ninjutsu, which you can choose from after you return."
Danzo did not mention the mission's rank, nor did Laro bother to ask. After all, if the mission could be completed, then it would be completed. If he encountered an opponent he couldn't defeat, he could always escape. How many people in the ninja world could catch up to him? Thus, Laro naturally had no objections. He nodded to indicate his understanding.
Laro slowly stood up, stretching his back as if trying to shake off all the fatigue from his body. He then strode out of the training ground, secretly planning to take a nap to recover his overexerted mental energy. Danzo silently watched as Laro's figure gradually disappeared from his sight, muttering to himself, "Zetsu, Zetsu. I hope you can fulfill my dreams, Hiruzen, and never let Zetsu have a chance to showcase his true strength."
Chapter 41, Shinjo Hill.
Days passed in a blink, and 4 days had swiftly gone by.
Laro lay lazily atop a small mound, yawning and appearing utterly bored.
He casually glanced at the 2 root ninjas not far away, who were pointing at a map, and immediately lost all interest, closing his eyes to take a short nap. The journey had been dull and monotonous, especially with 2 root ninjas, brainwashed by Danzo, accompanying him. There was no common ground for conversation, and silence reigned as they traveled.
If it weren't for the mission at hand, they wouldn't have spoken at all.
The mission location was Shinjo Hill in the Land of Rain, a region characterized by rolling hills and meandering streams. The terrain was relatively flat, filled with bizarre rock formations, but the sparse tree cover indicated it wasn't a suitable place for an ambush. It was no surprise that the rain and sand ninjas had chosen this spot for their talks. Both sides clearly lacked trust in one another, especially since the 2 villages were still technically at war. They had been at Shinjo Hill for a day, but despite Laro activating his double speed, he had meticulously searched every corner of the hilly terrain without sensing any chakra fluctuations. Now, with the sun rising, it was their final day at Shinjo Hill. After lying on the mound for a while, Laros was suddenly alerted by the sound of footsteps. He opened his eyes slightly, turning his masked face to the side. He saw the two root ninjas, both wearing Peking opera masks, standing silently nearby.
One of them bowed slightly and said, "Zetsu-sama, it's time for the routine patrol."
Laros checked his wristwatch. It was already 9:30, indeed time for a stroll. He rose from the warm grass, quickly forming hand seals as he instructed, "As usual, stay here and wait for me.
If I'm not back in 10 minutes, you two can return."
Watching the faint blue wind swirl around Laros' body, the two root ninjas nodded in agreement without hesitation.
To them, there was no concern that Laros would encounter any danger.
For this new high-ranking member of the root, known as Zetsu, the two ninjas had already interacted with him before. During that day in the forest, alongside 7 other jonin and 33 chunin, they had fully experienced his overwhelming strength.
Though they didn't know much about shadow-level ninjas, they were convinced that no ordinary ninja could defeat a monster like Zetsu. In their minds, Zetsu's strength could rival that of the Hokage.
The sudden, unresponsive ambush, the flickering blue and green lights, the effortless power that could create massive shockwaves, indeed, the name Zetsu had left a deep impression on all the root ninjas present that day. However, now that Zetsu was their companion, a sense of reassurance quietly flowed within the root ninjas. While they might not have exhibited strong emotional fluctuations, it didn't mean they felt indifferent toward Laros. From initial wariness to anger, then fear and helplessness, leading to numbness, and finally to nervousness, trepidation, anticipation, respect, and comfort, this was the complete transformation of their impression of Laros over this period.
Humans are ultimately not just plants, how can they be devoid of emotions? As the wind howled past, Laros' figure instantly vanished from their sight.
The two root ninjas exchanged glances before sitting cross-legged, quietly awaiting the return of Zetsu.
Laros' footsteps lightly touched the grass, each step covering 5 to 6 meters.
He glanced around the seemingly frozen world with indifference. Through the training and continuous battles over this period, he found that his physical attributes seemed to have improved slightly. Under normal circumstances, his movement distance per second had increased from 5 meters to nearly 6. Consequently, the distances for double-speed and triple-speed movements had also significantly increased. It's worth noting that his speed in the double-speed state was not fixed, it would grow exponentially with improvements in his physical condition. With triple speed now potentially reaching supersonic levels, he mused to himself about when he would be able to withstand the impact of triple speed without injury. If he could achieve this, it would save him many uses of reverse flow during battles, greatly enhancing his sustained combat capabilities. As Laros pondered these thoughts, his expression suddenly shifted. He had detected a large cluster of chakra signatures within his sensing range, at least 20 to 30 in number. From the amount of chakra, he could tell that aside from 4 or 5 jonin, the rest were not worth mentioning. However, 2 chakra signatures caught his particular attention. One was significantly stronger than an ordinary jonin, slightly weaker than Hiruzen but comparable to Danzo. The other, while slightly weaker than the first, was still far stronger than an average jonin, clearly not an easy opponent to deal with.
Shadow level?
Laros murmured softly, coming to an abrupt halt. His hands moved quickly in front of his chest, and the wind-style chakras surrounding him instantly vanished, replaced by a pitch-black shadow that enveloped his form like a ghost. Simultaneously, his aura became ethereal, his presence nearly non-existent, and the fluctuations of his chakra faded without a trace. Secret Technique, Breath Concealment, was the name of this technique, a B-rank ninjutsu that Laros had mastered among the many techniques during these 3 days. As its name suggested, the primary function of this technique was for stealth. While it couldn't completely shield him from the probing of sensing ninjas, it effectively reduced the chances of being detected. Although the targets were stronger than he had anticipated, Laros felt no fear. As long as he utilized the breath concealment technique effectively to sneak close enough, and then unleash triple speed in an instant, he had a strong chance of eliminating one of the shadow-level ninjas. Once one was dealt with, the other shadow-level ninja would become much easier to handle. As for the other jonin, they posed no significant threat to Laros, it would merely require a bit more time and effort. He already had a detailed plan in mind for how to instantaneously take down a shadow-level ninja.
Conventional ninjutsu and secret techniques likely wouldn't have much effect on shadow-level ninjas, as they were all formidable experts with their own life-saving trump cards. Thus, Laros planned to employ the slow technique, a higher-tier ability, to control the opponent. Once the opponent's thought processes slowed down, no matter how powerful their trump cards were, they wouldn't have the chance to deploy them. As long as the shadow-level ninja he ambushed failed to react in time upon being touched by his hand, they would never get the chance to respond. Although this approach carried certain risks, Laros felt no fear, instead feeling a surge of excitement bubbling within him. After all, it had become somewhat dull to constantly bully weaker opponents. With his mind made up, Laros maintained a steady pace as he gradually approached his targets. His dark figure, while quite noticeable in broad daylight, would go unnoticed as long as he stayed out of their line of sight. Chapter 42: The Meeting. On a rocky hillside, two distinct groups of ninjas stood facing each other. One group wore pale yellow vests and bore the Sand Village headbands, while the other was clad in heavy black raincoats, adorned with Rain Village headbands. The two groups eyed each other warily, the atmosphere tense and heavy, filled with a palpable sense of hostility. All the ninjas tightly gripped their weapons, as if an intense battle could erupt at any moment. In the center of the gathering, there was a stone table formed by earth release techniques. A middle-aged ninja dressed like a jonin from the Rain Village and an elderly man in a white robe sat on either side of the table, conversing in hushed tones. Several sheets of paper lay on the table, likely containing important matters under discussion. "We have seen the sincerity of Sunigakure. A ceasefire is acceptable, but we will not ally to assault Konoha," said the middle-aged rain ninja, glancing sideways at the elderly man while flipping through the documents, revealing a hint of barely concealed coldness in his eyes. The elderly man, named Manzoman, was the first puppet master of the Sand Village, renowned throughout the ninja world. However, due to his advancing age, he had participated in fewer battles recently. This time, he had been invited to the negotiations primarily because they were deemed too important, prompting the third Kazekage to make this decision. On one hand, Manzoman's strength could serve as a deterrent against the Rain Village, on the other hand, it demonstrated Sunigakure's sincerity. Upon hearing the Rain representative's response, Manzoman didn't display any anxiety. He spoke slowly. "Is this your opinion, or the will of Hanzo?" The Rain ninja paused momentarily while flipping through the documents, a faintly sarcastic smile crossing his face as he replied, "I can sit here because I have the authority to represent our leader." Listen closely. The Rain ninja set down the documents and fixed his gaze sharply on Manzoman, a glint of intensity flashing in his eyes. "Our leader's exact words were, in conflicts between great nations, the Rain Village will not intervene. But if any nation assumes that the Rain Village can be bullied, they shall pay a heavy price and learn a bloody lesson." The Rain ninja deliberately slowed his speech, as if wanting the invading group to hear every word clearly, making sure they understood the Rain Village's stance and determination. As soon as Feiyu finished speaking, all the Sand ninjas immediately glared at him with anger and dissatisfaction, while the Rain ninjas, not to be outdone, shot back with equally fierce gazes. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense, as if a fierce battle could break out at any moment. However, Manzoman seemed to be completely unfazed by the tension. He gently leaned against his chest, coughed lightly, and said in a calm tone, "The Land of Rain has already lost too much in this war. Does Lord Hanzo truly wish to see the Rain Village decline further?" A cold smile flashed in Feiyu's eyes as he replied icily, "If it weren't for the meddling of your great nations, how would the Land of Rain have fallen to such a state? We'll say it again, a ceasefire is acceptable, but cooperation is out of the question." Manzoman remained unperturbed. He patiently coaxed Feiyu, "Young man, hatred has blinded your eyes. The essence of war is merely plunder. If others plunder you, then you can also plunder others. Look at Konoha. They possess vast fertile lands. What resource can compare to theirs? If the Land of Rain wishes to quickly regain its vitality, then go ahead and plunder the Land of Fire. Our interests align on this path, and the Sand Village will become the best friend of the Rain Village." Feiyu hesitated for a moment, seemingly struggling internally. However, remembering Hanzo's instructions, he resolutely planned to refuse. Just as he was about to speak, Manzoman's expression suddenly changed. His eyes turned sharp, like two unsheathed swords, as he shouted, "Who goes there?" A sense of foreboding surged within Feiyu, but before he could react,
a hand gently landed on his shoulder.
At that moment, Manzomen had just finished his exclamation.
A mysterious figure, wearing a Peking opera mask and a black cloak, silently traversed past more than a dozen rain jonin, suddenly appearing behind Feiyu. Time seemed to stretch at that moment, the entire world fell into silence, and no sound could be heard. All the ninjas present, the elite jonin from both villages, were caught off guard by the sudden appearance of an enemy. Some ninjas flashed fear in their eyes and attempted to unleash ninjutsu, while others gripped their weapons tightly, preparing to engage in close combat. But before they could put their thoughts into action, a deafening roar echoed, reminiscent of a jet engine starting up.
Following that, a wave of pressure swept through like a hurricane, pushing everyone back.
The figure had arrived first, with sound trailing behind. The speed of the mysterious person had undoubtedly surpassed the speed of sound.
Feiyu felt the hand resting on his shoulder but remained calm.
His body was usually enveloped in a layer of flowing water, containing his chakra. Without needing to form seals, he could manipulate this water to create a defensive action against sudden attacks. In this moment of heightened tension, Feiyu instinctively tried to use his no-seal water release technique, but his thoughts felt as if they had rusted, and he couldn't execute it smoothly. Thinking it might just be his delusion, he intensified the flow of chakra, and gradually, as the mysterious figure's hand left his shoulder, the water covering his body seemed to flutter faintly.
Utilizing the momentum of the pressure wave, Laros leaped backward, quickly escaping the encirclement of the elite jonin.
That moment had marked his first time running at full speed since developing triple speed, and he had surpassed his usual limits. It was evident that he was indeed faster than sound. Laros felt as if his body had sustained heavy injuries, with his knees aching painfully as if they might snap. The cloak on his back was instantly shredded, flapping like a rag in the wind. He activated reverse flow, quickly restoring his state, and stood atop a large boulder at the edge of the crowd, looking down at the outcome of what had just transpired. Feiyu still seemed unaware of the changes in his own condition, maintaining a serious expression as he sat in place, furrowing his brow as if deep in thought. Laros' expression relaxed slightly beneath his mask. It seemed the slowing effect had taken hold. The leading ninja of the rain had been successfully controlled. The reason he chose Feiyu as his first target was that he perceived him as relatively weak, thus increasing the chances of successfully slowing him down.
Manzomen's chakra was clearly much stronger than Feiyu's. If he hadn't managed to control Manzomen during the initial ambush, the situation would have become very unfavorable for him.
At this moment, all the sand and rain ninjas had risen, facing Laros with heightened vigilance, including the first puppet master of the sand village, Manzomen. Laros quickly glanced at Feiyu, while Manzomen assumed Feiyu was under a genjutsu and dismissed him, thinking that with so many rain ninjas present, the genjutsu would be dealt with. What Manzomen cared about most was Laros' astonishing speed that had just been displayed. It was so fast that even he struggled to react. "Given your attire, you must be from Konoha Zumbu," Manzomen said, reaching into his robes, slowly pulling out a scroll and unfolding it.
"Why are you here alone? Are you seeking death?"
At this moment, a middle-aged woman stepped forward behind Manzomen and whispered something in his ear.
Manzomen's eyes flashed with surprise as he turned his gaze back to Laros, asking curiously, "The root? What organization is that?" Laros ignored Manzomen and silently observed Feiyu's reaction.
He noticed 2 or 3 rain ninjas surrounding Feiyu, trying to shake him out of the genjutsu, but no matter what they did, it seemed ineffective. It appeared that the slowing effect was indeed quite potent. To subdue Feiyu instantly, Laros not only unleashed his maximum speed at triple speed but also expended 1/3 of his mental energy to fully mobilize time power to execute the slow technique. Looking back now, Laros felt that it was somewhat wasteful, but he didn't mind, as he was facing a shadow-level expert. Being cautious in such a scenario was only sensible. Now, it was time to deal with the old man before him.
Laros turned his gaze toward Manzomen, his eyes beneath the mask sharpening like those of a hawk.
"What did you just say?" "Ah, a young man with spirit is a good thing," Manzomen replied, laying the scroll flat on the ground, his tone carrying an undeniable hint of murderous intent.
"But underestimating an old man could come at a price.
Aging and relying on past glory, today shall be your last," Laros scoffed, attempting to provoke Manzomen. In the next instant, his figure blurred and vanished like a breeze, reappearing 5 meters to the side of Manzomen and the group of sand ninjas. Without their leader, the Rain Ninjas had become significantly less threatening, especially without a commanding officer to organize a counterattack.
Now, the only challenge remaining was Manzomen.
As long as he was dealt with, the others would be no match for Laros.
Chapter 43, Retreat. Laros turned his gaze back to Manzomen, his eyes narrowed like a hawk. "What did you just say?"
"Ah, a young man with spirit is a good thing," Manzomen said, laying the scroll flat on the ground, his tone inevitably laced with a hint of murderous intent.
"But underestimating an old man could come at a price. Relying on age and past glories, today shall be your last," Laros sneered, attempting to provoke Manzomen.
In the next instant, his figure blurred and vanished like a breeze, quickly reappearing 5 meters to the side of Manzomen and the group of sand ninjas. The Rain Ninjas had lost their leader, and without a commander to organize a counterattack, they had become significantly less threatening.
Now, the only challenge left was Manzomen.
Once he was dealt with, the rest wouldn't stand a chance against Laros. Fortunately, the puppets of the Chikamatsu 10 quickly arrived, raising their chakra shields high. Although their response was somewhat delayed, they managed to block the main force of the fire dragon's attack.
Boom!
With a loud explosion, sparks flew everywhere. Many sand ninjas, caught off guard by the flames that threatened to engulf them, suddenly realized that the ground beneath their feet had turned into a swamp. Laros activated reverse flow once more and switched positions, and in an instant, 2 silver-glinted, fast-moving fire dragons surged in from different directions, leaving no chance for the ninjas to breathe. "Earth release, earth flow wall." One of the sand ninjas reacted a bit too late. As the earth wall began to form, he noticed that the previous fire dragon had dissipated, while 2 new fire dragons were already charging from other directions. The ninja who had placed the earth flow wall looked confused, as if he had completely lost his bearings. Before the fire dragons could strike their targets, Laros was too lazy to even watch the results. He quickly changed directions, his form becoming a blur of afterimages. Within 2 or 3 seconds, over a dozen half-meter-wide fireballs surrounded all the sand ninjas trying to escape the range of the ninjutsu. The sand ninjas were thrown into chaos. They had never experienced such an overwhelming and intense barrage before. The fire dragons descended like a crimson cloud from all directions, and the yellow spring swamp ensnared their feet, leaving them with no room to retaliate.
Want to dodge? Want to form seals? Want to resist?
They would first have to keep up with Laros' rhythm. Facing Jonin, mere taijutsu efficiency was far too low, especially with a shadow-level ninja lurking around. Thus, Laros decided to use a rapid succession of ninjutsu for carpet bombing, testing whether he could force Manzomen to reveal his trump cards. Seeing this, Manzomen gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everyone, gather around me."
Without caring how many people heard, Manzomen pulled his arms in tightly.
One by one, the puppets still held up their chakra shields, forming a tight circle with a radius of 2 meters. In the center of the circle were Manzomen and 5 sand ninjas who had been drawn in. As for those outside the circle, a trace of worry crossed Manzomen's face, as if he had foreseen their fate. Although he was reluctant to admit it, being caught in the center of a battle with a shadow-level expert was undoubtedly a death sentence.
Boom! Boom! The puppet wall shook violently, evidently colliding with the fire dragon attacks and managing to hold its ground.
Then came the slightly weaker explosion sounds from the larger fireballs, but these B and C rank fire techniques clearly couldn't break through the puppet's defenses. Inside the puppet wall, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Earth release, hardening technique.
A sand ninja crouched down, placing both hands on the swampy ground. The soft mud gradually solidified, ultimately forming a sturdy earthen wall. Manzomen and the remaining 5 sand ninjas exerted their strength, pulling their feet out of the ground. "Shio, next you," Manzomen was instructing the middle-aged female rock ninja beside him when he suddenly felt a warning instinct kick in and jumped to the side. A flash of cold light appeared as Laros' figure emerged without warning from the ground, his sword aimed directly at Manzomen's original position, but he struck nothing. The sand ninjas erupted in shock and anger, their weapons drawn as they swung at Laros, aiming to tear him apart in an instant.
Not good. The thought flashed through Manzomen's mind, and he shouted, "Quick! Body replacement technique! Everyone, get out!"
Chio and another sand ninja didn't hesitate, quickly forming seals to execute the body replacement technique, while the other three ninjas were slow to react, still recovering from the earlier shock. In the next instant, there was a sharp sound, and Laros' remnant body exploded into smoke, leaving behind two nearly burnt-out explosive tags.
Boom! Boom!
Fire burst from within the puppet wall. Without their chakra shields on their backs, the powerful shockwave instantly scattered the puppets, with parts flying in all directions.
Manzomen, Chio, and another sand ninja managed to escape the explosion range thanks to the body replacement technique, but the remaining three sand ninjas were obliterated.
In less than a few minutes, over 10 elite sand ninjas had been reduced to just 3 remaining.
Manzomen didn't have time to mourn their losses.
After retracting his fingers, the puppets quickly gathered around him. He counted carefully and realized that the Chikamatsu 10 had dwindled to just 7. However, it seemed that Laros' offensive had slowed down. Or rather, after Manzomen had managed to fend off Laros' first wave, Laro had unequivocally shifted his target.
Manzomen narrowed his eyes, scanning the area warily.
When he glimpsed the direction of the rain ninjas, his expression faltered, and a chill ran down his spine. Dozens of rain ninjas who had come for negotiations lay motionless across the battlefield, many of them missing limbs. As for their leader, Feiyu, he remained seated in his original position, seemingly oblivious to everything happening around him. Clearly, while Manzomen was preoccupied with defending against the fire ninjutsu attacks, Laro had already made his move against the rain ninjas. The earlier shadow clone that had used Earth Release to infiltrate the puppet defenses had merely been a diversion, and he hadn't expected it would manage to kill 3 sand ninjas in the process. Not bad for a first puppet master, came a voice from not far behind Manzomen and the others. They quickly turned to face Laro, who appeared to have no intention of engaging in further combat. Laro ignored Manzomen's wary gaze and the fear flickering across the faces of the remaining 2 sand ninjas, casually saying, "I must admit, your response to my rapid ninjutsu was impressive.
Right now, I probably can't take you down.
Your puppets are much sturdier than I anticipated, breaking through them doesn't seem easy." Laro spoke slowly, seemingly unbothered by the prospect of an attack from Manzomen.
"So, what do you plan to do?"
Manzomen's caution did not wane despite Laro's relaxed tone. His eyes remained fixed on Laro's figure, wary of another sudden disappearance. He might be able to react, but the 2 beside him had no confidence in their ability to defend themselves.
Laro sighed lightly at Manzomen's question.
"I'd love to spar with you again, but I'm a bit drained right now. I'll leave it for today." Laro was speaking the truth. Using reverse flow and pushing himself to the limit with triple speed had left him somewhat exhausted. Moreover, Manzomen was clearly not someone he could take down quickly, and his trump cards remained concealed. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Laro had decided to retreat. After all, the rain ninjas had all been eliminated, and the mission to sabotage the negotiations was complete. He had no need to engage in a difficult fight against an unknown shadow-level expert while in a less-than-optimal state.
The effectiveness of slow on Manzomen was also uncertain, especially given that his chakra was far stronger than Feiyu's.
Most importantly, Manzomen had clearly reacted to Laro's speed, so the conditions for a quick kill were not present, and engaging in a ninjutsu exchange would lead to meaningless consumption without determining the victor. Continuing the battle posed too great a risk. Laro had no interest in getting into a drawn-out confrontation. As for this guy, Laro's figure blurred as he appeared next to Feiyu, delivering a swift chop to his neck. "I'll take him with me."
Seeing Laro casually hoist the unconscious Feiyu over his shoulder, Manzomen dared not make a move.
Still, he couldn't help but ask, "Who exactly are you?" Laro glanced back at Manzomen, casually saying, "I am a Konoha ninja affiliated with the Root. If I had to say, I have a code name, I believe it's Setsu." Laro waved his hand dismissively. "Well, that's enough idle chatter. First puppet master, take care of your head, I'll come to collect it next time." As soon as he finished speaking, Laro vanished once more. Among the remaining 3 sand ninjas, only Manzomen could catch a glimpse of the shadow left by Laro's rapid movement.
"Zetsu, is it? Quite fitting."
Manzomen slowly lowered his arms and walked toward the negotiation site filled with corpses. He gazed at the horrific battlefield before him, remaining silent for a long time. After all, Laros had maintained absolute control over the battle from beginning to end, deciding whether to attack or not, and now he simply chose not to continue fighting. Manhwaresumen was well aware of his own limitations, so even if Laros insisted on leaving, he had no power to stop him. Moreover, with two juniors beside him, one of whom was his own student, Manhwaresumen realized he could not act recklessly and thus had no intention of obstructing Laros' retreat. He believed Laros had also sensed this, which was why he had been so brazen in his final withdrawal. Chio glanced at her teacher's back, struggling to find words. A sense of relief washed over her, as if she had narrowly escaped disaster, which only fueled her disdain for her own weakness and helplessness. But regardless, she was alive. At the same time, the name Zetsu was deeply etched in her mind, and she swore that one day she would reclaim her dignity through that man. Chapter 44, Memory. When Laros returned to the root base carrying the unconscious Feiyu, 2 days had already passed. The willpower of a shadow-level expert was evidently much stronger than that of a jonin. It took Laros a day and a half to completely extract Feiyu's memories. Unfortunately, the techniques Feiyu possessed were primarily water-release jutsu, offering Laros little more than some expanded knowledge, without much practical value. Upon hearing of Laros' return, Danzo hurried to Laros' training room. As he entered, he was greeted by the sight of Feiyu sprawled out like a heap of mud. His pupils constricted slightly in disbelief as he took another look at Feiyu, and after a long pause, he asked Laros, who was flipping through ninjutsu scrolls, "Why did you bring this guy back? What's wrong?" Laros, with his right hand gesturing in the air as if pondering a technique, casually replied, "Don't you like this gift I brought you?" Danzo took a deep breath. Even with his cunning nature, he couldn't suppress the slight tremor in his voice, unable to contain his excitement. "Do you know who he is?" Feiyu, rumored to be Hanzo's trusted aide. Danzo was clearly taken aback. "You actually know?" Laros thought for a moment and then decided to disclose some information to Danzo. "I used the mind-body technique to probe his brain." Since Danzo believed he possessed a perfect technique for erasing memories, Laros figured it would be prudent to mislead him about the true nature of reverse flow. This time, Danzo didn't show much surprise. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "You've indeed mastered the techniques of the Yamanaka clan, but in certain aspects, you seem even more skilled than them." Laros chose not to respond, tacitly agreeing with Danzo's assessment. To be honest, Laros wasn't worried about Danzo causing him trouble over this. Many details in the original story indicated that Danzo generally held a disdain for the influence of ninja clans. Besides, they were currently in a cooperative relationship, and Danzo had no reason to create a rift over such a minor issue, which would ultimately be counterproductive. "Yamanaka Yuko has recently gone missing. This matter should be related to you, right?" Danzo asked, his tone filled with certainty. Laros nodded. "She realized my true strength, so I hid her away." Seeing Laros' calm demeanor, as though he had merely performed a trivial task, Danzo couldn't help but be curious. "You hid her? I thought you would have killed her." "After all, Yamanaka Yuko has old ties with me," Laros replied, slowing his pace. "I may be ruthless, but I haven't lost my humanity." Danzo scoffed but chose not to comment further. While Laros' treatment of Yuko made Danzo feel he was acting carelessly and emotionally, it also unwittingly relieved some of the pressure Danzo felt. "Let's set aside Yamanaka Yuko for now. How did your mission go?" Laros put down the scroll in his hands, carefully considering his words before beginning to report selectively. He omitted any topics related to his own abilities, only mentioning the people he had encountered, those he had fought, and the ones he had ultimately killed. After listening to Laros' recounting, Danzo muttered to himself, 17 Rain Jonin, led by Feiyu. 15 Sand Jonin, led by Manhwaresumen. With such a large-scale operation, Danzo's expression darkened. It seems the Rain and Sand villages genuinely intend to cease hostilities and join forces against Konoha. Didn't you already confirm that before I left? Laros rolled his eyes. Otherwise, why would you have sent me on this trip? Intelligence is still just intelligence. Who can guarantee that our spies hidden within the Sand village haven't defected and released false information? Danzo replied nonchalantly. This matter is critical, I must inform Hiruzen immediately.
Danzo's expression turned serious as he stepped forward to take Feiyu away.
I need to quickly sort through the intelligence regarding the rain village that's in his head.
Watching Danzo hurriedly leave, Laro called out, "Hey! What about my reward? Talk about it when I return." Danzo's voice echoed back. "Why not just let me write down the information from Feiyu's mind directly?"
Laro shook his head in confusion but then stopped dwelling on the trivialities and lowered his head to continue studying ninjutsu. After all, upon returning, he had already used reverse flow to erase the memories of the past 2 days from Feiyu.
No one would be able to uncover his abilities. In a spacious hall, Hiruzen, Sarutobi and Danzo stood side by side. Neither spoke, they silently watched as several Yamanaka clan ninjas worked on Feiyu's body.
The Yamanaka ninjas placed Feiyu inside a wooden box about the size of a washing machine, leaving only his head exposed.
The box was adorned with intricate patterns of unknown use.
The leading Yamanaka ninja pressed a hand on Feiyu's head, closing his eyes to sense something.
After a while, the Yamanaka ninja withdrew his hand, a look of confusion crossing his face.
He felt that Feiyu's memories were fragmented, as if the memories from the past 2 days were missing, yet he found no signs of tampering. This situation was eerily similar to that of Tsukiyokari Q, except that Q had lost memories concentrated in a specific segment. Feiyu, however, appeared to have suddenly slipped into unconsciousness 2 days ago, despite there being no signs of an attack in his memories. This was utterly illogical. Regardless of what kind of ninja could instantly subdue a shadow-level expert like Feiyu, it was hard to believe that in the 2 days Feiyu had been unconscious, there wouldn't be some subconscious activity recorded. Yet the result was complete emptiness. It was as if Feiyu had traversed the river of time, jumping straight from 2 days ago to now.
The Yamanaka ninja responsible for probing Feiyu's memories was a middle-aged man named Yamanaka Yatsu, the current clan leader of the Yamanaka clan.
He had handled numerous similar cases before and was quite experienced in operations on a mental level.
However, he felt utterly powerless now.
He believed that the 2 recent cases he had dealt with were far more unusual than any previous ones, as he had no idea how to proceed. This was a first for him. In the past, whether the target's brain was sealed, their memories tampered with, or even if the target had died, Yamanaka Yatsu had always found a way to tackle the situation. But with both Tsukiyokari Q and Feiyu, he found himself helpless. After all, he lacked the ability to fabricate a memory out of thin air to fill in the gaps in the experiences of these 2 individuals.
Thus, Yamanaka Yatsu decided to be honest.
"Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama, we have thoroughly probed Feiyu's important intelligence, but the memories from the last 2 days, including the specifics of the talks," he carefully observed the expressions on the faces of the 2 Konoha leaders, gritted his teeth, and reluctantly lowered his head. "Please forgive me, I really am powerless." Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand to reassure him.
"All right, Yatsu, you have done your best.
Leave this matter to me, you need not worry about it anymore."
"Yes."
Yamanaka Yatsu sighed in relief, moving to a nearby table to sit down and begin the routine task of writing down the intelligence he had just gathered.
Hiruzen cast a gentle glance at Danzo, who stood expressionless beside him, and quietly asked, "Danzo, is there something you're hiding from me?" Danzo didn't answer directly. Instead, he slightly raised his chin, gesturing to the surrounding ninjas, and then spoke. "Let's discuss this in your office."
Realizing that Danzo was likely about to reveal something highly confidential, Hiruzen did not refuse. The 2 left the interrogation department, and soon someone would bring over the intelligence.
Chapter 45, Weighing Options. Upon entering the Hokage's office, the 2 took their seats.
Hiruzen waved his hand, signaling the Umbu members lurking around the office to leave, and then locked his gaze onto Danzo.
"Now you can speak." Danzo hesitated for a moment before asking, "What do you want to know about?"
"This."
Hiruzen pulled out a note and handed it to Danzo.
"The Sand Village's inquiry, they are asking us why we killed their jonin without reason."
Danzo glanced at the note and snorted coldly.
"The higher-ups in the Sand Village are truly skilled at turning black into white. They broke their promises, and now they want to ally with the Rain Village against us."
"Yet they don't mention that at all?"
The Sand Village indeed acted dishonorably, but your actions this time were too reckless, Danzo. Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table, his long-suppressed anger pouring out.
Do you even realize how dire the situation is? The issues with IWA and AIM haven't been resolved, and you provoke the Sand Village? Are you not afraid of bringing disaster upon us?
32 elite ninjas from the Rain and Sand, only 3 Sand ninjas survived, and not a single Rain ninja remains.
Danzo, do you not fear completely enraging Hanzo and the 3rd Kazekage? Are you not afraid they will join forces against us? Hearing Hiruzen's words, Danzo grew angry as well. He stood up, blaring furiously. What are you afraid of? Konoha's strength is more than enough to eliminate all obstacles.
We are the foremost of the 5 great ninja villages. Hanzo the salamander is merely barely holding on, like a skeleton in a grave.
As for the Sand Ninja, if they dare to act, then let them come.
Hiruzen rubbed his temples, feeling fatigued.
I don't want to argue with you, I just want to know why you escalated the situation to this level.
I remember my orders were merely to disrupt the talks. Who told you to kill them all?
Danzo, do you have no other solutions?
Danzo took a deep breath and slowly sat back down on the sofa, yet his tone dripped with sarcasm.
Hiruzen, your current weak demeanor makes me sick. Other solutions? Can those rodents learn their lesson?
Though Danzo hadn't initially anticipated Laros' power to be so strong or his methods so aggressive, it was undeniable that Laros' actions aligned perfectly with his intentions. Therefore, he didn't mind taking the blame for Laro. The only regret Danzo felt was that Laro hadn't also eliminated manhwaresumen, leaving the Sand Village with a potential liability.
Enough, Hiruzen waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on the matter any longer.
Given the current state of affairs, the only thing they could do was to withdraw forces from the Land of Rain to prevent the Sand Village from suddenly declaring war. Hiruzen believed that Danzo would understand these words even without him saying them, so he decided to swiftly move on to the next topic.
I have another question.
Hiruzen's expression suddenly turned calm, but his gaze remained locked onto Danzo, the cold light in his eyes barely concealed.
Danzo, I hope you can honestly tell me, who is Zetsu? Danzo's expression shifted slightly, surprised that Hiruzen knew about the code name Zetsu. However, he didn't think much of it.
Since he had dispatched Zetsu to carry out a mission, it was only a matter of time before the ninja world would come to know of his name and power. Danzo analyzed that Hiruzen had likely learned of Zetsu through the Sand Village's protest. Noticing Hiruzen's darkened expression, Danzo calmly responded, Zetsu is a Konoha ninja I recently discovered.
I can assure you of his loyalty.
Oh? Hiruzen looked at him with suspicion.
Danzo, do you think I'm easily fooled? I'm fully aware of the intelligence records of all Konoha ninjas.
I have no idea when we gained a ninja comparable to a shadow level.
Danzo found himself at a loss for words against Hiruzen's statement, as the Hokage's authority was indeed vast, and it was hard for any movement within the village to escape his notice. Unless it was a ninja cultivated from a young age within the root, otherwise, Hiruzen would know all about any Konoha ninja. Danzo refrained from insisting that Zetsu was one of the root's early recruits, as they both understood each other well. If Danzo had possessed such powerful combat ability all along, Hiruzen wouldn't believe he would have remained patient for so many years and never used it. Thus, Hiruzen decided to probe further. The ninja you pulled from the Ambu a few days ago, his name is Inuzuka Laro, right? Is Zetsu him? Danzo smiled non-committally. Hiruzen, how did you come to that conclusion? Inuzuka Laro was merely a chunin a few days ago.
Rank doesn't say much, Hiruzen sighed lightly.
Besides, don't you find Feiyu's state of amnesia somewhat familiar? Danzo's heart tightened, realizing he couldn't hide the truth any longer.
He cursed Laro in his mind for being so sloppy, not even leaving him an opportunity to cover his tracks.
But Danzo didn't want to concede so easily.
What does that prove?
We had already ruled out Inuzuka Laro as a suspect.
Hiruzen noted the stiffness in Danzo's tone, a thoughtful smile appearing on his face. He understood Danzo too well, the answer seemed all too obvious now. No, the suspicion surrounding Inuzuka Laro hasn't been completely eliminated. Given the striking similarities in the two cases of amnesia, I suggest we pull Inuzuka Laro back from the umbu and keep him under close observation.
Hiruzen began formally requesting personnel from Danzo. Danzo's composure began to slip.
If Hiruzen truly used his authority as Hokage to pressure him, and this reached the Elder Council, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. Danzo's expression gradually turned cold as he retorted sarcastically, "Inuzuka Laro doesn't trust you as Hokage, otherwise, he wouldn't have joined my route."
Hiruzen simply lit his pipe and took a slow drag. "I think I understand what's going on.
To put it simply, that young man still feels the benefits I provided aren't enough." Hiruzen recalled the day Laro applied to join the umbu. He had hinted several times about wanting to learn ninjutsu. However, Hiruzen believed that based on Laro's achievements and qualifications, he wasn't fit to be granted ninjutsu too frequently, as it might stir the emotions of some older ninjas. Considering the stability of the village, he had planned to hold back on Laro for a while. Unexpectedly, Laro had switched sides in an instant. Unlike ordinary ninjas, although Laro was shrouded in many mysteries, he was undoubtedly a bona fide shadow-level expert, and it was normal for him to have his pride. Since Hiruzen couldn't meet his interests, Laro decided to seek out someone who could satisfy his needs. It was as simple as that. As ninja power reaches a certain level, they will naturally not be completely swayed by the higher-ups, as their value stands on its own. As long as there are no obvious mistakes, no ruler would refuse the allegiance of a strong individual. In fact, both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo should feel fortunate that Danzo managed to find Laro that morning. Otherwise, Laro's hunting plan might have already begun to unfold, and Konoha could have suffered serious damage, potentially shaking its very foundations. After all, Laro was essentially a mercenary. In his past life, he acted for money, and in this life, he sought learning materials. Money could buy more advanced weapons from the black market, while learning materials would allow him to master more powerful ninjutsu. Throughout both of his lives, his pursuits had remained unchanged. Danzo was well aware of the specifics of that day, and he seized the opportunity to taunt Hiruzen. "You preach the will of fire all day long, yet when a truly valuable talent appears before you, you choose to turn a blind eye." Hiruzen desperately wanted to say, "Who could have guessed Laro's true strength would be so formidable?" But he ultimately couldn't voice these thoughts, settling instead for a resigned sigh. Having been deceived by Laro's performance, combined with Laro's complete disregard for him as Hokage and his casual attitude towards changing allegiances, Hiruzen appeared relatively calm on the surface, but inside, he struggled with frustration and anger. To be honest, he wanted to take some action to teach that reckless young man a lesson about the authority of the Hokage. However, because he was the Hokage, he understood that he couldn't act impulsively. From an emotional standpoint, Hiruzen didn't want to clash with Danzo and damage the understanding between the higher-ups. From a rational perspective, he was even less willing to see a powerful force with no obvious faults driven away by himself. This would not only be a loss for Konoha as a whole but would also give the three elders, including Danzo, a chance to turn against him, leading to considerable trouble. Even with the power and prestige of the Hokage, Hiruzen was confident he could eventually quell all opposing voices. However, it wasn't worth it to do so over a matter of pride. As long as Laro continued to serve Konoha, everything would still be acceptable. At the same time, seeing the smug expression on Danzo's face, Hiruzen suspected that this old fox had paid quite a price to win Laro over. If Danzo were to try and poach Laro now, he would be met with resistance from both Laro and himself. It was evident, Laro likely held some dissatisfaction toward Hiruzen, as he never showed his true nature when facing him. But why was that? Was Hiruzen's charm as Hokage less appealing than Danzo's? Was this what they referred to as a compatibility issue? Well, since Laro and Danzo got along so well, let him stay in the route. Hiruzen made this decision with a mix of reluctance and entanglement. Chapter 46, Flying Thunder God. Hiruzen actually overthought the matter. The reason Laro didn't reveal his strength in front of him was entirely due to his concern that the Hokage's power was too great for him to overcome. After all, when choosing collaborators, it was better to select someone weaker, and Danzo fit that criterion perfectly. Danzo, of course, was unaware of the true thoughts of Laro and Hiruzen. Seeing his old rival silently smoking his pipe, he understood that Hiruzen had already softened. At this moment, no matter how deep Danzo's scheming was, he couldn't help but display a hint of a smile. He understood that starting today, Zetsu's allegiance had completely shifted to the root, free from interference from the higher-ups. Hiruzen cast a glance at Danzo, feeling a wave of dissatisfaction. No matter how much Laros concealed his strength or harbored ulterior motives, he was still a shadow-level expert who had reached that level at the age of 17. Just this point alone was enough to overshadow 99% of the village's talents. Common ninjas faced difficulties in their training, while Laros had managed to reach this level without relying on any external forces. His talent and abilities were simply unimaginable. Perhaps it was precisely because he had previously suffered from a lack of knowledge that Laros yearned so much for ninjutsu resources. Moreover, Laros' identity as a common ninja meant he could mobilize without being influenced by clan powers. This was not only highly tempting for Danzo but also for Hiruzen. After all, even his most trusted advisor, Kakashi Hatake, was a ninja of the Hatake clan. In the younger generation, the hidden gem that was Laros had been dug up by Danzo, but Hiruzen believed that his 3 students were still worth looking forward to. Danzo, let Laros remain within the root. I won't say much more, Hiruzen said as he tapped his pipe, his expression becoming serious. I believe you understand Laros' value, so I hope that in the days to come, you can properly regulate some of his thoughts and prevent him from doing anything we wouldn't want to see. Danzo furrowed his brow, clearly recognizing the underlying implication in Hiruzen's words, but he thought that his counterpart was being overly worried. Don't worry, he's much like Orochimaru, as long as his needs are met, he'll never betray us. In truth, that was exactly what Hiruzen was worried about. Hiruzen was too lazy to argue with Danzo, knowing that their political ideologies and values differed. After all, Laros' guarantor was Danzo. If anything went wrong with Laros, it would be Danzo who would bear the responsibility. The conversation quickly shifted to the detailed arrangements for Laros. Hiruzen directly proposed that Zetsu's identity be classified as top secret. Although Zetsu belonged to the root, in the event of a significant situation in the village, the Elder Council would have the authority to mobilize Zetsu. While Danzo wasn't particularly pleased with this arrangement, he understood that this was Hiruzen's bottom line. After all, such a powerful force couldn't be completely controlled by just one person. In the end, Danzo reluctantly accepted the outcome, knowing that this authority belonged to the Elder Council and was not solely a matter of the Hokage, he was also a member of the council. That evening, Danzo found Laros in the training room of the root and explained the negotiations he had with Hiruzen earlier that day. Oh? So Hiruzen has finally noticed me? Laros said, his expression shifting unpredictably as he looked at Danzo. With everything progressing smoothly, he certainly didn't want to clash with Hiruzen now. Danzo snorted, isn't it because you recklessly laid hands on Feiyu? Do you think I wanted to do this? Laros knew that this matter couldn't be blamed on Danzo, he had to admit that he had been somewhat short-sighted. His earlier belief that aligning with Danzo would allow him to rest easy was indeed a bit naive. After all, Konoha was still led by the Hokage. However, so you sold me out? Laros said with a displeased expression. The Elder Council and I have no agreement, why should I work for them? Danzo fell silent for a moment, genuinely beginning to doubt whether Laros was a Konoha ninja. Laros' style could be summarized as, no matter who you are, if you don't provide benefits, don't expect me to do anything. Such a person was at least very straightforward, wasn't he? No matter who you work for, Danzo said dryly, the compensation will come from me. Laros shrugged nonchalantly. Then that's fine. Danzo was too lazy to argue further with Laros. He noticed the look in Laros' eyes that seemed to say, why are you still here? A glint of menace flashed in Danzo's eyes. It seems you don't want your reward after all. Laros slapped his forehead, laughing awkwardly. I really forgot about that. When I get into training, I forget everything. Elder Danzo, don't take it to heart. Danzo looked Laros up and down with a forced smile, deciding not to pursue the matter further. He directly asked, alright, what ninjutsu do you want? Laros quietly pondered for a while Danzo stood silently beside him without interrupting. After some time, Laros slowly spoke, for the S-rank forbidden techniques, I'd like to see the Flying Thunder God technique. As for A-rank ninjutsu, it would be best if you could select some offensive techniques from the realms of lightning, fire, and earth for me. If there are also methods to quickly enhance my mental strength and physical condition, please gather those as well and factor them into my A-rank ninjutsu compensation. Additionally, there's the issue of chakra volume. My recovery speed is quick, but if I upgrade all my standard offensive ninjutsu to A rank, this problem cannot be overlooked, so let's include that in the compensation too.
That should be all for now. Danzo looked at Laro in surprise. You want to try the Flying Thunder God technique? That technique relies heavily on talent.
Laro muttered softly, the Flying Thunder God technique is versatile for both offense and defense.
My reaction speed is fast. If I can master it, it would be like adding wings to a tiger.
He continuously analyzed his current strengths and weaknesses.
Reverse flow was indeed extraordinary, but it also had limitations on usage.
The number of times it could be used would depend on Laro's mental state and the duration of the rewind, meaning there wasn't a fixed number. However, using it dozens of times in one battle was feasible. While that number was considerable, it wasn't excessive. You see, Laro's chakra capacity was essentially at the level of a jonin. If he wanted to handle battles against shadow-level opponents, using reverse flow frequently was unavoidable. If there was only a single shadow-level enemy, Laro could, even at a disadvantage, engage in a war of attrition using reverse flow, with hopes of wearing them down. But when the number of opponents increased to 2 or more shadow-level ninjas, his advantage in chakra volume would vanish in a direct confrontation. Therefore, conserving the usage of reverse flow became something he had to consider. Mastering the Flying Thunder God would not only enhance his speed but also effectively avoid damage from air resistance, thus reducing the number of times he needed to use reverse flow. Moreover, he had a bold idea that required the Flying Thunder God technique to realize. If everything went smoothly, he might soon be able to withstand a higher speed state. The power of time was his foundation, and all combat systems had to revolve around the power of time. Choosing the Flying Thunder God as his first forbidden technique was also due to this reason. Currently, his method of movement in a speed state relied on running, while body flicker technique was challenging to control at such high speeds and could easily lead to overextending. However, the Flying Thunder God was different. The existence of spatial coordinates could reduce his travel time, conserving both stamina and chakra, thus achieving the effect of saving on reverse flow usage from another aspect. The combination of space and time could significantly enhance his combat power, and Laro was filled with anticipation. After articulating his needs to Danzo, Laro received a reply of "I'll get it to you in a week." Following that, Danzo hurriedly left. As the affairs of the route were many, Danzo, as the leader, didn't have the same free time as Laro, who was merely a foot soldier. Power truly is captivating, Laro sighed, diving back into his studies without any intention of resting. In this world of immense strength, he had no time to waste on trivial matters. Improving his power was paramount.
Danzo lacked the kind of external advantages that came with time manipulation and naturally wouldn't have the lofty ambitions that Laro possessed. Danzo didn't have a bloodline limit, nor was he the reincarnation of a powerful figure. For this man in his 40s, the enhancement of his strength had reached its limit, making it understandable for him to focus on the pursuit of power. As for Laro, at just 17, he already possessed shadow-level strength. With the power of time at his disposal, he had unlimited possibilities in this world, and he wouldn't be distracted by external matters. Nothing could hinder his progress until he reached an invincible state in the ninja world. Honestly, with the repeated use of speed and reverse flow, it might become increasingly difficult for Laro to accurately gauge his actual age. Once the greater derivations of his time power were fully developed, he might find himself 70 years old one moment, and forever 17 the next. Who could say how old he would be in 5 or 10 years? Chapter 47, Serendipity. If an activity is done out of enjoyment, it's a hobby. If it's consistently pursued over the years, it becomes work. In this world, most people, regardless of whether they have an interest in their profession, are compelled by the pressures of life to continue working. This applies to commoners as well as ninjas. Ordinary people commute to work from 9 to 5, and those with a bit of spare cash might open a shop. Meanwhile, ninjas, despite engaging in dangerous work, don't have to be on constant alert for sacrifice. D-rank missions, daily patrols, maintaining public order. Even during wartime, many ninjas remain in the village, leading lives not so different from commoners. Laro wasn't sure what his current work should be classified as. Ever since the task a month ago, Danzo hadn't assigned him anything, leaving his daily routine seemingly reduced to training and growing stronger. While he didn't know what Danzo was planning by sidelining such a powerful asset, Laro clearly had no objections and was even enjoying it. He had lost count of how many jutsu and genjutsu he had mastered during this period. All he felt was that his life was fulfilling. But just as the world wouldn't always go as one wishes, Laro found himself troubled by a certain issue. Unsurprisingly, it was a training dilemma. So he decided to step out for a bit, allowing his thoughts to relax. Looking at the myriad shops lining the streets, with ninjas and common merchants haggling, and groups of young lower-ranking ninjas joking around, Laro sighed softly. At this moment, he wasn't wearing any ninja-related attire but instead sported a red short-sleeved t-shirt, dark shorts, and a pair of black sneakers, making him look like an ordinary young man. This outfit was something he had found in the Root's storage room, where the Root ninjas used it as a disguise. Laro casually took it, saving himself the trouble of buying new clothes. Sitting at a roadside stall for a while, he ate a few dango, and as his leisure time passed, Laro scanned the bustling crowd, finally experiencing a kind of loneliness he hadn't felt in a long time. In this otherworldly place, in this village of Konoha, he had no family, no friends, and no so-called bonds. His brother, Raito, should still be in school. He hadn't seen him for a month and a half. The only person he could speak to, Yuko, had already been settled in the land of tea. Now that the situation had stabilized, and the sense of crisis from entering this new world had eased significantly, his strength had increased exponentially since he first arrived in Konoha. Perhaps he could bring Yuko back now? Laro suddenly fell into hesitation. Would Yuko want to return to this place that had caused her pain? He had always made decisions for her, changing her fate at will for the sake of his own secrets. Was that truly fair to the girl he cared about? Should he bring her back and continue deceiving her? Laro felt a wave of agitation, unwilling to dwell on the matter any longer. The land of tea, Suishing village, should he pay a visit? Laro didn't understand what was happening to him. He found himself hesitating once more. It seemed he was better suited for training, growing stronger, plotting, fighting, and killing. Contemplating emotional matters proved too difficult for him. He began rummaging through his previous life's memories, starting from the ninja academy, then the comrades from his lower ninja days, and the subordinates from his chunin days, tracing back to "Hello." A somewhat familiar female voice rang in Laro's ears. "Oh? Aren't you the one?" Laro snapped back to reality and turned toward the source of the voice. He saw a spirited female ninja standing beside him, her eyes filled with a hint of curiosity as she looked him over. This female ninja appeared to be in her 20s, with long, black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her face seemed vaguely familiar to Laro, but he couldn't place where he had seen her before. She glanced at the half-eaten dango on the table in front of Laro and asked, "Excuse me, there are no available seats around here. Would you mind if I sit at your table?" Laro looked around and, as the woman said, the dango shop was packed with people, with only 2 empty spots left at his table. "Go ahead," Laro replied nonchalantly, assuming that his faint impression of her meant she was just a passerby. "Thank you." The female ninja quickly squeezed into the chair next to Laro and, as soon as she settled in, called the shop owner to order a variety of dango. While waiting for her food, the female ninja turned to Laro again and hesitantly said, "You're Raito's brother, right?" Laro raised an eyebrow and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Seeing that Laro didn't deny it, the female ninja frowned slightly, her tone tinged with annoyance. "Raito hasn't seen you for over a month. How can you call yourself a brother?" Starting off with a reprimand, Laro naturally didn't intend to show kindness to a stranger, regardless of whether she was a woman. "Do we know each other? Why should my actions concern you?" The female ninja felt her anger surge at Laro's dismissive attitude, as though flames were about to burst from her head. How could she have known that during this time, she had been tirelessly caring for young Raito, only to find his brother was so ungrateful, responding with such an attitude? After meeting Laro and Raito at the Konoha hospital that night, she felt a surge of empathy when she saw the small child undergoing harsh training.
As she chatted with Raito, she learned about his inner world, being bullied at school, receiving no help from his brother, and facing daily exhaustion. The neighbor girl was also unreliable, seizing any chance to tease him.
Raito was physically and emotionally drained and even contemplated ending his own life. The female ninja, who was the doctor from that night, couldn't sit idly by upon witnessing this.
As they say, a healer has the heart of a parent. Though she had no blood relation to Raito, her compassion and empathy compelled her to want to talk to Laro. Who would have thought that after the treatment, both Laro and Yuko would disappear without a trace? Such an irresponsible parent was something she had never encountered before. Left with no choice, she didn't want to see Raito alone, so she personally returned him home. Seeing such a gentle older sister for the first time, Raito naturally felt a sense of dependence. Having lost his mother shortly after birth, he craved maternal affection, something Laro could not provide, and Yuko was equally incapable. Raito's longing and hopeful gaze touched the female doctor's heart, and in the days that followed, she periodically came to check on him, caring for the poor child. Knowing her own work kept her busy and that she couldn't look after Raito for long, she waited for Laro to return home so they could discuss Raito's issues thoroughly. Who knew this wait would stretch over a month? If she hadn't stumbled upon Laro in the dango shop today, she didn't know how much longer she'd have to wait. In this context, Laro's poor attitude had completely infuriated her. "Listen here, Raito's brother," the female doctor said, trying to control her anger and speaking with a frosty demeanor, "I don't know what you've been busy with. If you truly have no feelings for your brother, perhaps you should send him to an orphanage. Anything would be better than letting that child continue to suffer under the hands of you, his cold-hearted, irresponsible brother." Laro's expression hardened as he felt a genuine aversion toward this inexplicable woman. "What are you talking about?" I said, the female doctor frowned, unyieldingly staring into Laro's fierce eyes. "Inuzuka Laro, are you going to take care of your brother or not?" Reflected in her eyes were determination, anger, and reproach, but Laro could find no hint of malice within them. In other words, this woman was concerned about Raito? From her words, could it be that during this month? Moreover, this woman bore a resemblance to that fiery-tempered female doctor. Laro's mind began to piece things together. He calmed his temper and patiently replied, "I've been on a classified mission recently, and I admit I've neglected Raito a bit, but that doesn't mean I don't care about him." "And from what you just said, Raito has been with you this whole time?" Laro asked, though his tone carried a note of certainty. Just then, the dango the female doctor had ordered was brought to their table by the owner. She casually picked up a skewer of red dango and took a hearty bite, muttering, "With you, his brother, disappearing all the time, of course little Raito would come looking for me." Laro looked at the female doctor in confusion. "You've been taking care of Raito? What's in it for you?" The female doctor shot him a glare, annoyed. "What does it matter whether there's a benefit or not? I just see that Raito is so small and so pitiful, and I want to do something for him. That's all there is to it." Laro widened his eyes in surprise, left speechless for a moment. He didn't know if Raito truly had such charm, or if this woman had some ulterior motives. Regardless, this unexpected turn of events had greatly exceeded his expectations. Seeing the disbelief on Laro's face, the female doctor felt a surge of anger. Her good intentions were met with confusion and suspicion. Even though she acted entirely for Raito's sake, the response from his brother left her somewhat hurt. But before she could speak, Laro suddenly asked, "What's your name?" The female doctor maintained a serious expression, staring at Laro for several seconds before finally replying, "No Arajun." "Do you have any other questions? Are you a chunin or a jonin?" Laro scrutinized No Arajun's attire, his gaze lingering on her ninja vest for a few seconds, but he couldn't gauge her rank. "Special jonin. Are you interrogating me or something?" No Arajun's expression soured slightly. Laro should have been focusing on Raito's living and educational issues, yet he seemed more interested in her. "Of course not. I'm just curious," Laro said, intertwining his fingers and leaning back slightly, casting a scrutinizing gaze at No Arajun. "Is the compassion of medical ninjas always this overflowing?" No Arajun snorted dismissively. "Don't assume everyone is like you." "Like me?"
Laro raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So, what kind of person do you think I am? Laro chuckled nonchalantly, showing no signs of anger. So I have so many flaws in your eyes? I hadn't even noticed. With his temperament, he certainly wouldn't take the evaluation of a chance acquaintance to heart. After all, how well could Noara June really understand him, Laro?
Engaging in conversation with her was not only due to her care for Raito but also because he wanted to relax a bit. After a month of uninterrupted training at high speed, it felt as if a year had passed. In such circumstances, no matter how strong-willed he was nearing his limit.
Laro picked up a skewer of dango and, while chewing, said in a mumble, "Do you want to know what I think of you?"
Noara June shot him a glance and replied directly, not interested.
"In my view, you're an outright saint."
Laro ignored her protest and continued leisurely, "It seems like you want to meddle in everyone's affairs."
I didn't know medical ninjas also moonlight as enthusiastic bystanders, babysitters, and therapists. Noara June furrowed her brow. Although the terms Laro used were quite novel, she understood them instinctively. "Are you saying I'm meddling?" "Glad you understand."
Laro rested his forehead on his hand and waved dismissively.
"You."
Noara June's beautiful brows shot up, her finger trembling as she pointed at Laro.
"What's wrong with you?"
"I'll tell you this, I'm definitely going to take care of Raito. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, don't think about leaving here." Laro ignored Noara June's anger and closed his eyes, lost in thought. His previous arrangement for Raito was to first cultivate the boy's strength, then encourage him to make friends in school, particularly with children from ninja clans. Once Raito became familiar with them, Laro planned to take him to these clan territories as a guest to scout the terrain. After all, if he were to do it himself, it might alert others, and if someone caught sight of him one day, it would be a huge loss. It was necessary for Raito to scout the way first. Laro needed a general understanding of the internal layouts of these ninja clans. For Laro, as long as Raito could do this, it would be enough. Then he could begin his actions. With secret techniques, special medicines, and even rare bloodlines, if he utilized his speed and stealth effectively, with proper planning, these things would all be his. Of course, to avoid any fallout with Konoha, this would have to wait until he had collected all the techniques and sealing jutsu from Danzo. If everything went smoothly and his actions remained undiscovered, he could continue staying in Konoha. But if he were found out, he would decisively betray the village and change his identity to ally with IWA, looking for an opportunity to seize Dust Release. Laro had long coveted Dust Release. With the power of time on his side, he possessed top-tier speed in the ninja world, his ability to slow down would affect over 90% of ninjas, and his control was also of the highest caliber. The recovery power shaped by reverse flow was practically extraordinary, making him a multifunctional, cost-free enhanced version of Izanagi. Laro felt that his shortcomings lay in his attack power, defense, and wide-area destruction capabilities. Without the Rinnegan, Dust Release would undoubtedly meet his needs for offensive strength. Most importantly, Dust Release's interference range reached molecular levels. If he could advance further and shrink that interference range to atomic levels, then if he could truly control microscopic particles, perhaps he could manipulate neutrons to collide with certain radioactive heavy metal atoms, triggering a chain reaction and letting nuclear power shine in this other world. In addition, researching various incredible forces such as electromagnetic force, gravity, strong and weak interactions, quantum forces, and quantum entanglement would also become possible. By that time, Laro could leverage chakra to utilize radiation energy as brilliant as a star. According to the relativity of spacetime, he might be able to master the manipulation of gravitational waves by distorting time and space, easily obtaining stellar-level power. Going a step further, with access to the ocean of fission and fusion energy, he might rapidly advance the deep development of time power, forcibly allowing himself to ascend a dimension while living in the past, present, and future simultaneously. If he could develop godlike abilities such as higher dimensional interference, dimensional strikes, two-dimensional slicing, zero-point returns, vector manipulation, historical modification, future reversal, and world rebooting. At that point, figures like Sage of the Six Paths, Kagaya Otsutsuki, Tailed Beasts, the Truth-Seeking Balls, and Bloodline collections would all be within his grasp, as he would possess absolute high-tier power to crush them. Even second-tier abilities like time elimination, time stoppage, superluminal movement, and a second per 100 years would be sufficient to wipe out any enemy. In the face of such power, the Otsutsuki clan would be no more than mere pebbles in sand before Laro. Thinking of this, Laro couldn't help but wish to capture Inoki, the Tsuchikage, and extract his knowledge. If he couldn't learn dust release, he even thought about seeking out Orochimaru to discuss the impure world reincarnation and split his soul to occupy Inoki's body. The key to interfering with the microscopic world was something he had to obtain, as it was absolutely more powerful than any Sharingan or Rinnegan, and not even on the same dimensional level. Just like Naruto and Kakarote, what kind of comparison was there? Noara June watched Laro, who had fallen into deep contemplation. Though his face remained expressionless, she felt that his emotions seemed to suddenly become extremely unstable. Laro gradually calmed his excited heart, opened his eyes, and looked at Noara June, who appeared confused. He cleared his throat a couple of times and said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "Sorry, I spaced out for a moment." "What were you saying earlier?" With great ambitions in mind, Laro, despite possessing various cutting-edge scientific concepts from his past life, had no idea whether this path would be feasible. If it proved unworkable, he might have to reluctantly seek the power of the six paths, even though he looked down on the Otsutsuki clan's abilities. However, he could only restrain himself with ninjutsu. Compared to his expectations for chakra and his pursuit of ultimate power, the power of bloodline seemed too insignificant and humble, like a speck of dust in the vast cosmos. After all, Laro was a mercenary who believed in the idea of nobility is not inherited, a traveler living in a materialistic worldview, and a postgraduate with solid professional skills. His vision, knowledge, thoughts, and external advantages, along with his values and worldview, were not something that the natives, who were immersed in a deterministic outlook, could comprehend. Whether in war or peace, societal prosperity or hardship, emotional ethics or hatred and bonds, these were not his primary concerns. In his relentless pursuit forward, he would inevitably tear apart anything that obstructed him. "I want to know what your plans are for Raito," Noara June said, noticing Laro's unusual state. Her expression softened considerably, and she began to speak more cautiously. The look in Laro's eyes at that moment was something she had never seen in anyone before. It was filled with anticipation and longing, with a flame flickering in his pupils that seemed ready to burn the entire world to ashes. Suddenly, Laro's aura became extremely terrifying, a hint of the power hidden within him inadvertently leaking out. Instantly, the atmosphere in the entire dango shop froze. Commoners were left bewildered, ceasing their conversations. Ninjas felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, their bodies prickling with tension. Catching sight of the furtive glances from around and the cautious gaze of Noara June, who didn't dare to breathe too loudly, Laro realized the situation was turning sour and quickly restrained his aura. In that instant, Laro suddenly sensed that the power of time in his mind seemed to have undergone some new change. "I need to get out of here quickly." Ignoring the fearful and wary gazes of the other patrons in the shop, Laro abruptly pushed the table aside, stood up, and hurried toward the exit. "I'll leave Raito in your care for now. I promise to reward you handsomely in the future." With that parting remark, he vanished from the sight of the crowd in an instant. Noara June stared dazedly at Laro's rapidly departing figure and took a long while to regain her composure. She patted her chest, gasping for breath, and murmured, "Raito's brother, how does he seem even more formidable than Tsunade-senpai? Who exactly is he?" Laro walked briskly down the street, eager to return to the root base to calm himself. The unintentional leak of his aura was not his intention at all, but that fleeting thought had stirred his most intense obsessions, making it difficult for him to control his boiling emotions. Most importantly, he sensed that his power of time had seemingly broken through an inexplicable barrier and had tightly integrated with a part of his brain. In other words, the power of time had been enhanced, and its effective range should have widened. If it could spread through the air at this moment, perhaps his plans regarding dust release could be initiated early. Indeed, occasionally stepping out for a walk proved to be the right decision. The light in Laro's eyes flickered restlessly, and the urge to experiment made his pace quicken, accidentally bumping into several civilians who were too close. "Ouch! Watch where you're going." Laro paid no attention to the shouts behind him and continued forward. He had no time to waste on these small fry. "Hey! Stop right there!" Suddenly, a strong wind rushed from behind Laro. Thanks to his keen senses, he instantly determined that the target was his shoulder. He shifted his feet slightly, his body tilting, and without any hesitation, he threw a hook punch directly toward the stomach of the imagined opponent in his mind. He truly did not want to waste any time. Bang! A dull thud echoed as his fist collided with something. Laro widened his eyes in surprise, staring at the person in front of him. His punch had actually been blocked. Standing before him was a young man with black hair, looking about the same age as Laro, but his blood-red eyes were spinning with 3 tomo. Uchiha? Seeing that Laro seemed to calm down a bit, the Uchiha youth released his grip on Laro's fist and casually said, "You're young, but your temper is quite big." Laro had no intention of getting entangled with this guy, he just nodded slightly and turned to leave. "Wait. You think you can just walk away?" The Uchiha youth's voice called out from behind, filled with confidence, as if he was determined to stir up trouble for Laro. At the same time, a female voice beside the Uchiha youth chimed in, tinged with unease, "Fugaku, let it go. He hasn't done anything bad." Noticing the gathering crowd of onlookers blocking his path, Laro sighed helplessly, turned back, and frowned at the Uchiha youth, whose name was Fugaku. "What exactly do you want?" "Michiru, look at how flustered he is. He must be hiding something." Fugaku whispered to his companion, then turned back to stare seriously at Laro. "From your earlier speed, you are definitely not an unknown figure. Your strength should have reached the Jonin level, but," Fugaku's sharp gaze remained fixed on Laro. "I know all the Jonin from my generation, and you are not one of them. Speak. Are you a spy sent from another village?" Upon hearing Fugaku's words, the crowd began to murmur, and some ninjas quickly dispersed, subtly surrounding Laro in the center. Laro felt a headache coming on. He secretly rubbed his temples, thinking how absurd this situation was. It was said that the Uchiha clan was arrogant and self-centered, and today he had witnessed it firsthand. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Michiru, these two seemed to indeed be his classmates from the ninja academy. However, as genius ninjas of the Uchiha clan, they certainly wouldn't remember the mediocre and obscure Laro from back then. "I'm Inuzuka Laro." "You should remember that," Laro said, his tone flat, before asking again, "Now can you let me pass?" Inuzuka Laro, there does seem to be such a person, Fugaku mused for a moment, but he still had no intention of letting Laro off easily. "No, when did you gain such strength?" Fugaku said coldly, "And you have the audacity to act without restraint in the village. I see you definitely have something going on. Come with me to the security department." Seeing that the other party was still persistent, Laro stopped wasting words. He slightly closed his eyes to sense his surroundings and quickly identified 2 familiar chakra signatures, 2 root ninjas who had been monitoring him from the shadows. This was the tacit understanding between him and Danzo. His membership in the root was not without its limitations. Although Danzo was wary of his power and would not easily act against him, necessary surveillance should still be in place. Laro was well aware of this. As long as he was not detected while training, being monitored at other times didn't matter much. To show his sincerity and put Danzo at ease, he essentially wouldn't proactively leave the sight range of the root ninjas. Otherwise, with his strength, he could easily shake off those watching him. Now that he had gotten into trouble, it was time to let these root ninjas, who were always idling around, do something. Laro lifted his head, gazing toward a rooftop about 500 meters away at the 7 o'clock position. Sure enough, he spotted 2 masked root ninjas standing there, observing the situation. Come to think of it, he recognized these 2, they were the guides from the disruption of the talks mission, both only at the Chunin level. Danzo had arranged for them to monitor him, and the intention was quite clear: "I won't make things difficult for you, so don't create trouble for me either. But at this distance, they probably can't hear me if I shout." Laro frowned, silently cursing these 2 useless ninjas for lacking the insight to come over and help him out. Suddenly, Laro's expression changed. Almost instinctively, he drew a thread of time power from his brain, which instantly traveled to the position of the 2 root ninjas. Could this be a breakthrough of the limitations of air? However, it seemed that the time power had wrapped around some strange object, and it felt somewhat off. Laro pondered the sudden changes in the time power, but his gaze remained fixed on the two root ninjas' positions. He wanted to see what effect this newly derived ability would have. The power of time itself is formless and intangible. If it isn't combined with chakra, no one can perceive its existence. Therefore, the people around Laros only felt puzzled by his intense gaze fixed on the distance, unaware that he was mobilizing the power of time.
Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but follow Laros' gaze and happened to see the two root ninjas standing on the rooftop.
His pupils involuntarily contracted slightly. As for the two root ninjas, although their masks concealed their expressions, Laros could still detect a hint of surprise from their subtle body movements. It was as if they had suddenly obtained some important information.
Without further hesitation, the two root ninjas sprinted from the rooftop and quickly landed beside Laros.
Lord Laros. One of the root ninjas started to say something but swallowed it back, his tone filled with confusion as he asked, "Did you just call for us?"
"Oh?" Laros asked casually, "What did you hear just now?"
The other root ninja nervously swallowed, cautiously glancing at Laros' expression, and awkwardly replied, "You said, these two useless fools don't even know to come over and help you."
Laros was momentarily taken aback, then he straightened his face and reprimanded, "So you know what to do now?"
"Understood."
The two root ninjas replied in unison, fearing that Laros would utter something inappropriate again, and hurried toward Uchiha Fugaku, rapidly explaining.
They stated that Lord Laros was a high-ranking member of the Root and could not possibly be a spy from another village. They also mentioned that the reason Lord Laros seemed rushed was that he was on a classified mission. Upon hearing the mention of the Root, the surrounding ninjas and civilians were frightened and scattered, as if the Root were some terrible monster. Uchiha Fugaku cast a complex glance at Laros before silently leading Uchiha Michiro away. However, his mind was not at ease. He knew that the Root was usually under Danzo's tight control, so when did a new high-ranking member emerge? And those two root ninjas almost let slip their title.
Absolute? Absolute what?
From their attitude, it was clear that Laros was not an ordinary figure within the Root.
In that instant, Fugaku's perception of Laros underwent a significant transformation.
He felt that this former classmate, who had previously seemed inconsequential to him, was now shrouded in an undeniable air of mystery. Laros paid no mind to this. He stood quietly, contemplating the new derived abilities of the power of time. For now, it seemed that this ability could send out his thoughts, meaning it could convey information. However, he was still unclear about the capacity of information this ability could carry and whether there were any distance limitations. Before long, besides the two root ninjas, there were no other figures around. The entire street seemed to have been cleared in an instant. "I didn't expect joining the Root would come with such perks."
Laros grinned and continued forward, eager to experiment with his newly acquired ability.
Though this ability could only transmit thoughts and information, if thoroughly researched, given the speed it had just exhibited, it would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon against enemies on a mental level. Moreover, the fact that it could allow the power of time to break through the barriers of air suggested that its function was probably more than just transmitting information.
Let's call it time wave. The two root ninjas following Laros appeared somewhat restless.
After a moment of hesitation, one of them stepped forward and said, "Lord Absolute Shadow, Lord Danzo wishes for you to keep your true identity concealed."
Laros waved his hand in annoyance, saying, "I understand."
Ever since he allied with Danzo, he hadn't really cared whether his identity would be exposed.
After all, whatever happened, Danzo would help him clean up the mess. But clearly, Danzo didn't think the same way, and Laros didn't know what exactly Danzo was plotting.
After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already learned some things, making it seem difficult to keep everything concealed.
As long as the secret of the power of time remained undisclosed, everything would be fine.
He believed that, with the functions exhibited by the time wave, no one would connect it to time. As for the earlier minor disturbance, Laros had long since cast it from his mind, no longer dwelling on it.
Chapter 50, Experiment.
Laros did not return to the Root headquarters. Instead, he excitedly led the two Root ninjas away from the village, intending to use them to experiment with the specific effects of the time wave.
The two Root ninjas were named Binga and Dinga. Ever since Laros joined the Root, they hadn't carried out any missions. Danzo had given them very clear orders to monitor Laro, report on his status in real time, and relay any requests he made to him. In addition, they were responsible for taking care of Laro's daily needs, such as delivering meals and supplements whenever he was immersed in training. Compared to being ninjas, they had increasingly become Laro's personal caretakers. Neither Binga nor Dinga expressed any resistance to this arrangement, as they understood their own strength. Rather than risk their lives on dangerous missions, the current situation was quite good. They had witnessed Absolute Shadow's strength firsthand, and being beside this esteemed figure ensured their safety at the very least. Moreover, missions requiring Absolute Shadow's involvement were not something at their level could touch. Just like the last time, they only needed to wait for Absolute Shadow to complete his tasks, like two spectators enjoying the show. Because of this, even if they didn't voice it, they were filled with gratitude toward Absolute Shadow in their hearts. While other rude ninjas were out risking their lives, they only needed to pour tea and serve meals. Countless rude ninjas envied the two of them privately. Some rude ninjas had analyzed that in the presence of Absolute Shadow, the distinction between Jonin and Chunin seemed to blur. Danzo had likely considered this, thus randomly assigning two Chunin to handle matters related to Absolute Shadow. Binga and Dinga felt they were truly lucky. Binga and Dinga both understood that their comfortable lives were afforded by Absolute Shadow, so they were more than willing to accept Laro's requests, as long as they didn't conflict with Danzo's orders. For example, right now, it seemed that Absolute Shadow wanted to test some ability. Dinga, can you hear me? Laro looked at the two rude ninjas standing about 10 meters apart and didn't speak out loud but sent his thoughts to one of them through the time wave. Yeah, I can. Dinga nodded in response. Although he didn't understand the principle behind this technique of Absolute Shadow or whether it was related to the Yamashiro clan, that didn't hinder him from following orders. Laro pondered for a moment, visualizing a famous painting of the Mona Lisa from his past life in his mind, then transmitted it over. He then directly asked, "What do you see?" Dinga raised his head in confusion and then lowered it, seemingly not quite grasping Laro's meaning. But in the next instant, he understood. It looks like the upper body of a woman? Is there a delay? Laro wondered, somewhat uncertain, since Dinga had received it the moment the time wave was emitted. Let's try again, this time focus a bit more. Understood. After a series of experiments, Laro concluded that there was no delay in transmitting written text, sounds, images, or videos. Dinga's slow reaction was primarily due to his unfamiliarity with processing information that appeared directly in his mind. After the time wave transmits information into another person's mind, the time power enveloping the information is completely consumed, Laro mused, frowning. Unfortunately, it seems that I can't remotely activate reverse flow, deceleration, or similar techniques. Let's try something else. Laro quickly moved on to the next experiment, this time targeting Binga. Laro condensed a time wave, but this time he didn't send it out immediately. Instead, he experimented with various keywords, finding some tricks, and then tentatively released the time wave. Binga, do you hear a song? Laro asked, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. Binga observed for a while, gradually figuring out what Absolute Shadow was trying to test. Upon hearing Laro's question, he quickly concentrated his attention in his mind but ultimately heard nothing. Lord Absolute Shadow, I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything. Binga said awkwardly, wondering why this ability seemed ineffective for him. No rush. Laro waved his hand reassuringly. Focus all your attention, let me know the moment you hear music. Binga, though full of confusion, strictly followed Laro's commands. After 2 minutes, he suddenly perceived a faint humming sound near his ear. He quickly focused his attention more intently and finally discerned what the sound was. Lord Absolute Shadow, I heard it, Binga raised his hand. It seems to indeed be a song, but I can't understand the lyrics at all. Laro stroked his chin with interest. The information successfully transmitted to the future 2 minutes later? Then let's see if I can transfer information to the past next. He conducted another experiment, and Binga, with a tone of uncertainty, said, Lord Absolute Shadow, the painting you just showed me feels strangely familiar, should I say it's like déjà vu? I can be certain I've seen that painting before, but I can't recall when exactly.
The memory feels somewhat hazy, he continued.
Laro fell into deep thought upon hearing this.
He had affected the past from the present, and the result of that influence reflected back in the present. Transmitting information to the future meant that 2 minutes later, Binga also received the information Laro had sent in the past.
So, is the time in this world truly a straight line?
He couldn't make such a simplistic assertion. For instance, if Binga received Laro's information in the past, based on different probabilities, he might say, "It feels familiar," or "I've seen it before," or even "I'm not quite sure." Even though Binga received future information in the past, his response was not fixed. Each choice could trigger countless different futures, and the timeline could not easily be claimed to be singular. After all, Laro could only observe the now and the timeline he was currently on. This possibility certainly existed. The paths of all potential futures might develop along a single straight line or diverge into branches.
Laro was merely situated within one timeline that ultimately came to pass.
Perhaps in other timelines, he also existed, but at this moment, he evidently lacked the ability to communicate with himself in parallel worlds. It seemed more experiments were needed to probe the rules of time in this world. Suddenly, an idea struck Laro. He wanted to try transmitting information to himself, sending it both to his past self and his future self, curious if it would invoke any grandmother paradox. A quarter of an hour passed. Laro scratched his head in confusion. Whether in the past or the future, as long as his target was himself, the time wave had no effect. He didn't experience any déjà vu or suddenly receive messages from his past self. No, it wasn't that there was no effect at all. It felt as though there was a thick, invisible wall blocking his ability to transmit information to himself. Laro suddenly felt a sense of clarity. Whether it was the Flying Thunder God technique or the time wave, neither currently functioned on his own self.
His essence felt like a temporal anchor, firmly pinned to the now. Chapter 51, Hypothesis.
The fluctuations of the past and future seemed to have no impact on him. Regarding the spatial fluctuations mentioned in the introduction to the Flying Thunder God technique, he could confirm that he could perceive them, yet he could not make his body perform spatial movement. Laro felt a sense of ineffable frustration. The reason for the failure of the Flying Thunder God technique seemed to stem from his body being too heavy, so to speak. The space and time of this world seemed to instinctively generate a repulsive force against his body, preventing him from traversing time and space. The power of time was manageable. Aside from the time wave, which couldn't strongly interfere with his own self, he encountered no issues with using his other abilities. However, the power of space left him feeling somewhat dejected. Yet, Laro wasn't entirely without options. The skill teleportation wasn't that crucial to him. Well, actually, he still cared about it a bit. The main thing was that he wasn't completely unable to master spatial ninjutsu. After all, he genuinely possessed a sense of space, he just couldn't apply that power to himself, which didn't affect his ability to develop certain branches of the Flying Thunder God technique. He just didn't understand why the body substitute technique was effective. Could it be that these two techniques didn't follow the same system? Laro shook his head, unable to make sense of it, and he wondered whether he would ever be able to use techniques like reverse summoning. For the next half-day, Binga and Dinga accompanied Laro in conducting a multitude of experiments regarding the time wave, including testing its range, the maximum information capacity it could carry, and the speed of information reception. Laro gazed at Binga, continuously transmitting the same command to his past self from 30 seconds ago, a command to throw a kunai at himself. He repeatedly conveyed this message, gradually increasing the volume of information. If the transmitted information was singular, constant repetition would clarify that information and deepen its impression in Binga's mind. The next moment, the sunlight seemed to dim slightly. Laro's pupils contracted sharply as he was startled to find a kunai embedded in his thigh. He hadn't even realized when or how it had punctured him. Laro looked up and closely observed Binga's actions. The latter appeared somewhat anxious and was shifting uncomfortably, continually apologizing, saying things like, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to not dodge, Lord." Laro knew that it wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, rather, the kunai had appeared out of thin air in his line of sight. If it weren't for the sudden pain in his thigh, he wouldn't have known he had been attacked.
How interesting.
The past has indeed changed, leading to a future where Binga attacks me. Laro pulled out the kunai, not caring about the blood that flowed from his leg. I had no reaction, which means my past self wasn't involved. The past attack directly reflected onto my present self. Although there were still many uncertainties, Laros didn't want to ponder further. An attack from the timeline is virtually indefensible. It's a pity that apart from information, I cannot send anything to other time points. He urged reverse flow slightly, and his bleeding thigh instantly returned to normal. Laros transmitted a large amount of information to the past again, commanding Binga to attack Dinga with the kunai and attempt to scratch his arm. Hey! What are you doing? It's what Lord Absolute Shadow ordered me to do. In that brief moment of disorientation, Laros discovered that Binga and Dinga were no longer in their original positions, and he hadn't seen the trajectory of their movements at all. Dinga's arm wasn't scratched, but he was still hunched over, cautiously watching Binga. Binga seemed somewhat resigned as he shrugged and turned to Laros, saying, "Sorry, Lord Absolute Shadow, but Dinga seems to have caught on." Laros nodded thoughtfully. "I see. I only transmitted information to Binga 10 seconds prior, but he didn't initiate an attack from the past against Dinga. This means that the locals' time is consistent, while my time exists independently from theirs." Some hypotheses fell through, and Laros couldn't help but pout in disappointment. It was a pity that he could only transmit information and not receive it. Otherwise, abilities like precognition and playback might have emerged. If he could master these two abilities and use them proficiently, they would undoubtedly elevate his combat and reconnaissance capabilities to new heights. But overthinking it was futile. Although he couldn't see the next developmental direction of the time wave for now, the existing functions were worth pondering, as they might still enhance his combat power. For example, during battles, he could continuously send a massive volume of nonsensical information to the enemy's present and future, aiming to overload their brains. As for the past, he would let it be. He didn't want to provoke past enemies and suffer attacks that he couldn't react to. Given the formless nature of the power of time, its speed of information transmission, and its ability to initiate from any point on the timeline, this kind of mental interference nearly functioned like an inescapable genjutsu attack almost guaranteed to hit. Unless the enemy anticipated it in advance, encasing their bodies with massive amounts of chakra from the onset to withstand the power of time's encroachment, they would be defenseless otherwise. The biggest challenge was how to increase the volume and intensity of information, making the enemy's mental state collapse at the fastest speed. However, Laros had a premonition that he would likely face many shadow-level enemies in the future. Given the honed willpower of those powerful ninjas, how effective could mental interference truly be? This method was indeed not rigorous enough and would likely be difficult to achieve the desired effect. Perhaps it was time to change the line of thinking? For example, setting up some critical information to trigger unexpectedly during the most intense moments of battle to disrupt the enemy's judgment. This seems somewhat similar to the concept of genjutsu. There was indeed a resemblance, as the time wave ultimately affected the human brain. However, it was not entirely the same. The time wave did not create illusions or utilize the five senses. Its target was directly the brain. But the effect of this direct action on the brain was not as powerful as one might imagine. It was akin to Laros transferring files from a USB drive to a computer. The computer would receive the files, but if there were no malware or viruses, it wouldn't be controlled or damaged. Only when the file size was extremely large, such as continuously transferring several terabytes, might the computer slow down or even crash. With this thought, Laros had a vague intuition. The reason the time wave could transmit information to the human brain seemed not to follow a psychic route but was caused by some other unknown factor that he found difficult to understand at this stage. If he couldn't grasp it, he decided to set it aside for now. Laros continued to think about the application of the time wave in battle. Perhaps only those unfamiliar with the phenomenon of a sudden information appearing in their brain would fall victim upon initial encounters. For instance, mistaking false information for reality. Could it be that the enemy would mistakenly think they were experiencing auditory or visual hallucinations? Regardless, this kind of interference was indeed present, and if used at critical moments, its effect could be devastating. Regarding the two directions for utilizing the time wave, whether to use it as a regular skill or to keep it as a trump card, Laros leaned toward the latter. Although the power level of the time wave in terms of information transmission was indeed very high, its various characteristics indicated that it wasn't particularly strong, let alone overpowered.
Currently, interfering with the future was merely akin to setting an alarm clock, with little actual significance.
As for interfering with the past, Laros had not fully researched it, and using it recklessly could bring about endless risks. While the time wave seemed somewhat lackluster, it wasn't entirely without merit. For now, he would treat it as a trump card.
However, this seemed to be a control-type skill.
Compared to deceleration, its attack mode merely shifted from close range to long range, from tangible to intangible. Additionally, after the recent tests, Laros had already confirmed that the current effective range of the time wave was limited to his perception range and couldn't coordinate with coordinates to achieve what he envisioned as quantum communication. The time power within Yuko's body currently only served to sense its general location, a method Laros referred to as setting coordinates. Although the power of time could exist in the air, at present, it could only transmit information and could not affect any physical substance. Techniques like regional time stoppage were still far from realization. It seems that the time power, without reaching a qualitative change, is limited to its current level. Laros mused for a moment, suddenly feeling something strange. He had an inkling that if his skill set could be paired with a teammate of similar caliber, it would yield immense power. Whether it was providing stable control with deceleration, using high speed for interference and distraction, or transmitting information from the present to the past to indirectly achieve precognition, it seemed that all of this could create numerous opportunities for his teammates. No, I will never settle for being a support character. Even if the time wave could be used to hit people, I won't do the job of sending information, Laros silently thought, his face displaying a somewhat stiff smile. Binga and Dinga had gradually calmed down, looking at Laros with that strange smile on his face, both feeling puzzled. They completely failed to understand the series of experiments that had just taken place.
Everything seemed so bizarre. Laros waved for Binga and Dinga to come closer.
When they were near, he decisively placed his palms on their shoulders and activated reverse flow to rewind time. After carrying out numerous experiments during the last mission with the Iwagakure ninjas, Laros was now able to reverse the time of others with relative precision.
As Binga and Dinga momentarily fell into a daze, their memories rewound to when they were just accompanying Laros out of the village.
"It's getting late, we should head back," Laros casually remarked before turning to leave. At that moment, the sky was beginning to darken, the afterglow of the sunset lingered with a faint light. The dim yellow light stretched Laros' shadow long. How did the sky change so quickly? Binga and Dinga exchanged glances, both filled with confusion. They felt that not much time had passed since they left the village. What had they been doing during this time? Chapter 52, Thunder Arrival. Another half-month passed. In the training room of the root base. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of sonic booms echoed as Laros moved through the spacious area at incredible speed. His figure flickered with blue and white electric light, and his afterimages almost blended into a vast expanse. Suddenly, dozens of large, half-meter-wide lightning balls formed simultaneously from all directions, hurtling at high speed toward a chakra metal dummy positioned in the middle of the training room. Boom, 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 boom. Zzzzz. The lightning balls struck their target one after another, triggering violent explosions that created loud, piercing sounds. The dazzling white light instantly filled every corner of the training room. Scattered steel plates on the ground were blown away by the sudden outburst of massive energy, and the steel walls, inscribed with seals to suppress the power of ninjutsu, began to melt into pools of molten iron due to the high temperatures generated by the electric sparks. As for the metal dummy standing in the center, it had disappeared under the successive impacts of the lightning balls, leaving behind a massive pit spanning dozens of square meters and several meters deep. With the last sonic boom fading, Laros emerged from his supersonic state, standing at the entrance of the training room, surveying the results of his recent efforts. It seemed that this training room had reached its end. The entire area had been devastated beyond recognition. The central floor was missing its steel tiles, revealing the soil and bedrock beneath. The surrounding walls were riddled with deep and shallow holes, some even allowing glimpses of the scenery next door, considering that those walls had been inscribed to suppress ninjutsu power. The dazzling blue and white lightning balls, moving at incredible speeds with immense power, were a newly created ninjutsu by Laros. It was the first technique he independently developed, named Thunder Arrival, an A-rank ninjutsu with extremely high destructive capability.
Yes, it was merely A rank, not yet reaching the S rank standard. With Laros' current chakra capacity, he couldn't fully unleash an offensive S rank ninjutsu.
Although he could recover chakra using reverse flow, there would be a slight pause between draining his chakra completely and refilling it.
That brief pause could disrupt the connection to S rank ninjutsu, ultimately leading to failure in its execution. Left with no choice, Laro could only focus all his thoughts on strengthening those A-rank ninjutsu that he could use smoothly.
Laro chose a lightning release technique as a template and, after more than half a month of work, successfully developed a lightning nature transformation. He made various modifications to it, ultimately giving birth to Thunder Arrival. This lightning release technique, Thunder Arrival, was specifically enhanced by Laro to amplify the ferocious explosive nature of lightning, and he also infused it with some fire attribute chakra to increase the temperature produced during the explosion. Additionally, he integrated a bit of time power, which not only increased the speed of Thunder Arrival's flight but also improved the internal chakra reaction speed, striving to allow Thunder Arrival to unleash its full power in an instant. Laro, always pursuing perfection, had indeed pushed Thunder Arrival to the limit of destruction that an A-rank ninjutsu could achieve: bright light, electrical currents, high temperatures, high pressure, shockwaves, and sonic-level physical inertia. Laro had crazily stacked multiple forms of damage together. While the intensity barely met the requirements, it also meant that each time he released Thunder Arrival, it consumed more than half of his chakra. Under normal circumstances, no ninja would pursue the destructive power of ninjutsu as vehemently as Laro did. First, the chakra consumption of such a high-level technique was simply too great. Using it once would effectively deplete their combat capability. Ninja battles were not merely exchanges of ninjutsu. Techniques of Thunder Arrival's caliber were typically considered trump cards. Second, aside from the enhancement provided by time power, the speed of Thunder Arrival itself was not fast at all. One could even say it was quite slow since all the lightning nature transformations were applied to its attack power. Ordinary ninjas would not have an external boost like time power, so developing a technique like Thunder Arrival, which had great destructive capability but was difficult to hit the enemy with, would be of little value. But Laro was not your average ninja. He lacked neither speed nor accuracy, he only needed attack power and destructive capacity. In terms of destructive power alone, Thunder Arrival was almost on par with S-rank ninjutsu, as it sacrificed nearly all other attributes. Although Laro's total chakra was not high, he had reverse flow to restore it. The ability to refill his chakra multiple times during a single battle allowed him to use Thunder Arrival like a firecracker at will. With his supersonic speed, he could launch several Thunder Arrivals simultaneously in various directions toward the enemy, testing to see if they could withstand or evade the attack. What with earth-style walls, water-style walls, let them try to defend against it. Getting hit by over a dozen pure attack-type A-rank ninjutsu was no joke. In the face of such an attack, Laro felt that even a master like Manzamon's puppets would have no chance of withstanding it. Didn't he just see that the chakra metal dummy had been reduced to nothing? Laro mused that after developing Thunder Arrival, if he encountered Manzamon again, he would be able to smash through that pile of puppets and take his head off. Let that old man hide in his puppets like a turtle, he was merely taking advantage of Laro's previous lack of attack power. The Fire Dragon Flame Bullet had been his strongest technique at the time, but that technique had to balance speed and range, making its destructive power incomparable to Thunder Arrival. After nearly 2 months of continuous learning and training, Laro not only accumulated a wealth of ninjutsu experience but also independently developed a technique suited to himself. Meanwhile, his physical condition had slightly improved, with his normal movement speed reaching over 6 meters per second, and under triple speed, his maximum velocity was nearly 400 meters per second. At this point, even wind walking had begun to feel difficult to bear, as the air resistance from the outside seemed to be as thick as cement, making it hard to break through. Thus, Laro began to consider a new approach, to seek trouble with the Cloud Ninjas and borrow their lightning armor secret techniques for study. Stimulating cells with electricity to enhance physical strength to combat air resistance seemed like a good idea. There was also the further development of the Flying Thunder God technique. Even if he couldn't use teleportation, the guiding lightning technique had high strategic value. If he could successfully develop it and simplify its process, various secret techniques might just be delivered to his door. He could sense spatial fluctuations, so the next thing he needed to learn was various sealing techniques. While Laros was still contemplating his next developmental direction, he didn't notice that the door behind him had been pushed open. Danzo walked over with a grim look, unable to suppress his roar. "This is already the third training room this month. Do you need to test your ninjutsu here?" Laros came back to his senses, a hint of embarrassment on his face as he said, "I thought the walls here were sturdy, and those sealing techniques were protective. Who knew this lousy building couldn't take the beating?" In reality, Laros didn't know where to find a place that could shield against sensory probing. After repeated consideration, he felt that the root headquarters was the safest place. Taking a deep breath, Danzo glanced at the room that looked as if a typhoon had passed through, and he couldn't help but marvel at Laros' terrifying rate of progress. From initially just reading through ninjutsu scrolls, gradually mastering a large number of B and C rank ninjutsu, then moving on to A and S rank techniques. Now, Laros had reached the point where he could independently develop an A rank ninjutsu, all within less than 2 months. Danzo calculated Laros' abilities, ultra-high-speed movement, sensory perception, and immense chakra amount, thanks to the illusion caused by reverse flow, a plethora of ninjutsu and genjutsu, unclear mental techniques, and now, this self-created technique with destructive power comparable to S rank. In Danzo's eyes, Laros had already reached the limit of a conventional ninja. His combat power was likely on par with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even against those with bloodline abilities, he had the potential to defeat them. With the recent tension on the front lines, it was time to assign Laros some tasks. After nearly 2 months of almost non-stop training, Danzo was looking forward to the root's top combat power, Absolute Shadow, taking action to clear away all obstacles ahead. Chapter 53, Deployment. Laros glanced at Danzo beside him and asked, "You busy man, what brings you here this time?" Danzo nodded, his face filled with resentment. "Sunagakure has teamed up with Amagakure. Our high-end combat power on the front lines has been stretched thin this month, so I need you to lead a root ninja unit to provide support." Laros, confused, asked, "Haven't you always ignored the events on the front lines? Why the sudden change of heart?" Danzo smirked darkly and said, "The reason I didn't let you take action before was that we hadn't fallen into a disadvantage. Now, with your involvement, you can open up the situation and gain some political prestige for the root." "For the root?" "More like for you, Danzo." Laros couldn't be bothered to argue. As long as the reward was sufficient, he didn't care what reason Danzo gave. Laros directly asked, "All right, where do you want me to go? Who am I up against?" This time, Danzo didn't issue orders directly but first consulted Laros' opinion. The battlefield in the Land of Wind is led by the 3rd Kazekage in Manzaman, while the battlefield in the Land of Rain is under Hanzo the Salamander. "Who do you want to deal with?" Laros rolled his eyes and replied nonchalantly, "Doesn't matter, just give the order." Danzo was pleased with Laros' attitude but thought he was a bit too arrogant. He reminded him, "Don't underestimate them. No shadow-level ninja is a simple opponent. Especially Hanzo the Salamander, even Hiruzen Sarutobi had trouble against him." Laros pondered for a moment and said, "If you're saying that, it makes me want to meet this Hanzo fellow. Sunagakure knows part of my intel, so if they deploy against my abilities, I'd probably have a hard time in the Land of Wind. I'll go to the Land of Rain." The reason for this was that Laros suddenly thought of the 3rd Kazekage's magnet release, which was a tough nut to crack. He wasn't sure if his current Thunder arrival could break through that defense. In contrast, Hanzo seemed easier to deal with. Although Hanzo's body flicker technique was impressive, his 3 times speed was also not slow. While Hanzo's poison techniques were fierce, Laros had reverse flow, making him completely unafraid. The only tricky part was Hanzo's summoned beast, but that was just a matter of consuming a few more uses of reverse flow. Laros believed he wouldn't face much danger. With his 3 times speed and reverse flow, if the situation got bad, he could easily escape. As for his other standard abilities, Laros felt he might be somewhat inferior to Hanzo. After all, Hanzo had many years of ninja experience, which was no joke. Though Laros had recently mastered a lot of standard ninjutsu, he hadn't engaged in practical combat, so he lacked experience in that regard. Overall, if he fought Hanzo, he might be at a disadvantage, but it shouldn't be a huge problem.
Don't forget he had the initial kill level deceleration buff.
If combined with the interference from the time wave, if he could find an opportunity to close in, taking down Hanzo wouldn't be impossible. After all, he hadn't heard of Hanzo being a ninja with an exceptionally massive chakra reserve, nor did he possess any absolute defensive skills. Deceleration would definitely have a decisive impact on him.
The Land of Rain, huh?
Danzo pondered for a moment, silently calculating the pros and cons. After a while, he looked up at Laro, his expression serious. The Land of Rain has our younger generation's leaders, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, all stationed there. However, their strength is considerably weaker than Hanzo's, and they are currently under great pressure. If you go to the Land of Rain, you'll need to hold out for at least a month until we can send other Konoha elites to take over.
Laro, are you really confident that you can handle Hanzo?
Danzo, wary of putting too much pressure on Laro, added, if you really feel uncertain, you can team up with Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya.
At least that way, you can stand toe-to-toe with Hanzo and not be defeated. Danzo's underestimation of him didn't anger Laro. Instead, he asked a seemingly unrelated question, isn't Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Land of Rain?
Hiruzen is currently engaged in suppressing the Iwagakure forces that have invaded our territory, so he can't spare the time, Danzo quickly clarified Laro's doubts. After hearing this, Laro sighed, it seems like there are battles everywhere, and leaks are everywhere. He recalled the mist ninjas who had come to the Land of Fire to take advantage of the situation when he first crossed over, feeling that every ninja village seemed to have its sights set on the Land of Fire, eager to reap some benefits. By the way, who is leading the Iwagakure forces in the country? Danzo cast a sidelong glance at Laro, sensing that he seemed particularly interested in this question.
It's Yoko, the son of Inoki, the second Tsuchikage. His strength is not to be underestimated.
Laro sighed softly, waving his hand dismissively.
All right, I'm fine. When do we leave? Danzo turned and gestured for Laro to follow him.
Come with me to meet the root ninjas, and you'll set off with them today.
Don't forget to put on your mask.
You wouldn't want to reveal your true identity. Laro snorted in disdain. He didn't see the point of Danzo hiding his identity, there were probably already quite a few people who knew who he was.
Whatever, Danzo was the money man, he'd just follow his arrangements. Half an hour later.
At the entrance of the root base, Danzo and Laro stood side by side, quietly waiting for the root ninjas to gather from all directions. Soon, the intersection of the various corridors was filled with 24 root ninjas. Laro sensed their chakra and found that among them were 8 jonin and 16 shunin, indicating that Danzo was indeed pulling out all the stops this time.
Once everyone had arrived, Danzo began his speech. He tirelessly touted that this mission was for the sake of Konoha, demanding that the root ninjas fight to the death and fulfill the mission of the root, pouring out a motivational speech that felt akin to a brainwashing scheme. Laro had no interest in Danzo's rhetoric. When the latter finally finished talking, Laro yawned behind his mask and asked, "What about the equipment I requested?" Danzo's expression darkened slightly, but he couldn't lose his temper in front of everyone.
Instead, he gestured with his eyes toward the root ninjas nearby. Soon, 2 of them stepped forward. One root ninja held a cloak, while another carried a katana, silently kneeling before Laro to present the weapons respectfully. Laro took the cloak and draped it over his shoulders, while he strapped the katana, along with its sheath, to his waist. These 2 pieces of equipment had been customized with Danzo weeks ago, costing him several rewards worth of A-rank ninjutsu. They were said to be meticulously forged by master craftsmen from the Land of Tools and were quite expensive. The katana was approximately 3.5 feet long, styled like a traditional Japanese longsword, perfect for stabbing and slashing. The material used was a rare metal capable of conducting elemental chakra. Following Laro's request, grooves were carved into the back of the blade for blood channels. In a state of accelerated speed, ordinary ninjas appeared as lambs to the slaughter in front of him. Kunai were too short for effective killing, so he had specifically chosen a longer weapon. The cloak was black, similar in style to the standard root cloak, but it was inscribed with numerous sealing techniques that effectively blocked sensory ninjas' probing. This cloak was quite heavy, likely due to the thick, yet soft and tough iron wire woven into the material. Apart from its different appearance, this cloak was essentially indistinguishable from armor. The reason for crafting such a heavy cloak was to prevent damage to the sealing techniques during intense battles. After all, Laros' high-speed movement significantly wore out his clothing, and his garments were often in tatters after each fight. Seeing Laro fully equipped without raising any objections, Danzo turned his gaze back to the root ninjas and shouted, "Let's go!" The root ninjas swiftly activated their body flicker technique, leaving the hall in unison to gather outside. Laro didn't say much either. With a slight shimmer, he disappeared from his spot. He had previously negotiated the mission's rewards with Danzo. Delaying Hanzo for a month would earn him 2 S-rank forbidden techniques, killing Hanzo would reward him with 5 S-rank forbidden techniques. With such lucrative rewards, Laro was eager to head to the Land of Rain. Silently, Laro led the 24 elite root ninjas through the dense forest, the scenery rapidly retreating beside him. Although the root ninjas were already moving quickly, even surpassing the majority of ordinary Konoha ninjas, Laro still found them too slow. Running at the forefront, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Laro's eyes beneath his mask. After over 2 months of monotonous training at accelerated speed, he was eager to discover what level he had reached, and Hanzo was the perfect test subject. Chapter 54, March. The journey from Konoha to the Land of Rain was one Laro had already traveled twice before, and this was the third time. He didn't understand why every mission seemed to lead to the Land of Rain with such frequency. Did he really have some unexplainable connection to that country after crossing over? However, each time it was just hunting a group of rain ninjas, which didn't hold much value. In contrast, other than developing a keen interest in Iwagakure, he would welcome any cloud ninjas who crossed his path. The Sand Village had puppet techniques, which could barely be considered a dessert after a meal, while the Mist Village didn't present much worth his time. As for Konoha ninjas, it all depended on whether they were worth capturing and if they suited his needs. Although he had allied with Danzo, he remained envious of those families with secret techniques. If given the chance, he wouldn't let it slip away. Of course, regardless of which village's ninjas he might capture, he needed to be mindful of the repercussions to avoid inciting unnecessary public outrage. The theft of their own ninjutsu wouldn't be a pleasant matter for the higher-ups of any village. Laro believed that through the accumulation of his knowledge, he would eventually develop more powerful ninjutsu, ultimately touching upon the ultimate power. Thus, his plan for this mission was quite simple. When he found Hanzo the salamander, he would see if he could take the initiative to strike. Utilizing the enemy's ignorance of his specific intel, he would aim to apply a deceleration effect up close and attempt to eliminate him in one blow. If Hanzo was already prepared, or if the ambush didn't go smoothly, then he would simply engage in a war of attrition, gaining combat experience in the process. After all, the mission had a month-long deadline. If he could kill Hanzo, great. If not, he could always find some side jobs to earn extra rewards. As for the potential dangers? Laro felt that as long as he didn't act recklessly and reserved some mental energy for escape, with his mysterious time powers, there wouldn't be many in the ninja world capable of keeping up with him. With his resolve set, Laro shifted his attention to the group of root ninjas beside him. The root ninjas maintained a tight formation, silently following behind Laro, with no intention of exchanging words. Today marked the third day since their departure. They had successfully left the borders of the Land of Fire and were now slowly approaching the Konoha camp stationed in the Land of Rain. Laro initially paid little attention to these root ninjas. In his view, Danzo's decision to deploy so many root ninjas for him to command was merely to boost the presence of the root. After all, if he were to act alone again, it would seem somewhat unreasonable and could lead to negative consequences. Even if Laro was capable, without a significant number of root ninjas involved, other high-ranking officials in Konoha would still think Danzo was conserving his strength, unwilling to let the root ninjas expend their energy unnecessarily on the battlefield. From a political standpoint, this situation was extremely disadvantageous for Danzo. However, things were different now. With Laro present, Danzo likely believed that the root ninjas could achieve some victories on the battlefield, thereby bolstering the reputation of the root, while also demonstrating his stance to the higher-ups in Konoha. It was a win-win scenario for him. Therefore, Laro didn't have high expectations for the combat power of these 24 root ninjas, even with 8 of them being jonin.
Yet, after observing them in secret over the past few days, Laros felt he had underestimated these nominal subordinates. During wartime, the number of rogue ninjas and missing nin wandering through various countries surged. Along the way, Laros had encountered numerous incidents involving rogue ninjas attempting to rob him. Laros found them unworthy of his attention, considering it a waste of time to deal with them. As long as these rogue ninjas didn't interfere with him, he generally wouldn't bother with them. However, the root ninjas, for reasons unknown, exhibited exceptional proactivity. Whenever they encountered unidentified ninjas, they would rush forward. Hardly any rogue ninja could last more than a few exchanges against them. Throughout this process, the jonin from the root displayed a remarkable mastery of various ninjutsu, working together in perfect harmony, as if they didn't need to communicate through words at all. Although the combat power of the chunin was slightly weaker, each of them possessed at least one specialty. Some were skilled in family secret arts, like insect manipulation, shadow techniques, byakugan, and even trained dogs for attack, all of which opened Laros' eyes. Despite the fact that the root ninjas had no power to resist against Laros, and even once got beaten to the point of crying out and collectively collapsing, this did not mean they were useless. Many of these root ninjas were elite members of their respective clans. Hanzo, after all, was an elder of Konoha, and over the years, he had indeed gathered a considerable number of talented individuals through coercion and inducement. Even Laros, upon seeing so many secret techniques, couldn't help but feel some temptation. However, he gradually quelled his restless thoughts when he remembered the general mindset of sealing that existed among the root ninjas. Laros had once asked those ninjas from various clans who joined the root if their secret techniques had been handed over to Hanzo. The answer he received was negative, as that was the bottom line for each clan. No matter how powerful Hanzo was, he wouldn't dare to force them to break that line. Although the clan ninjas in the root had undergone various brainwashing and education by Hanzo, becoming well-versed in the ways of the ninja, some taboos were simply not to be broken. This might represent a kind of tacit understanding between clan powers and the Hokage's authority, or it might be a balance maintained out of necessity. The village could ask the clans to provide talent, that was acceptable, but asking for the clan's heirloom techniques was absolutely impossible. Today, the remaining clans in Konoha generally had a long history and numerous trump cards. These clans had managed to stay in the village for so many years without fully integrating into Konoha like the Senju clan, while also coexisting peacefully with the higher-ups. It could only be said that the hidden strength of these ninja clans was likely far greater than what appeared on the surface. At least neither the Dove faction, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, nor the Hawk faction, represented by Hanzo, had ever considered targeting the clan's secret techniques. Even the Uchiha clan, if they hadn't brought doom upon themselves, wouldn't have faced such harsh treatment from the village. This realization led Laros to reassess his plans. His goal was to obtain the secret techniques of each clan, and conflicts were bound to arise in the future. If they united, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hanzo would undoubtedly stand on the side of the clans. Thus, he needed to wait until his strength underwent another transformation before taking action, ensuring absolute safety. Lord Absolute Shadow, 2 kilometers away at the 11 o'clock direction to the left, there are two groups engaged in battle. One root ninja wearing an animal mask quickened his pace and whispered to Laros. Laros glanced at the root ninja beside him, noticing the pure white gleam in the eyes beneath the mask. This should be the Byakugan user named Kaichu. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then showed no sign of slowing down. Instead, he increased his speed. At the same time, 4 words escaped his lips, instantly conveying his command to all the root ninjas behind him. Prepare for battle. Chapter 55, Battlefield. Seeing that Laros showed no intent to stop and discuss a battle plan, the other root ninjas felt a bit uneasy but did not voice any objections. They quickly picked up their pace, silently drawing their weapons and getting ready for combat. For the root ninjas, Hanzo's orders were absolute. Since Hanzo had commanded them to obey Absolute Shadow, then Absolute Shadow's commands were also absolute. The root ninjas executed orders with precision, as obeying their superiors had become second nature to them. Laros slightly closed his eyes, activating his perception abilities. As Kaichu had mentioned, 2 groups of chakra clusters were fiercely colliding, occasionally intertwining and then quietly extinguishing. The total number of combatants involved in this clash exceeded 100, indicating a sizable skirmish.
The only ninjas capable of fighting here were the rain ninjas and Konoha ninjas. There were about a dozen jonin, several dozen shunin, and the rest were all genin. However, Laros' focus was not on these small fry, it was entirely on the 5 chakra clusters entangled in fierce combat, their brightness far surpassing that of the surrounding individuals. Compared to the likes of manhwaresumen and the boiling rain, they still fell short, somewhat akin to Chio and that middle-aged sand ninja who had been with manhwaresumen.
Elite jonin approaching the shadow level?
A flicker of gray flashed in Laros' pupils as he suddenly raised his hand to form hand seals.
Moments later, his figure accelerated dramatically. After simply issuing the order surround and envelop to the root ninjas, Laro transformed into dozens of continuous afterimages. These afterimages formed a straight line, rapidly spreading toward the battlefield, dissipating only after a few seconds. Meanwhile, only ripples of air were left behind, splashing against the surrounding root ninjas, causing their clothes to flap loudly. Many were momentarily unsteady on their feet. Laro's sudden dash took the root ninjas by surprise, but by the time they regained their senses, the sound of a powerful sonic boom had already reached their ears, followed by the roaring shriek gradually fading away. At this moment, aside from activating wind walking and acceleration, Laro also employed the earth release, body hardening technique, which he had recently learned and covered his body, along with the lightning release, cell stimulation technique acting internally. The various ninjutsu maintained a strange balance on him, representing his current limit. He also applied a unique technique related to the body flicker technique that he had recently developed, allowing him to create continuous afterimages. A series of buff-type jutsu nearly drained all of his chakra in an instant, only to be swiftly replenished by reverse flow. With the foundation of time acceleration, his current physical strength and cellular activity surged dramatically, and the power coursing through him had exploded, no longer merely reliant on speed. As he moved at high speed, each step Laro took caused widespread cracking of the ground, accompanied by explosive sounds that resonated like thunder. After over 2 months of relentless physical training and highly efficient training methods, along with the abundant supply of medicinal resources from the root, his physical condition was now more than capable of keeping up with dynamic vision at triple speed, without suffering injury from air resistance. Furthermore, with the various enhancement ninjutsu covering his body, Laro's speed had reached a terrifying 500 meters per second, all without any side effects. At last, he truly possessed a robust physique capable of withstanding high-speed movement, no longer needing to frequently consume reverse flow for injury recovery. This undoubtedly greatly enhanced his endurance. Adding to that were his various ninjutsu and illusions for dealing with different situations, as well as his mastery of rapid-fire techniques in lightning, fire, and earth elements, alongside the S-class destructive technique, Raijin. Laro conservatively estimated that his combat power had at least doubled since he first joined the root. Because of this, Laro was now eager to engage with strong opponents. The root ninjas exchanged glances for a moment, ultimately deciding to follow Laro's orders and swiftly disperse their formation, moving toward the center of the battlefield. At the same time, a thought emerged in some of their minds. Lord Absolute Shadow's speed was faster than during their encounter 2 months ago, and judging by his momentum, his overall strength had likely increased significantly, nearly doubling. Such immense power, combined with such a rapid growth rate, left most of the root ninjas who had witnessed Laro's strength 2 months ago bewildered and unable to comprehend how this was possible. Even if Lord Absolute Shadow is exceptionally gifted and has reached this level of power, it shouldn't be so easy to continue growing stronger, right? This rate of growth is just too exaggerated. The unbelievable aspects of the power of time are gradually revealing themselves. Even if Laro tries hard to hide it, the continuous abnormal increase in his strength will eventually raise suspicions among everyone. However, Laro firmly believes that with his caution in such a rapid growth rate, by the time the power of time is known to the world, he should be very close to becoming invincible in his era. With reverse flow, he wouldn't age and could maintain his youthful state indefinitely. With acceleration, his daily training output equaled that of others over 10 days. Coupled with the cutting-edge scientific theories he had mastered, Laro didn't believe there was anyone in this world who could truly become his opponent. In his eyes, everyone else was merely stepping stones on his path to progress, just like his current mission target, Hanzo. As dusk gradually enveloped the land, the war never ceased. Rain ninjas and Konoha ninjas engaged in fierce battles on this ground, with massive trees falling one after another,
and the ground littered with scattered ninja tools and craters created by explosive tags. The power of ninjutsu filled this relatively small area with a myriad of chakra creations, small lakes, oddly shaped clumps of earth, and blazing flames. Ninjas were either entangled in battle with one another, or forming groups of 2 or 3 to unleash their ninjutsu together, or hiding in various corners of the battlefield, looking for the enemy's weaknesses.
Beliefs and ideals intertwined, while hatred and anger danced together.
There was no distinction between right and wrong here, only the difference between victory and defeat, life and death. All the ninjas exerted themselves to the utmost, the sounds of ninjutsu, the detonations of explosive tags, and the piercing sounds of weapons piercing flesh echoed frequently, while the cries, wails, and sobs of the dying were drowned out by the chaos of battle. All of this filled the chaotic battlefield where hundreds of ninjas fought with all their might, resembling a bloody slaughterhouse, presenting a scene of chaos and carnage. Despite the chaos, all the ninjas carefully avoided the 5 who were fighting in the center. They were the most powerful beings present, and recklessly entering their battle would lead only to death. Among these 5, there were 3 elite jonin from the Rain Village and 2 from Konoha. In battles where the levels of strength were similar, the number of participants largely determined the outcome. Both sides were acutely aware of this, but the Konoha ninjas had their reasons for engaging in battle. Take this. With a roar, Tsunade's monstrous punch smashed against the hastily formed earthen wall, cracking it with a spider web of fissures.
The wall then shattered into chunks of various sizes, sending clouds of dust into the air. However, that 1 second of delay created by the earthen wall provided an opportunity for the Rain Jonin behind it to evade. With a whoosh, the Rain Jonin executed the body flicker technique, leaving his original spot and rejoining his crouching comrade, his tone tinged with lingering fear as he said, "Damn, how can this woman be so strong? Don't be careless. That's Tsunade Senju, the rising star of Konoha."
That was probably a technique from the Senju clan's monstrous strength, the Rain Ninja replied, wearing a breathing mask. He slowly withdrew his hands from the ground and stood up.
Clearly, the earthen wall had been his creation, intended to block Tsunade's lethal strike for his comrade. I understand.
Thanks for that, Yuya, the rescued Rain Ninja sincerely said, then once again raised the katana in his hand, his eyes fixed intently on Tsunade, who was gradually becoming visible as the dust settled. Yuya expressionlessly raised his hand, forming hand seals as he said, "Remember our mission, Kuya. There's no need to clash with her directly, we just need to hold her off."
Chapter 56, Delay. No sooner had he spoken than a massive earthen dragon erupted from the ground, aggressively lunging towards Tsunade. Seeing this, Kuya nodded slightly and began to step forward, gradually closing in on Tsunade, following the earthen dragon.
This was the synergy they had developed through years of fighting side by side, with Yuya's earth-release ninjutsu serving as the main offensive while Kuya circled around the enemy, waiting for the right moment to strike.
However, this time, due to Tsunade's overwhelming strength, Kuya decided to proceed with more caution. Damn it!
Tsunade frowned deeply upon seeing the enemy use the same trick again, her beautiful brows knitting together as she clenched her fists. In a previous battle, she had deliberately left an opening and nearly eliminated a taijutsu-focused Rain Ninja. Who would have thought that the ninjutsu-type Rain Ninja would have such keen instincts, sensing her intent to attack and preemptively casting the earthen wall to block her monstrous punch? The approaching earthen dragon didn't concern Tsunade, such a level of ninjutsu posed no threat to her. If it weren't for the perfect coordination between the two opponents, she would have found an opportunity to take them down one by one. Glancing out of the corner of her eye at the one-on-one battles happening nearby, a wave of worry surged within Tsunade. Uncle Torian has been fighting for so long without defeating the enemy. It seems the Rain Ninjas are well prepared this time. Torian Akimichi, the current clan leader of the Akimichi clan, had participated in the First Shinobi World War and was a veteran of Konoha, having once been a teammate of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen.
This over 2-meter-tall big man, though now middle-aged, still possessed considerable strength.
Torian shouted repeatedly, his arms transforming into 2 massive pillars over 5 meters long and 1 meter in diameter, with the surging power activated by his expansion technique flooding his steel-like fists as he relentlessly bombarded the last Rain Jonin. The Rain Jonin dodged left and right, seemingly without any means to counterattack. However, despite looking quite beleaguered, he had not once been hit by Torian's attacks.
He merely relied on his agile footwork and exceptional body flicker technique to flicker around the battlefield. Torian did not wish to be entangled with this enemy who was so skilled at the body flicker technique.
Unfortunately, among the three rain jonin, this one was the strongest.
If he ignored him, the other Konoha ninjas would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties.
This guy seemed to completely lack the mentality expected of a strong opponent, seizing every opportunity to take down Konoha's chunin and genin. Torian couldn't bear to abandon the lives of those Konoha ninjas, so he could only unleash his expansion technique with all his strength, hoping to defeat the enemy quickly. As he continued to punch toward the enemy, an expression of concern began to creep onto Torian's angry face. To be honest, he had a bad feeling. The rain ninja's actions this time were filled with strangeness. This ambush had occurred very suddenly, and they seemed to be well prepared, behaving quite differently from past encounters.
They didn't appear to be fighting desperately like before, instead, they were deliberately dragging things out.
With his years of battlefield experience, Torian quickly concluded that the enemy was waiting for reinforcements to arrive.
This conclusion made him reluctant to continue fighting. He wanted to retreat with the Konoha ninjas as soon as possible.
However, retreating now would expose their backs to the enemy, leading to significant casualties among their own ranks. Thus, he needed to defeat this adept body flicker technique user quickly and assist Tsunade in at least repelling the other two rain ninjas. If the three high-end combat powers of the enemy did not interfere, Torian was confident he could lead most of the Konoha ninjas back to the camp. If they continued to be bogged down here, he couldn't be certain who the rain ninjas' reinforcements would be.
If it were Hanzo. Damn it, what is Hiruzen thinking?
Thinking of this, a look of irritation crossed Torian's face as he swung his fist again, predictably missing that slippery rain ninja.
Torian felt a sense of urgency. He didn't understand what his old teammate was plotting.
First, he had dispatched Shikamaru Nara to the Land of Wind, and now Sarutobi Hiruzen had left the battlefield in the Land of Rain. At present, Konoha had no top-tier combat power capable of contending with Hanzo. Even Torian, when combined with another Konoha elder, Mito Kazumi, and the three young powerhouses like Tsunade, could only barely hold their ground against Hanzo. In the past few days, it seemed that the rain ninjas had sensed something amiss, continuously launching small-scale attacks for testing. This forced everyone to work tirelessly. If the rain ninjas truly figured out Konoha's weaknesses, it was certain that the time for a decisive battle would not be far off. If no powerful beings capable of countering Hanzo appeared on the battlefield, the outcome would undoubtedly be a catastrophic blow for Konoha. Water release, rain of 1,000 needle. Suddenly, a deep voice rang in Torian Akimichi's ears, followed by countless fine raindrops piercing the air with a hissing sound, shooting toward him like a torrential downpour. Torian's expression instantly grew serious as he quickly pulled his arms in to protect himself. In the next moment, the water-formed 1,000 needles struck his enlarged arms like a dense barrage of arrows, but on the surface, these needles seemed unable to inflict any substantial damage. Ugh, feeling the pain radiating from his arms, Torian gritted his teeth and decided to release part of his expansion technique. With a couple of loud bangs, his arms returned to their original state. However, the numerous small wounds and the blood flowing from them clearly indicated that he hadn't emerged unscathed from that attack. He picked up the iron rod standing beside him, showing no signs of weakness on his face as he focused intently on his opponent, who had ceased their assault. He crossed the iron rod in front of him, silently mobilizing his chakra, preparing for the next burst of expansion technique. The rain jonin across from Torian, named Rinku, did not let his guard down despite Torian's apparent injuries. He did not rush to launch the next round of attacks but rather calmly adjusted his breathing, ready to respond to any changes. After all, Rinku's hard power was still somewhat inferior to Torian's. The reason he had managed to engage him for so long was that his reflexes were sharp, and he had learned some techniques from Hanzo the Salamander. Rinku was 28 years old and one of the top jonin in the Rain Village. His true battle power was not much weaker than that of Hanzo's trusted subordinate, but he had a slight disadvantage in terms of chakra volume. Rinku could barely be considered half a disciple of Hanzo and was the most outstanding young ninja of his generation in the Rain Village. His fighting style emphasized speed and the use of ninjutsu, which allowed him to entangle the renowned Torian Akimichi for such an extended period. He drew two kunai, crossing them in front of his chest with a solemn expression, his eyes keenly focused on Torian's every movement, waiting for the right moment to strike again. After this prolonged battle, he had gradually figured out the various capabilities of Torian in his expansion technique state. Faced with a large, relatively slow opponent, Rinku had already devised a strategy for his next move. Fire release, exploding tag formation. This was Hanzo's signature technique, combining immense destructive power with a wide attack range. It would undoubtedly catch Torian off guard as a heavy-set opponent. Though Rinku couldn't match the speed with which Hanzo used this technique, he was confident that he could deal serious damage to Torian when employing the exploding tag formation. After multiple probes, Rinku believed that Torian's speed absolutely wouldn't allow him to evade his trump card technique. Meanwhile, Torian was also deeply contemplating his next course of action. Various taijutsu attacks launched in a partially expanded state were difficult to land on Rinku. If he didn't use the family's secret medicine with significant side effects or his trump card transformation mode, this battle would struggle to make substantial progress. However, if he revealed his trump card now, and if Hanzo truly appeared unexpectedly, he would have no means to resist. Based on the changes in the Rain Ninja's tactics over the past few days, the likelihood of Hanzo's appearance was high. Torian had to consider the worst possible outcomes, as it was his responsibility as the team leader. Should he resolutely make the hard choice of sacrificing some Konoha ninjas to retreat decisively? Or should he fight valiantly, waiting for reinforcements that might arrive at an uncertain time? This was truly a dilemma that weighed heavily on him. Torian's eyes suddenly widened as he slammed his iron rod heavily on the ground, his entire aura rising to a new height. At that moment, he was resolved. He no longer intended to leave this battlefield alive. Rinku narrowed his eyes slightly, vigilantly watching the suddenly empowered Torian. He crouched lower, pulling his left leg back half a step. This stance maximized Rinku's power output, allowing him to unleash his fastest speed in the shortest time possible. He was not intimidated by Torian's rising momentum, rather, he did not want to be dragged into a mutual destruction scenario. Chapter 57, Arrival. Torian's gaze was one Rinku had seen countless times in others. It signified that the opponent was prepared to face death and had no intention of leaving the battlefield alive. In such critical moments, maintaining calm and composure was essential. If he could hold off Torian here until Hanzo arrived, successfully eliminating this renowned Konoha elder would undoubtedly deliver a severe blow to the morale of Konoha ninjas. Thinking of this, a cold smile unconsciously crossed Rinku's lips. He eagerly anticipated the day the Rain Ninjas would counterattack against Konoha. Konoha's ninjas would finally taste the pain that the Rain Ninjas had once endured. Both sides were resolute in their convictions, with no intention of backing down. Though they remained locked in a standoff, the chakra fluctuations emanating from them surged like a tidal wave, and the battle seemed poised to erupt at any moment. But just then, bang, 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 bang. A faint but rapid rumbling sound came from afar. As time passed, the noise grew louder and closer, clearly headed toward the battlefield. For all the ninjas present, the sudden roar was like a bucket of cold water splashed over them, abruptly snapping them back to reality from their frenzied fighting. It felt as though a colossal ancient beast was eager to charge into the scene, ready to start a grand feast of consumption. The ninjas still engaged in fierce combat noticed this unusual sound and involuntarily heightened their vigilance. Most ninjas, whether from Konoha or the Rain Village, instinctively paused their battles, creating distance and retreating to relatively safe spots, all the while staring toward the source of the noise. In the distant forest, large swaths of trees appeared to be swept up by a raging wind, their branches and leaves violently shaking. The birds in the forest seemed to sense an impending crisis, taking to the skies en masse. Someone is running? Tsunade also took a step back, disengaging from the fight, and turned to look in the direction of the sound, a grave expression flashing across her beautiful face. Yuya and Kuya exchanged glances, choosing not to pursue Tsunade. Kuya, puzzled, said, "Has Hanzo arrived so quickly?" Yuya's expression darkened as he slowly replied, "It doesn't seem like it. There's likely a new disruptor appearing, and they're immensely powerful. Let's hope they aren't enemies." Despite Yuya knowing this possibility was almost zero, he couldn't help but say so. On the other side, Rinku's expression shifted slightly.
As a high-speed ninja, he could sense just how terrifying the speed of this yet-to-appear powerhouse was. By merely listening to the frequency of the rumbling sound and the time it took to approach, Rinku could determine that the newcomer was a taijutsu ninja, whose running speed had already reached the level he could achieve with his full-speed body flicker technique. Most importantly, this level of skill was something Hanzo did not possess. None of the notable powerhouses in the Rain Village had it either. Therefore, it was highly likely that the newcomer was a Konoha reinforcement. Rinku found himself hesitating, contemplating whether he should retreat early. Torian Akimichi listened intently for a moment, quickly running through the various taijutsu masters in his village in his mind. It seemed that none of the ninjas he could recall matched the characteristics of the newcomer. However, it appeared that the Rain ninjas didn't have such a type of ninja either. Casting a subtle glance at his opponent, Rinku, Torian noticed that the expression on the Rain ninja's face had turned extremely grim, which made him realize that the newcomer was likely not from the Rain Village. Based on the information received from the village over the past 2 days, the Elder Council was dispatching powerful forces capable of contending with Hanzo to stabilize the situation in the Land of Rain. Could it be that their long-awaited reinforcements had finally arrived? With this thought, Torian still had some doubts, but he understood that now was the critical moment where every second counted, and he couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. With reinforcements here, it was their golden opportunity to turn the tide and reverse their fortunes. Konoha ninjas! Torian shouted loudly, "Our reinforcements have arrived. Let's hold off the enemy together, don't let a single one escape." Torian's booming voice rallied all the Konoha ninjas on the battlefield. Upon hearing his call, their morale surged, and many raised their weapons in unison, charging forward to engage fiercely with the Rain ninjas once again. The battle reignited, but Rinku, Yuya, and Kuya, who comprised the highest combat power of the Rain ninja squad, didn't dare to act rashly. The increasingly close pounding sounds echoed in their ears like death knells, making them cautious. Tsunade leaped to Torian's side, her eyes fixed on the depths of the forest as she quietly asked, "Uncle Torian, is it our people?" Torian shook his head slightly, a rare hint of anxiety appearing on his typically resolute face. "I'm not so sure." At this point, Torian could only hope that the arriving expert was a hidden trump card of Konoha's higher-ups. Bang! As the last sonic boom faded, a sudden wind swept through the noisy battlefield, creating an eerie moment of silence. Torian, Tsunade, Rinku, Yuya. From elite jonin down to ordinary genin, everyone tensed as they watched the powerful force entering the fray, which could very well determine the outcome of this war. Under the moonlight, at the edge of the open battlefield, a dark figure appeared out of nowhere, silently standing there. It was a robust man clad in a loose black robe, wearing a Peking opera mask, casually holding a long blade that gleamed with a chilling light. The inertia from the abrupt transition from extreme motion to complete stillness had not entirely dissipated. Instead, it transformed into a howling wind swirling around him. Some nearby ninjas were caught off guard and swept aside by this invisible force. This attire, that mask. Rinku's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively took a small step back. Noticing Rinku's change in demeanor, Yuya subtly scrutinized the mysterious newcomer. In an instant, the figure's attire began to align with Hanzo's last warnings, striking him like a thunderbolt in his mind. Capture the mighty Hanzo alive in a face-to-face encounter, single-handedly slaughtering 28 elite rain and sand ninjas, leaving even the first puppet master, Manhwaresumen, helpless against him. Yuya murmured, a sense of dread gradually spreading through his heart, though he fought to suppress it with sheer will. This is the target Hanzo repeatedly warned us about, a nuisance on par with Konoha's White Fang, known as Absolute Shadow. What? It's really him? Kuya, beside Yuya, was equally shocked. But before he could say more, Absolute Shadow had already begun to move. With that motion, it was as if thunder had exploded on the battlefield. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Laros immediately took in the distribution of the Rain and Konoha forces. He also noted that Torian Akimichi and Tsunade were watching him, but Laros had no intention of engaging them in conversation. After all, he was still burdened with numerous buff-type jutsu, and his chakra would inevitably deplete within moments, forcing him to use reverse flow to recover. Though this was his strongest form, it couldn't be maintained for long. The pressing matter was to quickly eliminate the Rain ninjas.
Spotting the strongest chakra response among the rain ninjas, he zeroed in on Rinku. With a powerful push off the ground, he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet as his figure transformed into a whirlwind, charging forward. First, take out the leader. While most ninjas were still focused on Laros' recent arrival, he had already accelerated to Rinku's side in the blink of an eye, leaving a series of afterimages in his wake. Laro leaped slightly, his long blade raised high, aiming directly at Rinku's head. He harnessed the rotational force from his body to quicken the movement of his strike. The blade shimmered in the night sky, its figure blending seamlessly into the darkness, with only the sound of wind indicating his presence. Rinku's mind raced, and cold sweat poured down his body in an instant. He struggled to narrow his pupils but found he couldn't detect any abnormalities. Absolute shadow appeared to still be standing in place, with no sounds of a high-speed slice cutting through the air. But Rinku knew he wasn't safe. It was the single glance that Absolute Shadow had cast towards him that made Rinku aware he was already locked onto by that Grim Reaper. If his eyes couldn't see it, it meant the image captured by his retina hadn't yet reached his brain. If he couldn't hear it, it meant the sound wave propagation couldn't keep up with his opponent's speed. Rinku realized that for an enemy capable of breaking the sound barrier, his eyes and ears might not effectively assist him, they could instead become a liability. Therefore, Rinku decided to trust his instincts. Absolute Shadow's gaze had triggered Rinku's intense alertness, and the hand seals for the body flicker technique were already prepared, waiting for that very moment. His tensed muscles and maximized chakra output made Rinku feel that this body flicker technique had surpassed his usual limits. Body flicker technique. Whoosh shing. Crack. The blade sliced through the air, but aside from a crisp sound, nothing remained. Laro lightly gasped in surprise as he watched the figure before him suddenly vanish. He was certain that his strike had landed, but it had been evaded at incredible speed. If the sound he had just heard was any indication, Laro believed his decisive blow had likely struck the enemy's armor instead. Had he missed? Was it the body flicker technique? Did this guy predict my movements? Laro was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected this rain ninja to evade his sudden, unannounced attack. However, Laro wasn't in a hurry. With his 3 times speed, his time perception could easily suppress any enemy. If the first strike had missed, then he would just try again. In this high-speed combat situation, others could only rely on their instincts to react, while Laro was able to skillfully utilize all of his abilities. Battling against Laro was far from a fair fight for any normal ninja. This immense speed enhancement was the fundamental reason why Laro, with just Jonin-level strength, could contend with Shadow-level ninjas. Laro slightly closed his eyes, concentrating to sense the familiar chakra reaction he had just encountered. Before long, he slowly raised his head and directed his gaze toward the 5 o'clock position, about 150 meters away. But then, something unexpected happened. The rain ninja seemed to have no intention of stopping. Having just evaded his attack, he immediately used the body flicker technique again to escape to a more distant location, leaving without even uttering a word. At that moment, the powerful shockwave generated by Laro's sudden acceleration began to spread, and the sharp sound of a sonic boom gradually echoed. The series of afterimages that had been hidden in the darkness began to dissipate, and the Rain and Konoha ninjas, some of whom had already reacted, still appeared bewildered. Is he really abandoning his own troops? Laro paid no mind to the terrified expressions around him. He merely frowned slightly, mentally estimating the distance between himself and Rinku. However, he soon realized that the enemy was fleeing faster and was gradually leaving his perception range. There was only one possibility: the enemy clearly understood the gap in their strengths and was using the body flicker technique to escape desperately. If he pursued Rinku, it would take some time. And if the nearby rain ninjas sensed the situation turning dire and began to scatter, it would become quite troublesome for him to eliminate all the enemies present. The immediate priority was to inflict as much damage as possible on the rain ninjas. Only by doing so could he successfully provoke Hanzo and force him to show himself. Forget it, he's just a coward, Laro scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. His gaze then shifted to the 2 rain ninjas who were suddenly retreating rapidly nearby, both of whom had chakra responses only slightly lower than Rinku's. Time seemed to freeze once again at this moment. Yuta and Kuya retreated as quickly as possible, trying to distance themselves from the suddenly appearing absolute shadow.
They clearly remembered that standing there just moments ago was Rinku, the top jonin of their rain unit. What exactly had just happened?
This question flashed through their minds, but before they could find an answer, two gleaming blades descended upon them as if teleporting right above their heads.
Koya's eyes widened as he stared at the blinding light filling his vision.
He wanted to move but found his body completely unable to break free from the limits of his nerves, rendering him unable to act.
Damn! The gap is just too great. Koya roared inwardly, unwilling to accept that he would fall here.
He was still so young, with plenty of time ahead of him. Yuya, faced with this sudden turn of events, appeared unusually calm. He knew that this time, there was no way to escape the impending death. Yet, compared to accepting his fate, he still felt a sense of reluctance.
What was he reluctant about? Was it because he hadn't yet seen the future of the rain village that he dreamed of?
I'm sorry, Lord Hanzo.
It seems my journey ends here. The last thought crossed Yuya's mind as he slowly closed his eyes.
Swoosh, swoosh. In the air, two bright white lights seemed to appear out of nowhere, intertwining and forming two straight lines.
Then, two dark shadows slowly rose in Yuya and Koya's chests. Thud, thud. Two heads fell heavily to the ground. Just a moment ago, they had been desperately leaping backward. The next moment, they lay lifeless on the ground, torrents of blood gushing forth and dyeing the once vibrant green grass a deep crimson. Laros lightly stepped on the ground, his figure solidifying once again as he revealed himself to everyone. The black cloak billowed behind him, whipping in the wind with a rustling sound. The pale mask he wore seemed to have stained with a hint of blood, and the eerie peeking opera face pattern made one's heart chill. In this brief moment, a formidable enemy had already met their end. From the time he first attacked upon arriving at the battlefield until now, only a mere 2 seconds had passed. Most onlookers could only hear the two sudden booms and then see the flicker of white light. Ultimately, the leading rain jonin vanished without a trace, while the headless corpses of the other two rain jonin fell quietly to the ground, their heads rolling twice. This. No way, the rain ninjas seemed to just come to grips with what had happened, many unable to fathom the scene before them. Tsunade snapped back to reality and glanced at Laros, her mind immediately recalibrating the danger level of this person several notches higher. She was puzzled as to why she didn't recognize this unfamiliar powerhouse. From his attire, he should be a member of the Anbu, but among the Anbu, someone who could reach this level could only be Shikaku Nara. Yet, wasn't Shikaku in the land of wind? Tsunade secretly glanced at the serious-faced Torian Akimichi beside her, wondering if Laros was a long-hidden veteran that she didn't know about, perhaps someone Torian would recognize. Torian was also quietly observing this mysterious ninja who had suddenly appeared, swiftly driving back the Rain Jonin leader and killing two Rain Jonin in mere moments. Torian calculated silently in his heart that based on Laros' displayed speed, not even he could match it, even Shikako, or Saratobi Hiruzen, might struggle to keep up. Unlike Tsunade, Torian was well aware of the old generation of ninjas in the village, and Laros' existence clearly fell outside his knowledge. Seeing that Laros had no intention of speaking and was raising his long blade to charge at the remaining rain ninjas again, Torian quickly stepped forward and said, "Sir, please wait a moment." Laros turned his head to look at Torian and Tsunade, ultimately deciding to give these two some respect since one was a Konoha elder and the other was a top disciple of the third Hokage. However, he couldn't stop his pace of eliminating enemies, as some of the rain ninjas had already sensed that the situation was turning unfavorable and were beginning to prepare to flee. Laros certainly didn't want too many of them to return to their camp alive. Shadow Clone Technique. Laros created two shadow clones, easily transferring the power of time and the wind-walking shield to them, then dispelling the enhancement techniques he had been maintaining. Jonin, don't bother with the fodder, target the Chunin and Genin. Understanding the strength of his shadow clones, Laros gave a light command before ignoring them. If possible, he didn't want to personally deal with these ordinary nuisances, it was simply too tedious. The two shadow clones shot forth with a flash of green light, instantly darting toward various corners of the battlefield to assist the Konoha ninjas in eliminating the remaining rain forces. The rain ninjas were now leaderless, and under the fierce assault of Laros' clones and the Konoha ninjas, they were being completely routed. Coupled with the root ninjas gradually arriving from the periphery,
Their fate seemed all but sealed. Torian silently observed the battlefield situation, and when he saw that Konoha had secured the upper hand, he stopped focusing on it. When Laros finally ceased his actions, seemingly no longer planning any further moves, Torian approached him and asked, "Sir, you are the leader of the new batch of reinforcements from the Land of Rain, correct?" Laros nodded, sheathing his blade as he replied, "That's right, I am." Torian finally let out a breath of relief, a smile appearing on his typically serious face. "We've finally waited for you. May I ask your name, sir?" Laros pondered Danzo's instructions before deciding that there was no need to create friction over such a trivial matter, saying, "You can call me Absolute Shadow." Absolute Shadow? Torian mused for a moment, his mind racing through everything he knew associated with that name. Suddenly, he recalled something that Sarutobi Hiruzen had mentioned to him during his last visit to the Land of Rain. "Sir, could it be that you are the executor of that high-difficulty mission from a month and a half ago?" Torian spoke subtly, but he believed Laros would understand his meaning. "The destruction of the talks?" Laros' expression behind the mask turned slightly strange. Had this matter really become common knowledge? Seeing Torian's intense gaze fixed on him, Laros felt that there was nothing that couldn't be disclosed. "That was me." Tsunade, who had been silently listening to the conversation between Torian and Laros, finally couldn't help herself. "So you were the one who accomplished that high-difficulty mission?" She looked at Laros with curiosity, a hint of surprise in her tone. "I initially thought the old man would assign that mission to us." Laros casually shrugged his shoulders. Tsunade slightly raised the corners of her mouth, displaying a genuine smile as she said, "But it seems your completion of the task wasn't perfect. The Sand Village ultimately allied with the Rain Village." Inside, Tsunade was not as calm as she appeared. Since Laros' arrival, his commanding presence had overwhelmed the entire battlefield. The way he had frightened Rinku into fleeing and cleanly dispatched Yuya and Kurya left everyone in awe. Tsunade had initially thought Laros was some hidden elder from Konoha, only to realize that his voice sounded unexpectedly youthful, as if he were even younger than she was. This sparked a competitive spirit within her. However, she was aware that her strength was likely far inferior to Laros', so she had to resort to discussing the mission instead. Laros noticed a slight shift in Tsunade's demeanor, but he didn't mind. To him, it was merely a small contest of pride. A faint smile appeared on his lips, though hidden behind his mask, no one could see it. On the other hand, Torian Akimichi was more familiar with the details of that mission. He looked seriously at Tsunade and said, "Rather than saying it wasn't perfect, I think Lord Absolute Shadow performed exceptionally well, to the point that it might even be considered excessive," which provoked Hanzo's anger. Chapter 59, Casual Conversation. "What happened?" Tsunade asked, glancing at the seemingly unresponsive Laros, then turning to Torian. If the task was completed well, how could there be such a result? Torian had intended to observe Laros' expression, but unfortunately, it was obscured by the mask. He carefully chose his words and explained to Tsunade in a low voice, "The Rain Village hadn't originally planned to ally with the Sand Village, but due to Lord Absolute Shadow's outstanding performance in that mission, I suspect Hanzo was provoked in some way, leading him to break his usual practice. Which is what he often says, the Rain Village does not participate in conflicts between major nations." So, Tsunade looked curiously at Torian, asking, "What exactly did he do?" Let Lord Absolute Shadow explain that himself. Torian decided to respect Laros' wishes and refrained from divulging the details of the mission. The mission to sabotage the talks between the Sand and Rain villages likely involved power struggles among Konoha's higher-ups, something Torian, as a Konoha elder, would naturally be privy to. As a former member of the same team, Torian was well acquainted with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, and he had keenly noticed some unusual aspects. The mission had been issued by the Hokage, but instead of being executed by the Umbu, it had been transferred to the root. Danzo had shown extreme enthusiasm regarding this matter, which was quite different from his usual style. After learning about this during his last meeting with Hiruzen, Torian had an instinct that Danzo's attitude had changed. Danzo seemed to have become more assertive and self-assured. Torian had no intention of prying into Danzo's secrets, but he could guess that the source of Danzo's newfound confidence was likely the man before him, Absolute Shadow. Torian had clearly witnessed Laros' earlier display of power. In his view, having a ninja of such caliber join the route would undoubtedly signify a major transformation in Danzo's influence. With such backing, it was only logical for Danzo to seek more political gains.
Toryun understood Danzo's motives well.
It was because of Absolute Shadow being a trump card that Danzo felt bold enough to pursue such significant missions.
However, the sudden acquisition of such formidable power by Danzo, was it truly a good thing for Konoha? Would the political situation in Konoha become unstable as a result? Absolute Shadow, did this name carry unintended implications, or was there some deeper meaning behind it?
Toryun's worries did not show on his face. He maintained a calm expression as he watched Laros, seemingly trying to peer through the mask to uncover the hidden currents beneath. Tsunade also sensed that Toryun's mood was somewhat off, but being clever, she refrained from asking and followed Toryun's gaze toward Laros instead. Laros glanced at the two of them and casually remarked, "It's just a small matter, nothing worth mentioning." Seeing that Laros was unwilling to elaborate, Toryun gently tugged at Tsunade, signaling her to hold back her questions, and then he forced a smile as he said, "Tsunade, my arm is quite injured, could you help me treat it?"
"What?"
"It's just a minor injury," Tsunade scoffed, rolling her eyes, but she patiently extended her hand to support Toryun's arms, her hands glowing with the green light of medical ninjutsu. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the future fifth Hokage, Tsunade was certainly not a foolish person. She noticed the subtle glance Toryun had given her. While she didn't know what the elder was concerned about, she was perceptive enough not to press the matter further. Laros observed Tsunade's medical ninjutsu for a moment before turning his attention to survey the battlefield. The root ninjas had fully arrived, and together with the remaining Konoha ninjas and his shadow clones, the remaining rain ninjas had nearly been wiped out.
After a while, all the rain ninjas were eradicated.
The Konoha and root forces clearly gathered around Laros and Toryun, with one representative from each side stepping forward to report.
"Lord Toryun, the enemy has been completely wiped out. Lord Absolute Shadow, not a single one escaped." Toryun nodded, while Laros yawned boredom behind his mask. Toryun then turned to Laros and asked solemnly, "May I inquire what your mission is, Lord Absolute Shadow?"
Laros did not hide the truth, saying, "I came to support you and to take down Hanzo the salamander." Toryun fell silent for a moment, then raised his head, looking directly at Laros with a serious expression.
"Lord Absolute Shadow, Hanzo is not so easy to deal with. For the sake of our future cooperation, is there anything you need us to do?"
In Toryun's view, Laros might have the strength to contend with Hanzo, but to say he could eliminate the strongest ninja of the Land of Rain seemed a bit exaggerated. Yet, the seasoned Toryun did not voice any doubts. Instead, he wisely offered to assist.
Tsunade opened her mouth but did not directly challenge Laros. After thinking for a moment, she advised him indirectly, "Absolute Shadow, is that right? Do you really want to provoke Hanzo? Isn't that a bit overreaching?" Although Tsunade didn't know Laros' exact identity, she didn't want to see a comrade she had just fought alongside go to their death so readily. She understood well what the name Hanzo represented. He was not an enemy that could be faced lightly. While Laros had demonstrated considerable strength earlier, Tsunade didn't believe he could stand against Hanzo. Hanzo had many trump cards, and his various ninjutsu had been honed to perfection. Speed alone would not be enough to defeat him. The root ninjas standing nearby mostly showed no reaction to Laros' words, but the Konoha ninjas could not help but whisper among themselves. Some believed that based on Laros' earlier display of power, he might have a chance against Hanzo. However, others who had previously witnessed Hanzo in action scoffed at the idea, thinking Laros was merely seeking his own demise. But no one believed that Laros had a real chance to defeat Hanzo. From the outset of the war, for all the Konoha ninjas stationed in the Land of Rain, the name Hanzo had gradually become synonymous with invincibility and unbeatable strength. Even the third Hokage did not dare to claim absolute confidence in defeating Hanzo. Fleeing at the first sight of Hanzo had become a consensus among all Konoha ninjas on the battlefield. Laros paid no mind to the opinions of those around him. He calmly replied to Tsunade, "I know my limits, all you need to do is help me draw Hanzo out." "No, perhaps you don't need to assist." Laros raised his hand to signal Tsunade, who seemed about to say something, to pause. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze focusing on the distance. There, a massive chakra response was rapidly approaching, and even without Laro intentionally sensing it, that fierce and intense aura was immediately detected by his keen senses. If my guess is correct, Hanzo should be here. Chapter 60, Hanzo. Laro's sharp eyes fixated on the distance, anticipation and excitement boiling within him like water on the verge of boiling. With his extensive training in taijutsu and increasing mastery of ninjutsu, his strength was continually rising. At this moment, Laro was eager for a thrilling battle against a worthy opponent. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally wouldn't stoop to spar with him, and Shikaku Nara was often out on missions, clearly lacking such an opportunity. As for Danzo, he was more of a politician than a true ninja, and Laro didn't believe the old fox possessed considerable strength. The legendary Sannin had not yet fully matured, and battling them would simply be akin to bullying. Moreover, fighting against the strong within the village was mostly superficial, and Laro couldn't afford to expose too many of his trump cards. In contrast, the strong outside the village were much more to his liking, allowing him to fight without reservations, even if it meant risking death without bearing any responsibility. Toryuna Kimichi keenly sensed the surge of energy emanating from Laro. He understood that Laro was not joking. Coupled with Laro's earlier words, Toryun's expression changed slightly. Toryun hadn't expected his guess to be so accurate. The rain ninjas were indeed well prepared. He thought to himself that if Laro hadn't arrived in time, he and Tsunade would have likely faced dire consequences. Is it really Hanzo? Tsunade asked, a hint of panic in her voice as she turned to Laro. Continuing to sense the massive chakra signature, Laro casually replied, the opponent's chakra is incredibly powerful, and it's not the kind I'm familiar with. At this time, it can only be Hanzo. He's probably looking to settle the score from before, Laro chuckled softly. Laro was unaware of the Rain Ninja's specific plan for tonight. He merely felt fortunate to encounter his mission target on the very first day in the Land of Rain. Toryun noticed the uncontainable excitement in Laro's words. He realized that trying to persuade Laro was futile, and steeled himself. He raised the iron staff in his hand and shouted, "Prepare for battle, comrades. The enemy is Hanzo the Salamander." Upon hearing Hanzo's name, the Konoha ninjas felt a wave of panic, but they quickly suppressed their fear. Most of them gritted their teeth and picked up their weapons. They understood that even if they couldn't provide significant help, wearing down Hanzo's stamina and chakra would still be beneficial. Although this could cost them their lives, they were Konoha ninjas, and it was their duty. On the first day they stepped onto the battlefield, they had been prepared to sacrifice themselves. The will of fire burned fiercely within them, and at this moment, no one feared death. The root ninjas exhibited even better mental fortitude. Before Laro could issue a command, they swiftly dispersed, claiming all the high ground around them and quickly forming a battle formation. Soon, once all the Konoha forces were in position, the enemy finally arrived on the battlefield. With two faint footsteps sounding, the silhouettes of two figures clad in rain ninja cloaks appeared atop a nearby tree not far from everyone. One of them was Rinku, who had narrowly escaped earlier. Laro didn't expect this guy to dare return. Upon appearing, Rinku fixed a fervent gaze on Laro, his expression filled with deep-seated hatred, as if there was an irreconcilable feud between them. The other figure was a tall, muscular middle-aged man wearing a breathing apparatus. His light yellow hair danced wildly in the wind as he wielded a scythe in one hand and a long sword in the other, casually scanning all the Konoha ninjas present with his cold, indifferent eyes, seemingly unconcerned about their numerical disadvantage. Hanzo the Salamander. Toryun tightened his grip on his long staff, stepping forward to stand alongside Laro. Tsunade also took a step forward, standing on Laro's other side, though her expression revealed a hint of tension. Laro slightly lifted his head, locking eyes with Hanzo, their gazes clashing like two sharp needles, creating an intangible spark. Both emitted a strong killing intent, but neither was in a hurry to strike. After a moment of mutual observation, Hanzo spoke first. "You must be absolute shadow, huh?" Hanzo's voice was deep and heavy, like a massive mountain descending upon them. Under the weight of his aura, Laro felt no pressure at all. He let out a dismissive chuckle as a form of response to Hanzo. "Quite arrogant, aren't you?" Hanzo's eyes narrowed slightly, becoming as thin as a line. "I haven't settled the score for what happened at Shino Hill yet,
and here you are, daring to intrude into our land of rain.
It seems you truly have a death wish, kid.
Laros' face was concealed by his mask, so no one could see his expression at this moment.
However, his words clearly indicated his stance. I don't like talking down to people, so could you come down here? Looking for death.
Hanzo's eyes flashed with a fierce light as his left hand swung violently to the side. A series of faint sounds of chains clashing echoed through the air, and then a glimmering, cold blade shot toward Laro at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The speed of this strike was so fast that it seemed to break the sound barrier.
Laro's eyes flickered with gray light. He didn't take Hanzo's near ambush seriously.
After all, he had adapted to such speeds and could even clearly observe the object gleaming coldly. It was the scythe Hanzo wielded. Laro quickly drew the long blade at his waist, power surging from his feet as his arm swung like the wind, striking fiercely against the back of the scythe with a tremendous crash.
Clang!
After successfully defending against the incoming scythe, Laro was about to take further action when suddenly a shadow appeared before him, followed by another cold glint slicing toward him.
Body flicker technique?
Laro's pupils constricted in an instant. He hadn't expected Hanzo's speed to be so formidable that it could rival his own perception even at triple speed. In this urgent situation, Laro had no time to think further. He quickly deflected his blade again in an attempt to defend himself.
Clang! Boom!
In the split-second clash, Laro felt a tremendous force surge through his arm, causing his whole body to tingle. At the same time, the impact forced him to fly rapidly backward involuntarily.
With no other choice, Laro used the momentum to leap backward into the air, trying to create distance between himself and Hanzo.
In midair, Laro's view suddenly broadened significantly. He looked down and noticed Hanzo, who had just advanced, his hand positioned in a pinched gesture. His cold gaze never left Laro, completely disregarding the flanking effort from Tsunade and Toryun. Damn it, this guy is about to use the body flicker technique again. A thought raced through Laro's mind. He understood that he was at a disadvantage while airborne, and the immediate priority was to quickly retreat from Hanzo's advance and get back to the ground. During their previous encounter, Laro had already determined that Hanzo's speed was on par with his own, and his power surpassed Laro's.
Moreover, Hanzo's proficiency with blade techniques had yet to be displayed. If it came down to close combat, Laro estimated it would be challenging to gain the upper hand. His gaze quickly scanned the surroundings, and in an instant, he selected a log left behind at the 6 o'clock position. In a state of triple speed, he formed hand seals with one hand, completing the imprint in just 2 seconds. In the eyes of the outside world, the time reaction was barely less than 0.2 seconds.
Whoosh! Hanzo's figure suddenly appeared in midair like a specter, their forms crossing each other in an instant. Laro's cold gaze met Hanzo's for just a moment, conveying a firm message: this round may seem to favor you, but I will not easily concede.
Swish, bang!
A gust of air exploded, and the severed log fell helplessly from the air. Hanzo was inwardly astonished. He hadn't expected Laro's body replacement technique to be executed so swiftly and skillfully, as if he had already mastered this ninjutsu to perfection. Yet, his face remained expressionless and cold. In midair, Hanzo's eyes darted like spinning beads. In no time, he quickly located Laro's position. Not far away, another chakra burst had just detonated. Without any hesitation, Hanzo's left hand quickly formed seals again, activating the body flicker technique once more. The fierce exchanges, akin to a dance of rabbits and falcons, left the onlookers around completely bewildered, unable to grasp the development of the battle. They could only see vague, flickering afterimages and the occasional flash of blades. Their ears were filled with the sharp sounds of sonic booms and the rushing winds created by the turbulent air.
At this moment, the Konoha ninjas and root ninjas even struggled to accurately pinpoint the specific locations of Laro and Hanzo.
They watched the intense battle unfold, their hearts yearning to join the fray, yet they felt utterly powerless to intervene.
The numerical advantage they had initially enjoyed was now non-existent. Seeing this, Tsunade felt anxious.
She hurriedly took a couple of steps forward, only to find that Hanzo had once again vanished into thin air using the body flicker technique. Frustrated, she muttered under her breath, "I really hate speed-type ninjas."
Swish, bang. Clang, clang, clang.
The battlefield echoed with the crisp sounds of weapons clashing and the whooshing sounds of body replacement and body flicker techniques alternating, but all anyone could see were those indistinct afterimages. Tsunade, feeling quite exasperated, brimmed with immense strength, yet in this battle, she felt utterly ineffective, as though she were an outsider.
Toryuna Kimichi sensed Tsunade's emotions.
He gently placed a hand on her shoulder, softly advising, "In battles of this level, we have no room to intervene. Let's retreat a bit and observe the situation closely."
Chapter 61, Intense Combat, 1. Tsunade nodded reluctantly, understanding that with her current strength, she couldn't participate in the fierce battle between Hanzo and Laros.
If she forced her way in, it would not only hinder Laros but also put herself at risk of being injured. Rather than intervene forcefully, it was wiser to patiently watch for the right opportunity to act. Having settled on this, Tsunade quickly followed Torian as they withdrew from the battlefield. The departure of the two elite jonin had no impact on the intense confrontation between Hanzo and Laros. Hanzo did not believe anyone other than Laros could pose a threat to him, so to him, once he eliminated Laros, the rest would simply be like lambs awaiting slaughter. Coupled with the old and new grudges between him and Laros, Hanzo felt a strong urgency to eliminate this newly risen top force from Konoha. Laros shared the same intense desire to take down Hanzo. Not for any other reason, but simply for the 5S rank forbidden techniques promised to him by Danzo, which were enough to drive him to go all out. The departure of Tsunade and Torian was a perfect opportunity for him. Using high-powered jutsu was indeed better without bystanders around to avoid unnecessary complications. Blade's technique, Flash. Hanzo shouted, his longsword slashing upwards diagonally like lightning, the dazzling light seemingly tearing apart the dark night. Seeing this, Laros' heart skipped a beat. He quickly tilted his head just in time, but even so, the sharp blade still grazed a few strands of his hair, which floated to the ground. Behind the mask, his expression darkened slightly. Laros felt a surge of anger and once again formed hand seals, activating the body replacement technique for the 5th time. He knew that despite possessing the power of time acceleration, his speed still couldn't surpass Hanzo's. Hanzo's body flicker technique was extraordinarily fast, and he seemed to possess a unique ability to strike first, either blocking Laros' blade swiftly or disrupting Laros' attack rhythm, keeping him perpetually in a passive state. In terms of taijutsu, Laros was at a disadvantage in both strength and technique. Relying solely on taijutsu to contend with Hanzo would yield no hope of victory. If not for Laros' exceptional dynamic vision and neural reflexes that allowed him to accurately observe Hanzo's attack trajectories, he might have already sustained injuries. After skillfully using the body replacement technique to evade Hanzo's strikes, Laros decided to sheath his long blade and began forming seals with his hands rapidly. He understood that he was no match for Hanzo in taijutsu, so he had to try to find an opportunity through ninjutsu. Lightning release, Raijin. As he saw Hanzo preparing to use the body flicker technique again, Laros didn't hesitate to launch 2 blue lightning balls, shimmering with silver, directly at Hanzo. The speed of the lightning balls was astonishing, with layers of electric sparks flashing ominously, indicating the jutsu's formidable power. Hanzo dared not underestimate it. He quickly adjusted his trajectory to evade the 2 incoming Raijin. Boom! 2 explosive sounds erupted almost simultaneously, followed by the crackling of electricity and the overwhelming scent of charred earth filling the air. As Hanzo regained his footing, he quickly glanced at the explosion site of Raijin, only to see the ground shattered into 2 5-meter-wide craters, with lingering lightning coiling around the edges like enraged serpents. Fierce flames blazed from the pits, billowing thick smoke as if wanting to consume the entire battlefield. I must not be hit by that jutsu, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hanzo quickly assessed the situation in his mind, growing increasingly wary of Laros. This guy not only possessed speed comparable to his own body flicker technique but also had exceptional dynamic vision, reflexes, and destructive lightning release techniques. If combined with that unknown illusion technique mentioned in the intel, which could fully control the boiling rain with just a light touch, Laros' threat level surpassed even that of the 3rd Hokage. You seem a bit distracted. Laros' voice suddenly echoed from beneath Hanzo. In the next instant, Laros' figure shot up from the ground like a snake emerging from the earth. One hand raised high, reaching toward Hanzo's calf, as if to grasp it, symbolizing the arrival of death. Hanzo's pupils contracted sharply, alarmed by the imminent danger. He quickly concentrated all his strength in his feet and leaped backward, narrowly avoiding Laros' lethal grasp. Laros' critical strike missed, and he looked at Hanzo with mild surprise.
Did the opponent not attempt to counterattack, knowing that being touched by him would mean the end of the fight?
It seemed that the Sand Ninjas had indeed shared some intelligence about Hanzo with him, which was somewhat unexpected for Laro.
It was somewhat naive and unrealistic to think that a ninja of Hanzo's caliber could easily eliminate him after learning some of his intel.
But that was fine, the tide of attack and defense had quietly shifted. Laro invigorated himself, seemingly having anticipated this situation. After emerging from the ground, he quickly formed seals again.
Fire release, great fireball technique.
This time, Laro didn't continue using Raijin but switched to a fire release technique. He understood that while Raijin was smaller than the Great Fireball, its attacking power far surpassed the Great Fireball, yet its attack range was limited. Now that Hanzo was airborne, Laro used the Great Fireball to cut off Hanzo's options to evade through his taijutsu, leaving him with nowhere to escape. The 2-meter-wide fireball charged like a fierce beast, sweeping across the ground toward the rapidly retreating Hanzo, closing in on him in the blink of an eye.
This guy's ninjutsu has become so fast? Hanzo's expression darkened instantly.
He was no stranger to fire-release ninjutsu, having encountered many before, but Laro's great fireball traveled with an extraordinary speed, as if he had taken some potent drug, its velocity astonishing. With no time to think, Hanzo swiftly formed seals for the body flicker technique, and with a whoosh, his figure vanished once again from sight.
Finally found you.
Laro opened his half-closed eyes, and without hesitation, he threw the 2 charged Raijin balls he had been gathering, precisely aimed at the location where he sensed Hanzo's body flicker technique had landed.
Hanzo reappeared behind a large rock.
Before he could catch his breath, the 2 dazzling lightning balls filled with electric energy had already entered his vision. He quickly estimated the potential damage of Raijin, concluding that the giant rock behind him could not withstand the explosive power of the lightning release.
To pinpoint my location so accurately, it seems this guy possesses some special sensing ability.
Thus, he had to keep dodging. He couldn't remain passive forever, but he also couldn't keep hiding.
He needed to find an opportunity to counterattack. Boom! Crackle, crackle.
The giant rock was violently impacted by the explosions from Raijin, instantly shattering into countless fragments that flew outward. Waves of intense light and shockwaves filled the area, leaving only a chaotic pile of rubble where Hanzo had been.
Laro quickly formed 2 more Raijin balls.
Just as he prepared to use his sensing abilities to search for Hanzo's whereabouts again, a sudden, rapid whooshing sound erupted from behind him. A look of surprise crossed Laro's masked face. He hadn't expected Hanzo to forcefully launch a counterattack under such circumstances.
This guy is certain I won't dare to detonate the Raijin at such close range?
Laro squinted his eyes slightly, instantly discerning Hanzo's intentions. The power of time residing within the Raijin underwent a transformation, swiftly shifting from acceleration to deceleration.
Laro turned around without hesitation and threw the 2 Raijin balls toward Hanzo. Seeing this, Hanzo was alarmed.
He quickly sheathed his sword, his feet flying as he leaped back, not daring to hesitate for even a moment.
Damn! Is this guy trying to take us both down together? Hanzo's expression turned grim.
He had just witnessed the immense destructive power of Raijin. It was certainly not an attack that an ordinary body could easily withstand. Even a slight graze could lead to severe injury or even death. However, to his shock, the 2 half-meter-wide lightning balls, after leaving Laro's hand, floated leisurely in the air as if they had lost all signs of an impending explosion, as if enchanted by some spell. At the same time, seeing Hanzo retreat in fear, Laro extended his hand once more, gently touching the 2 Raijin balls, causing the deceleration state to shift back to acceleration. The sparks of electricity danced like cheerful sprites, and the brilliant blue light flared up once again, restoring the Raijin to its initial formidable state. Laro's arms waved like a windstorm, and the 2 glowing lightning masses crackled with a series of popping sounds, resembling 2 furious dragons charging toward the rapidly retreating Hanzo. On the surface, this simple psychological game seemed to show Laro emerging victorious. Hanzo knew he had been outmaneuvered by Laro, but he felt no sense of frustration. He understood that lightning release chakra was typically volatile and fierce, making it hard to control.
If mishandled, it could even injure the user.
The manipulation difficulty of a technique like Raijin, which was nearly at the pinnacle of lightning release ninjutsu, was evident. Hanzo, unaware of the existence of time power, attributed this spectacle solely to Laros' astonishing chakra control. As the two lightning balls approached him, their flickering electricity on the verge of exploding, Hanzo showed no sign of panic. After all, while Raijin was incredibly fast, he had created enough distance, making it easy to evade.
This time, Hanzo did not use the body flicker technique.
Instead, relying on his formidable physical prowess, he moved laterally 2 meters, easily brushing past the two lightning balls. The earth-shaking explosions erupted just behind him, but Hanzo did not turn back.
He quickly formed seals with one hand, unleashing the ninjutsu he had prepared earlier while closing in on Laro.
Fire release, explosive tag formation. Laro watched as Hanzo dodged the Raijin purely with his physical technique, internally lamenting that the speed of the Raijin was still insufficient. He was just about to gather more lightning balls when he suddenly felt a strange movement beneath his feet. Explosive tags erupted from the ground where Laro stood, swarming like phantoms, their numbers so dense they resembled a black sea. The speed at which these explosive tags surfaced was astonishing. In just a few blinks, they covered every available foothold within a 200-meter radius, firmly surrounding him.
Chapter 62, Intense Combat, 2. Laro's brow furrowed deeply.
His concerns weren't just because 2 or 3 explosive tags had stuck to his legs, but because these tags covered the maximum effective range of his body replacement technique, placing him in a highly passive situation.
Did he test this out through our previous engagements? Laro's expression sharpened, his hands moving like lightning to form seals.
In the external flow of time, during the first 0.2 seconds, Laro utilized the power of the body replacement technique to swiftly reach the edge of the explosive tag formation, where all the tags began to glow with an ominous orange light, as if ready to explode at any moment. In the second 0.2 seconds, Laro deployed the body replacement technique again, escaping the range of the explosive tag formation at breakneck speed.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The brilliant light flickered like an exploding sun, with explosions ringing out one after another, threatening to shatter the very earth. A massive amount of soil was hurled into the air, uprooting branches from trees, tearing vegetation into countless fragments, pulverizing stones, and leaving the ground riddled with craters, repeatedly enduring the shock of the explosions. All nearby Konoha ninjas' faces changed drastically. They hurriedly retreated, but some unfortunate souls who were too close to the battlefield fell victim to the explosive shockwaves, emitting faint cries as they were ultimately engulfed in the increasingly intense explosion sounds. Torian Akimichi continuously backed away while using his arms to undergo the expansion technique, creating massive limbs to shield himself and Tsunade from the oncoming shockwaves, protecting their safety. On the other side, Rinku, observing the battle, executed the body flicker technique twice in succession, skillfully dodging the residual shockwaves from the explosive tag formation. Being able to battle Lord Hanzo to this extent, Rinku's expression turned solemn. He raised his hands to shield against the fierce winds, his eyes fixed intently on the center of the battlefield, yet he could not discern the specific developments within, only seeing a blurred scene. It was likely due to the swirling dirt and smoke engulfing the battlefield, making it impossible for anyone to discern the actual state of the combat. As the explosive sounds began to subside, Hanzo's figure appeared like a ghost in the midst of the battlefield. He executed a body flicker technique, rushing into the dissipating smoke. He arrived at the spot where Laro had just stood, wanting to confirm whether Laro had sustained serious injuries.
Nothing left behind?
Hanzo examined the large crater created by the explosion. No matter how carefully he searched, he found no remnants, no limbs, no blood, not even a scrap of cloth. Everything he anticipated was entirely absent. There was only one possibility: Laro had perfectly evaded his explosive tag formation with his incredible speed. No, even with his speed, it shouldn't be possible to completely avoid this move.
Hanzo's expression darkened further.
His explosive tag formation had undergone multiple improvements and careful designs, combining concealment, immense power, and quick activation. In Hanzo's mind, given the speed Laro had demonstrated in their previous battle, facing his meticulously planned large-scale surprise attack, it was impossible for him to emerge unscathed.
There should be at least some trace left behind. However, what Hanzo did not know was that Laros had indeed sustained serious injuries during the recent explosion. The two explosive tags that had stuck to his legs had nearly shredded them due to the urgency, almost leaving him incapacitated. However, since the explosion had struck him after he had already escaped the explosive tag formation, there were naturally no traces of limbs or blood left behind at the original location. After some time had passed, Laros had swiftly recovered using the reverse flow technique and was now quietly hidden in the shadows, using his keen sensory abilities to stealthily search for Hanzo's whereabouts, preparing to launch a new wave of ferocious attacks. Having suffered such a significant setback, Laros was determined not to remain passive. He vowed that in the next round, he would unleash all of his hidden cards without reservation, aiming to give Hanzo a heavy price to pay. Finally, Laros had time to adjust his state. He took a deep breath, and his hands quickly formed seals like phantoms, creating a series of indistinct afterimages. Several buff-type ninjutsu silently layered onto him in an instant, as if injecting him with endless power, helping him rapidly enter a state of maximum combat speed. Although in this state, his chakra consumption rate was terrifyingly high, reaching a near-manic level that made it impossible for him to use any other ninjutsu, Laros didn't mind. He understood that if even Raijin couldn't accurately hit Hanzo, then conventional ninjutsu would likely be ineffective as well. Rather than waste time and chakra, he preferred to concentrate all his power into one decisive strike. After their intense exchanges, Hanzo had gauged the maximum effective range of Laros' body replacement technique, and Laros had similarly determined the furthest range of Hanzo's body flicker technique. With Laros' current speed soaring to 500 meters per second, as long as Hanzo paused even for a moment to use the body flicker technique, Laros was confident he could forcefully close the distance, applying the deceleration buff to him. Even if he were slashed by Hanzo a couple of times, he wouldn't mind at all. In his view, as long as he wasn't decapitated by Hanzo, losing consciousness, then even the gravest injuries would be nothing under the influence of the reverse flow technique. The recovery ability of the reverse flow technique was constant. No matter how severe the injury, whether it was 1 wound or 10, the technique could instantly restore his body to its original state. This was the magic of the time reversal ninjutsu. It didn't target a specific wound but directly adjusted Laros' entire body's time state, gradually replacing the severely injured body on the brink of death with the unscathed body from the previous second. This was the essence of the reverse flow technique. As long as he had the consciousness to activate the reverse flow technique, it was as if he possessed an immortal body, impervious to defeat regardless of the attacks he endured. Noticing Hanzo's chakra appearing at his original position, a cold smile flickered in Laros' eyes. A thread of the time power quietly split off in his mind, carrying a portion of critical information, which instantly merged into the surrounding air, disappearing without a trace. This was a mysterious phrase he prepared to deliver to Hanzo, intending to use it during the upcoming battle to disrupt Hanzo's judgment, plunging him into confusion and bewilderment. The timing for this phrase wouldn't be now, it would be in the future, 5 seconds from now. Heat began to slowly seep from his body, and his skin gradually hardened like stone. Electricity surged through him like a roaring river, stimulating all his muscle cells and nerve fibers, transforming his body into a powerful combat machine. Laros grunted softly, enduring the immense pain brought by the activation of the buff ninjutsu, and slowly raised his head, a resolute light shining in his eyes. Silently, he stood up, leaning slightly forward, his waist bending down, his thighs and knees bending sharply as his front foot firmly pressed against the ground, poised like a cheetah ready to erupt, adopting the most aggressive stance for a sprint. Does this guy think I won't dare to detonate the Raijin at such close range? Laros slightly narrowed his eyes, instantly grasping Hanzo's mindset. The time power within the Raijin underwent a transformation, quickly shifting from acceleration to deceleration. Laros turned around without hesitation and hurled the 2 Raijin balls toward Hanzo. Upon seeing this, Hanzo was taken aback. He quickly sheathed his sword and leaped backward, his feet moving rapidly as he retreated without a moment's delay. Damn it! Is this guy trying to take us both down together? Hanzo's expression darkened. He had just witnessed the immense destructive power of Raijin, which was definitely not an attack any ordinary body could easily withstand. Even a slight graze could lead to severe injury or even death. However, to his utter surprise, once the 2 half-meter-wide lightning balls left Laros' hand,
they floated slowly in the air, seemingly losing all signs of imminent explosion, as if under some kind of enchantment. At that moment, seeing Hanzo retreat in fear, Laros extended his hand again, gently touching the two lightning balls, causing the deceleration state to revert to acceleration. Sparks of electricity danced like joyful spirits, and the brilliant blue light surged once more, restoring the Raijin to its initial powerhouse state. With arms moving like a tempest, Laros sent the two glowing lightning masses crackling with a series of pops, resembling two enraged dragons charging toward the rapidly retreating Hanzo. On the surface, this psychological game seemed to show Laros emerging victorious. Hanzo understood that he had been outmaneuvered, yet he felt no sense of defeat. He knew that lightning release chakra was typically volatile and fierce, difficult to control. If mishandled, it could injure the user. The manipulation difficulty of a technique like Raijin, which was nearly at the pinnacle of lightning release ninjutsu, was evident. Hanzo, unaware of the existence of time power, attributed this display solely to Laros' remarkable chakra control. As the two lightning balls approached, their flickering electricity about to explode, Hanzo remained unfazed. After all, while Raijin was incredibly fast, he believed he had created enough distance, making it easy for him to evade. This time, Hanzo did not use the body flicker technique. Instead, he relied on his formidable physical prowess, moving laterally 2 meters to easily slip past the two lightning balls. The ground shook with two earth-shattering explosions behind him, but Hanzo did not turn back. He swiftly formed seals with one hand, unleashing the ninjutsu he had prepared during his approach to Laros. Fire release, explosive tag formation. Laros watched as Hanzo dodged the Raijin with sheer physical skill, internally lamenting that the speed of the Raijin was still insufficient. Just as he was about to gather more lightning balls, he suddenly sensed unusual movements beneath his feet. Explosive tags erupted from the ground beneath Laros, swarming like apparitions, their sheer numbers creating a black sea. The speed at which these explosive tags emerged was astonishing. In mere moments, they covered every foothold within 200 meters, effectively surrounding him. Chapter 62, Intense Combat, 2. Laros furrowed his brow deeply. His concerns were not only due to 2 or 3 explosive tags sticking to his legs but also because these tags encompassed the maximum effective range of his body replacement technique, placing him in a very passive position. Did he gauge this from our previous exchanges? Laros thought sharply, his hands moving like lightning to form seals. As time flowed in the outside world, during the first 0.2 seconds, Laros utilized the power of the body replacement technique to swiftly reach the edge of the explosive tag formation, where all the tags began to glow with an ominous orange hue, as if ready to explode at any moment. In the second 0.2 seconds, he executed the body replacement technique again, escaping the range of the explosive tag formation at incredible speed. Boom! 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 The brilliant light flickered like an exploding sun, with explosions ringing out one after another, threatening to shatter the very earth. A massive amount of soil was hurled into the air, uprooting trees, tearing vegetation into countless fragments, pulverizing stones, and leaving the ground riddled with craters, repeatedly enduring the shock of the explosions. All nearby Konoha ninjas' faces changed drastically. They hurriedly retreated, but some unfortunate souls who were too close to the battlefield fell victim to the explosive shockwaves, emitting faint cries as they were ultimately engulfed in the increasingly intense explosion sounds. Torian Akimichi continuously backed away while using his arms to undergo the expansion technique, creating massive limbs to shield himself and Tsunade from the oncoming shockwaves, protecting their safety. On the other side, Rinku, observing the battle, executed the body flicker technique twice in succession, skillfully dodging the residual shockwaves from the explosive tag formation. Being able to battle Lord Hanzo to this extent, Rinku's expression turned serious. He raised his hands to shield against the fierce winds, his eyes fixed intently on the center of the battlefield, yet he could not discern the specific developments within, only seeing a blurred scene. It was likely due to the swirling dirt and smoke engulfing the battlefield, making it impossible for anyone to discern the actual state of the combat. As the explosive sounds began to subside, Hanzo's figure appeared like a ghost in the midst of the battlefield. He executed a body flicker technique, rushing into the dissipating smoke. He arrived at the spot where Laros had just stood, wanting to confirm whether Laros had sustained serious injuries. Nothing left behind? Hanzo examined the large crater created by the explosion. No matter how carefully he searched, he found no remnants, no limbs, no blood, not even a scrap of cloth. Everything he anticipated was entirely absent. There was only one possibility: Laros had perfectly evaded his explosive tag formation with his incredible speed. No, even with his speed, it shouldn't be possible to completely avoid this move.
Hanzo's expression darkened further.
His explosive tag formation had undergone multiple improvements and careful designs, combining concealment, immense power, and quick activation. In Hanzo's mind, given the speed Laros had demonstrated in their previous battle, facing his meticulously planned large-scale surprise attack, it was impossible for him to emerge unscathed.
There should be at least some trace left behind.
However, what Hanzo did not know was that Laros had indeed sustained serious injuries during the recent explosion. The two explosive tags that had stuck to his legs had nearly shredded them due to the urgency, almost leaving him incapacitated. However, since the explosion had struck him after he had already escaped the explosive tag formation, there were naturally no traces of limbs or blood left behind at the original location. After some time had passed, Laros had swiftly recovered using the reverse flow technique and was now quietly hidden in the shadows, using his keen sensory abilities to stealthily search for Hanzo's whereabouts, preparing to launch a new wave of ferocious attacks. Having suffered such a significant setback, Laros was determined not to remain passive. He vowed that in the next round, he would unleash all of his hidden cards without reservation, aiming to give Hanzo a heavy price to pay.
Finally, Laros had time to adjust his state.
He took a deep breath, and his hands quickly formed seals like phantoms, creating a series of indistinct afterimages. Several buff-type ninjutsu silently layered onto him in an instant, as if injecting him with endless power, helping him rapidly enter a state of maximum combat speed. Although in this state, his chakra consumption rate was terrifyingly high, reaching a near manic level that made it impossible for him to use any other ninjutsu, Laros didn't mind.
He understood that if even Raijin couldn't accurately hit Hanzo, then conventional ninjutsu would likely be ineffective as well. Rather than waste time and chakra, he preferred to concentrate all his power into one decisive strike. After their intense exchanges, Hanzo had gauged the maximum effective range of Laros' body replacement technique, and Laros had similarly determined the furthest range of Hanzo's body flicker technique. With Laros' current speed soaring to 500 meters per second, as long as Hanzo paused even for a moment to use the body flicker technique, Laros was confident he could forcefully close the distance, applying the deceleration buff to him. Even if he were slashed by Hanzo a couple of times, he wouldn't mind at all. In his view, as long as he wasn't decapitated by Hanzo, losing consciousness, then even the gravest injuries would be nothing under the influence of the reverse flow technique. The recovery ability of the reverse flow technique was constant. No matter how severe the injury, whether it was 1 wound or 10, the technique could instantly restore his body to its original state. This was the magic of the time reversal ninjutsu. It didn't target a specific wound but directly adjusted Laros' entire body's time state, gradually replacing the severely injured body on the brink of death with the unscathed body from the previous second. This was the essence of the reverse flow technique. As long as he had the consciousness to activate the reverse flow technique, it was as if he possessed an immortal body, impervious to defeat regardless of the attacks he endured. Noticing Hanzo's chakra appearing at his original position, a cold smile flickered in Laros' eyes. A thread of the time power quietly split off in his mind, carrying a portion of critical information, which instantly merged into the surrounding air, disappearing without a trace. This was a mysterious phrase he prepared to deliver to Hanzo, intending to use it during the upcoming battle to disrupt Hanzo's judgment, plunging him into confusion and bewilderment. The timing for this phrase wouldn't be now, it would be in the future, 5 seconds from now. Heat began to slowly seep from his body, and his skin gradually hardened like stone. Electricity surged through him like a roaring river, stimulating all his muscle cells and nerve fibers, transforming his body into a powerful combat machine. Laros grunted softly, enduring the immense pain brought by the activation of the buff ninjutsu, and slowly raised his head, a resolute light shining in his eyes. Silently, he stood up, leaning slightly forward, his waist bending down, his thighs and knees bending sharply as his front foot firmly pressed against the ground, poised like a cheetah ready to erupt, adopting the most aggressive stance for a sprint. The tone of this message was carefully crafted in Laros' mind. He deliberately mimicked the tone of a rain jonin he had previously killed, aiming to create a sense of doubt within Hanzo.
The phrases he chose were meticulously thought out, each word seemingly infused with some kind of magic, stirring ripples of uncertainty in Hanzo's heart. Laro observed Hanzo's expression shift slightly but felt no surprise. He continued to extend his bloodied arm toward Hanzo without hesitation. To him, as long as he could make contact with Hanzo, allowing the time power to transfer, the physical existence of his hand was irrelevant. What mattered was achieving his goal. Hanzo also keenly sensed Laro's intention. It seemed the young man still wanted to touch him. However, the sudden voice that echoed in his ear telling him to be wary of the 6 o'clock direction right behind him made him particularly alert. Why did such a warning suddenly appear? Was one of his subordinates secretly observing his battle with Laro? Or was this hinting at some sort of illusion or mental technique? In that moment where time felt almost frozen, a storm of thoughts surged in Hanzo's mind. The absolute shadow before him had sustained heavy injuries, yet his gaze remained unchanged, appearing somewhat dazed as if he would vanish like smoke any second. The splattered blood raised doubts in Hanzo. He suspected it might be a distraction designed to conceal the true nature of this shadow clone. However, he felt no air pressure behind him nor sensed any imminent danger. Could it be that Laro's true self was indeed hiding behind him, poised to strike? Laro's severed wrist continued to inch closer, the gruesome bone glistening with a pale light that seemed to proclaim the threat of death. Hanzo knew he had to make a decision. He didn't turn to look behind him, not even sparing a glance from the corner of his eye. His expression suddenly hardened, a hint of madness flashing through. He raised the slender katana in his hand and, leveraging all his strength, brought it down, aiming directly for Laro's head. In this life-or-death moment, Hanzo chose to trust his instincts. He no longer hesitated or faltered, unleashing this lethal strike with all his might. Laro, from beneath his mask, wore a complex expression. From the beginning of the battle to this point, he finally couldn't help but speak his first words. Hanzo the Salamander, indeed not to be underestimated. He understood that even at his maximum speed, he could not achieve his intended goal in close combat. At this moment, he completely abandoned any thoughts of competing with Hanzo in taijutsu. He realized that continuing like this would only place him in an even more perilous situation. 4 times speed. Laro softly uttered these 3 words. 4 times speed, in terms of pure movement speed, was his triple speed multiplied by 4. Originally, with his triple speed combined with various buff ninjutsu, his movement speed was about 500 meters per second. Multiplied by 4, that reached an astonishing 2,000 meters per second. Laro had never truly mastered 4 times speed perfectly before. Now, even if he forced it, he would face tremendous risks. This power was overwhelmingly strong, far beyond what his current body could endure. While using 4 times speed to enhance his dynamic vision was manageable, attempting any action at that speed would bring about severe backlash. Approaching 6 times the speed of sound, his fragile body could be torn to shreds by the rushing air blades. Even the slightest movement would create violent friction with the atmosphere, igniting sparks that could engulf him in flames. But given the urgent circumstances, with his life on the line, Laro didn't know if he could still activate the reverse flow technique if he suddenly lost his head, so he had no choice but to gamble and activate 4 times speed. In an instant, everything around him seemed to freeze, as if time had completely solidified. Laro felt no breeze, no air movement, and even the propagation of sound seemed to have halted. Dust hung in the air like it had been enchanted, and the smoke ceased to spread. Tiny grains of sand floated suspended, as if time had lost its meaning in that moment. The blade descending inch by inch appeared to crawl like a slow-moving snail. Hanzo's fierce expression seemed frozen in the previous second, as if time had pressed the pause button for him. Chapter 64, Intense Combat, 4. Laro was filled with struggle. He wanted to reach out and move forward, yet felt as though his entire body was wrapped in layers of steel and concrete, rendering him unable to advance even an inch. However, the muscular strength in his thighs was far greater than in his arms, and if he exerted all his strength, perhaps his remaining left foot could still move. Thus, a difficult choice lay before Laro. Should he push forward with all his might, betting that Hanzo's descending blade wouldn't strike his head, allowing him to deliver a final blow, or should he decisively retreat, using his unparalleled speed to quickly escape this dangerous area, regrouping to wait for another chance to engage? In this near-time-stopped state, Laro's thought process seemed to accelerate to an incredible degree as he began to calmly weigh the pros and cons.
In a 4x speed state, he couldn't make many complex movements. It seemed his strongest attack could only rely on his unbeatable bodily inertia. However, if Hanzo could withstand this impact and remain combat effective, delivering a strike during his rapid retreat. Hanzo's physical prowess was far superior to his own. He had witnessed Hanzo's superb swordsmanship firsthand. Such an action would be incredibly risky. After careful consideration, Laros ultimately decided to take the safer approach. He quickly resolved to channel all his strength into his left leg. As the power surged, his foot trembled slightly, and the ground beneath him seemed to tear apart under an invisible force, cracking open as if the very earth were being ripped apart. However, intense pain accompanied this. Laros clearly felt that his left leg could not bear such immense power, resulting in a shattering fracture almost immediately. In the blink of an eye, sparks erupted from various parts of his body, as if countless electric currents were coursing through him. Laros no longer attempted to control the situation. As the inertia surrounding him grew, his body involuntarily began to retreat, with more and more sparks gathering, becoming denser, until they suddenly ignited in a blaze, transforming into a burning flame. Laros closed his eyes, focusing all his energy. He knew he would face an intense collision next. If he wasn't careful, he might lose consciousness. He reminded himself that the battle was not yet over. He had to remain alert, ready to use the reverse flow technique to recover from his injuries and rejoin the fight. In the next moment, Laros successfully exited the 4x speed state, and time resumed its flow. Hanzo's longsword missed its target, only disturbing a few strands of hair. Before he could process the surprise, a powerful wave of air rushed toward him, the overwhelming force nearly knocking him off balance, forcing him to take several steps back before he barely managed to stabilize himself. "What is this?" Hanzo lifted his gaze, looking at the scene before him. Even with his steady temperament, he couldn't help but feel a shock of astonishment. The still whirling dust was violently parted by an invisible force, and the ground appeared as if it had been plowed by a massive plow, creating a straight ravine. The soil and stones surged like a raging tide against the sides of the trench, then rained down like a torrential downpour, resembling the onset of a terrifying disaster. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous sounds of sonic booms erupted, like several Boeing planes simultaneously igniting their engines. A brilliant flash of light appeared in the air, only to vanish in an instant, as if some mysterious force had exploded and then receded in the blink of an eye. In the distance, a massive boulder along a straight line was instantly shattered by the invisible force, the hills effortlessly flattened, and large swaths of trees collapsed in an instant. Some unfortunate Konoha ninjas who were caught in this power didn't even have time to scream before being ground into a pulp by that terrifying force. All the Konoha ninjas watching the scene gasped in shock, a wave of intense fear washing over them, causing them to instinctively retreat once more, as if that mysterious power would descend upon them at any moment. Laros' body acted like a runaway wild horse, uncontrollably smashing through everything in his path. He rolled along the ground for several hundred meters before finally coming to a slow stop. At that moment, he had no idea how badly his body was injured. A tidal wave of pain crashed into his brain, and he felt a growing numbness throughout his body. Just as he felt his consciousness slipping into a dark abyss, he summoned the last vestiges of his willpower and activated the reverse flow technique. Laros lay in a shallow pit that had been flattened, the surrounding grass and trees seemingly vanished as if under a spell. After a while, he managed to prop himself up with his hands, struggling to stand. He hazily glanced at the trench he had just created, silently marveling at it. His memory still lingered in the moment of intense pain, and his mind felt as if it had suddenly entered a bizarre state of suspension, unable to fully recover for the time being. Hanzo, having used the body flicker technique multiple times, arrived several dozen meters in front of Laros. He did not recklessly attack but instead carefully observed Laros' current state. Laros' mask remained intact on his face, but his clothes were severely torn. However, he was still able to stand, which meant he had not lost his ability to fight back. Wait a minute. A hint of confusion stirred in Hanzo's heart as he discreetly examined Laros' seemingly unharmed right hand and leg, mentally noting this detail. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his resolve to attack, rather, it increased his vigilance, and a sense of caution quietly emerged within him. Summoning technique. Hanzo called out softly, and a large cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a giant dark yellow giant salamander beneath him.
This was Hanzo's summoned beast, the salamander, measuring 5 meters in length and 3 meters in height, with immense strength and incredible speed, capable of spewing toxic mist to eliminate any enemies. The name Salmon in Hanzo's title referred not just to the poison sac implanted in him during childhood but also to his deep connection with the salamander clan, making it no surprise that his summoning beast was this large, venomous creature. Laros' pupils gradually regained focus, and his blurred vision began to clear. At this moment, he finally broke free from the whirlpool of memories and returned to a state of alertness. Though his body appeared mostly unharmed, his brain still hadn't fully returned to normal. The sensation of having sustained severe injuries lingered, transforming into false neural signals relayed throughout his body. Laro understood this was merely an illusion. If he truly believed it, he would be close to death. He took a deep breath, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heart, slightly moving his hands and feet, and his gaze sharpened as he focused intently on the giant salamander that had suddenly appeared nearby, along with Hanzo standing on its back. The side effects of the 4 times speed had exceeded his expectations, and Laro silently thanked his decision to push the reverse flow technique to its limits at the last moment. If he hadn't, he might have truly met his end. This experience served as a warning to Laro. While the power of time was incredibly formidable, using forces beyond his control recklessly could lead to unforeseen consequences, none of which would be favorable. Whether it was the ability to manipulate the past through time fluctuations or the terrifying 4 times speed, neither was something he could afford to experiment with at this stage. Returning to the present, Laro and Hanzo exchanged a brief glance. In that instant, their eyes conveyed a complex array of emotions. Moments later, they both chose to continue fighting, launching into a new round of fierce combat. Hanzo raised his hand, quickly tearing off the mask-like respirator from his face and throwing it aside along with the ventilation tube. At the same time, the salamander opened its massive mouth and unleashed a torrent of deep purple gas toward Laro. Earth release, Yellow Spring Marsh. Laro entered the triple speed state again, his hands moving in rapid succession, then crouched down, pressing his palms firmly against the ground. Instantly, the ground beneath Hanzo and the salamander began to transform into a murky swamp, as if the earth had been enchanted and undergone a bizarre change. The salamander sensed the unusual movement beneath its feet and exerted its limbs, trying to leap away from this dangerous spot. However, its speed was clearly no match for Laro's earth release ninjutsu. The moment the Yellow Spring Marsh appeared, it was firmly ensnared, unable to move, as if bound tightly by the earth itself. Seeing this, Hanzo's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. He leaped off the salamander's head, pouncing toward Laro. Even though the battle had progressed this far, Hanzo still couldn't decipher the core abilities of Absolute Shadow. This left him troubled, and he resolved to be more cautious in the upcoming fight, avoiding any easy mistakes. As for the salamander, Hanzo was not overly worried. He knew his summoned beast could burrow underground, and clearly, Laro was unaware of this information, attempting to bind the salamander with earth release ninjutsu, which Hanzo considered an utterly foolish action. Laro watched as the large cloud of toxic mist spewed forth from the salamander, heading his way, while Hanzo followed closely, leaping through the air. He casually flung out a chain-wrapped scythe. Laro silently assessed his current mental energy levels, estimating that he had about half left. While this was enough to support the upcoming battle, it was alarmingly close to his self-imposed warning threshold. "I can't linger here for too long," Laro resolved firmly in his mind. He knew that the previous explosive surge had failed to inflict the deceleration effect on Hanzo, and continuing to stalemate would only put him at a disadvantage. So he decided to change tactics, using less demanding ninjutsu for distraction and restraint, avoiding overly intense direct confrontations with Hanzo. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Laro executed the ninjutsu again, causing mounds of soil to surge on the ground, and a tall earthen wall suddenly rose, roughly 10 meters wide and over 3 meters high. Thanks to the enhancement of time power, the earth flow wall appeared rapidly, blocking the spread of the toxic mist and successfully intercepting the scythe thrown by Hanzo. Using the precious time afforded by the earth flow wall, Laro deployed a shadow clone to confuse Hanzo's sight while his main body utilized earth release, heart decapitation technique, silently burrowing underground, racing toward Hanzo's summoned beast. In Laro's plan, as long as he could approach the salamander within a certain distance, he was confident he could quickly use Raijin to send the salamander back home. The The salamander was already ensnared by the yellow spring marsh, resembling a defenseless live target. Hitting it would pose no difficulty. He wanted to resolve the salamander issue first, as this creature that spewed toxic mist had indeed caused them significant trouble. Laros didn't want to waste too many reverse flow usages on the poison, so it was essential to eliminate the source of the problem as soon as possible. While Hanzo aimed to suppress him with the summoned beast in toxic mist, Laros' strategy was to remain below ground, refusing to dance to Hanzo's tune. He intended to take the initiative, disrupting Hanzo's plans.
Chapter 65, Intense Combat, 5. What's going on?
A look of surprise flashed in Laros' eyes as he sensed the position of the salamander suddenly change, seemingly burrowing underground and not far from where he was.
Strange, can a salamander also burrow?
Laros remarked, having no knowledge of biology, and found himself slightly astonished. With time of the essence, Laros hesitated no longer.
He continued to execute his ninjutsu, preparing to force the massive salamander out.
In his view, Hanzo's assumption that summoning the salamander would grant him an advantage was rather simplistic. Though the surroundings were filled with dirt, when Laros used the heart decapitation technique, he was enveloped in a layer of earth-type chakra, allowing him to perform seals normally while hidden underground, unaffected at all.
Earth release, seismic wave.
Laros extended his hands, firmly pressing against the surrounding soil, directing a series of strong vibrations toward the hiding spot of the salamander.
The seismic wave was one of the few A-rank jutsu Laros had mastered.
Its principle involved extracting a massive amount of chakra from within, transforming it through specific hand seals before releasing